Good morning, everyone. We've got a great day of Dota 2 here for you over on the stream, and I think we got one of the hypest matches to cast today, Purge.
We do. There's actually so many good games over here. You literally do not want to switch streams, I promise to you. But the first one that's up is going to be EG versus OG. Some of our favorite teams, naturally. But it's going to be a really good match. They're both placed very similarly in their groups, so obviously every match is really important, but this one's going to be, it's like the Titans in a lot of ways. EG, a huge organization, expected to be about second place overall. No memes promise they're good. And OG has been overperforming like they usually do at TI, despite barely making it here. They had that really tough series against Tundra in the qualifiers. So who's going to win this one? I don't know, but there's going to be a lot of effort put into this match.
I mean, this is the big one. This is the big grudge match. We've gotten, I believe OG put a tweet out yesterday saying that they haven't been defeated for quite a while. Like, they had a couple draws, a lot of wins at yes, at TI. And the last person to stop them was, of course, EG. So they're like, can they break the streak? But then immediately afterwards, they ended up losing to Aster.
They probably saw their tweet and they're like, oh no, we have all this pressure, and then they lost. No, it happens. Aster's a very solid team when they actually have all their 5 players playing. Yes. Clearly, it's the difference maker. But yeah, this match is going to be really sick. The player matchups are going to be great. Sumail playing his old team. Oh, there's so many good storylines here.
So many good storylines. I'm super excited about it. And of course, just the age-old, NA versus EU debacle. What side do you land on?
Is it? Let me look at the players quick.
Okay, all right. Evil Genius is a North American org, okay?
A little
it's
overplayed,
an international team, but it is
the
an
NA
team
with Crit on it, who's an EU player, Fly, kind of basically an EU
Look, we
player
have Arteezy. We have Arteezy.
That's true. There is Arteezy. The orgs, yes, are a little bit region-based. Anyways, let's hop into the game here. First phase. Not going to see an IO. It's a hero pairing that EG's been doing okay with, but something I've seen almost every team do when they do get IOs, they grab Storm. And that's a hero that EG's, they played it 3 times, have only won 1 of those 3 games. And in some ways, I feel like the IO is restricting the drafts a little bit because it's like forces your cores down to these kind of static play styles. It has to be an IO pairing. Maybe hurts the draft a little bit. But with that said, they're going to ban out Storm themselves on OG. They banned the Tiny, and we're also not going to see a Snapfire, who's a hero that's been very popular. I think it's the most picked right now. It kind of covers a lot of different bases. You get a 4-staff effectively with the cookie at all stages of the game, which is great for making sure you don't get initiated on.
Yeah, it's definitely crept into the meta. Kind of interesting that I know that Abed is very, very fond of that Storm Spirit. It's very strong in the meta. It hasn't had a great win rate, though. According to the stats man that we have, I think it's Lemaire who's been doing that for us, bless him, has shown that it's like a 33% win rate so far.
Yeah, it's a bit rough for him. But what I think is important is that, or at least what I've seen so far from all the games, we've seen a moderate amount of Storm Spirits, and I feel like I haven't seen a lot of games where Storm seemed like insanely good. It's obviously great at initiating. It's going to be able to jump across the map and start team fights. It pairs well with IO on paper by all means because you can jump so far, get that disable, set up the relocate timing. But in most other situations, we've seen Storm Spirits punished. We've seen them slow to catch up. They've been behind in net worth as a whole. But teams still value it, clearly. And if it does have a good game, maybe we just haven't caught them on our streams. So Monkey King is going to be the opener for EG. Seeing Crit playing this in pubs. Teams across the board have it on the table to give them their win the lane type things if they want to play as a core. So gives EG great flexibility to start things off. And there's another great flexible hero.
Yeah, we've been seeing a lot of Elder Titan recently, especially because of the fact it gives you such an advantage around that Roche pit. You've got the ability to go throw out the vision and also just to disrupt everything if you're in the right position. So you have to make sure that you know exactly where he is if you're going for that Roche. But also another fun fact, too, with the Monkey King getting picked up over on Evil Geniuses, obviously very, very popular. This is a hero that can be run really in multitudes of positions right now. But also, I believe OG has like a 96% win rate with it currently as well. So definitely snapping it out of OG's hands, taking that monkey business away from them. They thrive on that power.
Which makes a lot of sense because it is classically one of their heroes. It's been one of the first heroes Thompson was known for right before he got to TI 8. And then Seb flirted with it for a while as the offlane when Witchblade came out, or at least they tried to make it work in the offlane. I think that was DPC Season 1. Didn't quite work great there, but obviously their support players are going to be excellent on him as well. But the Magnus and the ET kind of covers a lot of bases. It's going to make it easy for them to steroid up whatever carry they end up going with, or mid player depending. And then skewer plays are very effective as well to forcing your opponents in slightly bad team fights because there's just such a fickle game where you have those tanky heroes in the middle between where their team is and yours, and if you can just skewer him back to your team, it
10
doesn't feel
seconds
bad anymore to
remaining.
kill that tanky guy. So Magnus can be really powerful anyways, and it's a sub special. So it
5
makes a lot of sense
seconds
for OG to
remaining.
open this, open with this, and plus
OG's
Empower
turn to
plus
battle.
ET combos is just going to be really effective. RP them together. Whoever is going in is going to have Empower, and then ET is going to be able to amplify all that damage by a huge amount.
Definitely see those synergies coming out bright and early for the side of OG. They pick up the Tide Hunter for Ice, Ice, Ice.
10
Is what I'm
seconds
assuming.
remaining.
Have seen, some movement with this hero, occasionally placed in the mid lane, not
5
necessarily
seconds remaining.
solid in just the off lane.
And supports as well. We see teams sometimes go for that, and it seems okay. You don't have as much ability to be tanky, but in a really aggressive place. But it functions as a support if you really want to go that way. So, and EG is definitely one of those teams that's willing to switch it up occasionally to do some weird stuff. But yeah, Tide as a core is typically going to feel a lot better for a hero, and against potential ET support, Tide functions pretty well. Anchor Smash doesn't reduce the bonus damage that ET gets with his Spirit, but having damage block and Anchor Smash is a good way to help offset that harass that ET applies to either himself or his lane partner. But we've seen a lot of Tides in some of the games we've covered.
S4 played a pretty good Tide the
He
other day.
did.
We saw Old 11. Old 11 was incredible. That man, when
Yeah.
he's in for a fight, he is in for the
Evil
fight. The rest of the team better
geniuses
get there
turn to
really
battle.
fast.
Yeah, he's been doing a really good job. But almost every Tide I've seen has had pretty solid performances. And there's a lot of cool dual lane combos as well with Tide due to minus armor. It gives you some Roche capabilities. The general team fight advantage stuff that Tide provides is just really safe and secure. Great guaranteed disable on a lot of heroes once you
10
get Blink.
seconds remaining.
And then there's almost always follow-up. So having 2 stuns right off the bat for EG is going to make getting these pickoffs
5
feel a little bit
seconds
easier.
remaining.
So Tinker bans now from EG, something they're worried about.
OG's turn to
Seeing
battle.
Ember Spirit ban, that was something EG's been
Evil
successful with on
geniuses
Abed.
turn
They have a
to
pretty good win
battle.
rate with that so far. And if you do have a playstyle where you want to poke a little bit and fish for the right team fight, Ember is excellent there.
Get the Clink span. That is something that been seeing a lot of Sumail.
Yeah.
Been playing that hero recently,
10
so it makes sense that
seconds
they'd want to
remaining.
remove it there from the pool.
I think they had like an amazing game on him the first day, and then I saw him
5
playing
seconds
a different
remaining.
match later on. Don't remember. I think I didn't get to see the end of that game that I'm thinking of, but it's still
OG's
a pretty good
turn to
carry.
battle.
Not the most broken in the world, but not like it was a month ago. I really was disgusted with Clinks. I'd say a month ago.
The amount of damage that they could output was just insane. I think
While
it
also
was,
farming super fast. While
right.
also
ESL
safely
Fall
doing it.
was
Yeah.
like insane. Watching this hero just suddenly everyone was just picking it. They're trying to
10
figure out what's the
seconds
perfect build. Do you go with the
remaining.
Maelstrom? Do you go with crits? So yeah, I'm glad to see it
5
nerfed a
seconds
little bit.
remaining.
Not in this game as well, for sure. I'm
And-
interested if OG might go for that Legion Commander again. It's got about 100% win rate currently as a support too, and like that's very fascinating.
I
to
think
me.
they picked 4 times and 3 were
turn to
support,
pick.
and they won every game.
I think
one
one was
offlane.
Thompson mid with it,
Really?
which is very
Ah.
close to my heart because
Yeah.
in SA that is the common thing that you'll see is a Legion Commander just me mid goes right out.
It's a fun one, yeah, for sure. It's because you get so many more levels. It's a slightly different play style. You're closer on the map, so it's maybe easier to move around and get duels. Kind of fun one for sure.
10 seconds
They protect
remaining.
themselves on the EG side by banning out Slark. Very good hero against some of those offlaners.
5
So
seconds
Slark is
remaining.
gone. Would have been good with Empower as well. But OG's gonna go for a Hoodwink. And now they're going to see basically the whole EG draft without revealing much of their own. They could play Hoodwink as a core. I think I've only seen it as a support myself so far. But Topson classically did like playing it mid, but I'm not so sure we'll
It's
see
very
it
much a Soxa hero though too. Sox is
true.
excellent with the Hoodwink, so I wouldn't be surprised. Again, it's a great patch. We're seeing a lot of flexibility coming out with many of these different heroes. Hoodwink can be moved in multiple positions, so can the Magnus. We've seen No Tail rock that Magnus as a position 5
Yeah.
as well. So really playing some 4D chess right now, and also I'm sure there's a lot of actual team meta between the two of them.
Yeah, for sure. They're in the same group, so they've been playing a lot of the same teams. Maybe you can get some of that information as well to see what they did and how your opponents reacted and use that for planning stage. Well, if we do this, this is how they're going to react, and using that information, you can end up possibly outdrafting them in the drafting stage. So EG here, going to have to pick their next 2 heroes, taking their time to figure them both out. You don't necessarily want to pick the first one and then wait 30 seconds and then pick the second one. It saves you more time on the clock, but then your opponents have more time knowing what your 2 heroes are. So they're going to go for a Disruptor pick first, and we'll see what they do. They've got 30 extra seconds now by grabbing that one. Doesn't reveal too much. Disruptors felt quite good from the games we've watched, actually. Pretty routinely gives you nice advantages in some of these mid-game skirmishes, especially against mobile heroes like Magnus or potentially Hoodwink. Just being able to guarantee that they're locked down and you can secure the kills is really helpful.
All right, well, these lanes are starting to shape up a little bit more now that we have the Invoker picked up as well as the Disruptor. But OG, they're responding very, very quickly. They know what they want to do here. And this is something that I thought was really interesting. I was having a discussion this morning when I was getting my hair and makeup done with Mr. Avo Plus. Wonderful fella. And
Oh, he's good at hair and makeup too.
Oh, yes, he's fabulous.
Incredible.
You know, have you seen him today? His style, his
I did not.
fashion. Like a bright pink jacket,
Oh, cool.
very eye-catching. But we were discussing, you know, the differences between the two teams, and we figured, you know, evil geniuses, they tend to be very structured, right? You know that they're going to gain control of the map very, very early on, or at least they'd like to. Not necessarily, you know, going for an all-in push strat, but they just have really good control. OG, on the other hand, controlled chaos.
Yeah.
You're never sure where they're going to go. You know, EG, I'm sure probably aware of this, considering, you know, they're one of the best teams in the world, but it's always a guessing game when you're playing up against OG, not only for how they're going to lane things, because let's face it, Topson does crazy things all the time. No Tail likes to be very flexible too, but also they don't necessarily play the map the way that some of the more traditional teams might, right? It's a mind game when you're going up against this.
Yeah, and that's very important because most teams now are basically all teams now are very good at restricting information. You only show some heroes, and everyone else wants to stay off the map pretty much all the time. That way you have to play a guessing game. Where do we really think they're ganking? A lot of teams are great at scanning those out, but if you just play aggressive at various points on the map, even if your team's not behind you, your opponents a lot of times have to just respect it and be like, well, you're there, you're playing aggressive, there's a chance, a good chance that your team is behind you, and then they gank somewhere on the map, the other side of the map instead. So it really just makes you split your resources and makes your game become less effective. And that's certainly one of the reasons OG won initially at the first TI was Topson's aggressive playstyle. So those extra deaths that happen sometimes, they can be worth it as long as your team's still getting net worth.
Can I tell you my favorite agent of chaos?
Yes.
Eternal Envy.
He is a little chaotic for sure.
Hilarious. There was a game that I was doing, I think it was casting with Jenkins, and he was playing a bristleback, and he went top to gank, and he dies. And then, like a madman, kept going top. Jenkins is like, who does that? Who fails a gank and then goes back again to try to get, like, it's just like, you know, we talk about chaos, we talk about mind games. It's very important. And because he's just so unpredictable, you know, 50-50, it caused a lot of people to you know, reevaluate, like, how do we play against this guy? Because he doesn't make sense.
Yeah. All right, last pick for EG here. OG's banning out 2 carries, so they're expecting the Monkey King support, which is fairly likely. They did round out with the Juggernaut, which is pretty effective against Tidehunter in lane, typically. You just have to get him a bit lower, then you go for the spin kill. And Anchor Smash doesn't work through Blade Fear anymore, so that's pretty nice to go for them. And they're going to go for Shadow Shaman. I don't think I've seen any other Shadow Shamans in the games I've caught so far, but this is going to make it easier for them to take towers. Monkey King is going to be their carry as a result. He's going to be laning likely against a Magnus. It's going to be a little bit rough for Mag, but you can always skewer away. Or Hoodwink can cover you, so I think it's not going to be too bad for OG in that lane setup. But Shaman does give them some really nice disables to help them disable Jug as they're about to team fight. And if they do that, it means that they're going to be able to disable follow-up, probably kill Jug easier. But now because of their support duo, they're like 2 squishy guys that don't have much mobility. Clockwork looks really solid to me. And how does this change things up? Basically, no difference other than Topson going to be playing Hoodwink. So that's the big difference maker here. Mid, Hoodwink. I haven't seen anybody else play Core yet. Maybe it's happened, but I'm excited to see how he does. Probably going to see your typical like Ags build that they transition into, but other than that, I mean, it's all fairly squishy, disable-heavy supports on EG's side, so maybe a BKB for Topson is the other thing. BKB is great against Invoker, against Tide, against Disruptor Shaman, so maybe he gets BKB to protect himself a bit, but they're going to have Mag Jug. That's going to make Jug feel way better. He doesn't have to do this like sort of slow Maelstrom and Manta kind of build. I like OG's draft, but EG's has a lot of good potential as well. If Jug gets a bit behind, I feel like they're going to put so much pressure on the map with Monkey King carry and Tidehunter playing and farming very aggressively, and the supports putting pressure on towers, looking for glimpse grabs. It's going to be a really good game. Can't wait to see what happens.
For sure. I'm interested to see too the way, we do have that Empower that sub will be able to place over on Sumail. I'm interested to see how OG decide to play this, right? Because there's two ways of running this. You can have them just have Sumail off on the side doing his own thing and then have the rest of the team moving to create that movement. Or do you play nearby and you have him join in early?
That's a good question, especially for OG historically. When Ana rejoined them for DPC Season 2, the play near them thing was absolutely what they did. They stuck together very often looking for kills, and just to rotate over, drop a healing ward, walk over, do a spin, then go back to farming. He might end up playing near them a lot, but the fact that he has a Magnus makes me assume like, he's going to want to stay near Seb to get him power once in a while, of course, but makes me assume he's going to hit creeps a little bit more abundantly, especially because he's effective if he can spin first.
Voice lines have begun. It seems like everyone's very excited. We get the have fun dropped by Crit. No Tail was just the birthday boy as well the other day, so he's got to be feeling very excited.
That's first TI with birthdays, right? I can relate to that a bit because my birthday's in August, so it's like almost most years during TI, it's like my birthday flaps in there somewhere.
Oh, really?
But now that everything's different, it's like they get this new special birthday experience.
The TI birthday experience.
Scrimming all day, watching replays, practicing, eating food that you're not used to. The best birthday you can have.
I mean, let's be fair. A lot of these guys, a good birthday for them is scrimming, staying in the room playing, maybe getting food that's a little bit more.
Winning your scrims, that's the best day, right?
That is. You're feeling good when you win that game. When you see also, just queuing in general, see that whole line of green, feels damn good.
It does. Winning is everything. All right, positioned right now just to maybe spot lanes. They're going to spot Crit with his Observer Ward, so they can maybe anticipate where they're going to start, but everything looks normal on the EG side, everything normal on the OG side. A little pressure, though.
A little bit of pressure over onto Ice. Doesn't seem too concerned, but No Tail making use of that battery assault, getting a couple whacks in.
That was definitely worth it. Gush back here. Crit's maybe going to give him a little zap on the way. A couple slaps, but good harass for Clockwork to start things off. All right, trying to get into Arteezy's mind right here, I think.
Yeah, right? That must be so strange.
Yeah.
Absolutely strange to have that in there and just be like, oh, man. Do you know what it translates to?
No idea, but I see that winky emote they're using with it.
So you think it's sassy? Got it. All right, so we have the matchup of Thompson and Abed, of course, here in this middle lane.
That should be doing just fine. In the side lane, it looks like Ice
is
might be going
sitting
down.
so very low already.
That was No Tail running and going for the battery salting. He's doing a great job harassing Ice. They don't have a salve on Crit. They spotted this earlier, I think, with the Observer Ward. Maybe this is why No Tail went for that early trade, because he's having to tango up. That's hurting him a lot.
Arteezy taking a lot of damage early on. Sox also sitting a bit low. Seb has already started those mind games. He's thrown out the high five.
Another Gush bottom on No Tail.
Gush bottom. Crit trying to run away here. We'll throw out a couple more slaps. No Tail sitting very low.
This is really good what No Tail's done, though, because he's gotten their HP so low that now Sumail's spin is actually a big threat. Because that's why Ice has to play safe. Ice just getting his second last hit. Sumail's at a massive 5. I don't think they're going to be able to recover from this advantage.
Yeah, that makes sense. I was wondering. I saw that he was sitting low. I figured he probably wants a free trip back to the fountain at this point. No health, no mana left. Not really going to be able to assist too much.
Yep. It's very important he gets on the map. More regen this way that he'll be able to bring back here. Crit doing his best to deny Sumail, but only able to get some. But so far, everything looking all right for both teams. Sox are going to pull a creep wave behind because they don't want to contest against Monkey King. That makes sense. It's like the one lane that EG has a pretty decent advantage in. Monkey King versus any melee hero is not going to feel nice. So being able to separate him is great. Soxa is going to be able to deny this creep wave, though. And in fact, Fly didn't head over for this, so this is going to be a big experience advantage for the starting lane for OG here. But they're doing the same thing, so they're also going to deny a creep wave of experience because they pulled the wave. So they'll go even here. Both teams happy.
It's a lot of scrapping early on here. No first blood just yet, but you can tell that they definitely mean business, especially No Tail just continuously trying to just interrupt anything going on over on the side between Crit and Ice.
Thompson might be going for a kill in the mid lane pretty soon here. Abed's kind of low here. He did just use his acorn shot, just trying to keep his health in a really low point. But the fact that Thompson's full regen and Abed is not, it's going to make it hard for Abed to keep getting last hits.
Oh, No Tail. No Tail is going to be the first blood. Ice has had enough of this little robot. And it's going to take him out of the lane. So he's gone back to the fountain for the second time. Not this time of his own choosing.
It's a tough one. Clockwork does a lot of damage, but he's not the most survivable. Just some good raw HP on him. And Shaman has a lot of damage with his right click, so having to worry about Gush is a big problem. But on the bright side, it's not necessarily massively furthering Ice. He's ferrying out mangoes and things like that just to make his laning stage good right now. And that's kind of what he has to do.
I'm surprised that we're not. I guess you kind of need to stay in the lane for now, but would like to see some of these stacks being made for Ice, just because he has been having a little difficulty in this lane from the amount of harass being dished out to him.
I think Sumail just glyphed just to deny a range creep right there. That's how much he cares about little margins. So I'm watching him go for this last hit that he wanted so bad, and he glyphed it right before Ice got it. Gets the deny. There's the spin damage coming in.
No Tail trying to get into position, has the battery assault on Crispmill. Moving back though. He's going to continue with these hits.
This is great. Really good damage.
Oh, this is a little bit spooky right now for Crit. He's going to go hold out the shackles, but
so
they've
worth
got
it.
the healing ward up and running.
Because Crit didn't have any more regen, actually. He just brought himself a win lane. So now he's half HP. He's got a nice wand, of course, and there's a Ring of Health on Tide, but they're, again, kind of winning the regen battle in this little trade of dual lanes. So it's going fine for them. 20 last hits now on Sumail, 16 on Tide. Some small marginal advantages, but it's a big deal in some of these matches.
It just continues to be the pulling of the wave in that top area. Bottom lane, though, No Tail again with the battery assault. Sumail clicking away, does have the spin, trying to get enough damage over onto Ice, but still not able to go. Oh, there it is. There's the cogs. This is a very dead Tide Hunter. And that's going to go over to No Tail.
It was close. He almost jukes the spin there, but they're able to catch up with the battery assault, get the great cogs with both of them stuck inside, so Ice goes down. 1k advantage to OG right now, which is pretty severe. It might be on that edge, so maybe it looks a little bit more extreme than normal, but good start for them in this lane.
It's been a pretty quiet time over in this mid lane, though. Everyone just busy working on getting their levels, getting their last hits. Right now we're looking at Thompson 27 and 9, and Invoker Abed 20 and 5, so fairly even. I'm interested though to see are we going to see a situation? Oh, Fly's Courier gets sniped here. Are we going to see these rotations coming out fairly early? Do you think, or is it going to just be the Invoker just sticks in the lane the entire time? And Hoodwink tries to. They try to send someone over for like a gank.
Yeah, a lot of the games we've watched recently, there hasn't been too many rotations, but this is a good game for it, I think. Another spin going on Ice in the bot lane. Just, it's a level 3 actually, so pretty good amount of damage here. No Tail's going to change it up a bit. Misses his cogs, unfortunately, but hey, back to Ice, more damage.
He's burning off some of it. They'll turn around with a shackle. Ice though will back off as Sumail is there with the healing ward yet again.
A little mana expensive. You do want to force Jug to do this multiple times because that's less spin mana for later, but they're going to be A-okay.
Thompson flanking away over at Fly. He'll throw out the kinetic, but has a bushwhack. Needs a couple more clicks to do it. Throws out the acorn. Still has the vision. Socks are coming in, and that's a dead Fly.
8 is treated.
Oh, in the bottom lane, Ice gets caught in the cogs yet again. Sumail collecting the kill this time.
They are just pressuring here. Really nicely done by OG so far. That's going to be an EP that does land on Thompson, but spends his mana right before it gets burned away anyways, and he's doing just fine. But the
the rotation here from Crit. He's got the shackle. They even bring the disruptor to make sure that this little squirrel gets kept in the cage.
Nicely done. Great rotation. 2 points in Hex there for Crit, and a really solid gank. That's the rotation value from these supports, basically. Disruptor's not the best at rotating, but obviously Shaman is excellent. Great base damage, good disables, and he's able to get there and put wards down on the long way, too.
He's just a little bit too fast here, but you know who's nearby? It's Arteezy. And he says, I will take that, although it still goes over to Fly. We do have some nice stacks being built, though, over here on the side of OG, which they're very aware of.
Ooh, those are good ones. It's a fat stack there. I guess Jug's going to kill with Empower. That's the goal. He's going to go for a Yasha build. You can get away with this when you've got an Empower offlaner. Another spin for Harass on Ice just to lower him down. But he's got Hood now. The instant Hood rush to lower the spin damage that Jug can deal. Because otherwise he just gets zoned too easily. It's like a little bit of mana, a wand here and there. And he just has to play defensive and not get as much farm. But He is struggling. 24 last hits now compared to Sumail's 46. The Jug really paying off here with the clockwork as well. Oh, and there's the Omni Slash bottom too, but it jumps to the neutral. It's a little unfortunate.
Unfortunate for Sumail. Ice, though, is still climbing away, and we do have another whole little fight going on as Saksa is trying to run out here. Nice boundless landing coming out from Arteezy. I'm not sure they're going to continue to follow, though. And this is what I wanted to see. I wanted to see, now that Fly has noticed that they have all these stacks, I would almost like to see them maybe rotate up the Tidehunter. Maybe not just yet, but definitely take it as together, because he's having some difficulties in that lane. And these are some fat stacks, like you said.
That's the problem, though, is that Tide's like the only guy that can take it. But look at his skill build. He's got 3 points in Kraken Shell because his lane is so hard. They can't easily do this. So yeah, Seb's going to take it himself with help from Topson. They both have Empower, but they're just trying to get this cleaned up off the map. Get the gold, get the experience, and more importantly, the neutral items. Getting them all in that first minute period after they spawn is a nice advantage.
I always like the neutral item pinata when you take a camp that's been stacked a couple times and they all just pop out all at once. It's a very satisfying experience.
It is, really, yeah, because it's basically like giving everybody on your team like a bracer worth of net worth at the start of the game, and sometimes it's even more powerful. It's regen, it's mana regen. Those kinds of things end up meaning you don't have to buy consumables anymore, that kind of thing. Topson again getting his mana drained here due to an EMP, but No-Tail being a little aggressive. Dire team scan in. They know that No-Tail headed over here. They just don't know exactly where
They have great wards. If you look over in that middle lane there, you can see that they've got the back of the tower covered and they've got the front area. So any sort of movement coming out from the side of OG, EG is very, very in the know about it.
And that could have been just because they're worried about No-Tail's rotations, most likely. Because that's going to spot rotations between the mid lane and the bot lane, maybe. So Topson and No-Tail both covered with these this glut of wards they have put down. But still a small gold advantage for OG, but it's not blowing up wide, so everything's fine for them right now. Jug's going to be pressuring top tower by himself, though. Maybe we'll see EG rotate now that they see some heroes on the map, but for now, yeah, Arteezy is going to rotate and defend that now that he knows the supports aren't there. So ward's paying off for EG.
You can see some more movement, though. They want to try to secure this bottom tower on the side of EG, take away some of this advantage, and they can see Seb is digging further and further into the tree line with the skewer. There's so many heroes from EG, though. This is not looking good for them. In fact, they're all here, and they all want to just get rid of Seb.
Not much he can do about that one. He could have skewered and tried TPing, but like Invoker's,
there's too much.
Good chance he tornadoes that anyways, so they're still going to play in the area, though. But yeah, Sox is kind of ditching now.
No-Tail's also hightailing it out of there. Fly, though, gonna get held into place. Abed with the follow-up. Looks like they'll maybe get the kill. Yeah, they'll be able to get the kill on Fly. So a nice quick little pick-off. Of course, he's gonna walk right into Ice. So it's gonna be a little bit of a trade here. A splitter going through the sharpshooter. The follow-up with the Ravage. Abed running for his life from Cement. Does have the Omni Slash, but they're just chasing after Ice. Soxa will collect that kill.
Dude, those punches from Elder Titan were beefy. He's got 3 points in Astral Spirit here. You couldn't even tell that's a tanky hero normally on the Tide. He's got damage block, but who cares? He's probably hitting for like 150. You're blocking 40 of it. And they end up not defending the tower, but they got a bunch of really crucial kills. I mean, No-Tail traded his life for the 5. That gets him more levels, gets him to 6 a bit faster. It's delayed slightly, but he's catching up. Topson gets a kill as well on crit, and then they also, Ravage gets burnt. I mean, that's 3 great pickoffs.
Yeah, this opens it up a bit more here for the side of OG. Now taking a bit of harass, still has the Omni. They do want to protect this mid tower, though. It's very important for that Roche advantage. They already lost the top tower. Sumail was allowed to just kind of do his own thing while they were making moves below. But we do get a smoke coming out for the side of EG.
Great net worth on those two right now. The Topson's Hoodwink and Sumail's Jug, both sitting equal net worth. So even though Monkey King basically won his lane, it just felt like to me like he spent so much time running around, playing behind the tier 1 tower, and maybe he just got less last hits.
Oh, the immediate spot, though. This is a little squirrel that perhaps has spent too much time hiding over into the tree line because EG knew exactly where she was.
Yeah, they anticipated that one, basically. They guessed or assumed somebody would be playing that area. Topson was hoping to get a cheeky solo pickoff on Arteezy, which would have been massively game impacting, but instead he's going to end up dying and giving Monkey a big net worth jump. Now they're equal in net worth, so kind of a big mistake by Topson, but excellent punish by EG.
I feel like this is textbook EG right now, the way that they're moving, the way that they're trying to gain control of the map.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Full control of the jungle area after you've taken the safe lane tier 1. You keep one core, ideally the tanky guy near mid tower, because he's the hardest to dive and kill. So he should be safe to make sure they don't get to tower pressure. And now this just opens up a lot of area on the map for them. Surprisingly, Sumail, I assume maybe he would play opposite side of the map as well to be safe, but maybe they feel like it's too much pressure.
Really going right for this pressure here. Thompson with the bushwhack. Hunts himself a monkey. Ooh, the hook shot. Not going there.
A little too short. Could have been an okay grab there. Thompson gets to follow up on that, but fortunately they miss it. Not even that much damage dealt to the tower, to be honest. They glyphed it. I thought it was going to be fine against the wards, but once the next creep wave came, ends up not doing much. But I don't really blame Crit for going for that, because he's got Arcane Boots, so he had the mana, and it's not like they were going to get a great opportunity to drop the wards mid. So better to like force some rotations and get a little bit done here. But they're smoking. They're going to try to kill Thompson here.
Easy, throwing out the Boundless. There is that gank in the other part, though. Thompson, they drop the Static Storm, and they'll get themselves a kill on Thompson. And in the top lane, Sumail will find himself a kill on Crit. Soxa getting the final hit on Arteezy.
All right, pretty good for him. Lose Thompson, but they get 2 kills, so
yeah,
they'll be really happy with that, putting it on Jug. Thompson, again, very happy to self-sacrifice, and despite these 2 deaths now for him, his net worth is still looking really good because his team has also done the right thing and ganked the Monkey. So his goes down, Monkey goes down, Jug goes up, and with Empower, it's only going to get better as the game continues.
Indeed, it is. The fortification has been used in the mid. That's the reveal of the blink over on Ice, Ice, Ice. The shove back. He's going to try to negate some of this damage, of course, using that hood, but it's going to be just too much and overwhelm him.
And they're not set up, so they get an easy grab due to the skewer back. Blink finished for Seb, and that's the power of Magnus. Just pulls people out of position, and now the pressure continues. Diffusal Blade's finished for Jug. He's queuing up Manta. He's already got 900 gold towards the last 2 pieces, so his trajectory is sitting so good here. He's not being greedy at all. He's not just skilling stats. That's in some ways not greedy, I guess. What he's doing is slightly greedy, but he's so far ahead in net worth, he absolutely just wants to get maximum damage here. Doesn't care as much about slight HP increase.
It definitely feels like the way that OG is playing. You know, I asked that question earlier. Are they going to be like sticking together and just, you know, having all these like kind of scraps, or are they going to just send Sumail off by himself? And it feels like Sumail's been very active so far.
He has, yeah. He's been farming a lot, but now his team's rotating to him to fight. And EG's just been waiting for Thompson to show in the bot lane again. This is like 30 seconds for both of them.
Oh,
Fly's going to spot him, though.
Yeah, they just go. Drag him right back with the Shockwave. And it's a quick and easy kill.
Yeah, and that's what EG wants. That's why Fly started moving there, because he was trying to anticipate a gank that would come over and possibly counter him. He gets killed, Abed's fine. That's exactly the move they want to make. But for once, Thompson read their play effectively and doesn't go in the danger zone. So and now the gank goes on the other side of the map. If they were bottom, they're probably TPing away. And now he's going to run into Crit.
Oh, definitely sees Crit. Already throwing out the Hex. Got the Sharpshooter in place.
That combo is going to do so much damage because Natural Order is going to lower their magic resistance even further. So it's like this nuke that already is monster magic damage is going to be even higher. It's a good combo. And he's going straight for Atos into Gleipnir on Hoodwink, so pretty easy disable setups.
It's all bed baiting, no tail a bit here. They throw out the cogs. They've got the meatball, cold snap. Spear missile charge goes for the hook shot. He's gonna try to see if he can stay alive, or maybe at least just make some space. And he's looking pretty good right here. Nope, but the tornado will hit its mark. And in the bottom lane, we lose Seb as well.
Ooh, that's a big one, bottom. Yeah, Arteezy helping out with that. Fly committing ulti as well. They're smoke because they're trying to get the next fight happening. They've got 1 Boundless Strike hit left with Jingu Mastery, so if they can get there and start a fight like right now,
trying.
it could
They're
be huge.
beelining it over there. They see Soxa. They want this Elder Titan. They'll drop the Serpent Wards. And it looks like OG not keen on trying to defend this at this time.
Yeah, it's impossible. No glyph. Still 2 heroes respawning, so Tier 1 tower does fall. But 5k gold advantage for OG, man, they are getting ahead. Now, there are some periods of the game that could be scary for OG, even if this net worth continues creeping up. Talking Cataclysm stuff, Invoker's got to get a lot of levels. He doesn't buy Midas, though, so his overall levels is going to be weaker. So transitioning from Quaswex to Exort is going to take longer, and finishing his Ags is going to take longer, too. So not the best position for EG to be in, if that is one of their win conditions, but at least Arteezy's net worth is sitting pretty decent. And look at this, so Sumail's just starting Rosh.
Yeah, he just walks right in, but they do not have the RP available, though. But it doesn't seem like PG's really keen on knowing what's going on. They're just focusing on the side camps over here. So this could just be a very free Roche for them.
Yeah, maybe a little greedy for them, but hey, they've got massive damage on Juggernaut. There's a Sunstrike.
Sunstrike, they know what's happening in the pit immediately.
It's too late, though.
Following up with the healing ward, and like you said, it is definitely too late. Smail's going to grab himself the Aegis.
When you start Roche this early, like the damage you need to deal, when your damage is like this oversized for Sumail like it is, it just gives him this opportunity to easy early Roche. And all it took was a couple bodies and a healing ward, and boom, they get it. So another big pickup for Sumail, more gold for his team. In the meantime, EG was just worried about getting jumped on or picked off, potentially controlling their area, and they just couldn't contest it. But they're behind in net worth, so it makes a lot of sense that OG took that opportunity.
Got the Atos completed now for Thompson, so that's even more control that they're going to be able to add to these fights.
That one's going to hurt Monkey a lot, primarily, because he needs to move around and fights a lot, so if you can guarantee disable on him before he gets BKB, it's a big advantage. Either him or Invoker. Those are the heroes to nail with your combo.
I mean, Thompson has just been very, very good at realizing which tree that the Monkey King is generally going to be hiding in if he shows in that lane. So it's already...
And I think that's another reason they picked Hoodwink, because you can get some nice flying vision with Acorn Shot. Bushwhack is going to catch people stuck to trees anyways, so Monkey King's more likely to be there. And now OG's just going to pressure the top racks while EG tries to play for this tier 2 that has frankly barely been touched. They drop another Serpent Ward to get some damage in.
Go home.
And yeah, EG's going to maybe get this tier 2, but look what they're losing in exchange for it. A lot of HP at a tier 3 tower at 19 minutes.
I'm not too sure about this.
Look at the damage. It's just going to die. They're moving over to setup.
I mean, they're throwing out the Deafening Blast, but Smail, yeah, just spins to win over here. Still has that Aegis. It still haven't taken the tier 2 bottom just yet. Ice trying to get into this position. The hookshot does not connect.
Okay, could be better for EG to initiate now, knowing Clock can't get a disruption fight here.
But you're like, look at the positioning of Smail and everybody else. They're sitting so far back. They're just letting him, you know, be the brave guy up front. He's got the Aegis, the Hex, of course, right forward again, but he'll get a shackle. Crit just lets go. He's like, well, guys, I don't know what else I'm supposed to do here. I need someone else to come in with me. I need the rest of the team because we don't want to just blow some of these big team fight ultimates on just Smail. Again, who has that Aegis. They're just literally watching him cut apart the base. Over on the side, oh, that's just a very dead disruptor. Smail seeing this opening now, going to start rolling around or over onto Crit. The Hex comes out, Ice, trying to get into position. Zeb going in for the RP, but it's a beautiful tornado. Let's get Crit. Oh, they'll take down Arteezy. Ice now, having to move away. Zeb sitting a bit low, No Tail throwing out the cogs. They have the Gleipnir over on the 2 supports on the side of OG.
What an advantage now, and with some buybacks as well, the net worth goes insane. 12k advantage for OG at this point in the game. It's so difficult for EG to initiate on them, but with Thompson getting that pick off, now the rest of the game is looking pretty straightforward. OG's not going to stop. They've got 2 whole minutes left on this Aegis. Getting Aegis and then opening this up just completely changed the game.
They haven't been able to touch Smail. You saw, like, Crit, at one point he gets the shackle off, and then it just throws his hands up in the air like, well, guys, what am I supposed to do? I can't do anything else. They have a 98% win rate, hope. Oh, gosh, right into the backlines, right onto Crit. They know that he is a big part of that. They'll follow up with the Ravage, but where's the rest of the damage? Where's the rest of the team? Arteezy joining back in, does get the kill on No Tail, follow up with the Boundless. They've already got Socks and just running after Arteezy. Look at that damage! Oh my god, there was an Arteezy there, but they just give up.
I'm not surprised. I mean, he had to get BKB because they've got to take this fight, but they've got an Elder Titan that's got Ags. He's got 4 points in natural order. So Monkey King walks in, 0 armor. It does not matter that you have lifesteal if you do not have any armor, because you're never going to win that trade. You're never going to be able to take that fight. OG just opened the map. Like they got way too much net worth on Sumail. He had an excellent game. He's got a Magnus, so it got accelerated even faster. Monkey King was supposed to win his lane. He did okay. I don't think he got that many kills, if any. Probably 1 or 2 that I missed. The supports kind of tried to get some stuff done, but No Tail shut down a lot of that. Like, a lot of this comes down to their safe lane going well, Thompson winning mid more than he was supposed to by just a little bit, and then they just pressured the map so effectively. Got those some crucial kills. Thompson died a few times, but just didn't matter in the end. He basically created space with some pressure, and everyone else played so perfect that OG just said, Aegis advantage, let's go. pressure the racks, and they did it.
No, it's interesting because we discussed earlier how OG tend to be the agents of chaos. You're not quite sure what they're doing, but this time, very clean, very, just tempered in all of their movements, very disciplined. And I guess in some ways that is the agents of chaos, right? They
Yeah.
did the unexpected, and it clearly paid off because they are able to take this first game in the BO2 series right now. So we are going to take a short break. When we come back, we will have game number 2. Welcome back, everyone. This is a very highly anticipated match between Evil Geniuses versus OG, and we got a very quick game.
A very quick game, the fastest game of TI so far, I believe, which seemed pretty clear. Once they successfully got that top racks with extra kills, at that point you're like, you don't slow down here. You got the momentum, you win the team fight, you get the racks, you still have heroes alive, they bought back. It's like, you keep this pressure up. Don't let them farm the map, don't let them try to catch up. You just keep hitting buildings until Aegis goes away or you lose a team fight. Hopefully not too badly to really let them catch up. But yeah, racks is at 20 minutes. That's gonna hurt your net worth for the rest of the game. So amazing play by OG. It was really about a lot about the draft. I think the key things that they did was they saw a Tide early and they said we're gonna punish the crap out of that, assuming we can. And later on they picked Jug and they picked Clock as their last two picks to guarantee that they had this like really nice safe lane advantage. And they certainly did. It was like what, Shaman plus Tide. Clock is great against both of those heroes. Jug does tons of magic damage too. So both of them. Oh, and also just the trading they did pre rune spawn. No Tail's like they saw crit without a salve with the ward. So, and then he sees Tide. Tide's got one tango. He's like, oh, I'm HP trading for sure. And they just use that to like keep Tide behind in the laning stage and get more kills and get Sumail more farm. And then they push that advantage into the mid game and power. And then they push that into Roche. And then they push that into an early Rax. It's like, it all cascades. There's so many small things that add up to OG ending the game at 20 minutes. It was cool.
Yeah, one thing that I thought we were both talking about, we looked over at Sox and we're like, oh my god, Soxa has an Aghanim Scepter already on Elder Tide. He had the same net worth as Seb at that point?
Yeah, he was like 400 gold less than Seb at the end of the game. It was incredible. He did hit a lot of creeps, I think, and that's why we didn't see him too much because he wasn't participating in as many fights. But with that Eggs finish, all of a sudden he's magic immune in that mid Rax fan. I was like, what?
I know. I had a moment. I was like, he can't be. Oh my god, yeah, he does. He has the Aghanim Scepter. Good lord. But yeah, he played excellent. They saw lots of stacking going on as well. That's able to further amplify Sumail's farm, having that empower to just help him clear out everything. And again, we saw once they broke into that base, it just felt like Evil Geniuses weren't able to do much of anything.
Yeah, in some ways, the ET really helped with that. With Soxa getting that fast Ags, it's like he knew that he was going to be able to go into the fight and fight to the death while magic immune. And as long as he's standing near Monkey King never wins these trades. He's never going to because he's going to have 0 armor and he doesn't have the net worth to be able to like buy an armor item. It's never going to feel good. It's like one of those hard counters for ET. Normally, the solution is like ET's not that farm, so he can't really like do it very often. He can't stand on top of him all the time. He just sits back kind of and like does the magic resistance reduction. But in that circumstance where his net worth is that high, it's like it just makes Sumail a god. It's like massive net worth advantage. It's like minus 15 armor or something like that. So really tough for Arteezy in that circumstance to fight, even though his net worth was okay.
Yeah, and it definitely, we saw some of that movement going on early in game number 1. Just the way that Evil Geniuses then started to collapse, right? They started to collapse onto the bottom tier 1 tower. They started to try to take advantage. And that movement felt very standard for EG, trying to force the enemy jungle just to get smaller and smaller. But it definitely didn't end up paying off for them because they just started moving towards that top part of the map, gaining control of Roshan. And yeah, we're having a little moment here, guys. I think
somebody fail loaded. It's like when you get in that game and you look up your opponents and like one of your friends is still loading. You're like, don't connect. I don't want to play against an AUI stack again. Yeah, that's what happened just there. EG was like, oh god, I'm scared. Now somebody just had issues loading.
Okay, I was looking over and I was like, oh no.
In reality,
45 minutes of Purge and I having to fill again.
It was probably one of the 50 people in the broadcaster slots for TI that usually has issues. They run some like some max running Dota. No, I'm just kidding. They use good PCs. But the game is gonna start now, so let's take a look at what they end up doing differently. First off, EG's going to ban the Magnets. They don't want to mess around with Empower carry stuff. If he didn't have Empower last game, Jug would have been ahead, but not like really ahead. Roshan would have been much harder. He would have lost about 30% damage there as well. And he would have been forced into more of like a traditional item build, like a Maelstrom type thing that farms you well, but doesn't get you from camp to camp fast like a Yasha does. So that's going to be off the table for EG, or for OG, that is. The 2Gs.
I know, right? Just one letter difference, but definitely two very, very big powerhouse teams. Storm Spirit again banned this time around. They do not want to allow Abed to have this hero. They value it quite highly.
Yeah, it's interesting.
Of OG.
You can beat it in lane, certainly, and gank it sometimes if you have the right matchups. But like after that point, dealing with Storm definitely becomes a bit of an issue, especially for your supports. Like your supports just know that you're always going to get going on in the back line. So it makes their play style much harder. I wonder if they just want to get it out of the pool because it makes it so much harder to execute their advantages and their team fight stuff.
That's what I was wondering too, because if you pick up a Storm Spirit, or you allow the enemies, right, to pick up the Storm Spirit, you need to make sure you have a very specific set of heroes that can deal with it, right? You need to make sure that you have plenty of lockdown,
Yep.
and that you don't have things that are too squishy. It just adds another layer of things that you don't want to have to worry about. And again, it is just a very good hero right now.
Yeah, it definitely can be really effective. So maybe getting that out of there for OG covers their bases a bit. EG just going to do the old ban the heroes they picked last game method. So this is going to
10
allow a lot
seconds
of
remaining.
strong heroes in the meta. Snapfire's these are the heroes that are going to make it through.
5
One of them will
seconds
not
remaining.
probably. Snapfire, Tiny, Monkey King are the most
Tiny.
obvious one.
Turn to
Tiny
pick.
ends up getting banned as the solution. So EG gets first pick. Will they go for the Monkey again? Or will they grab a different hero like the Snapfire?
But do you give the monkey to OG, I guess is the other thing. Do you give them their spirit animal,
That's
basically?
true.
Because that's a Thompson special right there. We've seen
10
Sub play it. It's
seconds
just so
remaining.
versatile.
Turn to pick.
Yeah, they
They-
don't want
they
to let
will
it go
take
into
it.
the hands of OG.
It's still flexible in the draft. OG could easily go for the Snap Tide dual lane, lots of minus armor, very effective as a dual lane. That's what I feel like I've seen other teams open up in this circumstance, but maybe they have something else in mind. Maybe some other mad scientist drafts that they've prepared
10
for
seconds
this
remaining.
approximate game circumstance.
I mean, it feels like forever since we've seen both of
5
these teams,
seconds
really, right? I
remaining.
mean, it's just been a long year.
It has,
Just
yeah.
period. But definitely feels OG, they've been taking some time off. They've been working on,
OG's
redeveloping
turn to
themselves.
pick.
And this time they're going to go for the
Of
IO.
course, the other hero we did not mention, the IO. So they're going to go for an IO strat. A lot of the times I've seen IOs, it's always like the first pick, typically when it squeezes through. So we'll see if they do their pairing. Almost every team that I've seen who opened up IO first, they would go Storm second with it. So they do IO plus Storm because it's a
10
great combo.
seconds remaining.
Unfortunately for OG, they pick Storm. Maybe this is why EG was like, Monkey's going to feel better because
5
the IO
seconds
Storm combo is
remaining.
solid. Or they could pick their IO pairing, or they could just be more flexible.
It seems like most of the teams that we saw yesterday, especially like the Chinese teams, they did not put a priority on picking up the
The pairing. with
pairing
IO.
right off the bat.
Yeah, that's
Kind
true.
of forces, evil geniuses to reconsider the hero pool. Like, okay, they have an IO, and IO has to pair with something, and then you have to immediately now decide what is something that I don't want to see. And luckily, we talked about Storm being taken out, the Tiny as well, and they just go straight up for the Treant Protector.
All heals and saves,
All heals all day,
basically.
baby.
Treant obviously has great lane pressure if he wants to as a 4. He can work as a 5 as well. So, but very similar principles here. Healing your allies, healing your towers, saving them generally. And they're going to go for some tower push with the Lycans. Great common pairing that we've been seeing from the beginning of TI. Everybody knows Lycan is good since last patch. He's a little bit weaker now, but still very effective in this tournament when paired with these melee carries that already are going to have a good time. Because you go Helm of the Overlord, then you buy the Ags, and then you turn your already strong melee carry into a Wolf
10
melee carry
seconds
who
remaining.
has max movement speed and a 40% damage increase with some chance to
5
lifesteal back and
seconds
forth with
remaining.
Lycan. It's a good strat, and it's going to be effective no matter what the rest of the draft looks like.
It's absolutely wild too when you're seeing the wolf monkey just jumping from tree to tree, and then all of a
Yes.
sudden, surprise, there you are. But a pretty classic ban when you have an all heal kind of strat going on. They ban out the ancient apparition. There's still other things that can definitely be effective against the all heal. One of
10
those,
seconds
Scotty's very, very
remaining.
popular. Spirit vessel, things like that. But another thing too to keep in
5
mind,
seconds
since they
remaining.
do look like they're going a little bit harder for the push this time on evil geniuses, you have that tree armor. And that tree armor is going to make it where you have to fully commit, generally speaking, to taking a tower, or else it's just going to be right back up to full.
Yeah. With that said, though, they're gonna have really strong push with the Lycans. So, and a lot of it is just like clearing creep waves. So if you can clear the creep waves, especially
Turn to
safely, like
ban.
Lycan can just push waves with his summons, basically. Push the creep waves, let the creeps get on the tower. Tower will be pressurable or die. But it is nice to have the tree armor to be able to offset that without having to fully commit. Because that's what's so strong about like Lycan and other summon based split push heroes, is that you can summon somewhere to do your dirty bidding while you
10
still can kind of play
seconds
with your team
remaining.
if you want to. So having tree to offset that isn't going to feel the worst for
5
OG, I don't think.
seconds
But the
remaining.
one negative about their support duo right now is typically the case with them is that they don't pressure the lane very well. You can definitely pressure Lycan with tree. I think that part's going to be okay because tree does have some good offensive potential. But usually a lot of the Lycan lanes we end up seeing, they just put some like blah hero with it. And then the other lane's like, well, we don't have to worry too much. We'll also put a blah hero here. And then just nothing. They both just farm a lot. So if they can pressure him out of lane and maybe slow him down a bit, it could be nice. But from what we've seen so far, with no team really aiming for that, my assumption is it's just a little bit too hard to truly shut down the Lycan. So he'll probably just get in his farm like normal.
Now, I'm curious with what they've got going on here. You've got the Eye, you've got the Treant. They took out the Ancient Apparition. Is this possible that we're going to be seeing a Morphling added onto all of this?
It would look good considering the I or the AA is banned. Some teams even were banning A in the first phase. I think Alliance was for some of the series we caught. There's the other common support, the Snapfire, which would have been completely fine. But they've got both supports already, so it makes sense to take out the best one. Tide gets banned here. They ban out the Bristleback and the Troll as well. Troll would have been fantastic against Monkey and Lycan for the mischance / blind. Whether or not it's a Monkey 4 or a Monkey 1, either way, the mischance will be nice against. Would have been nice against those guys. And finally, a Batrider ban. So they go for Gyro as the IO combo.
All right, they're going to go for the... And again, we see the IO and the Gyro, so usually that's exactly the pairing, right? There's always the chance with OG we're going to see something completely crazy and different.
There he is.
But what would you say the percentage chance is that this is just the standard, straight up?
Sumail Gyro?
Yes.
I would say relatively high. It's a pretty good Gyro game. Flat Cannon against Lycan Wolves and laning stage is cool. Like, good way to basically cover your support a little bit from that Lycan damage. Because once you get them to like half HP, any like hero that summons in the lane, like Enigma or whatever, it's all about just like lowering the HP of the summon so they can't harass anymore. And whichever one you attack, they run that one away, blah, blah, blah. It's like a game. But Flax is just going to like get them all pretty low. It will push the lane also, but ultimately taking the pressure off could allow them to pressure Lycan more. Of course, it could be tops and mid playing it, but that's not really that common right now. I think it's just much more likely it's carry Gyro. It hasn't had the highest win rate, but we have seen we did see one very successful IO Gyro. It looks like it'll be all right, frankly, against the hero matchups. Silencer and Ember though for EG. Ember was banned last game in the second phase, like we said then. Abed's had some good win rates on, I think 3 games, 3 wins. So it'll be great for poking and limiting mobility of the enemy squad. Silencer is going to be great for offsetting any counter initiation or potentially saving yourself using your abilities, which could be impactful. Delay tree armor, delay overcharge, delay overgrowth.
Overgrowth, which
a lot
is
of
the
over
big one,
things.
yeah.
Over call down.
That's
my favorite way to call it.
That's not a thing. I guess it makes sense, though, because it does come from overhead.
Exactly. I could have said that instead.
You could have, but you didn't. Silencer, no, everybody knows. I hate this hero so much. I hate him so much. He's the anti-fun hero. We have this beautiful game called Dota 2 where you're able to play different heroes and press spells, and Silencer's just like, nope, you don't get to do that.
Did you play Dota when Silencer had the last word, aura? That was the worst.
Oh my god.
His aura was like every time you cast a spell, you were silenced for 3 seconds. It was an aura. So it's like every fight, you're like, cast a spell, sit around. Cast a spell, sit around. It was the worst. Thank God they removed that shit.
Just remove Silencer. Just remove him.
He's fine.
Just remove him. He's got stupid hats anyways. But, one of the things I was talking with Fogged about is, we've been seeing a lot of the Silencer pick up. And he's saying, he's good for the laning stage, right? He's very good and able to kind of, put that harass out. But once we get into the later game, we run into all these neutral items that are able to just remove all of his spells. Like, no problem for the most part. So it feels like right now Evil Geniuses, they want to place a lot of early pressure onto the map, but when you look at what they have too, they've got the D push over on OG, you've got of course the Treant Protector. I feel like that's going to be a bit difficult.
Yeah, they might not be able to like pressure towers really effectively, but their ability to like poke and skirmish looks pretty good on EG's side. You basically just want to maneuver and look for the right opening, and the moment that OG is about to be in a clinch, that's when you global silence, and that's going to stop even things like Tusk Snowball. But what's really cool now about the OG draft is you got somebody playing a core role that's weird. IO Tree or Tusk are hitting creeps. If I had guessed, I would say Tusk 3, which we did see Beast Coast play around with. And I went on this, like, it took about 15 minutes of the total cast time, but I talked about how cool Tusk Ags is, and you just never built the damn thing. This game, it's actually still a decent Ags game. They have dive heroes, Lycan and Monkey King. Tusk Ags legitimately is pretty sick. It's like a 10-second cooldown. The kick range isn't like half the map like it used to be, but it's very easy to cast now. It's not based on where your 2 heroes are positioned. You can choose the direction you kick, which is how kicks work, guys. Like, come on, obviously.
But who's he kicking this time?
Monkey King. After Monkey King jumps in, initiates, pops BKB, you kick that bastard back into the trees. And yeah, he's going to come back because he's got good mobility. But if he dove in that way in the first place, Primal Spring's going to be on cooldown.
True.
If it's Lycan, it's going to take him 2 or 3 seconds to run back in. It's legitimately good. If I don't see it one time at TI, despite Tusk being picked as 3 routinely, I'm mad.
10
But
seconds
I'm
You gonna
probably
put something on
I'm
the line
also
with
bad.
that? Are you just
I'm
gonna say
mad and
that, or are you gonna
I
actually like bet something here,
I'd be
dude?
mad and
5
bad.
seconds
Me
remaining.
saying it on broadcast is already betting. What are you talking about? So
I'm just saying, if you were Kyle, you would make some sort of outlandish bet right here, right
no,
now.
people force Kyle to say and do
No,
outlandish bets.
nobody forces him to say anything. Kyle just says things.
Kyle does Kyle himself. But
That's
I
how he
think
was
it's
running around naked in the snow.
allegedly. I didn't see it. Don't want to
You're-
see
be
it.
very
And if it
lucky
was
you
my
didn't.
mind, I would be.
Now that you all
Anyways,
have that beautiful image in your heads.
Tusk 3 is being dabbled with a bit. We saw Beast Coast play it. They went for a Treads, I believe, into Echo Saber, into Solar Crest, into Halberd in that game because they needed a Halberd. I would love to see somebody fit an Ags in there, probably as a second item.
OG's turn to ban.
But maybe we won't see it. Maybe it's just Tusk support. Maybe it's going to be the
Evil
IO3
Genius's
that's been
turn to
rumored, but I haven't seen it played yet on main stage. Teams are trying it in pubs and wherever else, but I
mean,
I
this
think
would
it's
be
more
the
likely.
team to do it if they were going to run it.
It would. I think, and it again, it could also be. Yeah, it's one of those two. It's probably IO or Tusk guaranteed off. It could be Tree 2. Tree 3 kind of can work too, but they're going to grab an Ursa, so no matter what happens, like, laning against the safe lane is going to feel weird. And that's because Ursa's looking at this. He's like, IO 3, I'll fight that. Tree 3, I'll fight that. Tusk 3, I can fight that too. Tusk 3 is a little bit more dangerous, but Ursa's certainly going to be able to out-regen Tusk, I assume.
10 seconds remaining.
Unless he has to deal with tag team issues. Tag team could be kind of scary, but he can leap over the ice
5
shards
seconds
perilously
remaining.
but safely. So he should be able to get out if there's trouble there. But that's a little spooky. Silencer Ursa looks decent, but if they go on the Silencer, definitely killable. And Face the Void's their last pick. So some guaranteed lockdown against the fast Lycanthropes.
All right, moment of truth. Come on, tell me what this 3 is over for the side of OG. Evil Geniuses is fairly cut and dried. What's it going to be?
They do Monkey 4, by the way, so with the Ursa being picked, clearly it's going to be a bear Lycan, a werebear.
Good old werebears.
A good old werebear. That's pretty terrifying, actually. Crit on a max movement speed Ursa that it also attacks max attack speed. It's like insane. That's really spooky. I haven't seen this combo yet. It's going to be an IO3.
Off lane.
Seb's
Let's
playing
go.
it. So 4 position Tusk. We're not going to see an Ags. I'm glad I brought it up again. And Treant
Someday, buddy.
Protector
It's going to
as a
happen
5.
for you.
Eventually,
It's going to happen. And then you know what? He's going to kick that IO so far that he's not going to be able to come back to the fight. And you're going to have this moment of, oh,
That's
thank
true.
God.
There it is, finally. Tree plus Faces Void as a safe lane against the Lycan Monkey. That should give Void some really nice stability between Leech Seed and Armor, depending if they need it. I like that. Tops and mid Gyro, that's a little bit wacky too, but against an Ember Spirit, it's probably going to be fine. He should be able to farm relatively fast, push out the creep waves with Rocket Barrage and Flat Cannon. He's going to have a bottle, so it won't cost him as much mana. Like, he won't feel as mana poor as normal. And then later on, Io can pair whoever he wants. He's going to have save stuff. He's going to be able to get Greaves a lot faster due to being a 3, so he's going to have solutions against Global Silence. If somebody gets gone on, he's always going to be able to relocate. So I think there's some really good things about what OG's lineup can do in the mid game. Lane stuff, I don't want to be IO against an Ursa, frankly, but he does have good base movement speed. It's not necessarily the worst, and Tusk has save potential with both Shards and Snowball, so Soxa should be able to stabilize IO in the laning stage.
I don't want to be an IO against an Ursa, and I don't want to be an IO against a Silencer who's just plinking away at me the entire time.
Yeah, but you're going to plink him back. And the other nice thing is he's going to tether Tusk. They're going to do tag team to get this bonus right click, and then they're going to overcharge so that both of them have like 50 extra attack speed. So the tag team damage is actually going to be pretty significant, I expect.
I think you also want to be careful not to get overly aggressive against an Ursa as well, but perhaps if the Silencer is out of place.
You never know. It's possible there. All right, so making their way across the map. Let's see if they get anything weird done here.
Keep it PMA, keep it
Other than
BSJ.
pausing, of course. Pausing a little weird.
So what do you think? Are we over under 20 minutes for this one? Actually, let's say 30, right? Are we over under 30 minutes for this one? Because the last one was incredibly fast, like we said.
This one's going to be over 30 minutes, I think. Neither lineup is, like, ready. Well, okay, the one lineup that could, like, death push, there's a little potential on EG because of the Lycan, but OG is more likely. They've got IO, they've got tower hitters, that kind of. They've got lots of heals. Those lineups usually will function well for mega pushing. So I could definitely see. It could happen, but I think it's much less likely than the previous game. Unless somebody like blows the other out of the laning stage, pretty much. Should be a bit of a longer one. Both teams going to be semi-content to go hit creeps. So Can't
Everyone
wait.
was very, very excited, of course, for this matchup. So we'd love to see a very hype match, and
30
perhaps one
seconds
slight.
to
Now
go.
that we've said this, of course, we're going to have like a 90-something minute game.
We prayed too hard
We
for a
prayed
longer
too
game.
hard, and they gave it to us. Be careful what you wish for. No, no, no. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good stuff. Seb already starting that BM like he likes to do, being sassy, dropping sprays, dropping all of that, and you can hear our lovely crowd cheering
they're excited.
softly in our ears right
It's
now.
a big match. Kind of a cool itemization for Fly right away. Rush the Buckler. Instant Buckler. 3 armor for himself, 2 for his allies.
The battle begins.
Going to help the laning stage. Sumail going to be Jingu'd up here by Crit with the Orb of Venom. And now maybe No Tail taking a bunch of damage on the retreat. But it's 1 more hit.
He's a tree.
2 more hits. 3 more.
Turn to start punching right back at Crit here. No Tail doesn't seem to care at this point as Crit bouncing, pogoing away.
All right, the moment they back is when he turns and slaps him 1 time on the booty.
Slow again. Look at No Tail. It's like, come back here, Crit. All right, fine.
Okay, no
Fine.
booty slap.
No booty slap. Sorry, Purge. None of that.
Let's get too excited.
All right, everybody is headed off to their respective lanes.
Thompson's going to have a bit of a damage disadvantage in the mid lane. He's already gotten 1 creep denied, but he's about 9 behind. Gyro's damage classically very low compared to a lot of other carries. He's going to have to do stuff like this, use Rocket Barrage to help him get a last hit. But he's getting some of them. He's doing fine.
Pretty quiet just off the bat here. Seb just tethered up to one of the creeps. Going to
Keep that creep
keep
living.
that distance. Keep the distance
So-
too. Crit top lane, putting a lot of just harass out, but immediately getting dished back. I love these lanes. I love because they're like so aggressive. They're just
Yeah.
slapping each other back and forth.
I love lane fights till somebody dies. It's the best. Arteezy taking quite a bit of damage so far from all those attacks from IO. So far, Fly trying to stabilize him a bit. I think this is why he went for the Buckler, actually. It's because they're a little bit concerned about the tag team damage. Because they are going to attack really fast with Overpower. If he's giving Arteezy more armor, it's kind of similar in the Headdress vein, is that he's just going to help stabilize him. He's got 10% more HP from any regen he gets, basically, and also from any damage he takes. So it's just going to help keep him alive and stabilized in the lane, because Silencer can't really stop them from hitting him. He doesn't have a stun. In some ways, they're slightly countered in this matchup due to that. But if EG does get some space, gets a pick off here, they can definitely get a kill. They're fighting bottom.
They are indeed, but again, it's very difficult to get overly aggressive against something like an Ursa because he's very, very powerful during the laning phase. He's going to start getting those stacks up as well, so...
Yeah, and he went for really early Overpower here.
Yeah.
Most Ursas don't do this. They go Earthshock instead because it allows them to secure last hits, but with Overpower being only 30 mana, it kind of guarantees that not only can he get some of these last hits that he slaps a couple times, he spends less time getting ready to last hit it, and in these very small skirmishes like these 1 second, half-second trades, he's doing much better for damage output, because normally you just beat anybody with Ursa, right? You hit him enough, but you don't want to fight for 5 seconds against tag team. It's just way too dangerous. So this build adjustment is really cool. I like it from RTZ.
Despite all the slapping that we've had back and forth, still a fairly quiet game. I think we didn't see the first blood until about, what, 3 minutes in or so?
Yeah.
So I'm sure that it's on the way.
RTZ in a little bit of trouble bottom. Gets tag team sharded in. Sox is going to have to run away now. So they both lose regen, but naturally that's going to be way better for Soxa with the IO pairing. RTZ loses basically a Salve worth, and they're out of regen here. They're running some more out, though. Salve, a Mask of... Morbid Mask, sorry, coming for RTZ, and that's going to make a big difference here. Despite all this fighting, he's still gotten great last hits. And now when he fights people in these big trades, he's going to get 15% of that back.
How worried are you if you're OG right now because of the fact that RTZ is just, despite having this threat, still just farming very, very nicely. And he is going to become a big problem.
It's fine. Like, they're still going even in the lane. I wouldn't necessarily say big problem yet. Like, Ursa's obviously a strong hero, but...
But he comes online faster is the one thing that I'm going to be concerned.
He definitely can, for sure. But they've got some saves, they've got relocate, they've got
True.
heals, they're going to have tree armor probably. Maybe not right now, though. No Tail actually went for 2 points of Leech Seed in this lane, which makes a lot of sense. Great for a trading ability, because it's going to heal both him and Void, and it's going to make trading with Monkey King feel so much easier.
fairly quiet in this middle lane, seeing that Thompson's just backed off. He's going to try to do a little bit of farming off to the side. No Teal needs to be a little bit careful here. Harass just a tiny bit, but
He seems fine. Like, he's got mangoes in the case, ready to do more leech seeds if he needs. Crit isn't going to get this like really nice abuse that Monkey King normally does with Jingu Mastery and Boundless Strikes, so that's all going fine. He's got
bottom lane, Fly. It's going to end up being the first blood, but Sax to follow, and Arteezy just doesn't want to bother with Seb. He's just going to continue to hit these creeps.
Okay, so they went the other way. Every other fight they were pressuring Arteezy, now going on Silencer instead.
Top lane too, Crit. Oh, there's a bash, and he's trying to negate some of this. Finds Boundless. Crit's going to live.
Gets away. Low chance of time lock catching him there, but hey, either way, good pressure. And frankly, if Seb lives for these fights and gets the kills, he's going to feel good about it anyways. And First Blood was on the OG side, so they get a little bit more gold from that engagement. And he's approaching Holy Lock at only about 500. They're trading with Arteezy again. Lost half HP.
Oh, the shards!
Soxa so ready for that perfect placement there, right in front of him when he leaps away. And this dual lane is so scary. With Orb of Venom as well, like his ability to just keep you out of position is strong. He can't fight it.
I have to say, Sox, every time that I watch this guy, I always feel like he's got something where I'm just like, wow, he's such a good player.
He is. He's always been really, really solid. A little bit next level, very high MMR for
Shards
support catches.
again, Seb tethering up here. They put out the spirits over onto Arteezy. Snowball coming in. Are they going to go for this dive? Looks like they're going to try to. It is a little far, that's for sure. Sox is going to take some tower damage. Seb, though, nearby has that tether. We'll just heal him right back up again.
Tower hit set him a bit even in that trade, but either way, Arteezy just got back to the lane and he already loses 2/3 of his HP. Dodges the shard, so South keeps going at least. But things are looking okay for OG down here. The amount of pressure they're putting on Arteezy is getting him behind in last hits now. 25 versus 29 of Seb. And the Holy Lock gets done at 6 minutes. Holy crap.
Is that a new record, do you think?
I feel like it's got to be. He's got First Blood plus a second kill. That's really quick.
On an IO, too.
If it's IO3, it's definitely possible, but man, very quick. So now they just have this like insane wand advantage. And the charges come back every 10 seconds. So it's just getting way more wand charges than them, and the heal is going to be insane.
Crit top lane. Nature Scrap and the Leech Seed, but
More
you're going to
rotation.
follow up because Abed makes his way to the top lane, sees some mail, and that Living Armor. Not going to do anything here as he also throws out. They still high five, you know, no hard feelings, but Abed will get himself a double kill.
Great rotation there, very successful. That's the one lane they can definitely pressure. And Tree's able to slow this down, but Ember being able to dive all the way on Void makes it too strong. And getting a double kill for Abed is going to accelerate him a lot.
Fly, he is trapped in the shards. He's trapped with Soxa and Seb, and it's yet another kill for the offlane IO.
Under attack.
Great. QNet Mech, level 6 almost for IO now. And it just gets better. Every level, they get another tag team, boom, more damage. It's gone Spirits as well, so he can farm as well as damage in these exact moments. But we'll see where Arteezy goes. He's still sticking in the lane, and it's better for his teammates to take the damage than him typically, but he's going to go Treads here. Not phase, wants as much attack speed as possible. And this could mean that he's going to spend a lot of time jungling versus laning because the lane is so hard. Treads is just an incredible jungling skill on average. Huge DPS compared to phase. And there's a relocate top.
There is a relocate top. Ice is not looking so lively as he will get taken out by Soxa, and you can see Crit just bounces away, says, oh dear, I don't want anything to do with this. And they're just going to go right back down to where they were.
That is so powerful, in my opinion. The fact that you can do that, like normally it's like you're bringing your carry somewhere. This is the off lane in the 4 who love to be active anyways, and then they just go on this Lycan who's supposed to be tanky and annoying to kill, and he just shredded like paper. Couldn't even tell the guy had armor.
Well, Wolves need no armor, but
definitely does this game against level 3 tag team.
definitely does. I think I'm worried a little bit when I look at Arteezy. You know, he is sticking in the lane, but I feel like even if he were to leave, right, even if he were to try to go in jungle, they would just continuously hunt him.
They certainly can go follow him in jungle. It's definitely something Soxa is going to want to do, or most likely do, because he's got outs with Snowball and Shards. So yeah, if he does go jungle, they can pressure him. But with that said, a little safer together maybe.
Just continuously bouncing. Abed also with rotation and fly. This is going to be a dead no-tail. Very nice moves moving around here. Coming out here from EG. Definitely needed to start putting the pressure. But while they're doing that, Topson will put some pressure on the middle tower. He will just teleport away, go back up top with the rest of the team. The call down, followed by the snowball over onto Ice, Ice, Ice with the tether. Ice, 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 he's very, very fast. They need to find a way to contain this wolf, and they do have the missile. It's going to take a while. It doesn't quite manage to outrun it. And there it is, the very satisfying thunk right at the end.
Yeah, I just thought it was going to stun him, but he's maxed out homing missile, maxed out rocket barrage, maxed out homing missile. Didn't care about the flat cannon like we talked about because he wasn't in lane against the Lycan. He's just all about casting spells.
He's got to be very careful. Crits here, Abed's here, flies here, and pretty soon Smeal's not going to be here. See a silence, one more hit, and down he goes.
Abed absolutely the one holding the game together for EG because he's getting these great rotations after OG punishes so effectively, and he's got 4 of his team's kills so far. Gets the bottle refilled as well. It's going to keep on the map longer. He's got Maelstrom, and Sumail is just dying a little bit here, unfortunately. But the rotations are very effective. And Sumail, the lowest net worth core. But hey, the rest of the map, things are going well for OG. And even if Sumail's a rough game, they've got another carry, baby. Gyro's going to transition.
Another high five in the mid lane. That rocket going right for the head.
And a little bit of a weirder item on Topson, but Drum. It's an AoE movement speed item. It gives you HP and more mana pool, but most importantly, these charges are so effective. And movement speed is great on Gyro. He does so much damage with his spells that just positioning better is really advantageous, and he's looking for a kill.
Oh, he's definitely looking. Finds himself that Centaur. He's got his eyes on some bigger prizes, though. The call down. They've got their vision on fly. Seb will be able to finish him off. And now Arteezy, though, joining into the fight. Those flash charges, the Ice, 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 running away. Nice boundless, though, over on the back line. Followed up with the overgrowth. In comes the Ember Spirit. Ice, Ice, Ice will fall. Arteezy looking to get as much damage as he can. Can they get it? Oh, no, it's the nice Chronosphere coming out from Sumail. They'll be able to hold him right into place. Get the kill on Arteezy.
He's alive.
And he's still alive. Crit, though, over on the back lines. Running for his life. They'll get the root over onto Tops, and he's somehow still alive. And they're chasing after Abed. They want this kill. Fly jumping in. He's probably just going to die for this, though. They turn right back around again. Get a nice high five off. And eventually, Fly is going to get hit with that missile. It's not even the missile necessary.
Oh, the fact that Topson was able to live during that fight was huge. Drum, I'm sure, made a big difference, but Ursa runs in. He pops his ulti, but Tree drops the Nature's Grasp, so he lost the majority of that just trying to get into the fight. And Gyro target acquisitioning well, hits the back lines. You've casted like 4 rocket barrages there. These things do like 600 magic damage per use. That's a finger of death dealt to heroes.
Yeah, we can see the replay over here. The way it opens up, you can see that they're focusing over on Fly. They want to get rid of the silencer. In comes Arteezy, and it's starting to look really good, right? He's starting to get some of these stacks of no tail. Right in this position, though, waiting so he can get that overgrowth off over onto Ice, 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 and everyone else. So Ice, 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 gonna get chipped down. Abed coming in, trying to just find his angle. And look at this Topson right over here on the side.
So good.
Still manages, though, to stay alive thanks to this IO, thanks to the living armor.
What an engagement. They did that so well. Get the chase going. Silencer feels the need to TP to save his friend, and he ends up dying as well. And 2K gold advantage now for OG. EG still in it, certainly, but the fights have been going a little bit rough there, certainly in OG's favor.
What exactly is going wrong in these fights for EG?
I mean, the main thing for EG was just that it was good that they moved up there, but Silencer died right away, basically got no effective spells off.
Teasy. Shards.
Oh, relocate as
Going
well.
for the reload. They do the global silence. They do find the kill on Topson.
Oh, wow. Big kill.
That's a nice find. Walrus punch over onto Arteezy. Seems like he's not quite ready to go into this battle. Wants to continue to farm.
And I see him TP in mid, so maybe they can make a move with this, knowing that he can't show up. They could go invade top potentially right now. Would be not bad, but they did lose relocate. They lost Topson. Topson, who it wouldn't be Topson without the Gyro Diffusal Blade, guys. So he's going for it. Drum into Diffusal Blade. Pretty weird, but it's good against a lot of their heroes. They're all like draining Ursa's mana, massive, right? No more overpowers. You can't Earthshock around the fight. He doesn't have a huge mana pool. Lycan, kind of similar things. No more wolves. Against Ember Spirit, also very good. Don't let him jump around in Remnants too often if you do get a disable off. So that item can certainly be effective here. And it's something that's going to allow him to do more mid-game impact than something like, I'm going to slowly build Aghanim Scepter just to do more right-click. The utility that's going to provide is going to be really effective.
All the pings here. They do manage to knock down the tree, so we'll buy some more time. Just continue to taunt one another.
This build is cool on No-Tail as well. Maxing out Leech Seed. More AoE heal, which if it hits the person that's dying, they're going to be saved. And if it also hits Io, it's like a freaking mech.
It's so good.
It's literally better than a mech in terms of healing output if he Leech Seeds the guy that's killing his gyro. It's a really smart pivot here for No-Tail in his build.
Feels like they're trying to bait Saksa. Got the Walrus Punch, he's got the Living Armor, and this is looking like Fly needs to get out of there much faster. Rolls right past him. They'll get the kill on the Silencer. And Crit's just hoping they're not going to look too closely to these trees.
It's good for him to have vision anyways. That way that they can spot to see where what they're doing next after this kill. That's why these wolves are here, for example. But as they spread out, get their D wards done. Going to be looking for another fight.
Yep, Diffusal has been delivered now to the gyro
Get the courier here.
He wants it. Yeah, he's manages to get it.
Maybe
He's going to get two?
Needs
Chase
3
him.
hits.
Get him. No. Oh, this little puppy. He's a little too wounded. But they go right into the Roche pit on the side of OG. Get the Diffusal Blade completed now for the Ursa, but no one's going to be able to get here in time. It's just going in way too fast, these TPs.
I was like looking at items and stuff, and then I look at Roche, it's like a sliver of HP left, but they bought the Medallion on Seb as the 3rd item. They have Tag Team for damage. They've got Diffusal, which is a lot of damage. Boom. Easy Roche kill. They're going to get this courier too. Anything Bottle Monkey? There's a Vid booster on it, so that's going to delay his Spirit Vessel. He didn't quite have it finished. Not the end of the world, but still a good kill. They
Still
backdoor
hurts.
the tier 1. No-Tail's looking a little dead though.
Yeah, No-Tail's not looking healthy, so we'll find themselves an opening.
I'm surprised he almost ultied there. That definitely would have been a mistake.
Yeah.
There's no getting out of that one. Oh, relocate top.
Relocate coming in hot. They'll find Ice, Ice, Ice. There's going to be the Global Silence, but you can see Sumail running right on over here. Wants this kill. Io tethering right on in, and it's a dead Lycan.
I mean, that's a great usage for a global silence, is just stopping the relocate every time. Don't let them get those easy setups. In reality, they're just trying to do it a little safer. So global being offset is not a big deal, but it is useful in this match for sure. The power of silencer. We haven't felt it much, but he's just trying to cover his team, give them advantages. But EG's still farming well.
There's a lot of couriers that just died here.
Oh wow, there really was.
Yeah, EG's just killing every courier. They're very angry at their owners.
That's cool. They're putting wolves in the lane, and then they're putting monkey in the trees. So when they go in the trees to hide the wolf threat, there's a monkey threat waiting for you.
The old bait and switch. Big stack, though, getting taken by OG. The family that farms together stays together.
Good items.
And that's the neutral item pinata effect, where everything just falls out from that one stacked camp.
Grove Bow, Brigand's Blade, Sumail catching up in net worth pretty well, sitting at 7.5. Not too surprising. Ursa usually farms decently well with this common Diffusal build. Not as good as the old Battle Fairy days, but it's just too greedy. So Sumail's also been able to catch up despite the slightly rough laning stage due to all the Abed rotations. But top net worth, it's Thompson's, but just at about 10k. Glyph gets popped, but they're not leaving. They're definitely going to take this one as well.
Nice efficiency, too. They end up digging up one of the bounty runes. They'll be able to bottle it and then just heal up as well. What do you think, dear? Are we going to see a base crack in 20 minutes?
It was kind of looking like it right there, but they want to defend their tier 1
Going
if
back,
they can.
Saksa, first one to show up. He's going to try to push them off. Get rooted into place. Arteezy wants his kill. Should be, oh no, they've got the snowball. He's going to be able to just roll right back on over, and Sumail's ready with the Chronosphere. Starts whacking away over on this Ember Spear. Does he have enough damage? Oh, with the bashes! He does! Seb toining up there. Now the follow-up. Thompson finds Fly. We'll get a kill there. And No-Tail with that overgrowth. They've got the reload. No-Tail most likely going to die. Although maybe he's not. He's actually still alive. Arteezy is the one who's going to get tables turned on him.
Crap.
Wolves, though, chewing all on this wood. You know, they like a big stick, but doesn't matter. Seb being the Wambulance, coming in hot and keeping No-Tail alive.
Dude, OG just making the plays. They're doing moves that seem kind of dangerous at the start. Like Soxa runs into 4 heroes, and I'm like, all right, I haven't seen a team do this all tournament. Like, be careful, you know, be aggressive by yourself. But it bought them time. It bought him a circumstance with the defensive snowball. He knew his limits. EG gets a little overbaited. Then Sumail does a solo Chronosphere. I'm like, surely this isn't good. Like, where's the damage fall up? There's nothing. But he got just enough damage in there to kill the Ember. And then from there, it was just dominoes falling, man. They set it up so well with these aggressive moves, and EG half commits and loses a little bit more advantage.
OG looking like their TI form. Abed. Got 2 things going. Crit looking in the back line. They want to get rid of Seb. They realize that he's very, very important. There's the silence. They should be able to finally take him out. Thompson putting out some more damage over onto Fly. Has to be careful. There's plenty of EG heroes in this area. Of course, he does have the Aegis, though. He's feeling very, very powerful. Look at the damage he's just outputting. Fly barely able to stand here. One more hit, he's going to get taken down. Sox on the back lines. Gets taken out by Arteezy. The follow-up now, Thompson. This Aegis is going to get popped, my friend. As the rest of EG wait patiently for him to come right back up, and they will give him a big old bear hug, and he's not going to be able to teleport out in time.
Was a good try, but the Ursa's damage is too high here. And without the IO, Gyro got some effective damage in, but I can't help but think he was just being a little bit too resource careful. He could have used Diffusal Blade to keep the Silencer slightly more to the right, but he went for the dive, and it took a little bit too long to kill Silencer there, as a result losing Aegis. So there are moments where your aggressiveness is going to hurt you, that's for sure. And that was one of them for OG, losing legitimately like 2 to 3K from those deaths right at the end.
A lot of these back and forth fights. We've got around a 1K net worth lead going to the side of OG. They've just been scrapping, I feel like, nonstop. I have not seen them chill and just go farm really at all, other than Arteezy occasionally hitting a camp.
Or Sumail. Sumail hit a lot of creeps the first like 15 minutes after the laning stage. He just needed to catch up a little bit. He's almost got his BKB now, so he'll be all right, but Fly may be in trouble.
Fly again. Soxa and Seb making their way over. Walrus punch with the tag team. That is a kill for Soxa.
Pickoffs. Plate Mail on IO as well. It's going to help cover him against the Ursa with the Dragon Scale as well. More regen, more armor. He just wants to be able to survive because he knows he's the most vulnerable guy. But he's in a good place. The fact that he feels comfortable buying armor and not just like Ghost Scepter, don't let you hit me at all, means that he's feeling okay about his net worth. And it's going to overall make it harder for Ursa to get kills on him as the game continues. Because he's got armor right now. After this Lotus Orb, I bet he buys a heart or something like that just to really amp up his HP. And that's when Ursa's going to feel like a wet noodle for the first like 10 hits.
Smoke play coming out from OG. They know that Abed is nearby. Sumail. Smoke will pop. He's going to go forward. No, it's already zipped away. Sox on the hunt. But there's no one else really home down in this area. You have, of course, the Wild Bear. Thompson popping the BKB, turns right back around. It's just going to walk outside of the Monkey King ultimate. Wolves should be able to deny the Invis rune.
Pretty well done. Trading Monkey support ulti for Gyro BKB is great, but the global silence being lost is a little bit rough. It did save Crit's life, though. Rocket Barrages would have guaranteed that.
Thompson gets hit with the Boundless. Arteezy coming in hot here. No tail. Waiting patiently.
That diffusal
and go back in if necessary. Look at that hit off. But these Wolves are crunching away over at Thompson. They're going to have to push him out. In comes Seb, though, followed with the Overgrowth. They've got the Snowball. Can they control Abed? It's looking pretty darn good. But he's got the Yules. Do they have it? Can they get it? Yes.
Diffusal pays off. He did not have enough money to throw the Remnant right away, so he's forced to Sleight of Fist. It wasn't enough time to get him out. So great punish there. It looked pretty iffy for Thompson there. Another really crucial move was when Ursa jumped forward to go on him. Thompson used Diffusal Blade, so he couldn't gap close that last like 200, 300 units, and thus wasn't hitting Thompson. If he was on top of him, Arteezy would have been super happy to continue the fight, but he realized that slow, it was not a good time to pop Ursa ulti. He tries to disengage, he pops it anyways, and then Abed eventually gets collapsed on by the rest of OG covering Thompson.
So I know that we have the BKB picked up on Arteezy now, which I think is exceptionally needed when you consider what's being thrown at them. But I still feel like they're being very efficient and able to kite him.
They are. BKB is going to help a lot because it's going to allow him to save and rage until he really needs it, like pre-Chronosphere or to lower status resistance on some big stun, you know. So it's absolutely going to help. He needs it. Otherwise, there's just too much disable that's going to mess with him. Overgrowth, for example. He can't necessarily, like, he wants to save, he could BKB, Overgrowth comes out, then he enrages afterwards. You need both, basically.
They have vision over on Abed.
Dire's top tower is
They do have to
under
go through this backdoor protection. The creep's not quite there just yet. No tail. Looking to teleport away. No, he's going to stay here. Well, Root Void into place, but look at this heal coming out from Seb.
The mech and the other items, survivability of these guys is huge. Just taking turns, tethering
They can't push
everybody.
them away.
Dude. Well, this is 4 minutes later than last game, but they're going to play this one safer. Look at the top
They
push.
back off. They do smoke play, though. They're going to go for the reload. Silence over. Ice already in that wolf form.
Nicely done.
Saksa is going to back off. He's going to get
Ooh.
chased down by the zoo if he's not careful. But while this is going on, they still have it. Oh, nice boundless, though, coming out from crit. Slows them down. Arteezy joining into the fight. Thompson a little bit slow. They're down the nature's grasp if they try to follow. But look at the Seb is just constantly keeping them at just at least 90% health or more, it seems.
They end up defending the tower. It looked a little hairy. The global did save Ice for sure. Tusk was able to catch up. It very possibly would have been a kill, but they hold him off. But the Black Dragon heads back towards the top lane, so
No
could be
crit.
threatened.
Landing 3. Has a little time up in the air here for Thompson. They just cannot seem to get them to leave. Arteezy realizing, okay, I guess I'll go Roche. He's trying to figure out what on earth he needs to do because OG is knocking and they are coming at you with a battering ram at this point. There is no denying them into your base.
That's gonna be Rax. They just don't feel comfortable fighting into it. It's too difficult. But they get the Aegis, unfortunately, a little bit later than they would have liked. But it's a good thing to do for Arteezy, honestly. The fact that he can just solo Roche on his hero, perfect for this game circumstance. He would have loved to do it last game, for example. He's like, we're not fighting this, so I might as well get some good objective. And getting Aegis is a good thing. Starts the timer, gets the next one up faster. Lycan's finished Ags now. It's okay for them to lose a Rax at this point. In fact, they are ahead in net worth. So this might look a little reminiscent of last game. It's not the same situation at all. EG's done a great job keeping their net worth on all of their heroes. Those early Abed rotations stopped it from getting out of control, but this one, also going to work.
Abed immediately says, absolutely not. But yeah, I would say definitely. They also have, more potential to be able to push out lanes and be very mobile right over on the side of EG. You've got a Lycan that continuously, tapping at the door. And of course, you've got Abed on the Ember Spirit.
Yeah, he's much safer to push these side lanes for a while, at least until OG gets some disable item. But I'm not sure if they will. They're very much planning for high ground, forced confrontation things.
Just toying a little bit with Abed. It's Rudolph over on the side. Arteezy, considering, does have the Blink Dagger. Force forward over onto No Tail. Global Silence, not going to be enough to save the tree.
Oh,
Io now, Seb, oh, there it is. There's a Chronosphere coming out from Sumail. Seb going to tether back over to Thompson. Gets the flak off. Not quite enough damage, though, to finish off with that Chronosphere. And these dogs are just chomping away over at Seb. He's still quite healthy, though. So they're going to back off, though. The Monkey King ultimate, slowing them down. Saksa trying to fight through. He cannot do it. Got the living armor over on Seb. Not going to be enough to save him as well. EG coming in fierce, but Thompson with the BKB flies, taking so much. So is Arteezy. He is going to pop, as will Fly. He's coming back up again. Abed, though, slicing away over at the side. Will be able to take down Sumail. They'll find another kill over on No Tail. Saksa is not looking good either.
EG's playing this fight so
Snowball
good.
up, Saksa with the Essence Ring. The jump forward, it's a triple kill now for Arteezy. Thompson forced to just immediately teleport away down to the bottom lane.
Incredible fight for EG. They just played the poke game so well there. They move in, they put some pressure on the tree who's a little out of position. OG's thinking, oh, we got to save this guy. They put some effort into it. And the moment that Lotus Orb got used on tree to save him from the slow on Ursa, Ursa runs in, Diffusal Blades him, Lotus gets used, then there's Global Silence. So now it's like you can't remove the heal or remove the silence from Io to cover him. There's the clip once again. There's the disable. They're going to stun him. Watch for the Diffusal Blade. That's going to slow him. The Lotus Orb comes out. Instant Global Silence, so they clean up that kill. Now he can't retether, so he's taking damage. They have to Chrono here, but there's not much damage follow-up. And Seb is trying to help Ursa be effective, but they didn't have much catch-up. And again, Seb tethering away. Okay, he's going to be all right here. But a hairy moment here for him. He did relocate briefly to the fountain because they need to get here as soon as possible, but that was just looking for kills, so that'll buy them time for their team to respawn. No Chrono just yet, though. But great fight for EG. 7k gold advantage, cost some ages, but that was about it.
Let me take a look at this Dota Plus win probability. We're looking 59% to 41. It's a big shift here.
Yeah, it's looking good for him. The lycanthrope Ursa was really terrifying. Again, the max movement speed is hard to deal with for OG. They're playing with a lot of slows. They have some disables, of course, but Ursa has the solutions to those now with the BKB. He's also got the shard as a result of that last one fight. So more enrages for free on this guy.
I think this goes differently if in the last fight, when they landed that Chronosphere, Thompson wasn't sitting at the bottom part of the river.
Yeah, that's for sure.
But
they were a little too spread out. He needed to be there to like DPS from the start, hopefully. But even if he was there, it was probably Ursa that's the guy that's taking the damage. And even if you kill him, he's still there just to respawn. So I don't know if it would have made that big of a difference. The biggest thing is just that Tree died pretty quick.
all the pings going on in the corner. Saksa just walking past RTZ, gives him a little love tap. Throws out a couple spells because guess who's on his way? It's Sumail. He's looking to get out as much damage as he can. They'll go for the Chronosphere, ends up, holding Sox into place. Global Silence comes out, though. Zabit zipping through. This is not looking good, though. They'll get the kill on Arteezy. Lots of these slides coming out from Abed now. They're holding him into place. Again, there's going to be a Yules. Seb joining back in. He's going to be able to heal up. So they'll chase after this Ember, but they just can't quite get their hands on him. It's just too difficult. So for Bash, no, he's not going to be able to get there fast enough. Seb
Really
will
close.
go for a reload.
That was the return of the reload shown up for that fight. Very helpful, but I'm surprised Sumail was able to do enough damage. I don't even know if they used tag team there. It wasn't on cooldown after the Ursa was dead, so it just kind of seemed like Sumail owning. Everybody ran into it, but it was more than enough. And another item being picked up soon for Arteezy. His death is going to slow it down a bit, but wants to get the Scotty. And Scotty's going to be really good against Io. He's a ranged hero that loves healing. It's the perfect item against him. It's going to be really good against Gyro as well. So timing's coming up here for EG, but that kill actually really closed the net worth up a lot.
4K net worth advantage going over to the side of EG.
His middle tower is under attack.
It's strong.
Back off. Over on the side of OG. Reevaluate, probably wanting to wait for the Overgrowth and the Chronosphere to come up when they're ready.
Yeah,
But EG, again, they want that Scotty, but they also have a better skirmishing ability if they find someone who's out of place. In fact, they actually go for the smoke play because they understand that these big cooldowns, or sorry, these big ultimates are now on cooldown. So now's the time to strike and take advantage of how just skirmishy they are.
Yeah, they've got pretty good grab potential. Almost Nacy and Lycan as well, so great auras, lots of damage output.
Look at how they back. They're like, no one is showing on the map here for UG. They've got to be going for the smoke. They go for the scan. Immediately find where they are over in the triangle position.
No-Till trying to break smokes, getting ready to force staff high ground in case anybody gets spotted here. But yeah, just got to play it safe. They know they're still, both teams are very much still in the game, but in this exact moment, until they see EG, they're going to be scared. And the upside to EG, summons to push. They don't have to know where they are, they just know they're somewhere. And Sumail going to show on the creep wave.
Does get pinged out by Crit, spending that time in the tree. Positioning very good from OG, actually standing in front. However, they know now that there is a smoke.
Oh, big
Those
grab.
shards coming out over on the side, though. Arteezy, is he going to be able to finish off No-Till? Yes, they are. Global Silence will pop as well. Crit on the back lines with the Monkey King Ultimate. It's going to be the next one to fall. Seb, he's got himself a Ghost Scepter, so he's going to stay alive a little bit longer. The chase is on. Beautiful Chronosphere coming out from Sumail, as they're going to be able to hold this bear in place. They'll take down Arteezy. They'll be able to go and take down Ice, and they're waiting super patiently here because they would love to get their hands on Abed. Sub most likely going to fall. Decent amount of damage. They just don't have any more hold to grab Abed.
Great fight for OG there in the end. The tree did die pretty quick, but I caught the top half of the fight. They ended up hitting ice shards on Crit hiding in the trees. He anticipated where he was going to be, and with that vision, Crit couldn't jump away. He has to jump down. Ice shards trapped him in. They were able to kill him right at the start.
Abed trying to go for this dodge. Thompson's just not afraid at all, just runs on into the base. There's no buildings in that bottom part, my friend. You might have to redirect your attention. As Sumail and Seb make their way over to mid. This is looking like they'll be able to get a decent amount of damage, perhaps even take some of these racks too.
And the fact that they were able to Chronosphere on top of both Wolves, especially in BKB, was so big. See if they can get too much out of it. Second racks here would be great.
It's trying very hard to try to push them back. They get a couple of these lights, but there's just too much damage coming out from these three. Or rather, too much damage coming out from two, and then, of course, the support of Seb amplifying that.
Second Rax finishes. Really nice for them. Spider legs now on Io as well. That'll be great. More movement speed, and he can get away more safely if he is not tethered to his allies. And that kind of time is what he needs to be survivable against a hero like Ursa. They even unblock the large camp, now knowing that this is our space. We get to control here. But now they get scouted by this wolf as a result. They're going to go in for the fight.
They go for their own smoke play. Crit, though, jumping onto the trees. Abed sliding around. Sumail trying to find the opening. Gets the hit off. Silence over on the side. They'll go turn around on Ice. Poor Arteezy here. He's going to try to chop away over at Thompson. And he's just going to have to run away. He cannot stand toe-to-toe. Abed, though, putting the pressure over on Saksa. It's like they should be able to find this kill.
All right. Not bad for EG. They get 2 kills in the end. Once again.
Ice should be... no, the missile.
It's doing so much damage. How do they fit so many rockets in a rocket?
Okay, BKB comes out from Sumail. He's going to try to man-fight Crit here. Rest of the team standing nearby. They'll be able to take down the Monkey King. Curse being tossed out by Fly. He's trying to hide over here, trying to use the trees to his advantage. Too much damage out the Essence Ring, too. It will get hit. Thompson joining right back in. Chronosphere comes out from Sumail. We'll be able to hold Abed into place. They'll turn around. Seb looking to just get the tether out, but Sumail's doing so much damage to Ice. Even go and they take down the courier, though, on the back lines. Global Science coming again. They're going to try to fight here with Abed. This is not looking good, though, for Sumail. Eventually, he does get slain. And they'll find Seb.
Yo, that was so well played by Ice, actually, because it looked rough for Arteezy. Arteezy on the Ursa. He ran in, he starts killing the Io. Io pops Ghost Scepter. He's like, all right, I got to change targets. Goes for the Gyro. Gyro's running away at pretty good movement speed, and it looked like he wasn't going to be able to get him. But Ice was microing his wolves to guarantee that the Gyrocopter could not get away. Sumail's dive in here, gets the bash, which guarantees Crit's death, and they're thinking, let's get more. This looks great for us. They're chasing after Fly, of course, with the rocket. And the follow-up looks pretty solid, but here's the moment. Ursa jumps in the backline, doesn't get hit by Chrono, goes for Seb. Ghost Scepter gets used. Now he's like, oh, I got to go kill Thompson. Defusal is used. Watch this. Thompson's about to start getting away, but look at the wolf blocking. It guarantees that Arteezy gets that kill on the carry. He's able to rejoin the fight and help guarantee that Sumail goes down too. Really nicely done by Ice to micro during the chaos of that fight. He knew what the important hero was, and it was killing Thompson.
That opens the door now for EG. They were able to go and procure themselves the Aegis. They put the cheese on Abed, and they're feeling pretty happy right now. I can't tell you, the swings of net worth in these fights are absolutely insane. I think a second ago was a 1K lead advantage for OG. Now we're up to 11K on the side of Evil Geniuses. So we're getting the entertaining match that we were expecting. Really are.
And that was, I think, a free shard as well. Looks like it went to Ember Spirit, I'm pretty sure, since he's got one now. Not the most commonly purchased, but if it's free, heck yeah, go for it. It's really nice, especially if you throw it on somebody, because it does damage while it flies. It'll interrupt Blink Dagger. So normally where they see the Remnant coming, they're like, get out! Now you don't have to worry about that.
EG taking up residence over in the Dire Jungle. They're just waiting for OG to take a step out of the space. Ice in a very forward position.
It's just really difficult for them to fight into Aegis right now. Plus the cheese, plus the shards. The net worth advantage is getting bigger. Thompson's got a butterfly now, which is really great to have. Ursa's going to struggle killing him now for the rest of the game. Monkey King is going to feel useless against him in a lot of cases, so Thompson's a scary one. Sumail's not too bad either, though, but Scotty, Maelstrom wants to get Butterfly, but he's got a lot of time until he gets a new item. Great pushing out the side lanes with the summons, but unfortunately there's a big old black dragon that's going to cut this wave anyways, so... But they do have Rax advantage on 2 lanes, so that's going to give them a lot of space here.
Some lane shenanigans for sure. EG continuing to farm up over in the jungle, effectively pinning OG into the base except for when they have the relocate. Thompson, though, taking a glance out. Arteezy running. They've got the defusal. Has to be careful, though. So there it is. There's a Chronosphere from Sumail. He was very, very patient. They want to try to burst down this Ember Spirit, and it's looked like they're going to be able to do it. They turn right back around again, too, and they'll find the kill. Abed, though, going right back into the fight. Doesn't want to be left behind. Crit over on the side. They drop the Monkey King ulti, and the 4-step over onto No Tail. We'll be able to buy him just a bit more time. Thompson, though, left behind over here on the side. He needs the help from Seb. Does Seb have the heals, though? Is he going to be able to keep him alive? No, he's not. as EG just starts charging over at OG. That's so step by just a bit more time, but the slide forward, Seb will fall, No Tail will fall too, and Sumail will be forced to run back into his own base, leaving Saksa behind.
They reacted so well to the Chronosphere. Instant ulti from Arteezy.
Oh my goodness. Arteezy just leapt right onto Sumail. He wants blood. He's hungry. He wants this.
He knows. They can pressure, absolutely. It's hard for Sumail to do anything right now. Only 2v5. Good luck fighting this one. They got everything they want. Refresher Orb on cooldown for Ember, but that buyback from Abed was huge. Basically,
They're just going for the finish here.
I mean, they should. There's no buybacks yet. It's a bit of a reveal here.
Bit of a reveal might be a bit of an understatement. Look at the damage. Soxay's trying everything. Got snowball. They're going to try to just punch up into the air, but they're just going to get absolutely eradicated. The GG gets called, and Evil Geniuses will take the game number 2.
Massive, excellent game, I gotta say. EG played this one so well. Once again, laning stage went a bit rough. OG put the pressure on very strongly, but EG just made really strong decisions in their team fights. It's not easy to play against Chronosphere, but boy did they do it. They just knew what was coming. They played in the right area, and yeah, Abed did get chronoed and died there, but they just did such a good job targeting. I think the MVP, in my opinion, was Arteezy. He pressured constantly. How many times was it like No Tail, maybe No Tail a little too out of position, but he got killed consistently really early in like 3 or 4 fights in a row. So they didn't get to play around with overgrowth, offsetting Arteezy's advantage. And he just got to like hit those backline heroes, and they couldn't stop him.
Yeah, you saw that they definitely put the priority over onto Seb after a certain point, just trying to dive in. And just the positioning coming out from Evil Geniuses looking very, very solid. Had a bit of a rough start in the very beginning, but they kept just right to their plan. And they knew exactly what they wanted to do, and it clearly worked out. So that organization really paying off.
Probably the players happy too. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that probably too. Well, we have plenty more. I'm sorry, do you have anything else you want to say?
No, that was it. That's a
Okay,
great series.
Great series. Going to be split 1-1 over here on Stream A. And we're going to take a short break. When we come back, we've got plenty more Dota 2. Man, the hype games just don't stop on this channel. We have a really big match here as well. We've got Vici Gaming versus PSG LGD, and a lot of the analysts are saying you should be watching out for Vici Gaming.
That's definitely the case. After how they did yesterday, they basically just trounced all of their opponents. But this is the match where you get to see two juggernauts fight. In some ways, after how they've both been playing, it's going to be impressive to see who wins this, because it almost feels like the best team of each group is about to play each other, but we're still in the group stage, baby, and this one's going to be really, really good. We saw Beach Gaming yesterday in some of the games we casted. They looked incredible, like extremely clean. And then when we watched LGD games, it was the same thing. All right. From the games we did watch at PSG LGD, they got behind. I feel like Vici Gaming never did, but LGD was always like one tiny mistake, we punish, we win. So I don't know which was going to be more powerful, but both teams are excellent right now. They have tons of experience playing each other, and I cannot wait to see which way this goes.
I'm interested to see. So the whole thing, I've done a lot of research. I was talking to Leon Arthur actually, and he says that with the Chinese fans, the belief is that Old 11 wins Vici Gaming their games. Okay, this is a guy that you cannot stop. He is just unstoppable. When he wants to dive, when he wants to go, he is going to do it. He's crazy aggressive. And we saw even at one point, I think it was 3 heroes were chasing him. He was on Tidehunter. And most Tidehunters, you know, they would just be like, oh no, and try to run, right? No, he turned back into them, ravaged, didn't have the rest of his team close enough to really make anything out of it. But, like, again, I'm wondering, we talk about PSG LGD about how, like, very fine all their details are. Like, if you make any sort of a mistake, they will punish you. And I'm almost wondering is Old 11 perhaps too volatile? Where PSG LGD will see this opening and they'll say, okay, we know that he's going to just totally go for it. He's going to go in for dives. We're going to punish that.
It's an opportunity if you can find it, but how often is he going to make those mistakes? Is it going to be really overblown? Is he just doing like chaos aggression style Dota where your teammates will come just maybe a little bit later than you expect? But sometimes that's really valuable because you know, if you go for like safe timings and safe plays, it gives your opponents more seconds to anticipate those and to back or to read how the fights are going. So we'll hop into the draft here and see how things go.
And already the IO has been banned. We can see the power of IO, especially in that last game where they ran it in the offlane on Seb.
10
The
seconds remaining.
power of just
PSG
keeping
LGD's
everyone alive with the power of a
Gaming's
holy
turn to
locket.
pick.
But not going to see it this game. We're not going to see the Monkey King again. Very, very flexible. Tiny has just been. Man, I'm getting that fantasy prediction point for this one. I said Tiny was going to be the most banned. And the Weaver, Elder Titan though seems to be a staple no matter where you're looking.
Yeah,
currently.
a lot of teams have been grabbing ET just because of the damage that he represents. He has strong laning as well. He has amazing Roche control. All of those things are nice advantages that are worth taking, and he's really just
10
safe to open with.
seconds
There's not
remaining.
really a lot of negatives. The only negatives maybe is that you get dived a little bit easy, but
5
you're pretty
seconds
tanky.
remaining.
Most ETs have been buying Veil right now just to amplify his and his team's damage by a lot. Works very well with Natural Order. It's a great way to accelerate your team's damage. But yeah, really safe opening for Vici here. And on the LGD side, we got Snapfire. My mind is blanking completely on other popular heroes right now. You know, I've casted 25 games in the last 2 days, but seen some Bat Riders occasionally. But yeah, lots of options for LGD here.
For sure, for sure. I mean, the big one that we've been seeing consistently too in that offlane is, of course, the Earthshaker.
Yeah, that's true.
Seeing him picked up constantly. The
But not
Earthshaker and
today.
the Tidehunter seem to be some of the most popular, aside from Lycan, over in the offlane. So I feel like,
There it is.
yep, there it is.
I forgot about Earthshaker. We saw him a ton the first 2 days, but today so far, completely ignored, which is fine. It happens in some series if neither team really cares that much about him. But yeah, ES quite good. But yeah, decent variety of heroes so far for games that LGD has played.
10 seconds remaining.
Vici Gaming yesterday played super effective. Pretty good variety on them
5
too.
seconds remaining.
Be interested to see how targeted a lot of the bans are towards Old 11. There was actually a game where PSG LGD banned 7 of Old 11's heroes, forcing him to play Lycan, which obviously he can do. He can play, you know, whatever he needs to, but I think it was too unplanned where I think they ended up losing that game because he wasn't able to do those big plays that he likes to do.
He'll do them no matter what happens. Who was playing? Or it was actually Old 11 who was playing that monster Earthshaker yesterday,
Yes.
right? He just like kept getting these like 3-man like 3 hero like Echo Slam combos. It happened like 2 to 3 times in the same game. It was bonkers how often it happened. Really good performance from him. Unfortunately, we're just gonna have to see the other amazing team play Earthshaker, which is
10
also
seconds
probably gonna be
remaining.
amazing too. But
Darn.
yep, too tough. Just get to see
5
someone else do
seconds
these great
remaining.
plays. Invoker in the first phase a little early, but if it is the formulation of their lineup, that makes sense. They abuse this with Faceless Void. I would be very surprised if each game doesn't ban Void here in the second phase, due to the Cataclysm combos being so good. But Tide gets to be the tanky boy for Vici Game, and that's the old 11 hero, and someone else that he's going to be able to handle really well.
Word. They just know exactly what they don't want to see. I would not be surprised to see a Faceless Void ban, honestly, because we saw the power of the Cataclysm mixed with the Chronosphere.
Yeah, it's got to be here. If they don't ban in the second phase, I'm going to be really surprised.
But yeah, seeing that Titan, I was like, after
10
watching Vici
seconds
Gaming
remaining.
recently, it's like either he's playing the Earthshaker or he's playing the Tide Hunter, or you're banning like every
5
single hero
seconds
that has
remaining.
some sort of AoE team fight, because this is a man that just knows what he wants, and it's murder. Constant murder. They ban out the Faceless Void as expected, just way too good for PSG LGD with nothing to say's Invoker. No Templar Assassin for Ori.
Yep, classic counter to Invoker in the laning stage. Just a lot of damage. Good last hitting. Doesn't have to worry too much about getting harassed. I guess you get
10
EMP'd, but
seconds
other than that,
remaining.
TA solid there. Good at jungling as well.
5 seconds
Good at
remaining.
jumping on Invoker. Once you get to like Blink Deso, Invoker's got to be pretty careful. Doesn't have the best single target disables. It's more like AoE stuff, so protecting yourself from like a single like high damage hero jumping on you is not super easy for Invoker, so it'd be hard. But maybe they banned Snapfire for the last one on LGD. The Snap Tide combo has been pretty common as a 4-5, or sorry, as a 3-4. I could see that being very effective. Plus with Ravage too. Ravage plus Mortimer's Kisses are really good. It'd be pretty good with Elder Titan as well to amplify that damage. I just feel like a Snapfire ban is LGD's last one, but maybe there's something else they're more afraid of, some other core. Vici Gaming side, what are the best combos here with the Earthshaker? Could be a Morph. Oh, they already banned Morphling. The Morphling Earthshaker combo. They banned the other
That will
strong
not
carries.
be happening.
TBs have been trending pretty solid. Not every game, but certainly has been felt very effective at a lot of times.
We've
Just-
seen some Medusa that crops up every once in a while. The Spirit Brothers have kind of... Oh, okay. I don't think we've seen an Enchantress, you and I, yet.
I definitely have not. The hero got nerfed a lot. Moderate amount due to really strong play. Basically, between DPC Season 1 Season 2 is like a VP favorite for a very, very long time, but it's worse. But
10
maybe they can
seconds
make it
remaining.
effective. Blocking camps is super, super standard right now.
5
Enchantress
seconds
kind of wants to
remaining.
hit 3 before she feels really good, but I think they did buff Impetus a bit recently, so it's a little stronger. But all right, Ember for the mid. That's going to be their poke and setup hero. That's the guy that's going to dive the backline. So much emphasis in Earthshaker games, especially because it's often Earthshaker core. Hit that backline, stop Earthshaker from being able to initiate so he doesn't just destroy your whole team. So Ember's going to be really good
10
at that.
seconds
He's also not
remaining.
very vulnerable to Enchantress. I mean, I guess you can remove his Flame Guard, but like that's not
5
exactly
seconds
the
You're not
biggest
too-
threat.
You're not super concerned about. You know what? Something is very, very popular in for VG Gaming pairing.
What?
The Weaver.
But Weaver was banned in the first
Weaver was
phase.
banned in the first phase. Okay, never mind.
That's true. It is.
But
it
it
is
was very
good with Tide, basically.
There it is. There's a
So
Snapfire.
they do take the Snapfire as their duel. Okay, pretty expected. And then a Luna for LGD. So is this some kind of a lane pivot to some heavy push? It's possible. All
Seems
of their
like it.
heroes are pretty powerful early. Earthshaker 3s pretty typically get their blink timing at a good position. The only scary part is they don't
10
know what the
seconds
carry is
remaining.
yet, so his matchup might be a little bit tough. Depending on who it
5
is, but
seconds
as a
remaining.
whole, it seems like Earthshaker does just fine in his lanes. Ban out the Doom, would have been able to basically just shut down all of Ember's carry potential.
You can tell that these are two teams that scrim. Like,
Yeah.
they know exactly. These bans are just popping off, like, immediately. Like, absolutely not. I don't want to see this, don't want to see this. There is no hesitation for the most part. This last one, though, of course, a little bit tricky. This
10
is the cherry on
seconds
top of the sundae
remaining.
if you're not careful. So, definitely considering taking their time.
5 seconds
This
remaining.
makes them, and with the Doom ban, means that they're not too. It could be Earthshaker 4 is what they're saying. They're more concerned about what's going to shut down their heroes.
Well, I mean, this is one of the really cool things about PSG LGD is that you've got Faith Bien, who's playing, typically he plays the off lane, but then you've got Q. And Q stood in for Faith Bian. He's got a very large hero pool, so he sometimes will flip with Faith Bian, or what they'll do is that he could play the 4, but because he's so used to playing as 3, just still have all that, I don't want to say muscle memory, but have a general understanding of how to make it so that way he has the most impact as a 4 Earthshaker, where other players, they might not necessarily have.
Yeah, that's a good point. Give him time to get his Blink Dagger, and then from there on, he's going to have a great one for sure. But they're taking some time, spending a lot of time on this last ban here. Is it going to be the Earthshaker 3, or is it going to be someone else? And they're going to go for the Mars bans. They do expect Earthshaker 4 here for LGD.
But they can always pivot. They can always pivot.
And both of LGD's bans are very tanky carries, so it makes sense. Luna's a bit of a burst hero. A lot of her damage comes from Eclipse. She does pretty good right click, but it's a lot of AoE and a lot of burst. That means really individually tanky carries make sense against the lineup of LGD right now.
There's not a lot of strong stuns or roots, really, on the side of PSG LGD, right? You've got the mini stun with Luna, you've got Invoker, who's going to have Cold Snap. You're really relying on the Earthshaker.
Yeah, he's a lot of
That's a
infrastructure.
little bone man.
It can be a bit of a problem for sure,
Crits.
but if you can just set up the combos, like even if it's just like a fissure with Eclipse, sometimes that's all you need to like really blast somebody. So they've got some options. Yeah, Ember's gonna have a pretty decent game as things currently stand, but you still got your 4 position or your 3 position. Those are usually pretty stun heavy heroes, some mobility heavy heroes. They can still round that out pretty nicely, especially now that they see the Clinks on the board. They get the last pick, and they got a minute to decide. Once they get Scotty timing, Luna's gonna feel pretty good against Clinks, but Clinks should be able to accelerate quite a lot.
I think that's pretty terrifying, right? If you're a Luna, you're very susceptible to burst damage, and that's something that Clinks has a lot of.
Yeah, he's got a lot of damage right now.
Changed a little bit from, the searing arrows with the...
Yeah, single target damage is a little weaker, certainly, but like the fact that he can, do 75% AoE to like 2 to 3 heroes, it's like, oh shit, your damage is incredible.
Yes.
Either way. Yeah, just not as gank heavy. Like if they get some mobility, they can certainly punish Clinks, get on top of him, but they don't really have the best single target damage here, so I'm not 100% sure that makes sense. I really like Vichi's lineup. It kind of covers all the bases. Huge carry potential. They are jungling. They have skirmishes that could be lots of different combinations. Snapfire, Ember, Snapfire Tides, outfit Elder Titan in those same situations. And they go for the Visage, the first Visage pick of the tournament. I was just looking at the graphics. Nobody's touched it yet. People were saying it was going to be good, and it's going to be a 3-position Visage against a Clinks, which makes a lot of sense because if you're running at the Clinks, he doesn't like to get ran in early game. It really bothers him. It's his pet peeve. You're lowering his attack speed by a lot, so he's going to have to shoot his barrage, but that costs him mana in the laning stage. And even if you deal damage to Visage, he's gonna zap you right back. So Visage plus Earthshaker, they're gonna fissure block the Clinks. They're gonna grave chill him so he can't attack fast, and they're gonna outtrade the bastard. That's what's gonna happen.
All right, well, it seems like the perfect solution to the last pick, Poyoyo Clinks. And definitely Q is going to be playing the Earthshaker. So pretty interested to see how this is all going to go down. Often has a lot of push coming out from the side of PSG LGD.
I wonder if they're going to do any kind of like tri-lane stuff to try to guarantee either lane. Cause
is that worth it though? Because I feel like unless you're being like super aggressive and getting a bunch of kills, like that's going to make it harder for especially like Q to be able to get items needed to be that big team fight presence. Unless you're just strolling on in, which is also a possibility.
I just feel like both of the heroes in that lane have some vulnerabilities. Like Visage has some vulnerabilities potentially because he's not that survivable. It's better than he used to be, but it's a little bit weak. And Clinks could be pressured as well. Enchantress can move around. Maybe they'll just stick to dual lanes. But like a Snapfire plus ET plus Clinks sounds really strong to me. If whether Cookie or Lil Shredder with a minus armor and all the physical damage between ET and Clinks, that sounds pretty powerful. Although ET Aura is very countered by Visage because you just don't have any armor to remove in the first place. So you got that going for you if you're Faith Beyond to grab the Gravekeeper's Cloak to tank up a bit. But in terms of like the rotations in the mid game, Ember Spirit's going to be still pretty safe. We were talking about Disable earlier. They grabbed a Visage. He doesn't have the best unless he grabs an Orchid or something. So I don't know, I still like Vici Gaming's draft, but I think Clinks is the hero that I'm going to keep an eye on most of it just to see how he does in the laning stage. If he has a good laning stage, it's fine. But I could see LGD kind of open up the game a lot by pressuring Clinks and then pressuring the map ideally.
So would you say that you're favoring one draft a little bit more than the other, or is it most of it coming down? Because we do have a couple outliers. Like you said, you're interested in seeing what's going to happen with the Clinks, but also this is our first Visage that we've seen actually in this tournament so far. So
I would say it's too hard to answer the question because I don't really know. Like, I can say, like, oh, if you have these lane circumstances against your opponents, then clearly you win. But it's like the LGD or whoever else is going to know that as well, and then they're going to do something like, well, we know that's going to happen, so we're going to do X, Y, and Z. Put a ward down, see where the lanes are, swap, or do things like that. Adjust items. There's a lot of like things they can do to adjust those bad situations that they might encounter.
all right, well, wards have been placed. People are getting into position. We'll see if they actually go for any sort of a fight or if they're just going to. Well, they ping this out over here.
Oh, wow, they saw that one. Yeah, they got their observer ward down just an inch earlier, and it looks like, yeah, they saw them swing to the right. Great D ward. That's normally a ward that's like, you're never going to catch that one in a normal circumstance. Great place to put a ward early, though.
Again, I almost wonder how much of this comes down to the fact that they probably scrim each other quite a bit.
I'm sure it matters a lot. I wouldn't be surprised to see them like share some ideas in terms of the drafting battles in those in the group before the group stage starts. So makes sense. But pretty safe on both sides. Double binaries each. DY will go get a visual check here, and Faith Beyond looking towards the mid lane, and he's going to curve back towards the south. So lanes as expected, more or less. Dual lanes. Enchantress going to try to protect the Luna here. It should be a really strong dual lane, frankly, once you get creeps and the bonus damage.
And it begins. Faith Beyond just getting smacked around by the older Titan.
Can they lane well against the Clinks? We will find out.
Is the question. I would say that Nothing to Say definitely having a bit of an advantage here against Ori here in the mid lane.
Yeah, it looks pretty nice just by being a range hero versus a melee. The upside for Ori is that he can potentially dodge the EMP, so he has some solutions there, but goes for the EMP kills on those range creeps. Pretty common right now for the Quaswex.
And just tosses out the Tornado, letting Ori tank some of these creeps as well.
Got the big double wave here, so now he's just going to sit under all these creeps and deny these. Not too much that Ori do to reduce this. Stood too close to the tower that time, unfortunately, so it took a bunch of tower hits. Bit rough, but side lanes going okay so far. Nice Centaur pickup. Was able to get that large camp not blocked. It's a big battle for the Enchantresses, is making sure that you have control over those camps. He must have walked somewhere else. Oops, almost pinged on the map. That would have been a big problem.
Oh, no.
Bad to hold alt and look for things, and instantly dewards a sentry ward. PYW had it. That's a big one. Costly
right
for Y. So now he's going to have to run back all the way over to the right, and that's a big deal because at level 1 enchant, this thing only lasts for 30 seconds. So if you take it over and then run it over to the lane, you only have like 15 seconds to pressure. So even though he was able to get the Centaur, he didn't have time to stack it. Now there's just weaker creeps over there. So that battle over the camps is so massive for Enchantress supports.
Looks like Shin-Q trying to get over to that water rune faster.
Oh,
Does manage to snap it up.
I think Ori could have gotten that one, but he, I don't know, stepped back at the moment after.
Perhaps he was expecting something else more, or...
Can't blame Ping this time. It might have been also that he was like anticipating when he'd grab it, but it took longer than he thought it would.
And harass over onto Poyo. Ooh, 20 hit points.
Maybe he should have used his fairy fire there. That was kind of close.
I'm sure he's collected. Poyo knows his limits.
He's done the math, yeah.
He's done the math.
Well, I mean, there is a max damage Soul Assumption can do, so it's 75 times 3, that's 150, 225 plus 20, 240, and then, just take away 25% of that. Easy math. I'll let you guys do that at home, because I know it, obviously. Ooh, Y doing a great job pulling, getting this camp stacked. He finds a Hellbear Smash. This is one of the best ones because it does a lot of damage with its skills. Centaur works, but it's better in the mid game when stuns are more important. He wants damage to harass his opponents, but by the time the tomato gets here, 17 seconds left on this guy.
Not the best efficiency for sure.
But so what you got to do as much as you can, and it's gonna die. 6 seconds left. good for it.
Yeah, but it lived a nice, you know, a nice life. Middle lane, though. Ooh, it's a battle between Nothing to Say and Ori's got the Fairy Fire. Nothing to Say going to back off. Throw out a couple of these hits. He needs one more, though. And he just doesn't have it. 30-something hit points over on Ori. These two very closely matched. Top lane, that's a lot of negative armor on this Luna.
She has really high base, though. That's a really nice thing about the Luna in this pick. And this may be part of the reason that they went for her, just because she was going to be semi-survivable against whatever minus armor pressure came out. But Y almost level 3. There's another tornado mid.
Q with the fissure. This is looking a bit dubious now for Ori. Is able to outplay earlier, survive with just a few hit points. Is he going to be able to get the neutral creep denied? No, he's not. First blood going to Shinkyu.
Really nice kill. Took some doing. The boots really helps out there. If they have to run after him normal way, good luck catching up. But yeah, big one.
A very
big
worthy rotation. And this is also going to mean that Poyoyo is able to have a little bit of breathing room. But again, it is a Visage who has decent nuking.
Yeah, and he just does the trade. Like every time he uses Grave
late.
Chill,
Uh-oh.
34 less attack speed on the Clink, so he just can't fight back. Normally, you can fight back, throw a stun or something during the Grave Chill. Nah, he's got none of that. The matchup is not looking great there, and this is one of the coolest things about Dota is when you pull out a hero like this, hasn't been touched yet in the group stage, and it has a really good purpose in this game. For the lane, it's going to be able to pressure Clinks pretty consistently. So far, Visage started with a Null Talisman boots. He's going to go fast Medallion. And that's going to be great for offensively dealing damage. Tide taking harass top though.
I think that's pretty standard, usually going for that medallion, so nothing too strange about it. Do you think we're seeing any, you know, we talk about how when we don't see heroes that frequently, it's because they're very specialized to the draft. Are we going to see anything different built on this particular hero?
No, I think you're right. The medallion is very standard. Offlaners maybe a bit different. Fissure block though,
Yeah,
he doesn't have
Poyoyo's
invis.
going to try to go into the tree line. They're just going to follow him in, and they're going to be able to get the kill.
There's almost always one laning death for Clinks these days, I feel like. People just don't want to skill Skeleton Walk because it's really going to affect their farming speed later on because you want every point of Burning Barrage possible, and you also want every point Searing Arrows to make your Barrage better. So they very often do die at least once here. If he just limits
They're
it
just
to
trying
one,
to say it's normal. It's okay.
It really is. Like, it's a big kill by all means, but like Clinks just is so vulnerable, and this is like a high damage ranged Visage lineup, or like good hero for the lane.
And look at the way Shinkyu just constantly running over. Needs to get just a bit more damage. Do they have the right click is the question. Shinkyu, he wants this. 60-something hit points. A rotation from PYW and DY. Immediately going to try to protect. Tornado will connect. Looks like Nothing to Say. No, he gets stomped. Do they have enough damage? Cookie hop forward. Shinkyu trying to make his way over, trying to just be the bodyguard, trying to stop them. Stay away from my Nothing to Say, he says. As PYW, he wants this so bad, but I don't think he's gonna be able to get it.
Getting so much done as the support Earthshaker. He's even got 2 points in Fissure here, and this is a nice play by DY. Not letting Nothing to Say run back to the lane the fast way. He's making him walk a little bit longer just to get him a couple less last hits. But yeah, Jinkyu's doing such a good job pressuring all areas of the map. Faith Beyond now hits 6, gets his bats, birds, gargoyles, familiars, whatever you want to call them, and that's going to completely zone the Clinks right now. Because the same principle applies. Like, he just Grave Chills and he runs at you, and he's going to out-trade you. And with Clinks not having 6 yet, he can't out-regen, he can't have healthy HP. He even forced him to buy boots pretty early, which he's not super happy with, but hey, at least the man can dig.
Bottom lane, Old 11 is just taking so much of this damage. Shinkyu again with that fissure. Follow up with the nuke. Y is here. They'll get the enchant. He's looking to get the Ravage off. He's going to have to pull it. Y will fall. So that is a considerable amount of time that PSG LGD doesn't have to worry about Old 11.
This is the perfect representation of this surprise Visage pick. Like, the Clinks got killed, he's forced to jungle. They forced their offlaner to now come to the safe lane because, like, this is just way too much for Faith Beyond. But now he Ravaged just to keep his hero alive. The resources they've gotten out of this last pick is insane. 3k gold advantage for LGD, literally because of this Visage against the Clinks. It's so cool.
Nothing to Say, finding PYW. Actually just ran right past Poyoyo, who was using the tree to hide. That's how scared he is. 11, they don't have to worry about the Ravage, so we're just gonna walk away from this Tidehunter.
They're here to pressure.
They are, and I would say they're definitely doing it.
They should be able to get this kill. Elder Titan can slow it down a little bit, but with all this extra damage, the creep, everything, tower should fall. They're going to try to offset this by pressuring the mid lane for Vici Gaming, but really quick tower death. More gold advantage continues. They're going to catch it.
Another fissure now from Shin-Q. Faithian making his way over. Big nuke coming out. Impetus, can they get enough damage to follow up? I think with that tornado, it's just enough. Now Old 11 is left all by himself. And he has no mana left as Faithian just continuously harassing.
And he doesn't even necessarily guarantee that kill, but again, now Tide's at half HP. He's got to worry about one more hero dropping behind him to put the fissure block down. And they tried to slow this down, but I almost... And they did a bit, but they're still giving him kills, which feels a little bit weird. Maybe they need to be more careful. It did keep Invoker in the bot lane longer, getting less farm. But he's queuing up Midas now, and his net worth is still pretty good. He's third highest from the top. He's got more net worth than everybody on Vici Gaming.
It's another fissure to an enchant totem. This is just not looking like a super tanky Tidehunter.
It's not.
Sounds like a cartoon, super tanky Tidehunter.
It does. That's actually a really cool name. Super tanky Tidehunter.
I think someone needs to use that in an amateur league. No, that needs to be a team name.
That's cool. I like that a lot. And the issue is he was forced out of his lane earlier than he wanted to be. And he's forced to go bottom, and all he has is Phase Boots and Ring of Health. He doesn't have the Hood yet. The Hood would help a lot, certainly. I mean, he's got the Kraken Shell. The Familiars do literally no damage to Tidehunter right now. But the Visage right-click is decent, as is the Soul Assumption and the other players. And this is just giving them so much space. Chantress is 5 now. They're just playing on the enemy side of the map. Solar Crest is finished with the Tranquil Boots at 10 minutes. Like, Visage is farmed. He's like almost the most farmed on the entire map.
Just not quite enough damage to take down Wise Enchantress here. Shin-Q again showing up, be able to follow up with the fissure, EMP coming through, and this is not looking good for PYW. Can we talk about, like, just, you know, hold on one second. Old 11 is just running on in with his face here. He's got the Ravage up, wants to finally take out this Earthshaker, which he'll be able to do. But now he's in a very tight spot because Faithian is just right nearby. Just chases him over. They need to go and cancel out the TP, and they have it in the form of the tornado. So that's just a dead Tidehunter yet again.
Another kill. 800 gold for Faithian, past what he had in that last engagement. So he puts the Solar Crest on a support. Literally a support who has like no defensive items, and he forces a Ravage as a result, just giving him that extra armor and movement speed. Like, the pressure he's put on him on this game is insane. It's like he's playing Death Prophet or something, which he has played recently. Kind of similar playstyles. Big ulti.
Morty kisses, but they have nothing to hold them into place. Throw out the fissure, followed up with the tornado. Two of them, just two little ducks in the row. They have absolutely no mana, and they even have the big Hadouken being tossed out from the creep that Enchantress has.
The EP was big there. But the pressure continues, and they're going to have to go run back and heal. He's got Maelstrom on Clinks, but he'd love just some time.
Cookie Hop, they just aren't able to quite land it as they're going to go right back in. Again, Faithian just dishing out this damage with the Visage, and they've got the vision over here on the Ember Spirit. They should have plenty of damage, and he's going to try to run away, but oh, look who's just waiting with wide open arms. Still alive, though.
That was sick. I thought he was super dead, no mana. Pops the wand, instantly jumps, and Faithian was set up to catch him, but the mana was enough to double Remnant out. But either way, they're spending resources. They're not hitting creeps. Clinks is not AoEing out neutrals. He just gets over here to the stacks, and it looks like they're blocked. Nah, Luna's just been killing them already. They're gone. All Might cleared him. So now Poyo has to run even farther just to get back to farming after this super long engagement. And that is why their net worth is so far behind. Because they've had to spend all these hero resources to just slow down what LGD's doing, and they still got it anyways.
Okay, now I want to take a moment. Now I want to say something.
No, okay.
Oh my god. All right, so we got 8 kills on the board here for PSG LGD.
Yep.
And you know who's been involved in every single one of those kills?
Me, Moxie.
I mean, you are watching, so I guess technically you are being a part of it.
Who is it?
Now I don't want to tell you. No.
I could have guessed that.
No, I mean, yes, but also, it's not Faithian. It is Shin-Q. Shinkyu has been
sorry.
involved.
That was in. You're not gonna believe me, and I don't blame you. But
don't
that
believe you.
was literally in my mind. I literally looked at the scoreboard, and for some reason I said Fabian.
A likely story. A likely story.
I don't blame you for not believing me, but I.
Anyways, yes, he's been involved in every single one of these kills. This man has been so aggressive and in the right place at the right time. And again, speaking of right place, right time, this is kind of the wrong place, wrong time for Old 11. Does have the Ravage up. He'll turn back around, but again, where's the rest of his team? Go, try to get the stomp down, follow up with the Earth Splitter. This is looking like they might be able to. Oh, okay, long range Snapfire Kiss is coming in hot as they finally get it, but they do get the Echo Slam off at the same time, so they'll take down DY. Whole other fight breaking out on the other side here. As Faith Yen wants to get closer here to PYW. And they'll just chase down Grandma yet again, send her back to that nursing home.
Their damage is just so high. Like, they're putting all of this effort to kill an Earthshaker 4 because that's all they can do. Like, pressuring Visage, it's not going to work. He's got 4 points in Gravekeeper's Cloak. So the Bats are just constantly on top of them, dealing damage and pressuring. There was no threat to Ame in that whole fight as a result. He's just sitting in the back, casting spells, dealing damage. His net worth is massive, 8,000 at this point. All the tier 1s are dead. Tier 2 pressure's coming soon. I would be surprised to see them pivot, take a quick Roche, then continue their lives.
This game is moving so incredibly quickly right now that it just feels like VG Gaming cannot gain a foothold.
They cannot, and they do start the Roche here. Moving in, Alacrity with the Luna. They've got Grave Chill, they've got Solar Crest, they've got tons of damage here. Roche is going to die in the next 10 seconds. They've gotten a Ravage. There's no way they can contest this, and the gold advantage just keeps going. Nothing to say, moving out, trying to stop any, like, no, you can't get this bounty rune. We're going to contest everything.
11 does not like having to play like this.
That was cool that they put the pressure on him, though, because it made them have to react to it. 2 hero resources. In the meantime, they have 2 others finishing Roche.
PYW yet again, just getting clicked down by nothing to say. The stun's coming out from Faith Bien's Birds. Got the Impetus, they've got the Dukes, and that's a dead Snapfire.
And that kill works because they used the Cookie on the Tide earlier, so he doesn't have Cookie to easily save himself in that circumstance. So these little pokes that are ruses and lies end up working.
I like that it's all deception, the ruses and the lies.
Just a little light pressure.
They find Poyo-Yo, they've got the detection, and he's just a non-factor this game.
He really is.
It feels very bad.
What a Visage pick. The one hero, basically one of the heroes that is entirely reliant on his right click to do anything in the laning stage. Doesn't have good escape if he gets ran at. It's just perfect. Grave Chill is the perfect spell for this circumstance. And the fact that he also has Soul Assumption to do a lot of damage as well just made his lane so easy. And then once you get that small gold advantage and he gets the armor levels, it's like you're not out harassing him. He's just going to abuse you. So this pick just did everything for him.
Another setup here coming out from PSG LGD, but of course the Ember is going to be able to just slide away.
It's still good though. Makes him waste a Remnant and spend 150 mana jumping away. So no matter what happens, your EMP is sort of working. He loses some mana and some utility. And that means the next fight that happens, he can't just dump Remnants on a guy or be as aggressive.
Smoke play though coming out from VG Gaming. So they're going to try to force them possibly out of their jungle. They are playing towards this bottom area on the side of PSG LGD, aside from obviously Ame in the top lane. But Ame has basically had just the run of the map, go wherever he likes. He doesn't have to worry about this Clink pressuring him because Clink's is just so far behind. So they'll take some play over here over onto Shinkyu. They'll actually use the Earth Split as well.
They kind of have to. That's the one guy that can gank kind of
PYW?
easy.
Oh, the birds.
Very
Beware
close.
the birds.
Because Y is very difficult to kill also. He's maxed out Nature's Attendance. He's going for a mech build. Very likely he'll buy Locket afterwards, I would expect, since he's pumping out so much heal. Just makes sense to help them go high ground in endgame, sort of. But all windows have been lost. BKB's coming for Luna here. So Ravage is now crappy. We said it in the draft. BKB is so good against a lot of VG Gaming heroes. So Luna, not that she had any threat to her with Ame controlling the wheel. Oh, that one hurts. Okay. It's the last attack kills the neutral item, but you've already started TPing. Luckily, his courier was already there, so he didn't have to. It's all good. It was a good item too, Grobo. You may want that.
Old 11 getting a lot of harass yet again. Birds going to stun in place. Nothing to say is just kind of staring at him. I thought we were going to see some sort of a taunt or something, right?
Yeah, not much taunting here, that's for sure.
No, these
moving
people
in.
are here to play Dota 2. Tay Dota 2 and kill DY.
Oh
He
my
is
god.
very dead.
That truly was a lot of damage. Must not have spotted the ward of the sentry there.
Look at this Luna. Look at this net worth on Ame.
It's very strong. It's really, really strong.
It is insane. This is like, she's just absolutely massive. Once she starts breaking into the actual base, all of your buildings are just going to melt.
Yeah, especially if the first tower dies. And I don't really see this slowing down with
No.
the Solar Crest, with the Essence Ring, with the heal from Enchantress. Yeah, they're going high ground. What is it today? The fast games, apparently. Teams figuring out the meta and know what they can abuse, and LGD's abusing this one real good.
Just gonna let the Centaur tank the tower. The rest of them waiting very patiently. Fissure lands over on the Ember. These birds, how do you stop the birds, the glaze, everything? Well, they'll take a little nap. They've been working hard. All right, there it is. There's the Ravage right on top of Ame.
got
So
him.
they'll be able to get the kill. And now they're trying to just push back the rest of PSG LGD, but Faith Beyond, he's feeling pretty strong right now. Just turns around, nothing to say, sitting very low. Gonna get healed up by the sprites over on Y. Old 11 still just chasing. We talked about it. When he is in, he is in. But they're not gonna be able to grab anyone else as they're able to just teleport and walk away on the side of PSG LGD.
Maybe a little bit too greedy for PSG. I didn't notice until just now, because I'm bad, of course. But they put the Aegis on Visage and not on Luna, like we would expect. So the Ravage combo is really effective for that reason. They land the Stomp, they land the Earth Splitter. It's just enough burst damage to kill him before he gets BKB off. So huge kill that's going to stop the push, but the fact they didn't get any more kills makes it feel a little bit worse. Aegis will time out though, so it's not all bad for them, but
Ooh.
able to snag it. See if they're going to...
Fissure actually does connect. They should be able to stun lock over if they get the other bird there fast enough. No, not gonna be able to do it. Bird's gonna take a nap.
It was a good try. His mana was pretty low. Would have been able to wand and jump, but either way, the pressure continues. And Luna's alive, still has high net worth. Gonna spend a little bit of time jungling to grab new tier 2s. Gonna go for Vambrace as the choice, and we'll see if they go... it looks to me, from what it seems like, they might just reset a little bit. They're gonna fish for a good fight here with Smoke. If they get like 1 or 2 convincing kills, they'll probably go back to the barracks if possible. Or they're just gonna play it slightly safer, get some tier 2s instead.
Shinkyu again leading the way.
Smoke has not broken
through
bad.
the spirit.
They know about where it was, yeah, and they're just gonna get vision. Control the tri-camp.
It's enough to scare away Vici Gaming for the time being.
Blessings upon a
There
loyal
are still a couple
warrior.
of heroes, though, in that top area. And as I say that, they find one of those heroes. It is, of course, PYW, rather. He's going to try to cookie hop away. They're not going to let him go, though. They've got the Lucent Beam.
Fishing for the kills, and Clinks is gonna get the next wave. He's gonna wait for his Burning Barrage to do this most likely. He's almost got BKB. Oh, they even scanned for
He
him,
seems
dude.
so scared, dude. I don't know. I don't know if he shows. The pressure is on this tier 2. Look at this. It just melts.
Yeah, that's insane damage. Oh, of course, the familiars get the Luna Aura too. Works on the creeps, so boom, 85 damage per hit for the familiars. Which is normally what you get when you hit level 18 on Visage. And he's pretty close to Ag, so he's gonna have 3 birds here. Siege and build in shortly.
Nothing to say. Finding DY. Pretty fast, but they have that EMP, and the final hit from Faith Beyond will seal DY's fate.
Yeah, Invoker very good against support Elder Titan there. Like I said, most ETs are buying Veil right now. But a lot of disables don't do like that much disable. Like stuns only last a short period of time, but Cold Snap just keeps on going. So very easy for Invoker to guarantee those kills if he gets to the fight in time. So brief period of farming here. Visage 1,000 gold away from the Ags. Luna wants to go Manta and Shard. Because they lost that earlier push, I like how quickly they changed gears back into like a normal game. It feels like a lot of times those mistakes happen, they cascade. It feels like that's the big one. And while it did limit LGD's momentum, I think they've done like a comfortable amount of like accelerating but playing safe still.
This is a big pickup, though, for Poyoyo. He has completed the BKB.
Yeah, that's
It's
big.
going to make it so he's able to skirmish a bit more, and we have smoke-on-smoke action. Of course, LGD standing on the high ground. Vici Gaming starting from below. Looks like they might try to make some wrapping motion according to the map. They do spot out that a creep has been changed, so they are suspicious as to the next moves of the side of PSG LGD.
It's a great way to push for Enchantress. Take the range creep and just A-click it down the lane.
It was so busted at one point, like it did so much damage.
It still does do, well, it used to do like 90, I think. It's a little bit less, but yeah, it's still very good for sure. So play the high ground, nothing to say. He's going to be the frontliner. He doesn't have BKB yet, but he's real quick with all this Wex and Invis. So if he does break a smoke, he might be able to escape, but better for him than somebody else. And Enchantress sitting at the other dangerous point, the inflex point of the two other ramps. So look at this wrap. It's so far, but it just might work. They're going to see Ame. Can they catch him in time?
Oh, the BKB and the Earth Splitter for naught.
Radiant's top tower.
The trees, dude. The trees are what hurt him there. The vision from where
Oh,
Tide was standing.
they got the courier though.
Okay, they got the shard. It's something,
It's a
but
consolation prize, but they got it.
it's not worth a Ravage and a Mortimer's Kisses. I mean,
not.
they got a BKB out of it, but that was rough. Normally when you're smoked at daytime, you're going to see him before they see you, but there was trees in the way briefly, so Tide kept moving, and all of a sudden it was like, oh shit, there he is. And then he reacted just a little bit slow. If he blinks from smoke to Ravage, much higher chance that Ame gets Ravage there, and then that actually opens up the opportunity. But well done by Ame to react, and now VG Gaming's going to be off the map for a while.
That hurts so badly. Imagine if they do manage to secure that.
Would have been a big kill. They could get map control, push out lanes a bit more.
Gives
It would've been
Poyoyo
huge.
more time to farm up too, because he is
Yeah.
not doing as poorly as he did before. In fact, he's starting to catch up, but this Luna, it's the natural way of how
Dire's
she
bottom tower
farms
is under
with the
attack.
lives.
Dire's
Even tries to
structures
backdoor
are
the tier 1
fortified.
there. The old 0-2-0 Clink still has very high net worth. The power of Burning Barrage. It's a good, very good skill. So split pushing across the map.
Ags is completed though for 5th Yen.
He hasn't used it yet. He's waiting to get some quad stomps potentially.
He's looking. There's a little bit of an engagement going on. EMP. Old 11 jumped forward, but they'll lose PYW pretty quickly now. Landed the Echo Stomp,
Nicely done.
but
Yeah.
they're just going to disengage on the side of VG Gaming.
So this just makes the map pressure from LGD so much stronger now that he can go invis like this with the familiars, because before their gank was very reliant on Earthshaker, and Jinku's been doing a great job following where he thinks Klinks is going to be spotting him and forcing Klinks to walk away less efficiently, because it's better for a support to do that than somebody else. But now with the threat that Faith BN is going to be able to be there invis or find these kills with Dust is a huge threat. They just have so many more different ways to make ganks happen, pretty much. Sentries do spot the birds, so they know about where he's playing,
They
but
know, but can they do anything about it is the question.
I think VG Gaming wants them to go on them. Hence why they're playing here with the vision, but yeah, they're going to play a little bit safe. He didn't like what he saw, so he'll back
Why,
up.
why go for it when there is a perfectly good Roshan up? I mean, find some sort of pick off another lane, perhaps,
true.
and then get on. I mean, they could just technically go right on in, but Old 11, of course, a little bit scary as that Tide Hunter with the Ravage.
Yeah, it's just more important that they regain map control first. Regain control of the Tri-Camp would be really helpful too. And then once you got that, then they're going to feel comfortable to maybe Roche.
I think they have to take out DY as well. I think DY is definitely a huge threat along with that Ravage because of the fact that he has, the sleep, the ear splitter, everything that can go into that pit.
And the vision. So it's like your
Yes.
window to kill Roche without them knowing it has to be really small. And they can do it quick with the heroes they have, but they don't really have any other auras since the ones they bought. Just like Vlad's, just a Solar Crest. Not that much single target damage, even though they all together do a lot. Are in there looking for a fight?
They want this Roche. They want this Roche on the side of PSG LDD. They had that creep in there earlier, keeping tabs on it. Do have a pretty good win probability at this time. Is it going to be QIW again? Look, the cookie up, but the fissure comes in. And 4 steps forward.
Nicely done.
Grandma's still a little spry. She got some action in those bones still.
But they get the D ward. So the question is, can they take Roche while still defending their Observer ward? Usually what happens is like you sit back, you go take Roche, and they're going to invade. You kind of want to stay, and that's why Y's sitting around here. He's still very hard to kill if he gets his heal off. He's got Mech and Locket. Good luck killing the guy.
Yeah, they've just left Luna over to the side, and they're just going to try to push back VG Gaming from even being
They
able
scout
to
it.
enter the area.
And they get the stomp too. So it's going to slow him down. Is it going to buy him enough time to smoke? Yep,
Smoke,
there's
yep,
smoke.
they're going right in as fast as possible. They know that this is their time. Old 11 leading
Half
the charge
HP.
as per usual.
Scanning.
They scanned it. They know. Oh.
Sending in the spirit, but look at this play. Look at the
Okay.
wrap around. DY, that's their target. That's someone that they need to get rid of. They'll go for the vision. Old 11 seeing the birds. Birds are just going to sidestep over here.
The birds are so godly in this situation, spotting enemies. Same with the Spirit. The fact that VG Gaming could confirm very easily that they weren't still in Roche saves them like a possible bad engage, wasted spells, or poor positioning. Now LG is going to reset again, knowing that the smoke is gone. That they're going to be able to see their
There's
opponents
so much
approaching.
vision. I know.
And look at this, Luna Illusion runs forward to get some vision. It's going to be able to cut the creep wave if they need to. Spots ult 11.
Can cancel out that blink dagger very easily.
Oh, they just did it.
Another
It's over.
tornado. There it is. Ame picks up the Aegis of the Immortal, and VG Gaming, they just can't do anything about it.
Great job to wait that out, basically. Realized that their opponents were coming. Sat good positioning until the smoke runs out. Then they use illusions and summons to push out the waves and spot their opponents approaching. Because the chances that they brought a second smoke with them just to get ready for that fight.
Fissure! Go slam! Comes out from Shin-Q. They just wipe Ori off the map immediately. Oh, and there is no escape now for PYW. He will be the next one to fall.
They're ready for that. The moment the Aegis goes down, their opponents are going to go split push. And once again, Jin-Q's just in his opponent's mind, planning ahead, thinking where they're going to go, and he just sets up some great fights.
All right, well, they've got 2 down on the side of VG Gaming. PSG just continuing to force down this lane. Look at this heat map. He's just been all over, honestly. Luna really didn't need any help earlier on. He's just been making the plays and putting the pressure down over on Poyoyo.
It looked like he was a Radiant hero by that heat map. He was playing all of his time in the safe lane, pretty much.
Speaking of Poyoyo. See you later.
Oh, it's a rough one, and they even have the fairy whatever thingy.
The fairy whatever thingy.
Who's ferrying up in here? It's Earthshaker. The Fae Grenade. There we go.
Fae Grenade. There we go, yeah.
The
You sure you do this for a living?
I do. I just couldn't remember it.
It's okay. It's all right.
It's the purple Pokeball thing. Always going to even go for the
He's
Eclipse
going
here.
for the Eclipse play. They just want to get rid of old 11. He's sitting very low. The follow-up with the Chaos Meteors, not going to be quite enough, but they're very scared for their Tidehunter. They even go and push him forward there. Sunstrike a little bit off the mark.
But 13k gold advantage from that Roche. They got the Shard on Earthshaker to lower the Fissure cooldown, give him that extra stun to control without having to fully commit. And now the map control just feels pretty overwhelming because, I mean, they've lost Eclipse here. Echo Slam's on cooldown for a bit, but so hard for VG Gaming to fight into this. 3 deaths now on Klinks. Again, this net worth is still fine. Klinks can farm really quick, but he has to put himself in really dangerous places to do it because of the fact that his opponents or his allies are just really struggling with map control.
This Klinks is just not effective at all. He's 0-3 and 0 right now. Again,
but he is hitting creeps.
He's hitting creeps, so that is his job, but this is not the way that you typically want to see Klinks being played. Again, things have been changed quite a bit, but he tends to be more of this snowbally kind of hero. Oh, look at the birds. They know these over there,
It's also that his team just hasn't had a lot of opportunities to take a real fight. Like, how many weak Ravages have we seen this game? A lot. Lots of defensive Ravages, Ravages that don't accomplish very much. And he's been forced to do that. So as a result, Klinks isn't there to like Burning Barrage during the Ravage because there just haven't been many opportunities for VG Gaming to take fights. It's just been slow, methodical pushing or ganking by LGD.
The fight's coming to them. They've got 2 minutes left on this Aegis. They want to just get rid of Ode 11 as fast as possible. He does manage to go and get off the Ravage. This goes right on in here.
Oh,
Coming
so
from
good.
Ori, they go and they get 1 kill right off the bat, getting rid of Shin-Q. That is their big boy. Nothing to say. Next to fall, Ame running for his life.
Perfect initiation there by VG Gaming. LGD was kind of fishing for the fight. I think did they tornado the
I mean, this isn't done. They're still going after Y, but yes.
Very dead deer woman in the forest. I think they tornado Tide to like fish a bit, but unfortunately it was the exact same time that Jin-Q blinked in to go for the fissure. Unfortunately, the Spirit's there. It stomps them all, sleeps them. That guarantees the Ravage, extra damage. Then they all get like vacuumed onto the Earth Splitter. Then the Kiss is coming. It's like perfect circumstance. Normally what's supposed to happen there, Earthshaker just sits in the back and is like, wow, my Enchantress is dying.
All right, here we go. So
the tornado puts him in there.
Shin-Q.
Miss execution.
The sleep. Oh my god.
And here comes the vacuum with the kisses. The 2 supports are mega struggling. Nothing to say dies to physical damage despite being BKB'd. Perfect circumstance, but ultimately that one's on LGD. Nothing to say is going to be like, whoops. Bad tornado at the same time that that Earthshaker blinks, and they had the same idea, but it cost him big.
These things, they do happen, but this is going to give a little bit of a footing now for Vici Gaming. And it was desperately needed, honestly, because it was feeling like they were very suffocated in the base every time Poyoyo even took one step out. In fact, he sees that, oh, he's not alone. So he's going to hide. They're looking for him. They have the dust, but he BKBs to teleport away. It's a very big victory for PSG.
Yeah, not bad. Cost them a BKB, but they'll still control the map, though.
They will.
It's
Again,
all fine.
the map is opening up for Vici Gaming, and that's incredibly important.
It is, yeah.
Ember Spirit finishing up the Aghanim Scepter. A little bit more items and play time for Vici.
Better mana as well, because then Remnant is half the mana cost it used to be, so he's going to be able to jump around a little bit more ably while he collects items. But yeah, it just kind of feels to me like LGD is just making some small but crucial mistakes. We haven't really seen a lot of other teams be able to even show those from them. It just seems like they play perfect all game, but these are just really small errors that Vici Gaming is also wise to pressure. They're smoking though. Might see a fight.
Yeah, definitely going to see a fight, because they're creeping their way over here.
But always, look at this, the Sentry and the Obs.
You got to say,
They're
like
smoked
PYW and Old 11, always the ones who break these smokes, it seems.
That's the right way to do it. But
Yes, indeed.
I just love these like wards and sentries on the high ground that they're putting. If not for these, they're not going to see Visage coming necessarily as often,
Counter smoke play.
and it just allows them to do this.
Counter smoke play. They
This
see nothing to say. Nothing to say. Pick up a haste, though. Very timely.
Their disable is hard though.
Faithbian doing a little bit of scouting.
It's really tough for them to initiate. They don't have this like jump stun like Earthshaker or a Hex provides you. Like you're not going to ravage a solo invoker there. You can't do slight chains. You're just going to BKB and run. You basically have to land like a cookie or something. And that's a really tough thing about Vici's lineup. If they're not doing like 5v5 fights, their small hero gank is going to feel really ineffective.
Vici Gaming trying to just retake this triangle area. Very, very important. Obviously, it's right around the Roche pit. Do have some nice vision. Can't see why over here. We're going to try to punish this. Got the sprites, and there's going to be...
Honestly, I'm happy if I'm
This
Y
is-
right now. I'm like, let's see.
all right. Let's see. It's been about 5 seconds. 6, 7, 8. They're not going to get the kill on Y. This is... All right, maybe they go back in. Old 11 does have the Ravage, but over on the backside, they get the Fissure off. And they'll be able to take down PYWY. Nothing to say, also falling. Faithia needs to be very careful now. Gets slept. Poyoyo. Considering it's not going to go in, as they have the Eclipse. They'll turn back around over onto Old 11. One more hit should do the kill. It's a double kill now for Ame. BKB comes out from Ori. He wants to get out of here, and he wants to get out of here fast.
Safe escape there. Nicely played by Vici Gaming as a whole. I mean, it was a bit of a weird science experiment. Let's see how much we can kill the guy with the locket and all of the heal talents. He tanks almost everything. But it was that stomp once again. It's that unexpected disable that's setting up Vici Gaming, because as soon as that stomp hits, it guarantees that Old 11's able to pop Ravage on non-BKB targets, which guarantees the kill on the Invoker. Died without using BKB, normally would have been okay. But ultimately, the pressure goes on Faith Beyond. Faith Beyond had his shard there, actually. Turns into stone form right before the sleep hits, and therefore they couldn't continue to go on him. That gave him a nice opening and still gives them ultimate map control, and still net worth advantage. Like, Luna's a full item ahead of where Clinks is.
I think it's all going to come down to the next Roche, which should be in about 2 minutes.
It's a good opportunity for Vici Gaming to swing things around, that's for sure.
They're getting more and more items picked up for Poyoyo, which I think is definitely, well, obviously it's helping, but
Radiant
definitely
are
turning the
scanning.
tide.
No Scotty this game. He's queuing up now, but he decided to go for the raw damage, the Daedalus. If he goes Scotty while behind on net worth a little bit, he probably never gets kills, despite having great utility. And he just really thought, like, if I don't have a Daedalus, like, I don't think we win fights at all. It would be difficult for them to kill Enchantress or other heroes. So probably the right itemization if they're just hitting creeps anyways. So
Getting a couple of these neutral items at the 37-minute mark.
he was really thinking about that that sword. Could have gotten Maim AoE procs with his Burning Barrage. That would have been cool. But Paladin sword just too hard to pass up when he doesn't have any other lifesteal on this hero.
About a minute left before the next Roche spawns. You can see the way that they're playing tightly around the top area of the map, how important this is to both teams.
Yeah, it really is. Refresher Shard, amazing on Tidehunter, obviously. Could be a free Ags for somebody as well. That has huge value. In fact, Invoker really wants this. He's queuing up Refresher. He was thinking about Ags earlier, but he's like, nah, I need BKB. And now he's like, all right, I'm just going to get the Refresher. Double combos. So if he gets a free Ags, oh, that'd be really good for nothing to say.
That would be incredible, and not very happy for the side of Vici.
Yeah. But I'm sure they'd also love a free Ags. It's not I haven't tried Klink's Ags, but it's probably still pretty solid.
I think the big thing is just, I feel like they want to take out DY. DY is causing so much trouble as this Elder Titan. They need to find him, get the pick off, and then perhaps they can go into the Roche pit. Though they're going to check it now. They realize it's got to be soon. Do you have that creep sitting over in the pit? And the invasion begins.
Oh,
okay, they managed to find themselves the Ember Spirit.
Oh,
or
no!
BKB, though? Is he going to be able to survive? It looks like he is.
The Deafening Blast pushed him to the high ground. They lost vision on him.
Oh my god, this
rough one.
Nothing to say has got to be so upset.
I mean, they're doing their best to kill him.
This is the second time that he's had just a little bit of a don't even know what you want to call it, a mistake, I guess.
A slightly flop spell. This one's not nearly as bad as the 20 one wasn't like a bad play either. It was just unfortunate. This one a little unfortunate too. Two unfortunate skill usages. Like he was trying to do max damage. That's the best like single target spell he had in that circumstance to blast him with. But the push to the high ground was just a little bit rough, unfortunately. They didn't have Echo Slam to elongate the disable either. He ends up surviving another BKB charge, but he's down to 6, but they would have loved to get that kill, especially with Roche up. If Ember's dead right now, he has to buy back or they get Roche. Either option is great for LGD, so that one's going to hurt. But either way, they've got Gem on Visage. His ability to deward is insane because he's just got flying vision, so there's that clip once again. Gets stomped, the fissure pushes him up to the high ground.
God, gives him just enough time.
It was also the stomp actually from the Elder Titan. Once again, he stomped a couple of their heroes, preventing them from chasing, so it's quite good. Vici is on the map though. Put one ward down. We'll see if it gets deward. If Faith Beyond's running right for it, instantly gonna deward once again. He's doing such a good job with this.
Immediately pops the healing. They have a decent amount of damage this time around, though, although it does take quite a bit. Why still alive? These healing sprites are just absolutely incredible. Okay, that was a big crit. Can they get enough? There it is. There it is at the slight. But it took so much to be able to have that happen. So now they're totally spread out. The buyback coming out now from Y. Ori trying to put out enough damage. Nothing to say. They have the dust. He's got the BKB, though. He's going to try to run away, but it's too much physical damage. As PYW also getting chased, but it's pretty important that they lost nothing to say. PYW will fall. And they already grabbed DY. Luna is alive and kicking. Why somehow?
He's back.
He's back. Hit me is what he's yelling, you know?
7-second blink. This is pretty good.
Right back in again. Old 11 has that Ravage, but I don't think he wants to go and pop it. He is fairly tanky. The Impetus doing a decent amount of damage. Shinkyu coming forward. Doesn't quite have that fissure just yet, but doesn't matter. The Tidehunter will die.
Jinkyu relying on the old Stormcrafter, the Static Shocker, zapping his enemies to stop them from blinking. Great item for that, but turns out quite good for them. Invoker's still struggling against the physical damage, and finally, nothing to say, says, all right, I'm going to need some armor, because even if he BKBs, he's still dying to the Clinks' raw damage. That Daedalus damage is too hard to deal with.
Look how much they respect this. Look how much they respect this. That Roche is going down so fast, but they know Old 11 is a madman. Doesn't even matter. It's just like, we cannot let them get this Roche. Everybody get in the pit. Runs into his best friend, Y. Again, Poyo-Yo. Oh, going forward. Y. Nice stomp again coming through. If they can get this, this is going to be a dieback. Mortimer Kiss is getting used on just the support, though. Again, Old 11 looking for this position, holding on to the Ravage. The fissure comes through. They want to get rid of the Snapfire. PYW looks like, oh, he's going to be able to make it. No. He will fall. As Faith Beyond sits onto the bottom part of the lane. Needs to be careful. That's a lot of damage. Immediately, that refresher coming through from Ori.
Whiffs his initiation a little bit. He misread the animation there. That was a stone form Visage. He jumps in with BKB, Remnant, and he did chains. It doesn't hit anything, and as a result, Faith Beyond gets to run away afterwards. Kind of a big mistake there from Ori. But this is a rare hero, and that's a very rare shard. It's a new one in some ways. Just hasn't been played much, but it's been really effective so far for Faith Beyond. Because you play Visage, you eventually get in these bad moments, and you need an ability to reset, and it gives him that. And it's been used very well so far. 30 more seconds for Enchantress, but once she gets back up, she's going to be able to frontline a lot better.
They really want this Roche. It's been sitting in the balance now for about a minute. Another tornado from nothing to say. Throws out the Chaos Meteors. That's a lot of mana
drain.
that's just not existent anymore for Old 11. Yo trying to find this opening. Old 11 can't even walk over the fissure right now.
He needs a mana pool too. He's got Ags. He can spam Gush constantly for Vision, for Harass, for minus armor. He's going to show in the mid creep wave, but it's like one of those moments where you do not want to be seen going back to the base. Got a Forge Spirit and the Roche Pit. Here comes Enchantress back to the map.
15k net worth lead currently for PSG LGD.
All right, let's see if they can take the
Going
Roche.
pretty fast. They got to get in there quickly, but they do have Xin-Q. Should they need that Echo Slam? Yo taking a decent amount of damage. This EMP is such a pain in the butt. Jumping forward, the Old 11 with the Ravage over onto the back lines, but the team, they're not there. They're not in position. That's going to be the Eclipse now coming out from the Luna, just blowing up Old 11. It's not looking good. There it is. They go. They grab themselves the Aegis. They're going to chase over here after Yo. He's sitting so very low, but they don't have the Sunstrike to land on him. As it just PSG LGD claim the Roche.
They got absolutely everything. They got the Egg Shard on Fifbion. And Ame was able to grab the Aegis and the Cheese. Did they even get the last hit? They did. Everything perfect for them. Old 11 just kind of misread things. And there was a period of pause for LGD after the Clinks escaped. They didn't hit Roche for approximately 5 to 8 seconds. And I think VG Gaming anticipated them hitting that. And as a result, his Ravage is way too early. He Ravages, he's like, oh shit, starts running out, but it's like, nah, we got to commit. And they tried, but LGD cleans up everything.
Aegis online for Luna. Cheese has been put over onto nothing to say. They need to stop this onslaught. It's very, very difficult, though, to find the right opening as they get a stun immediately over onto Yo.
Two
They
little
take the
blasts.
building. Want to go back in
easier.
for more. Being patient. Snapfire heading away. Sleep not really connecting on the side. All eyes on Xin-Q over here. Still holding on to that Echo Slam, and Yo is dishing out a decent amount of damage. Again, another fissure coming in, followed up with the Chaos Meteors. Can they finish off Yo? He's forced to use the BKB to run away.
Better than dead.
Lori's taking so much again. Pops his own BKB. There it is. There's the Echo Slam from Xin-Q. Takes down DY, takes down PYW. 3 down on the side of Ichi Gaming. They do not have the buyback as now Ori being thrown up into the air, trying to fight his way through. He's got the BKB. Can he do enough damage? That was the question.
He's
Turns
doing
around,
it.
he manages to go. He pops the Aegis.
Good start. 2 remnants left. He can play around a bit more here. Game's not over.
It's looking pretty close, though, the way that they are just running at these buildings. Yo doing everything he can. All right, again, we see the Ember Spirit. It doesn't matter.
That was the most false thing I've ever said. Wow, the game ended fast. Holy crap. I was like, oh, it's just the tier forwards. They've got a moment. No, they do not. Luna shredding those buildings. It took a lot longer than we expected, considering they were hitting bottom racks at like 24 minutes or something like that, but LGD does pull out the win eventually. All of their little errors were pretty small, but it was like just a lot of like small coordination mistakes on LGD that were very minor, and consistently like Vici Gaming being perfectly positioned on the cliff. Don't let them get to the top of the cliff. You got to fight when they're on the low ground. They won a lot of crucial fights. LGD had to play slow, but they did pull out the win in the first game for the Super Hype series.
I mean, Vici Gaming, they really held in there. It was looking like really, really bleak, and then all of a sudden they start to win these little team fights. They had great positioning coming out from Old 11 and PYW. Like, they're always just in the right areas to break these smokes, but just too many of these engagements kept happening, and that whole Roche fight, I think, is really where it just drove the knife in to finish it off.
But even like ignoring everything that happened after 10 minutes, do not forget what started this. It was in the draft. That Visage pick to lane against the Clinks was incredible. It gave them a massive lead for a huge amount of the game. That's what got LGD ahead. It just, they had to work for the actual W, but boy, the draft was perfect to set them up in those win conditions, so they get it.
Well, we told you this was going to be a very hype day over here on the stream, and so far I would say it's delivering. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, we'll have game number 2. Welcome back, everyone. We've got game number 2 of Vici Gaming versus PSG LGD, and the first game was pretty impressive to watch.
Yeah, it was kind of cool to see like a slightly different setup where it's like one team gets like a really firm advantage, but then they drop it a lot, but they still keep their advantage, but they're very careful and very deliberate of holding on to that advantage for the rest of the game and ultimately taking the win. But there was a lot of like tense moments where Vici Gaming had windows where they could have potentially gotten back into it, and I think that was like a really helpful game in my opinion as a spectator and an analyst to like see how you're supposed to react to these dangerous moments from the LGD side, from the Vici side. It's like they it's like when they know they're smoked, they readjust to this position and sit there. And then when the smoke is over, they go back in. It's like it's easy to like use that logic now and apply it to your own games and matches to so that when you're in when you're at TI someday, as we all will be.
Oh yes, of course.
You can have that knowledge. So yeah, draft has started.
All right, well, we do indeed have a draft. So let's dive right on into it. Let's see, it's fairly similar with the IO banned right off the start, and the Weaver, which was banned, not first banned last time, but definitely was not allowed into the draft.
Yeah, it seems like it's the Vici Gaming hero that they really don't want to mess around with. It's strong in the laning stage. It transitions nicely. It gives you a really good save when you eventually buy Ags, whatever time you decide to get it. And you can be really flexible with your items. Spirit Vessel, you can go Rod of Atos, you can go other stuff too.
Well, they're going to block out that Elder Titan this time around. I think that makes a lot of sense. It was very annoying DY in the last game. And
Yeah.
it's also so hard to fight into the Roche pit. Those stops, though, were excellent.
Yeah, the timing was just like it just seemed like there was no way they would ever chain stun or burst somebody without them getting BKB off, but they managed it. It's like fish with the stomp. If you land the good one while something else is busy and happening, then you get the Ravage follow-up and all the other great disables and damage. It was cool. It happens like faster than you can anticipate it, so I can't imagine what it's like to play against.
And I was trying to catch up with everything just casting those team fights. There's so much going on.
It's like all of a sudden it's like, oh, Luna's dead. All right.
Moving on.
LGD has to run now. I thought they were going to Rax, but I guess not.
Monkey King pickup over for PSG LGD. Another very popular thing. I really like, okay, so we're on day number 3 now of groups. We're really starting to see what the meta is. The meta is Monkey King and the meta is Earthshaker, sprinkled with a little bit of Elder Titan and some Snapfire, it seems.
And some IO. We've seen,
Some
I
IO.
feel like a good amount of IO games.
Tiny's not allowed to get played. Disruptors become popular as well.
Yeah, good for grabbing those Weasel heroes from running away.
Those Weasel heroes.
Damn Weasel heroes. I assume we're going to see a Lycan here for the pairing, but no, instead, very different. Going to go for an Ogre. We've seen some Ogres, but it's always like very later in the drafting phase, so this one's quite early. But hey, Bloodlust on Monkey King, mega good. Any of those like lane-winning right-click carries, Monkey King, Ursa, Slark, tried sometime, guys. You just play Ogre, you get like Ignite level 1, you get Bloodlust level 2, or even Bloodlust level 1. And it's like free boots on your carry. It gives them a huge advantage if they also have like an Orb of Venom. So in terms of what I think maybe they're hoping to do with this Ogre pick is they're saying like, we're just going to dumpster your Earthshaker 3-position hero because we've got built-in regen and lifesteal, or built-in lifesteal on Monkey King. We're going to actually out-trade you on Earthshaker, especially at level 1. Imagine Monkey showing up with Orb of Venom and he's Bloodlusted, and all you have is Earthshaker is like 1 level Enchant Totem or maybe level 1 Fissure. Like, what are you supposed to do, you know? You're going to have to just Fissure him every time he goes on you. So that kind of advantage, you could abuse that, get a gold advantage, maybe use that to get boots itself faster, then you just really beat Earthshaker. Those little kind of advantages that if you can get them in the laning stage, it could blow out the game again for LGD and turn into, hopefully for them, a faster game than the last one. That might not happen, though. Maybe it's Carry Ogre Magi. You never know.
I mean,
You just got to get that Bash talent at 25, then everything is right. Everything before that, who knows? But get to level 25, everything's solved.
yeah, you know, I'm going to go ahead and press doubt on that one. I don't think that this is a Carry Ogre match. I mean, maybe if Thompson was in this game, perhaps. But I think it might be just a little too risky in this game.
So that talent's either going to get removed or slowly worked down to like level to like your level 10 talent. That's its future. They like really want Ogre Carry to be a thing, but it's hard to manage, hard to make it work.
It's a really fun hero to play.
Yes. A lot of luck. I mean, skill involved. Whoops. The other way around. Banned so far, Beastmaster for some death pushing type stuff. They really favored the Invoker last game. They picked it first phase. It worked completely fine. except for those few times it didn't. But that was not really the fault of the hero. It was just kind of like,
Gaming's
You're just a little off the mark. Sometimes it happens.
Yeah.
Sometimes in that pressured moment, you're just, okay, this is just,
you both see the same opportunity. You're
Yes.
trying to help, and just random stuff happens.
and that's very much a mid-player thing too, right? It's the idea of you see this opportunity, especially if you're playing something like Storm. The moment it comes up, it's just got to be a reaction. And sometimes it
Exactly.
just doesn't line up correctly, and
Yep.
that's what happened in those 2 cases,
5
unfortunately.
You both stun at
remaining.
the same time, stack your stuns. That's bad. Don't do that.
PSG
First pick out of the second
LGD.
phase, and they're going to go with a Skywrath. Oh.
What?
I know this has been picked before. OG played it, I think, yesterday when I was spectating a game. They got dumpstered that match. And frankly, I'm not super surprised, but I think the goal here is to, number one, be able to like mega burst heroes, kind of similar
10
to
seconds remaining.
like the Pugna plus, who was it? Earthshaker, I think. There was like a
5
Pugna Earthshaker
seconds
the other day we
remaining.
saw where it's just like an overwhelming amount of damage due to the magic resistance reduction. I think they're going to use this, hopefully, on VG Gaming to do Earthshaker Sky and just be able to kill Monkey King. So it's like, yeah, he's supposed to like out-trade you and lifesteal you, but if every time you go in you're getting like silenced, concussive shot, fissure, and tant totem, it's like boom, you just took 400 damage and now you have to run. You can't get to 4 hits because if you do, you're going to die probably first. With that said, though, I'm scared for Sky and Disruptor if they get behind, because Monkey is going to eat them absolutely alive. And again, it doesn't have to be Monkey core. We've been talking this whole time like it is because it really looks like it with the Ogre, but they could just be like, you know what? We don't like this. Let's pick some carry that's going to be able to sustain damage well against Sky or Shaker. Like maybe like Spectre Ogre, or I don't really like the Ogre in that circumstance because he doesn't like heal his friend. I'd rather like a Warlock or something. Not that that hero's that great, but yeah, they could completely pivot, but maybe they'll still try to force it.
Well,
But if they get ahead, it'll be good.
It's quite telegraphed to VG Gaming exactly what they want to do with that Earthshaker, because I feel like Old 11's like, we're getting my hero this time. I
Yeah.
want that Earthshaker. I'm tired of seeing Shinkyu. I could play it better. Give me that hero. But over on the side of PSG LGD, you have a lot of just freedom, although with the rate that they're drafting, never mind. Okay, that's going to tell us quite a bit about their draft.
No freedom to think. Legion Commander, very, very
It's also a
effective.
good team name.
Legion Commander.
No time to think.
Don't you think that makes you sound stupid?
No, it means that you're moving so
10
fast.
seconds remaining.
Anyways, yes.
Yeah, I guess you're right.
Back to
I just have no time to think.
PSG
That's all it is.
LGD's
My concern about the Skywrath Mage, though, is that you need to make sure that whoever he is ulting cannot run away. Because it is
Yep.
the easiest hero to kind of counter that ultimate with just a Force Staff. And you know that they're going to have Force Staffs.
And look, they
Saves.
already drafted one.
10
It's Snapfire.
seconds remaining.
So
Well,
that's
maybe if they're silenced, though, you know?
it doesn't matter because they
5
also have a Legion
seconds
Commander.
remaining.
That's
True.
yeah, you're right. If Snapfire is the guy that gets gone on, yes, you're right. No free force staff there. But that Legion Snapfire pick just super sick, in my opinion. They're gonna have strong laning. Little Shredder for whoever gets dueled is great. You can cookie the Legion to help him get duels off. You can press the attack whoever Skywrath goes on. You could press the attack whoever Earthshaker fissures. Once you get Shard, Earthshaker is just
10
not a threat
seconds
anymore. Before that, it's okay because like sometimes you'll hit him with that
PSG
second stun after press the attack
turn
lands.
to
But
ban.
like Sky, as soon as he silences somebody, Legion removes that. Boom, no problem at all. And it kind of helps to have Ogre in that sense too, because it doesn't have to be Legion in the front. He'd rather play as sort of a counter initiator. And then I think for the last, I would really like LGD to have some
10
kind of like, I was
seconds
thinking like gap
remaining.
closer dive hero, but I guess between
VG
Legion and Monkey, they're
turn to
probably kind
ban.
of set already. Monkey can play kind of aggressive. Legion can play around for counter initiation. Snapfire can follow up. They're banning out strong carry / disable mids with the Lina. We'll see if they do something similar. And Lina would have been pretty effective against TB too. Tons of burst. You can get away from TB, so he can't always sunder you if you go for those kills. But I'm pretty happy having Legion Commander against TB as well. Not the best in lane in terms of trading hits, but your nuke is always going to do 25% of an illusion's HP. So as long as Legion is around, he should be able to just
10
blow up all of
seconds
TB's
remaining.
illusions with a zap, which is really powerful in some of these
5
later stages of the game
seconds
if there's like a
remaining.
slow siege. But maybe there won't be. Maybe it's going to be like Vici getting like 2 pickoffs then pushing, in which case the Legion thing is a little bit overblown, but could be something that matters in some stages of the game.
I'm just really concerned that the Skywrath Mage is not going to have a game. Just because of the fact, like,
Yeah.
the Legion Commander just counters so incredibly well.
It does. It's just kind of a goofy support duo. They're both
Yeah.
just they both have silence. They're both countered by BKB. So
They do too much of the same thing, almost.
It does feel a little bit like that. But I mean, it can work. Like if you win your lane, then it can be fine. But it's the negative of opening disruptor. Sometimes this happens where like disruptor has been picked heavily in third and fourth pick from what we've seen so far because it's been good in those games, or it's been like, oh, it kind of works against some of their heroes. But because they picked it like right away, now you get into a situation where you're like, oh, I think disruptor's really good, so they start picking it first phase, but then it leaves these openings when they want to go Sky as well. So
This is a good draft from PSG LDD right now. My goodness. You've got lockdown, you've got tower push. Whoa. I English. Good, yes.
tower push, AoE
10
damage.
seconds
Dispel,
remaining.
a steroid for your cores. You've got
Yep.
long range team.
5
This is a
seconds remaining.
Saves.
beautiful draft.
Once Slash gets BKB is pretty safe. He could protect himself with Yules as well in the meantime if he's worried about that. They do still have insane damage by all means. Like if they spread LGD out, Fissure into Sky combo, Echo Slam into Sky combo, someone's dying. But if Legion stays a bit out of it, if they've got Force Staffs or Cookie from Snapfire, they can definitely keep playing fights. The one downside of Lesh pick is that TB, when he's meta and BKB'd, he's going to do a lot of physical damage, and Lesh can't fight into that. At least until like the BKB's done and he can like stun to buy himself some seconds. But I like LG's draft. Vici Gaming has some potential, but I've been I like Skywrath Mage. He's a fun hero. I've really enjoyed him in the past, but I'm just kind of biased against him in pro games the last couple of years. He just has always felt he has a purpose, but he has a lot of vulnerabilities. Like if you start losing, he just feels kind of weak to me.
Yeah, I know that they were digging it out for, what was it, Season 2 DPC in China. They were starting to play a bit of the Skywrath Mage. I remember Fog coming into the van one day, and he's like, yo, China's doing some crazy shit right now. They're picking Skywrath Mage, and I don't understand how or why, but it's winning. It's working, and I don't get it. So maybe, Vici Gaming, they know. They have an idea. And you have to remember, too, that they do have DY, which I found out, pretty fun fact, that DY's very well-liked in China. In fact, he actually does an educational stream, and the fans thank him and call him DY Laoshi, which means teacher DY. So he's
Sounds
very
like a good
similar.
strategy.
Very similar to you, Mr. Purge Gamer.
Except I'm not also actively on one of the best Dota teams in the world. Probably just a fluke. I'm just being overlooked, that's all.
Choose your
Overlooked
hero.
in my pub games that I cannot win.
Never
and
forget Zephyr.
also overlooked by all the pro teams.
Well, I'm not sure if
mistake.
he's necessarily...
Oh, wow. They changed it up. They actually have a Vengeful Spirit on their team instead. A flying Vengeful Spirit. Very cool. That's a great outdraft right there. That's how you get him. Talk shit about Skywrath Mage all draft. Boom, it's Avenge. That's just a joke for our new viewers. There's a new set. See, Skywrath Mage is in love with Venge, but he let her die or something. And now there's a set that makes him look like Vengeful Spirit a little bit. I'm just kidding. Don't be confused.
It's something about the Screarch. I think it's like a Screarch kind of like armor or something, but it looks corrupted on him.
I think he's using it partially corrupted, but not fully.
Not fully corrupted.
Yes.
I don't know. Skywrath Mage is a jerk. Don't let your loved ones die.
That's true. Kunkka, a pretty solid pick, actually. It really makes makes it to me feel like Vici Gaming's draft kind of comes together. It's another way to start a fight or disable. Before, it was basically just Earthshaker or some weak disables from Sky. Now it's going to be like Kunkka X into combos on people. So it's even more important that they have Glimmers, Force Staffs, and save whoever gets gone on. But now they've got those solutions more readily available. You can't be everywhere at once on the LGD side to protect your cores. Leshrac is looking more vulnerable now to me because he has to worry about X combos as soon as he hits level 6. And his teammates need to be there to back him up.
But I also feel like this is a hero that typically wants to buy something like the Yule Scepter and try to dodge a lot of this. So perhaps not as scary as it sounds. Obviously, it's going to be scary until he gets that particular item because Kunkka can very easily punish any sort of bad positioning.
He is really good at that for sure. And he's pretty tanky too, so he can kind of front line as well. It's the perfect circumstance. They just get all the voice lines out at the start and then they forget about them all.
It's very efficient though, get all the things that you want and Tip's getting tossed out.
Similar wards as the previous game, at least from the Dire side. I think LGD was Dire last time, but they warded very similar.
And they didn't do the other cliff ward like they did over in the bottom portion of the river, but yeah, it's pretty important to be able to see, is there any stacking going on? What's the rune going to be? Because it's the advantage of being just a little bit closer to that top rune, having that information makes a big difference.
It does, yeah. Helps a lot. So far, both of these teams not super willing to like go do dangerous things. Wise gonna get spotted by old 11 though.
Of course it's old 11.
Yeah, he was trying to get some vision on the. Did he actually have a sentry when he did this? He did actually. Yeah, he was gonna go check to see if they had a ward and then place the sentry. He did block it, but
Cookie hop forward from Faith Yan. This is looking like a bad start for PYW. The body blocks are here, and they're going to try to let Nothing to Say get the first blood, and he will. So,
That's
not
a
a
good
great
one.
start here for Skywrath Mage, but Nothing to Say is nothing to complain about.
not at all. He's got his bottle on the way right now if he so wants it. And
There
he
it
does.
is.
He grabs it. That was before bounty runes as well. He still had the money, but he went the very low cost build. 3 armor branches, 1 fairy fire, so he gets it faster than normal even. Nothing to Say keeps canceling his old animation, trying to force Ori to run in circles, and so far it's kind of succeeding. Once you drop the stun, he gets to make good decisions.
A lot of harassing going on in both of these lanes. You can see in the top lane, Poyoyo putting the pressure down onto Faith Yan.
Dude, so good to have Legion against Disruptor as well. As soon as he throws the Thunderstrike on you, remove it. Big advantage. And yeah, he's going straight for the Helm of Iron Will. We have seen other Legions go this build before, but it kind of makes sense. It's just like the most stable item you can buy. It's like a souped up Ring of Health for slightly more gold, 6 armor with 1 item. There's completed items that don't do that for you, and that's because it just gives you so much advantage. So he just has to play careful for a bit, and maybe a salve from Jin-Q here or there, and then good luck outlaning him. It's the main reason that a lot of teams have been buying Armlet, I think, on Legion Commander, just because the Helm of Iron Will is so good. It's like, well, I might as well just buy the darn Armlet if I've already got part of the cost.
Makes sense for efficiency's sake.
Yep. And Armlet just is kind of perfect on the hero anyways. Armor, attack speed, damage, HP. It's great. You have lots of ways to heal back up after you lose HP from it anyways, so it works out. All right, salve is used. Helm of Iron Will is going to be on the way for Faith Beyond here. Faith Beyond.
He's playing it careful right now. A little bit of harass, like we said, going back and forth. Seems like the mid lane is going fairly even. 11 and 3 over on Leshrek, and 9 and 11 on Kunkka. Both the cores also farming quite well, neck and neck. So just a really calm start to our game after that first blood. As you can see, the water runes are up and running, and they will be rotating for those.
It seems like both small camps are unblocked as well, so we will see some pulling from either side as needed. But now that he's got all the armor, harder to make that work. Just nice nukes by Ame so far. Taking a little damage, but hey, just a little harass here. So Skywrath Mage focusing on silence and nuke, just trying to create space for old 11. Old 11 up to 10 last hits now versus Ame's 16. So doing a little bit worse. So far, slightly better for PSG.
Well, I feel like, you know, you always have to be careful when you're a melee hero going up against a Monkey King, right? You have to be careful that you're not too close, that he doesn't build up those Jingu stats.
Yeah, they are.
And like I said, you got to be really careful because this happens.
What's the opposite of regicide?
It's just so much damage. He's getting 70 bonus damage for Jingu Mastery at procs. That's a double damage. And he's lifestealing 40% of that. And Earthshaker's running around with 4.2 armor. Skywrath has 1 exactly right now if he's not near tower, so how are you ever supposed to trade him? You can't stop him from attacking you outside of the fissure. Like, Sky just can't limit it, except for threatening death.
Radiant's courier.
Does get the curry,
Right.
but he kills it right after it gets delivered. So it's not even that bad for Ame, although Ame's getting fought on. Looking a little low, but it does
That
get
should
the
be
fork.
fine.
He wants to hold these for 12 seconds. If he can wand and then get a good stun off, he's basically going to be full HP.
Another water rune available on top, and Nothing to Say. We'll be able to grab the bottom one with Y, making sure he can secure it. A little bit of pressure being placed again over onto Ori. Stomp, bottom lane though. Going for the fissure. Old 11 likes to. Okay, there we go. That's a kill as Shin-Q makes his own rotation. And there's another kill in the bottom lane.
So I watched the bot one, luckily. Ame basically waited to get that Jingo off. Like I said, he hit it, got the stun, but instantly Vici Game is ready for that. They knew they were going to stun. The moment that he came out to stun, they threw the slow and basically got a bunch of hits on him. Then they fissure blocked him. They kept fighting. At that point, they were pretty easily able to take the kill there. So it works out, especially with this Basie on the Earthshaker. It's kind of cool. It's just giving a lot more mana regen to Sky so that he can spam more often. And that's kind of what's making this feel a little bit more valuable than normal. Sky just has a lot of mana to throw out the slow and his other spells.
I mean, typically, you know, they'd always have, oh, Cookie hop forward. Followed up with the Boundless Strike. Ame closing in over on old 11. He's not even able to go and wind up for the fissure.
It's just so hard, and he's got Orb of Corrosion finished now. So these pretty low armor heroes, minus armor is really effective against lower armor heroes. He's got it finished, skips the boots, but it doesn't matter because, again, they have just kind of a goofy dual lane. And it's not like they couldn't expect this. I can't help but think that LG just outdrafted laning stage again a bit.
Proves to be the case as Xinkyu, they were making a rotation over on Ori in the mid lane, but with old 11 TPing in, refilling the water bottle, they're going to respect it.
Lesh has 44 last hits right now.
Yes, he has taken
That's,
over that lane for sure.
That's a lot. He's got 1,000 more net worth than Ori does in this game.
Faithian being held in the kinetic field. They've got the Metamorphosis up over on Poyoyo. He's going to try to burst off again, going to get glimpsed away. This is looking pretty difficult, but it's all if Poyoyo wants to. Yeah, he wants his kill. Body blocks coming out from DY. That's a kill.
Boots are
Bottom
finished.
lane, trying to make plays over onto Y. They'll turn their attention now over to old 11. Go with the Enchant Totem, get these stacks of Boundless Jingu right out. That's a dead old 11. Hop, oh my god, LGD, all right, LGD, I see you.
They are good at Dota, very, very good at Dota, just constantly putting the pressure on here. I mean,
They're
nothing
not
to
done,
say
they're
is-
going after PYW too. Ami just walking after this monkey wants some chicken here. He's running around circles, one more little tap.
Yikes.
All right, how many kills is that in the last 20 seconds?
Like 4 or something, I feel like. It was
It
a
was a lot.
couple kills. He's got his boots finished now. Everything going great over there. I mean, when I was talking about nothing to say his last hits, he had arcane boots at like 5 minutes, which is insane. He even went for more split earth points than his other skills, just solely more radius, more damage from split earth. Doesn't care about the towers, he just wants to kill.
Faithian maybe overstaying his welcome as they follow up with the kinetic field, and they've got the torrent, plenty of clicks for Faithian, so they will punish him for his insolence.
Yeah, despite Ori dying twice this game, he's kind of been doing a good job like he was last game as well. His rotations are where he makes up for their losses. Things are going bad for him in the mid lane, well, now he's going to go make sure that, at the least, they make sure that Legion Commander's less farm.
Old 11 there just targeting this poor Earthshaker down. That is another death for him.
Try not to die.
Let him take the Earthshaker if you know you're going to win your lane, and they did it.
Yeah.
Sky helped a little bit, but again, it's too hard. Their armor's too low. You can't stop him from attacking you, so he just gets his trades off. The Warden.
Y just chasing after him along with Ame, Xinkyu. Really just applying this pressure. Cookie hop forward, a little bit off the mark, but the Boundless is not. And PYW thinking he might survive here. It's not looking like he is because Ame is just chasing down everyone and everything that gets in his way. He's a full-on bulldozer. Y finding himself Ori. Does have to be a bit careful. Got the X marks the spot. He's a bit tanky, but of course you do have the Monkey King standing nearby. Cookie hop coming in from Xinkyu will be able to keep him alive here as they'll just turn back around, and this is going to be another kill for. No, it's not for Ame. This one belongs to Xinkyu.
Honestly, this reminds me a lot of like TI8 OG, just Monkey King getting an advantage and just running around the map, pressuring so hard and making his opponents not be able to play Dota, which is what we're seeing now. He just left the safe lane and was like, yeah, I'm going to go fight over here. And he's like, well, I'm here. I might as well keep fighting.
Comes back from the Disruptor. Nothing to say. He's just going to stroll away. They have vision on him, but he's going to be able to teleport out very easily. Xinkyu does have to be a bit careful. He's walking into Poyoyo, DY, and PYW. That's a lot of letters. Turn back around. It's been silenced though.
He wanted to go
Y
back
wants
in.
this. The Cookie hobby is a big beefy boy landing over on 2. Should be able to get the kill on PYW. Y might die here. No,
Oh
it's
my
not
God.
quite enough damage. Nothing to say. Comes strolling on in. Says hello to Poyo. Doesn't quite have enough
No
mana here.
Sunder.
There's not going to be a Sunder. And this is going to be a dead DY. Nothing to say with
God.
50-something hit points. Absolutely slaughtering Vici Gaming.
And they nailed the ward because before Nothing to Say TP, there was a weird concussive shot. So, man, they're just taking everything from their opponents, pushing the limits, not giving Vici any space to get kills in these fights.
You're taking care of business, that's for sure.
On the bright side, Old 11 hasn't had a Monkey King in his lane for about 5 minutes now. So he's about halfway to his Blink Dagger.
We take this.
He's getting some space there. Rune's picked up now for Leshrac. He's going to spend a little time farming. Mid-tier 1 tower's been killed. They got denied by DY, so could be worse. And he picks up level 6 as well. So they're going to have much better ways to punish their opponents if possible.
Smoke play coming out from the side of PSG LGD. Gonna try to go and invade into the jungle. See what they can find. Y leading the charge. Nothing to say. They're a bit of a glass cannon. Find DY. Be careful, Cookie Hop right into the
ult.
static storm, but it's ult for what?
Yeah, it looks bad now, but his reaction time was insane. Like, he was so ready to drop that. But it doesn't work out. It's going to be on cooldown now. They're going to invade, only kill the 5 position hero. Skywrath Mage gets away, and TB to the Ancients, kind of as expected. How's Legion Commander doing? He's got the armlet. Good for him. Now a Possessed Mask. He's having a great time. Actually TPing bottom.
Bot. They do a scan. Looking. Jump forward, down. Old 11. Trying to get in position. Has the Echo Slam, but he doesn't have quite enough damage as they follow up. They go in for the duel. They've got plenty of damage, and Fabian will collect his first duel damage of the game.
It's one of those times you're really happy to have Armlet because your opponent thinks like, oh, he's not that high HP. Let's go kill him. Drop the combo, and you're like, oh, that wasn't even close.
Skywrath Mage just tickling a little bit over on Fabian. Does sit a little low, but it's gonna be fine. Look at this. They're just not giving Poyo any space. It's very similar to the first game.
Still no Sunder.
Mortimer kisses, split earth, too much damage. Now Ori has to run for his life because he is all alone.
That was very effective. Don't let him get near the tower. He's going to force a juke into trees. Then you just run him down. 16-4. 6k gold advantage now for PSG LGD. If there's any doubt who is the better team between these two guys, this is like 2 mega convincing early games from PSG LGD.
And I mean, that was the big question mark. Like I said, a couple of the analysts were like, man, we've got these like 2 different camps, well, 3 different camps, right? You've got the ones that are saying PSG LGD gonna win this TI. Hold that thought as Y is silenced. Taking a decent amount of damage. Cookie out forward, though, managing to go and land over onto DY. Can they turn around? Can they get the kill? They get the kill before Y is going to go down. Fissure coming out from Old 11, getting into position. Nothing to say, sitting very, very low. He's got to kite them. He's got to move very, very quickly here. Can they get the kill? They get the kill over on Ori. He's still alive. They go in for the duel. They get the duel damage as well as Old 11 going to the grave.
The Invis rune pop with the bottle and the run. Oh. All from that free force staff from Jinkyu. He just shoots the Ogre forward, buys them an extra second or so, wastes the second half of the Sky ulti. Oh man, the pressure is so overwhelming.
Look at this again. Why? He's taking so much damage, right? He takes a bunch of the Mystic Flare, but the Cookie forward, right on top of DY, ensures that he gets the kill.
And the experience before he goes down. And the Great Fissure is going to interrupt, Nothing to Say, easily comboing the Kunkka, which did make it dangerous, but he's barely able to survive. That's one of those moments where, like, if you nerf Lesh's strength gain, he dies in that exact moment before he gets another bottle charge off. It's actually very significant. And that could be like a full level to the Vici Gaming heroes. So Leshrac, watch out for the strength nerfs, guys. Pretty good hero though. Leshrac is one of those guys that's played a lot in pubs. Isn't picked all the games of TI because he has some new weaknesses, but inherently he's always going to be powerful just because Direwolf Edict can pressure towers really fast. He farms quickly, he lanes well mid. He's in some ways the better version of Lina right now and has been for a couple months.
Pressure on Old 11 here in the top lane. Does finish up his Blink Dagger. It's being delivered. And I have a feeling that PSG LGD is very much aware of this very, very soon.
What's the smoke there? Going top. Ogre's ready though.
Why is just throwing his body at every single person he comes across.
They're making this hero look like a first-tier pick, the way Y's playing it. Just
It's very impressive.
But it's so important that you do this, right? Like, if he just sits behind his cores all the time, then he's not leveraging his relatively high HP and his 10 armor with no items. Like, he's taken this lane advantage, and he's pushed it so extreme in this mid-game. And you gotta know how to do that. It's very important if you're gonna make Ogre truly feel fantastic.
I mean, there's a reason why his nickname is Waidui. Or Dway, I think? Waidui? Captain Y. This guy, in control, knows what he wants. Phaethion getting into position, has the blink. It's in a static storm, but look at the damage. Look at the boundless as they just slay it right on thick. Not going to get the dual damage, but they do take down Ori. DY running for his life. They got the little piggy ball. It's making little squealing noises. Come back, DY. Come back, DY. Couple slaps here. Need to just maybe one more. Good vision, though, coming out from Old 11. The Mystic Flare, cookie up forward. Not quite enough to get DY this time, though.
Overdives for the first time for LGD. This could be a good punish moment if they can get somebody else, but ooh.
Look at this, look at the monkey. Oh no, monkey. Dropping
Oh, he
down,
misses.
he misses though. There's a bit of a whiff. Gonna
big one.
feel a little bit better if you're on the side of Ichi Gaming knowing that that's
Yeah.
not going to be up.
Really well done by Old 11. He was kind of expecting it. He cut a different tree down. He didn't get the right one, and it's finally too far.
Finally happened. Gonna take a little bit, but they eventually get why.
Everyone building armlet this game, actually. Kunka's going for one, too. Wants
Just
the
an
damage in
armlet
the
kind
armor.
of day, you know?
It's just a lot of physical damage
Oh
sources.
my word, 90% win probability right now.
It does look good. Yeah, when Monkey's ahead, it's a rough one. When Legion's ahead, it's a rough one. Leshrac, kind of the same thing. And right now, they have some
Lesh is sitting top of the net worth, that's
nice
for sure.
advantage. Yeah, they are. And Terrorblade can catch up, and Terrorblade can play losing games because your ability to farm safely with your illusions. But Skywrath Mage, not the best from behind, like we said. Disruptor can struggle there a little bit too. Disruptor works better if you're running at your opponents, not the other way. Little ward for Y. Understanding the tempo of the game has changed a little bit. He wants slight vision in the jungle area in case they do get a little bit invasive. But as you can tell from all the sentries on the map, LGD wants to play in the VT Gaming jungle. Closer to objectives, they block off Roshan, which puts them in a safer spot.
Top tower getting a lot of pressure. Monkey already in position. Look at this. They can see everybody coming in. They find Old 11 immediately. They want to just get rid of him as fast as possible. Snapfire Kiss is coming through. There will be no Echo Slam available. There will be no DY very soon. And it's looking like we're going to get a little bit more dual damage over on Phaethion.
They were not ready for that one. Old 11 called for the defend the tower, and they didn't think about the Monkey King in time. Ame was perfectly positioned. He instantly drops the stun and forces the fight. He realized that they weren't ready for that. And with the follow-up stun from Nothing to Say, easy kill on Earthshaker, and from there, just roll them all. And that's a Rax at
That's
17 minutes.
17 minutes cracking this base.
I didn't know we were going to see a potentially faster game than the one earlier today that OG
Right?
did against EG, but wow, what a fast Rax.
Casual glimpse over on Shinkir.
Who just has a hood, by the way, as a support. I think this guy's just buying a pipe. He did. It's literally on the way at 17 minutes.
Good lord.
Pipe is kind of rarely purchased these days because most offlaners don't justify the cost, but it's good here.
Oh, the jump forward again. They've got their hands, but they'll follow up with the Mystic Flare. PYW will fall for that, though. And they'll turn right back in. The Echo Slam from Old 11. It's not enough to save Ori. It's just going to be a dead Old 11. The GG gets called. We have an 18-minute game.
Wow.
Is this the fastest game for this
It's gotta
TI?
be. I mean, that's gonna break some compendium predictions right there.
Holy
But
moly.
what a game from LGD. Man, they just once again dumpstered their lanes. They dumpstered their lanes, and then they were just like, we're not done. Ame's like, I'm gonna go fight. We're so strong right now. They have a Skywrath Mage and a Disruptor. How can they stop us from fighting them before 10 minutes? It's literally impossible. They have concussive shot as they're slow. Kunkka's got 1 point in X, so it's like 400 range. You're not gonna land combos. Who else can stop it? TB has no disables. It's like they couldn't do anything when they lost the lanes because they needed like Blink Dagger on Earthshaker or levels on Kunkka. Just LGD recognized the moment, they won the lanes, and then they just continued crushing. They made almost no mistakes that game. Wow.
That was a beautifully crafted draft. Again, we looked at it, it just fulfilled all the boxes. It's very rare that you get the opportunity to have a draft that's like, I don't want to say completely balanced, but it's just Makes complete and utter sense. And you definitely saw it this time around with PSG LGD. Just absolutely phenomenal. And again, we have some split camps on who's going to win TI. We've got a camp that says PSG LGD. We've got a camp that says EG. And then we've got the couple people that were like, Vici Gaming.
And they were smiling yesterday
They
after
were. They're
those
not
matches.
going to be smiling now after the 18-minute game that we just saw. But, it's groups. Anything
Yes.
can happen. But today, I think a lot of us are on the PSG LGD train.
Yes, they've reaffirmed our belief that not only is this the fast GG stream of the day, but that PSG LGD is still on top of their group.
Absolutely. And we have lots more hype Dota coming at you. But first, of course, we have to take a short break. When we come back, we'll have a fresh new series. the hype just doesn't end on this stream. We have another exciting series coming at you, hopefully maybe a little bit longer than the last game that we just had.
Perhaps, yeah. But it's going to be a really good one. And, when the tournament was starting, I might have been like, oh, Undying OG, it could be good, but we don't really know how it's going to go. Undying is owning right now. They're 7-3. I think day one, they lost like their first 2 games. So it's kind of like, oh, we don't know what's going to happen. They did great yesterday. Today, already off to a good start. So OG also doing really solid in the group stage. This is going to be a big match. But honestly, no freaking clue how this is going to be. If Undying is doing this well, it's safe to say they're overperforming. They didn't make DPC at all during the year. They consistently got 3rd place, barely missed DPC, or the first major, second major. They didn't make the cut. They got 3rd place again. So they were able to qualify through the NA regional, and clearly they deserve it if they've been doing this well so far.
Purge and I were talking earlier as well that, Undying, they were one of those teams that did not have a sponsor, and they were scraping to get enough money so that way they could go and attend their boot camp. But I think at this point, they're pretty
I can
much...
double check.
Give me the stats
They
here,
basically
Mr.
they can't
Purge.
get last place now because they're still in the same group as Thunder Predator, and Thunder Predator is 0-10 at the moment. So yeah, like as long as you don't get last place, I'm pretty sure you get 800K for prize money. So yeah, that's good for them. Good for them. Very happy for them. They've been struggling a long time. It's tough to make it at times. But yeah, that's great.
Indeed. What are they looking at, like 5th in their group right now?
I'm
think that's what I
checking
just saw.
money.
Oh.
I'm sorry, it's 600K. If you don't get last place, you go from 100K to 600K.
That's
it's
money.
a big jump. That's
big.
literally $100,000 a person to not get last place in group stage. That's good payout. Very good for them. So happy for Undying doing so well so far. But who will win this series? It's all going to come down to the draft and the play and the ganks and the lack of mistakes and some other
Yes,
stuff.
that's how you play
The chat
game.
wheels.
Yes, the chat wheels. That is also a very strong strategy. OG earlier when they were playing against EG, attempting to use Dove's voice against Arteezy.
I got to see who put that one in.
Shane.
So both teams, of course, naturally.
Of course.
Brile gave him the OG voice line,
remaining.
but now it's back and forth. Battle being dealt in chat as well as in the draft screen. Lena banned in the first phase. That's a Brile hero, classically strong hero. I just saw a stat as well that the highest average kills, Brile's in 2nd, directly
Really?
behind Sumail.
Ooh, the NA boys.
Someone's numbers are going to change this game. Because someone's got to win, I guess they could both like slaughter the enemy's team and both have good KDAs at the end, but good for Undying.
OG's
That's
turn to
definitely
pick.
possible. But yeah, OG everyone is very, very familiar with. But, a lot of people might not be quite as in the know
They're really good.
with Team Undying.
They just keep winning TIs, is what I was going to say.
Is that all you're going to say about OG? They're just
Yeah,
that good.
they suck during the year
Okay.
or disappoint, and then they just crush TIs.
Shane.
And this could be the 3rd one. You just never know.
I mean, they are in their TI form for sure.
Yeah, they are. Slightly different roster than last time they won TI, but still a lot of the core players. They've got Sumail. Sumail was the player that joined them after they did amazing
10
TI 8.
seconds remaining.
Do I have that right, or was it after TI 9? It was after TI 9. After they won their second
5
TI.
seconds
Did
he
you
was-
work the TI?
I can't remember. It all blends together. It's been a long COVID season. But Sumail basically joined them. It didn't go so well. He was kind of teamless for a long time. And then right at the end, they brought him back. They qualified, and now they're crushing. I know way more about OG than Undying. I was really hoping you'd pick me up right there. But it's fine. We can talk about the game.
Yeah, so Undying, they have some of these... It's a mix of, like, younger and older veterans, right? So you've got yourself Tomato. He's one of the first... Not one of the first SA players to kind of get picked up in more of an international scene, right? He's very, very young. I think he was 17 when he first came onto the international scene and had some issues just because, again, young player, lacked some of the discipline, would be a little bit too focused on farming half the time, or he'd go in for dives. You've got Brile, who is very young as well. I believe Saberlight is also on
also
the
very young,
younger
I think.
end, but then you also have Moon Meander and, of course, Dubu, who are more of the veterans, been around for quite a while. Moon Meander, of course, a staple in the North American Dota scene. So, yeah, it's a stack that's a mix of young and old that are just trying to prove that NA Dota is still alive and kicking.
Yep.
Please, God.
And Moon Meander, a forming player of OG back when they were Monkey Business.
yeah,
He was on
that's
their
true.
team when they... Or was it Monkey Business? Yeah, it was Monkey Business, then they became OG. He was on that team, won a major with them, couple majors. Eventually got kicked, but still always
A
been a very good
grudge
player.
match. You love to see it.
A years in the making grudge match. No, I mean the OG brand is massively like Moon Meander was there, but as was Miracle. But Miracle hasn't. They're like the original OG,
Right.
but it's been so long
The
ago at this point.
OGs.
The OGs is correct, very much so. First picks though, Elder Titan was the opener for OG. It definitely seems like that's the hero that makes it through first phase. Somebody's picking him because he fits in almost all lineups. Undying responds with Weaver Earthshaker. It's a great dual lane. It could be a carry Weaver, gives him lots of flexibility. And OG will, again, go for the IO. They played it last match. They ended up putting the 3 position with, was it the tree? No, tree was safe lane. I can't remember exactly. But they had a lot of heal bots in that match. Ended up losing that one against EG. But maybe this one will be different. A little bit of save there.
We're already getting a slightly different draft as well for the other team. Earthshaker just super popular. I believe. I'm wondering now. What do you think? Is Elder Titan or Earthshaker the most picked between the two of them?
For me, for the games I've seen, my guess is Earthshaker. I think Snapfire's probably still up there for overall stats, but I remember more Earthshaker games than Elder Titan. But I think that's also because it's just so much flashier.
Yes.
It's like you always remember the big team fight ultimates. He's always there in the mega crucial moments, with the exception of maybe DY's Elder Titan in that first game against LGD. That one was like really noticeable too because it had so many big moments. Or maybe someone Soxa played it as quite good too. But yeah, that's my guess. One of those two for sure. In terms of the other bans, Morphling gets banned out by OG. Very burst heavy hero, hard to lock down. So it kind of punishes IO lineups in a lot of ways. He can usually escape, evading trouble. Also, the Earthshaker pairing, I assume is what you're thinking about.
No, I'm actually thinking about the fact that Tomato loves that hero.
Oh, okay.
But yes, those all make sense as well, for sure. Definitely a comfort pick, though, for Tomato, should they try to run it.
It's a Night Stalker ban as well, the guy that's going to be able to spot out the enemy squad, silence them, prevent them from escaping. Very good at diving the IO, preventing relocate, things like that. It can be really effective there. And they ban out a Void. They basically have solutions against Void. IO is arguably the greatest save against Chronosphere with relocate. So if they are countered, if they have it, it's better to not also let your opponents have it. And it's very good against Weaver. I feel like every Weaver game we saw just about, the enemy team almost always picked Void because they're like, hell yeah, Chronosphere against Weaver. It's just going to make things so much easier.
I'm curious to see where they're going to run this Weaver in particular, if it's going to be more of the support style, which we've been seeing, or if we're going to see, like, I know the offlane Weaver occasionally crops up. I think with the Earthshaker, though, most likely that's going to be the 3, and Weaver 4 or 5.
Yeah, I was doubting about the 5 Weaver a bit earlier, but then FNG played a 1 game, and it's like, it still does the same thing. You just heavily harass your opponent, and he did hit creeps a lot more that game because he was farming more aggressive places, so it wasn't exactly a 5, I suppose, but it can work. You just kind of roll shift, and you start pretty much off in the same fashion in the laning stage, and yeah, it just gives you the ability to like farm places on the map that should just be way harder, or way too dangerous in a normal circumstance. And if it was a carry, yeah, sure, they commit like 2 or 3 heroes, kill that guy, and they're like, oh, this is worth it. But if it's like a 5 or like a 4.5, you're like, okay, it costs us a lot of stuns to do that, and really isn't efficient enough to be worth it. So, yeah, that's another reason Weaver's probably been banned a lot. It does change the game a lot in terms of what you can get away with net worth-wise.
It's very similar in the sense, I'm surprised that we have not seen much of the Vengeful Spirit at all, just because the change with the Aghanim Scepter being added makes it so you spend so much time and resources, right, trying to chase after an illusion that appears after death, and still has all of the, it's basically like an Aegis, like a buyable Aegis.
The problem is that his ability to run away after that respawn is just a lot weaker. They dropped the movement speed by like 8 or 9% or something like that, I think. So it's just too hard to get away typically. And another beefy boy gets picked.
I think that's a Dubu.
Does sound about right.
I think Moon will most likely be playing the Weaver, Dubu playing the Ogre Magi, and Saberlight playing Earthshaker. I was wondering if you're going to see this. So this has been really cool. We've seen this on and off. You can move it around, but recently we've seen a lot of the Legion Commander being played in the position 5. No Tail's been playing it. We also did see it once being played in the mid lane, which shout out to SA Dota. That is definitely an SA Dota thing. But with the banning of the Ancient Apparition, you've got a lot of possibilities for this healing, for the IO. depending on how you want to do it. You could also see Seb run it, though, of course, as well.
OG's turn to
Yeah, they could be
ban.
really flexible here.
Templar Assassin.
Ooh,
Thompson.
Bryle TA.
Yep, great reaction to Invoker. Thompson Invoker was famous originally. I remember I watched a replay because someone was talking about a weird build he did. He would do Quas Wex into Meteor Hammer. That was him back in the day. He was
That sounds like
which
such a
makes sense,
Thompson
right?
thing to
Like
do.
he would time it. That was when the there
10
was like that
seconds
tornado
remaining.
lift duration talent.
Yeah.
I watched the replay and I was like, okay, I see what he's doing, but
5
it's like it's still
seconds
hard because like
remaining.
every time you get Wex, the timing changes by like 0.3 seconds or something. So it's goofy, but very Thompson thing. Very experienced Invoker, clearly. It's not his first rodeo on this guy. A little rough against the TA, of course, but maybe they'll have some better solutions against her as the draft continues. Because right now their damage over time is a bit weak, but hey, they can set up with Spirit Vessel, Cold Snap, and maybe Elder Titan Stomp. Could give them some options there.
They also have a nice setup here with this Legion Commander. If you have the Invoker, eventually having the Sun Strikes coming out and helping
Yeah.
to secure the bonus damage for Legion is always very, very nice. Getting the extra alacrity as well. So lots of things that kind of fit together over on the OG
Undying's
style
turn
craft.
to ban.
And Undying, we've got pretty meta stuff, and we've got a mix of comfort picks in there too, because we're not seeing a whole heck of a lot of TA. At least I haven't. Have you?
Yeah, we've seen a couple, like one or two, I feel like, maybe 2 games so far that we watched, but it fell off a little bit. I guess the Psyblade nerf was a
10
little bit
seconds remaining.
relevant because you can't just get these like infinite stacks anymore. It's just the
5
damage just drops
seconds
off, kind of like
remaining.
Power Shot. Still very effective though.
OG's
Just not quite
turn
as
to
abusive
ban.
potentially, and there's just going to be better tempo heroes or farming heroes instead. But hey, if it beats Invoker, if you're going to be able to control the map decently, it can be effective. Should be able to punish Elder Titan on the backlines as well. It's pretty easy to out mobility him, so getting stomped is unlikely. You're going to be
10
able to pressure
seconds
IO
remaining.
effectively. Like, there's just a lot of supports that OG's going to have to defend if TA does go hard.
5 seconds remaining.
Last bans, though, we get a Necrophos, we get a Slark on the Undying side. Worried about those carries that pressure Earthshaker well, as there are a couple that work out.
Undying's
They ban the
turn to
Darkseer.
ban.
Iron Shell plus Weaver would have been nice. Well, if they put Darkseer there, it's probably Weaver carry. Could be like Iron Shell plus.
I don't know how that exactly
Earthshaker?
fits.
I-
I guess, unless you're running the Earthshaker as a...
They're expecting 4 Earthshaker basically.
I guess.
And then Weaver 1, Ogre
10
5.
seconds remaining.
So that's why they're banning offlane heroes.
Mm-hmm.
Necrophos certainly would have worked pretty well. It's nice to
5
be able to just get him
seconds
low, get the
remaining.
kill potentially before the heals really kick in, or get IO to half, kill that guy first. That can be really helpful too.
That's true.
Then you don't give him a chance to use Wand and Mech, or Locket and Mech. I was trying to say Mechit, but
The Mechit.
it's like half Locket, half Mech, but it sounds kind of like a... I felt like I was
Lockmet?
about to say a bad word when I
OG's
said
turn
Lockmet.
to pick.
a Lockmet.
Lock Mechit.
A Lock.
Undying's
Mech.
turn to
Mechalocus.
pick.
Lockmet.
Luna.
I don't know. We're going slightly crazy over here. Luna, though, picked up now for the side of OG. So you've got many ways to make this Luna just hit very, very quickly. So the super
Yeah.
steroid, of course. And then, of course, I mean, it's really just, it feels like a 4 protect 1 almost in a
10
sense. Like you're just
seconds
putting
remaining.
all your buffs over on this Luna.
Very good at
makes-
hitting buildings too.
5
Is the other thing,
seconds
and
remaining.
lots of save. Once Legion gets shard, can protect against the Earthshaker, set up for some kills, that kind of stuff. I like it. With that said, Undying's lanes should be quite effective. Like Weaver is going to be able to pressure pretty hard as a 1 against like Legion and IO. Obviously, they can run you down after Sukuchian, so you got to be slightly careful. But
You talking to me?
maybe they do ET4 to make it feel more effective or something. But Spectre is going to leave their lineup feel a little bit farm heavy, but I think we saw a similar pairing. I think we did see Spec TA played by another team recently, and it kind of felt good because once they did actually get into it, with Spectre having eggs and TA moving around the map, it just, the pressure felt so overwhelming constantly. And it's actually going to be the Legion 5, something that OG has been playing quite a bit already during the tournament. So that's going to be another 3 position for Seb here.
Yep, 3 position. IO did quite impressive things. I believe they did not win that game,
They
though,
did not.
right? Yes.
No.
But they definitely made it a huge nuisance, the fact that he was able to provide so much healing. And when you have all these other things to buff up the Luna, it is very much for the 4 protect 1 sort of thing.
And even in the laning stage, IO plus Elder Titan sounds really scary. They keep pairing the IO with these like really strong right clickers. Attack speed on Elder Titan is amazing. He's going to have huge damage bonus. He's going to have more movement speed than normal, so he's going to get more hits in. And with his aura, he's going to reduce Spectre's base armor and magic resistance. They're going to out-trade their opponents without a doubt. The only downside is that Ogre himself, very tanky, so he kind of provides some of that same thing, that tankiness. He's the guy that wants to get ran at instead, so that Spectre isn't being beat up quite as much. But once again, I like the IO pairing that OG has for the laning stage in the EG series. They really put a lot of harass into Arteezy's Ursa and made his lane hard. And that was part of the reason they got a big advantage for a long time in the game. They eventually dropped it due to nice team fights and play from EG. But if it's anything like that other game, we're going to see Seb and Soxa crush their lane. And I don't know if Spectre's going to be able to catch up as much. So hopefully that doesn't happen for Team Undyne.
Slightly related, but look at this ogre. I always feel so bad for this bird thing that he's riding. It clearly looks like it's in pain.
It's a little distressed. Its eyeballs are
very distressed.
bugging out a little bit, yeah.
It's extremely distressed, and he's just like dropping eggs everywhere too. Like it just, I don't know. I'm worried about it. Or in good spirits though, all of the voice lines are getting used.
There's gonna be a lot of these.
There's gonna be a lot of these, but they're the initial voice line vomiting is just happening right now, as per many of the usual games. Moon Meander just zipping on through here with the Shikuchi. Soxa's just gonna get a little damage here. We do have a Lucent Beam.
He's fine. Gives him the damage.
Gives him the damage. The fissure though. Ooh, Seb does have the tether. It's gonna be less than half health though.
Yeah, that's why they do IO first, because in case he gets blocked off like that against the fissure, it jumps back. So just a little bit of vision collection from both teams here.
30 seconds to battle.
And the invasion's still coming out from OG. They're really just trying to do their monkey business, as they sometimes say. Taking down the ward.
Nicely done. This is like by far the most aggression that we've seen pre-bounty respawn.
Like I said, monkey business. That's such a BM line, Yuno's line.
Is it?
Yeah, it's like basically like your team must be really mad that you're so bad, basically.
Ah, it's that one, yeah. I've seen someone describe it as like, if you speak Mandarin, that's like the best one.
I've heard good things about that.
All right, let's see where the lanes end up. Luna plus the Legion Commander. Legion Commander, decent armor, especially with this Ring of Protection. Just going to trade hits with the overwhelming odds and the high movement speed. I mean, he's a 330 movement speed hero. This kind of makes sense that you could justify him as a carry, or as a 5-position hero, sorry.
They're already staking their claim in the bottom lane with all their signs. Bryle playing up against Thompson. I'm sure these two have played quite a few pub matches against each other since doing their boot camp. See who can come out on top here.
Doing good so far. Both of them just beating each other up all the time.
It's about what we expected for this particular lane.
I mean, TA's only got so much damage advantage over Invoker at level 1, especially when Thompson buys this many stats. He's got +8 int, and he's got a Fairy Fire, so he's actually pretty competitive. Very aggressive moments so far.
He's gonna throw out a casual tornado.
Back on the other side of the map, Soxa plus Seb just constantly punching Tomato. Tomato's at about half HP in the meantime.
I mean, there's only so much that Dubu can do about this, right? Like, this is a very aggressive lane. He can maybe, you know, he doesn't even have, like, any mana either.
Yeah, that's the hard thing. Ogre does kind of burn through Ignite mana pretty quick. And the other issue is that they're not really casting many spells on the OG side. It's like once in a while he casts a natural Astral Spirit. It isn't like 2 or 3 spells per go. He's just going to come in and slap you with his ultra high movement speed because they got boots first on Soxa, so now they're just like, look at this. Every time like Spectre comes up and gets the last hit, he's getting right click like 3 times.
That's a lot of damage. Whoa.
That's a creep wave.
Look at it.
Oh my god. But they're justifying it, right?
Yes, they absolutely
Feed
are.
a tango to Seb. Seb will eat the tango. And now it's just regen back on Soxa. So an extra 100, 200 damage there, worth it. Because they're going to get the regen back.
Lose together, win together, slay together, slay together, slay together.
We'll stack small camp as well. Soxa down for that. On the other side of the map, No-Tail pressured though.
Little bit here. Is going to have to go back. Does have a salve though, so he'll pop. I feel like the trading between the two has got to be pretty good considering. But Moon is being very, very efficient in these clicks that he's getting in on Smell.
clicks and taunts. Very good at this.
Yeah, you know, that's some warfare right off the bat. I like that Seb is decorated for Halloween.
Is he? Yeah, that's right. All the spooky. Valve really planned that one well, right?
Yeah.
That's why they delayed TI guys by 2 months. It's for the Halloween thing.
Excellent. Wonderful. Valve appreciates my birthday.
Water rune not good enough for Thompson here. Doesn't need it. Brawl's doing pretty good, 13 and 3. It's basically even. Thompson does have 6 more denies actually. You know, this is one of the good things about Thompson as a player is that like even if he has these.
Ooh, Saberlight is able to get that first blood.
So even if Thompson gets these bad lane matchups, he's still good to go. He's like, he experiences it, right? Like OG classically picks heroes that don't necessarily win his lane. It's like, well, we need Thompson to play X hero even if the lane matchup's bad. So he just is gonna have more experience playing these bad matchups.
So it begins. Seb gets his first kill in that top lane. Playing very carefully. Fissure landing again over onto No Tail.
Like just got back and he's already half health. Oh, there's the regen though, so it's alright.
Brought a salve for his Luna.
That's what you're saying. Luna.
Luna. Yes. From the Dota 2 anime, Dragon's Blood. The Slayer of Elves. Big fan of war crimes, that one.
Hey, she was just doing what she was told, following orders.
That's what war crimes are, Purge. Doing what you're told
that is a
in
good
a
way
war.
it's an easy way to war crime, all right, yeah.
Slay together.
This is just so difficult for Tomato up here to do much of anything. Every time that he tries to go anywhere near this creep wave, he's just immediately punched in the face by Saksa, and then Seb's just throwing out more. Bottom lane, too. Samal finding the kill on Saberlight. We are just all over the place. My word.
I mean, they have great. It's a pretty cool dual lane. They're both pretty good at right-clicking. They've got bonus 15 damage. No Tail's got 2 points in his overall mean odds, which is classically a strong nuke. It's just like for a core, you end up. It feels a little bit rough to level it up sometimes over your press the attack skill, but as a support, it makes perfect sense. Most of the time, he's standing around anyways, so he can just hold it until he needs to nuke 2 heroes.
Tomato doing the best that he can, currently sitting at 22-0. No denies are being able to be had, but
He's got more last hits than I expected, to be honest. Like, but a lot of this is just like pumping regen into him to offset all the harass.
earn completed now for Thompson.
Very good. Excited to see how that works.
Just look at the aggression, though, in this top lane. It's so difficult to play against.
Yep. All the money they spend goes towards like these efficient regen items. They don't have to worry about buying the wrong things.
Another fissure, no tails, trying to cut off the bug. They just keep going after Tomato. I want to know how much they've spent on regen in this top lane.
Maybe he's offsetting what OG's spending. Undertale salved himself again down here in the bot lane. So,
Perhaps.
but it's important. You got to keep Sumail ahead. Sumail even skilled 2 points Lucent Beam, a little bit atypical for Lunas right now, but the lane is so active. Like he does need the extra nuke damage.
Stacking is starting as well. There we go. There's some crowd noises. Moon Meander just poking back and forth. This Weaver is just so annoying to have to try to play with, but they follow up with the fissure. They need to get a little bit more damage here over onto No Tail. Can they get it in time? Yes, they can.
That was really well done by Moon, actually. He was playing near the neutral creep camp. It looked like he was going to run that way, but he pivoted to the left just a moment. No Tail whiffs his overall mean odds, and that's why he pinged, because he's like, we can get a kill now. Fissure comes out, and he's able to pick up that one. So really nicely done by Moon. He's going to have to run back to base to heal or run to some regen, but yeah, he's going to get his earn, go heal, and TP back to lane. Good play so far by Moon.
I feel like Moon Meander really shines on these types of heroes that can
Outplay.
outplay, yeah, for sure. Or just get any sort of information, like the Monkey King especially comes to mind, his Clockwork. These are the kinds of heroes that are able to poke and prod. They dance in, they dance out, but they also just get so much information whenever they do. And I think that's why the Weaver's working so well here. They are going to try to harass Moon Meander, poking away here at Seb. Look at the damage from Sox. Oh my god!
Stun from Dubu, buy some time.
Moon Meander going right back in again, though. He really wants this. Doesn't quite have enough damage, but
Is under attack.
good
Thinking about it.
god.
Those punches were quite beefy there.
Those are some Giga punches. Saberlight running away in this bottom lane. Took a lot of damage, but if they don't have the final Lucent Beam to go and close that gap.
Radiant's middle tower
Still
is
fine
under
for him, though.
attack.
I feel like this is one of the few times the Weaver rotation hasn't succeeded, but the fact that OG ran at the exact same time was successful, and they probably anticipated the retreat. He was low HP. They're like, he's going to do a side gank. Seb might be in trouble this time, though.
Bugs come out. They ping because Moon did drop a spray. But they will respect the spirit. They'll back off.
Everything fine for now. A lot of rotations heading toward top. Some they're going to change.
Nice rotation here. No Tail snapping up that Invis, and Tomato's just getting punched to death.
Oh my god.
Moon
Can Seb
Meander,
get
he
out?
wants Seb. He can't do it fast enough.
It's tough. Only level 2 Scoochie cooldown's too long here.
Dubu is in the vicinity though. Socks a punching. We've got a reload coming in hot.
Saves him again.
Comes right back in. Seb gonna be able to use some of that spirit damage plus that sentry ward doing quite a bit to help out. Question is, does he take him out or do they stay? I think you take him out with you this time.
Yeah. Dubu's ready to go. Saving his spells for in case he needs to jump in, but so far so good. Moon's pressuring really aggressively. It looked a little bit like he overstayed. Brown in trouble though. Or is it
Is
No
he in
Tail?
trouble? I think No Tail's the one who's in trouble because Saberlight makes his own rotation. Fissure comes in, stuns up No Tail. He's making so much space though.
Shame.
Bryle sitting a bit
Yeah.
low. He's got the refraction up, and they're just chasing after No Tail. Again, he's a position 5. One more hit, he'll be Bryle who cleans it up.
Eventually gets him, but hey, he's halfway towards the base. He blocks the ancient camp. We'll see how long it takes to deward that. But yeah, Moon's been doing a great job so far. The rotations were a little bit slow to be successful, but eventually he gets the kill. Is successful top with help from Dubu. But Tomato dying immediately afterwards, that one hurt.
Did you see the player profile of Tomato?
I did not.
He has beautiful hair right now.
Oh yeah,
We
I've
need
seen him in
Jenkins to
person.
talk to Tomato and find out what conditioner that he's using
Good
because
idea.
Jenkins' hair has been breaking the green screen.
Breaks a lot of things.
Yeah, but like this one is
Itself. That makes sense. Another rotation top.
another rotation top. Moon Meander wants Seb very badly here. He's tethered away to the creep. Do have that urn charge. Will turn their attention now over to Soxa. He's going to go drop the Earth Splitter. Undying will back away. Seb still here. Still trying to get a little bit of damage off. He needs to be careful he doesn't be too greedy as Dubu does throw out the Ignite. He's got the Holy Locket online though already.
Yeah, they're doing a great job pressuring, but keeping their HP low, which makes it hard for them to be aggressive. But the amount of heroes they've had to put in this lane is kind of incredible, and this is why they're suffering in net worth a little bit. Because they're putting all this pressure in just to like give the Spectral space. Duel comes.
This is going to be a kill for No Tail. 100% win rate right now for the Echo Slam over from Saberlight, but where's the rest of the team? Okay, Dubu jumping in, not really the person that you're expecting. They do manage to take down Saberlight. They'll take down Soxa. There's the Haunt coming out.
All right, not bad. There's the damage follow-up. It's anywhere, whenever it needs to be. Jumps back in and buys some time. So they're basically creating all this space for Spectre, kind of, but it's more like they're forcing OG out of the lane is what they're doing. They're not really creating space. It's like making Spectre's life a little bit easier. And in the meantime, what's happening is Luna is mega free farm, and TA is jungling too, but it's leading to this gold advantage for OG.
I'm not scared.
All this pressure they put, all making them run around the map, it's all been really effective so far.
This is a problem when the IO is scaring away the Earthshaker.
Yeah, it's a little scary. Saberlight can't get that close anyways. He doesn't have his Echo Slam just yet.
Soxa is standing nearby. Moon Meander that wants to get a couple more hits off. Nice fissure. But Seb immediately popping that Holy Locket. They'll turn around over onto Moon Meander. Moon Meander does not have that 6 yet. That's just the big old punches from Soxa. My God.
It's plus
He's
250
even going for this
damage.
dive. He wants Saberlight. He's going right underneath the tower. Bottom lane, they go in for another duel. Don't quite manage to get the victory. Bryle will get the kill before eventually falling to Smail.
No Tail's very happy about that one for sure. The space created for Sumail once again. He's going to head to the jungle with Ayasha, and he's just still been hanging out in his lane. He's got 3 kills now. It is not normal for your carry to be able to stick around this much.
Definitely not. Immediate stun coming out from Dubu, followed up with the sleep though. Sox in the vicinity. Moon Meander throwing out the bugs. Again, checking their eyes on Seb. Look at this. This is a very fast Tomato going right in on Sox. A beautiful tornado though coming out. No, out the Earth Splitter, turning around over onto Tomato. This is not looking good. They need one more hit. They find him over in the trees. Saberlight now is the next one to fall. Thompson's got himself a double kill. And Sox is still looking for anyone that he could step on, anyone he could get that sleep going. Not going to be able to quite grab over here, but he does have eyes on Dubu, dropping down that ward, making sure that he can't try to disappear at all, or that Moon Meander coming in to save him. Dubu taking just punches like a champ, but eventually, Seb's just going to boop.
Is that
it's
taunt?
still Soxa.
I think that's a taunt. Notel could have dueled that guy. I'm not quite sure why he didn't, but...
I don't know, but Moon Meander now has no more mana. He's just gonna be
no.
right into Sumail special delivery. Oh.
That's a smart move, but I take it.
That was not good. I'm gonna say. He doesn't
Damn.
have his TP available either.
There's gonna be a relocate.
Oh.
That Ghost Slam comes out
Oh.
from Saberlight. though. Can they turn this back around? Can they get the kill on No Tail? Bryle is here. He's gonna be able to get the kill on Seb. No Tail left behind. Bryle gets
Okay.
himself a double kill. Soxa running now. Dubu does have the flame piss. Can turn right back around. Needs a little bit more. Fissure comes through. It's a triple kill for Bryle.
You know what? That's a great way to tilt your opponents. Pretend like you're tilted, then they're going to get way over aggressive, and boom, you get a triple kill on Bryle. That feels great. That's
All
halfway to
about
his
the mind
Deso now.
games, baby.
Gets to slow him down in the mid lane. Some ignites fly out. That's a huge amount of damage being dealt right there.
Now going right back in again. Bryle standing over to the side, uses the Lucid Beam over onto Dubu. Dubu has to be careful, he's taking a lot of damage. One more hit. Another kill for Sumail. This tower's going down. Moon Meander's going to back off. Seb, giving him a little wave, wants a high five.
Moon's going to have to heal now, though. Too much harass, too much mana drain, and OG still putting their force on the map. 5k gold advantage. Sumail's net worth very reminiscent of the other Lunas we've been seeing so far. Last game, it was Ame. 2 games ago, that is. Last game. I don't know where. What year is it? I don't know anymore.
Oh, Purge, old man Purge.
But
Doesn't know where he is. Doesn't know
Sumail's
what
been
day
able
it is.
to pick up the last 2 points. There's 2 points of Eclipse finally, so he is super ready to fight.
Guys, I know that we have Sumi on the broadcast, but this is feeling like games done quick at the rate that we're going today. We've had like, what, a 21-minute game? We've had an 18-minute game. OG is just running out Undying now. Trying not to give any quarter. No Tail, turning right back around. Tropson following up with the Tornado with the, beautifully done. The Eclipse into the Splitter. They get even more dual damage. They're pushing Undying to just run away into their base. Soxa. He's a big, scary dude. He's already got the Aghanim Scepter queued up. He has just been so wealthy. Stomp comes out again. No Tail, they'll follow. That's a very dead Saberlight.
They're coordinating so well here.
And that's a very dead tower.
They just sit No Tail in the front. He gets gone on a bit, gets one press the attack off, which is already going to be pretty great. It's going to stop probably like an ignite, maybe something else. And then they just turn and duel. The great Tornado from Thompson covers them. They're just playing around each other so well.
The synergy is just on point today.
It wins them the laning stage with the Legion. Then they get to this mid-game period.
Look at all these buffs, dude. Look at the buffs on this Lithna.
There's a few here. Good amount of physical damage from the ET done, clearly. The Earth Splitter was excellent, obviously, but yeah, duel against TA, that's going to make things so much easier.
They know they're in the pit. They can't get there fast enough.
Yeah, there's no...
I hate that Elder Titan's thing is called Earth Splitter.
Why?
Because they're split Earth on
Nobody
Shrek.
wants Aegis. Nobody wants Aegis.
Oh, God.
All right,
The
they're not,
BM.
surely they're not shit-talking, right?
The BM. I don't know, bruh.
Did Sumail think he picked it up?
No.
It's still there, guys.
It's still there. Go get yourself a free Aegis. They're trying to make the game easier for you guys.
History in the making. Nobody has noticed yet. I don't think. Tomato, maybe? We'll see.
They're like, where the heck is it? All right, we got a Roshan camera.
It's like one of those auto...
Come on, Tomato. Come on.
It's like one of those auto things where you just think like it's going to be okay.
Sox is making his way back to the pit now. I think they realize. Oh.
Slay together.
Free Aegis? Excuse me?
XD them. Oh, thank God. That was the very value XD.
That was the, yeah.
Oh,
That's
man.
going to be all over Twitter now.
Oh, my God. They forgot.
They left the Aegis. They go in for the duel, though. That's more victory damage
Guys.
for No Tail. Position 5, Legion Commander, by the way.
Sometimes you win TI twice,
And
and then
sometimes
you
you
just forget to grab the Aegis. You know, it happens. You're just so focused on winning and saving time that you just have no time to think. And do they need it? No, but maybe. we'll see.
Our splitter over here on Saberlight. Thompson Echo Slam gets used just on Thompson alone. You can feel the frustration coming out from Undying. Another couple clicks. Thompson is on a mega kill streak.
What do you do if you're against OG like that and they don't take Aegis? Do you think they're messing with you? Like, oh, this
Yes.
is gonna be a trap. Like,
Oh yeah.
it'd be scary, right?
I don't know. They're showing up in lanes. You can see that they're clearly not there.
Yeah, I mean,
What are
that's
they
all it
gonna
took.
do?
If they're off the map, might have been a bit too scary. But hey, that gave Tomato some nice time. Next time they kill him, they're not getting golden experience, and he's coming back.
They gotta kill him twice. They're making their way to kill him the first time, right here, right now. Take a nap, Spectre. You've been working hard.
He's just fine though. Ag's coming in
Very
90
close,
gold.
actually.
Top tower is under attack.
So
My
he's-
only concern is once he gets it, who's he gonna jump on? They're always together.
That is true. His
They
skill
don't
build-
have the traditional really squishy 5 to even get those sorts of kills.
Yeah, that's true. His skill build is kind of interesting though. He went for a lot of Desolate, so skip Dispersion. Didn't care as much about being survivable. It's kind of interesting considering the ET. But hey, if he's trying to deal damage and use this Ags build, this is probably why. He's trying to be more effective when he does these like single target haunts on people. He wants more
Meander,
damage.
poking, doing what he does best. Right around Smail here. They put out the Alacrity. Fissure coming out from Saberlight. They get anything. Oh my god, that stop! They just hits 3 of them. The Eclipse going and Bra running for his life. He's gonna get thrown up into the air. They just get a double kill for Smail. Easy peasy.
I mean, I was looking at Smill when he got fissure blocked, and I'm like, I bet he really wishes that he had an Aegis right now, but just heal him up. No problem. Big Eclipse cleans up the TA, and that is the racks at 19 minutes. Some stuff has happened between the
Smail
start of the
has a
group stage.
butterfly, dude.
That's a good item.
It is. They give up. They just call GG. What can you do at this point? You reset and you come back
You know what
with a
that
fresh
is, guys?
attitude.
Aegis win rate, it's not 100% anymore.
Was it already 100? What?
I'm saying that the team just lost with Aegis,
Yes.
and that does not happen very commonly
That
in
is
the
fair.
history of stats. It happens in pubs sometimes because it's like you
Yes.
got the guy that gets Aegis and he's like split pushing, his TP gets interrupted, you're thrown or whatever. At TI, I wouldn't be surprised if that's like never happened before. Or maybe it's been like that's like dying with buy. It's like losing the game with buyback, kind of. You know,
Yeah.
it's kind of similar vein. So, what a fun game! Awesome plays by OG. We got to see the Legion 5 in person live. And once again, the IO combos, OG's doing something different with it. A lot of other teams, they're picking IO and they're kind of like, hey, we have IO, we're healing our carry. OG's like, we're going to do some sick dual lane with IO +1, super synergistic, and crush our lane. And that plus everything else they're doing is just giving them this huge advantage. So props to them. What a win.
Is this a situation where you think IO needs to be banned?
Yeah, I mean, this is how you win TI. You abuse heroes way better than other teams.
And
So
you
then
make the meta.
So then you set the meta, and you're forcing teams to ban in first phase, and now there's other heroes that you get to play with that give you more tactical advantages. So in some ways, yes. In other ways, uh-oh, for everybody else.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
All right, well, OG's going to win this game in convincing fashion, 19 minutes and 33 seconds. So we're going to take a short break. It's a little bit shorter than this game, but we'll be back with the second game of this series. Welcome back, everyone. I think we could have seen another game at this point during that break time with the way
Yeah.
things are trending currently. But of course, we do have game number 2 of Undying versus OG. And OG just bringing the monkey business, honestly.
They did, yes. It was a pretty darn one-sided game. They got that IO pairing, different one than before. The fact that they have a couple in the quiver is super effective because then it's harder for your opponents to predict it. The one key is clearly IO, but if your opponents don't want to use it, they're going to have to waste a ban on it, and that just makes things more difficult. And it's a tough one to beat if OG continues playing this effectively. Some teams are going to have to start trying to copy the combos, play them better if possible, make less mistakes. I don't know what the solution is.
Can you get another combo to play against it that won't be as easily exploited?
I'm trying to think about like anti-healing or something like that. You could
Well, I mean,
do
the AA, they consistently... But again, it's the AA is only really relevant once you get to the point where they have the Ice
yes.
Blast. It's still your laning phase.
You have to do some anti-regen
Yeah.
in laning stage. The one hero that could do that is Bane with Enfeeble, but the cooldown's really long on Enfeeble. It's like 24, 22 seconds, somewhere in there. So it's not something you can do often. It only stops half the heal. So you could do some stuff, but it sounds difficult. You almost need to play like a semi-carry there instead of a hard carry maybe to be able to out-regen it, or try to offset it by healing yourself instead rather than go on them. But it's like they always have great offense too. They have great defense and they have great offense. That's what's so powerful about it when it's IO core, because it's like he gets the last hits, he gets a really fast locket, and then it's like you definitely can't win then because any heals you're getting are just 35% better. And he's got spirits, and it just seems like a lot to deal with. Something you maybe need to defeat in the draft, I guess.
I think you just can't let them have IO. I mean, I know that opens the doors for other possibilities, but this IO just seems way too strong because you could ban the Elder Titan,
Yeah.
but you still have the IO, and you can pair so much with it. The Slardar, we've seen a lot of, like, there's so many
That's true.
options.
Or what you have to do is you have to take the strats away from them and play it yourself. Because if they, it's like the upper hand thing we talked about at the end of the last game. It's like if you don't have the ability to abuse what they're abusing, they just have this extra advantage that they're going to always take against you if you let it through. And then you either have to ban it, and then there's other stuff. It just makes the drafting a lot more complicated, and it's very routinely like what wins TIs. Like you get to the grand finals, and there's like Shiki doesn't play Leshrac, and it's like still strong in the patch. Boom, that wins you a TI, or at least contributes to it, among other things. OG's done this in the past. Previous TIs, they're looking great here. OG hype's building. It's gotta
really
be. It's
is.
gotta be.
They want to, what is it, a thruple at this point? Is that what you would call it?
They're not there yet, but they're doing great. In
They're
groups.
on the road.
The draft is ready, by the way. Let's take a hop
Let's
in.
go to the draft.
Let's
All
see what
right.
happens.
Moment of truth,
Voice
Undying.
lines.
Yes, there it is. Don't let them have a run back. Rule number 1 in traditional sports, do not let them have a run back.
I cannot confirm or deny if that's a thing. Run back, like don't let them do the same thing twice.
Yes. Don't let them do the same plays multiple times.
Yes. Once you see it the first time, you should know what's going to happen.
Exactly.
I gotcha. Yeah, that usually happens. At times, it's like you lane against something new and you get punished a couple times, and you're like, "Oh, I see it." And then but then the mind games go deeper, and it's like it shouldn't happen the first couple times. It's got to be prepared, man. Even it happening the first time is terrifying. And the worst is though is when you know what's coming, and then you're like, okay, this is what they're going to do, and they still crush you with it. That's tough. That's where you start losing confidence, and it really affects your overall mentality at times. So
Just
very
take it
important.
away.
Take it away, and it's important to be mentally resilient against a strong team like OG.
They really do play with the mind games. This is one team that really plays it up. They use all the voice lines. They use all the sprays. They are one of the teams that has worked with a sports psychologist as well. I believe they've worked with one. I know Beast Coast has before. I'm
That's
not
great.
sure how many other teams have. Do you know? Are there any others?
Not sure.
Comes to mind?
There was like a famous one recently too. Some other team did, but I cannot remember. Like another top team.
Okay.
That's all I got. All right,
Cool.
Tiny was the first pick for Undying. Definitely one of the heroes of the meta that's going to sneak through due to not getting banned. Lena fit into the first phase bans again. That was the hero that they didn't want Brawl to be able to mess with, probably
10
because
seconds
it's a
remaining.
hero that is like consistently like the all-defined
5
solo
seconds
mid hero.
remaining.
It's one of Brawl's best, and it also could potentially like beat Thompson in lane. He probably feels maybe a little bit more worried about that one just because it limits his flexibility in terms of draft. So it's just easier to ban the lean out in the first phase if they're really worried about that being an opening. Because classically, OG doesn't cover Thompson much in the mid lane. It's like his style to like do slightly funky things and to have to do this 1v1 that isn't always advantageous. And sometimes he gets behind. He didn't last game. He did great. But if they're worried about that kind of mechanic advantage from a very strong mid hero that's pretty much designed to like win your 1v1s, then yeah, ban him out in the first phase.
It feels like OG clearly knew that eventually the Aya was going to be removed because they picked up their heroes very, very quickly. In fact, we're blazing through this draft, it feels, this time around. Undying taking a little bit more time trying to decide what they want, but the Magnus Snapfire was just instant clutch.
Yep, and Magnus was a hero that got banned second game versus EG earlier today for OG, so they used it very effectively. It was also against a Tidehunter, in fact. That was the game where they were just like skewering Tide so far back that their team just kills them anyways, that kind of thing. Or anybody else that's playing that middle part. So they're going to have RP plus Snapfire ulti, they're going to have RP and Cookie, they're going to have the ability to Cookie forward and skewer back. They've got great options here for OG right off the bat. Most Snapfires have been 4. You can do it with a 5. A little bit less reliable as a 5, though. Usually you want somebody a little bit more tanky. We'll see what else gets banned, though. Legion Commander still in the pool. Something OG's been grabbing a lot. What else has No Tail been playing? ET primarily. That got banned too. But now seeing the Jug ban, the Hoodwink ban. Basically, the heroes that are going to combo great with Magnus is the stuff that they are going to be a bit worried about. And that's what OG used earlier with Magnus was Juggernaut. So it makes sense that they'd ban it here. Gives you lane advantage against Tidehunter. That's something they used effectively. And also just scales so well with the Empower.
Interesting to note that the Earthshaker is still available in the pool. That has been a hotly contested hero along with the Tiny.
Yeah.
From what I'm looking at, though, for the current data that we have on OG, we have 3 matches of Soxa playing the Snapfire. I almost said the Cookie Grandma because my brain's like, you know, slightly fried at this point. It only has a 66.67% win rate so far.
So 2 out of 3 wins, yeah. How many times have they played Earthshaker, though?
Earthshaker, they've played twice. This
And
is data from.
do you know who played it?
Seb.
Okay. So
50% win
unlikely.
rate.
I mean, again, they could play No Tail playing Magnus, but I think it's less likely. Magnus 3 is just safer, better, etc.
I mean, Samael has played the Magnus in
That's
the
true.
safe lane. He was playing it a lot in his pubs too, if I recall correctly. But he has played it once so far
10
in
seconds
TI.
remaining.
It's like tiny light, a little bit.
A little bit.
Far less
5
burst
seconds
damage,
remaining.
but better area control. Good and bad things with it. They ban out Storm Spirit with the Lycan as well. Rock Wolf sounds pretty terrifying, I gotta say. Giving crits to Tiny, I would not want to play against that, so it makes sense to ban it.
OG's turn to
And a Slark ban, once again. That guy's so banned in the second phase, it's incredible. It's like every time they pick their offlaner first phase, it's like Slark is one of the bans because they just don't want to mess with that potential of him just stealing all your fish stats.
You need those. You don't have much as a Tidehunter, and he's always
10
hungry, so
seconds remaining.
can't be having him stealing your fish stats. Storm Spirit,
5
another popular
seconds
pick. Again,
remaining.
this time going to be removed. Not going to be picked up for Bryle. I wouldn't mind, I mean, it depends on the draft, obviously, but I wouldn't mind seeing like a Bryle Queen of Pain at some point. He used
Yeah.
to be very well known for that hero when he was playing over on Animal Planet.
I like Queen of Pain, but I don't think she's that great right now.
Fair. Again,
and
it
against
depends on if
Tiny-
it fits within the draft.
Yeah,
right?
it's scary against Tiny as well, I think, because Quap is like one of those heroes that like is a little bit finicky. She's a little fickle. She dies easy sometimes. So if Tiny spots her first, goes for the Avatos, I feel like a lot of cases she dies there. So it's kind of
Oh,
dangerous.
no, I was saying for Undying to pick up.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. You did say that, and I heard that, but then I got confused.
No worries, no worries.
Clockwork was very good against Tide earlier today.
Yes, No Tail played it very, very aggressively in that
did.
laning phase.
It was against Ice, I
10
think, was the
seconds
match.
remaining.
Did great regen trading. They didn't come to lane with themselves. That was kind of one of the issues. They kind of got
5
behind on
seconds
regen.
remaining.
Couldn't stay up on regen because they're against a Jug. If the carry is different, they could probably get away with it, though. As long as it's not somebody that does like a huge amount of damage at level 1 or level 2 with every go, it'll be all right. But OG gets to delay that pick until they see everything from Undying here. So I feel pretty good about their chances right now. Again, the Tiny combo is still, like Tiny carry is still pretty scary right now. So it's not terrible for Undying in this moment. But probably Mag Snapfire, Clockwork 5, and everything else is up in the air.
Undying really taking the time trying to decide what they want to add in. Again, with that Tidehunter pickup, most likely going to be in the off lane. It does have some flexibility, but I can't imagine. Okay, so they go for the Mirana. And their namesake.
There
Okay.
it is.
They did it. They said the thing. um, I know Double really enjoys playing Marana, but I have a feeling it's going to be Moon Meander. And Moon Meander,
Yeah.
I believe in the past when we've seen him play Marana, he snipes every courier.
10 seconds
That man
remaining.
is unstoppable when it comes to that.
Yeah, he should be good. He'll be able to lane, guarantee the tide
5
hunter a bit, just
seconds
arrowing the
remaining.
range creeps. Undying himself. I mean, there's 3 strength heroes on the enemy squad, so basically no matter where Undying lanes, he's going to have good lane advantage. It doesn't matter as much later. It's not like Timbersaw necessarily, but in the laning stage, dropping their damage by 4 and 8, for example, is just going to make last hitting harder. Give you a bit more advantage there. Death Prophet gets picked, though, and I do like this. Percentage-based damage is great against Tide, Tiny, Undying. Silence is really good against a bunch of these heroes. You can have some burst issues, so he's got to be a little bit careful against Tiny, but and they have to worry about like
10 seconds
Avatos into arrow kind of stuff. But I do like the Death Prophet. It's a good way
5
to
seconds
damage
remaining.
towers. And they're going to get the last pick from it, and they still haven't really revealed that much. That's super counterable here. Tombstone's pretty good, though, but they've got Snapfire. That's the only downside about the Undying pick, but
That is true. They definitely want to get that lane dominance, picking up the Undying. And like you said, super effective when you look at the lineup of OG. A little concerned, a little light on the lockdown, right? You can do like an Avatos into like a Marana arrow. Obviously, you can just land the arrows. That always works too. Shoot arrow, land
does it
arrow.
always work? It doesn't always work. Sometimes it works.
We'll just get good Purge, and then it'll always work.
Yeah, and look, I'm not a good Marana player, but it is clearly very hard to land
OG's
arrows on
turn
pro
to
players. They
bat.
are so ready for that all the time. They,
Undying.
they just
Turn
don't
to
get that
bat.
absent-minded that often. It's not often that you just get hit with an arrow,
Yeah. It's not very often that you see them turn into arrows either. They're usually paying very, very close attention. But the nice thing too about the Marana, it is going to provide them with the Moonlight Shadow. And the Moonlight Shadow means that their supports are going to have to buy detection, makes
10
them a little
seconds
bit
remaining.
poorer than if they didn't have to. And eventually you do get a nice talent, which is, what is it,
5
plus 20
seconds
evasion or something like
remaining.
that?
Yeah, that one's really nice, for sure.
Even if you are revealed.
And they're going to have a right-click hero due to the Magnus being in the game.
Undying.
But,
Turn to pick.
Ban Anti-Mage, ban Void, good heroes with Empower. Void would have made the most sense. Great ultimate with Snapfire ulti, with Death Prophet ulti, assuming DP's got her ulti going. Makes a lot of sense there. But Undying has to go first, and their carry is going to be a Morphling.
The Water Boy, Tomato's favorite.
Lots of burst damage, lots of survivability if they don't have the hardest stuns. And yeah, with just like a Manta or something, he doesn't have to worry about Clockwork at all, pretty much. Snapfire is not too much of a worry generally either, outside of like ulti situations.
10
I like it.
seconds remaining.
So what's the final pick then here for OG? What is
5
are they going to run?
seconds
I
remaining.
feel like they're not going to run the Magnus as a 1. I think they're probably going to run it as a 3 at this point. Which then leaves the doors wide open for Sumal.
Yeah, and they can be flexible in their lanes as well. This kind of shows Tiny mid potentially, since Morphlings pretty much always go safe lane these days. If
Now,
it's
don't forget
Tiny
Tomato
mid,
used to be a mid player.
that's true. I mean, I'm sure he's capable, but
Flexibility.
I have a feeling it's not that fun against Death Prophet.
Oh baby. All
Select
right.
your hero.
All right.
Who's playing this?
Sumail's playing the Magnus, Thompson's playing the Tinker. I
Okay.
saw this in his
你这么
Dota
菜的
buff
队友，你这么
details.
菜的队友不会生气吧？
I
杰
saw
克
this in the stats that were provided. Oh dear God.
Interesting.
You
The
talking to
disables,
me?
the disables are not the best for shutting down a Tinker. You're gonna have to like catch him with Tiny, who's your 4, doesn't get blink for a while. You're gonna have to catch him with the Ravage,
Really worried about
or you're gonna have to land an arrow. Like if you fight him into Tombstone, he's gonna get some zombie spawns, and maybe those will break his blink dagger. But it does look like a good Tinker game to me. And yeah, they're gonna put Seb as the offlane, and it's gonna be Sumail Magnus.
Dude.
So
They have such potential to have the biggest little draft.
what does that mean?
Biggest little means like Dubo just keeps getting like decay. It gets massive. Or, Shrink Ray with Tinker, just tiny. It's like
lots
the
of-
Alice in Wonderland game, basically, here
that's
that they
true.
could run. Not saying they will, but the potential is there.
That's true. Oh, I'm sorry, it's Braille playing Tiny? I'm sorry, I got confused.
你这么
It's
菜的队
tiny
友，
core.
你这么菜的队友不会生
I don't know where
气
my
吧，
brain
杰
was
克
there.
啊？
Are you okay?
No. I need more fluids and food. But it's okay. We got this super sick game. I'm really excited, actually. I don't need that water. Don't
I gave you a bottle like a good support. Take it.
I'm gonna put it on my side of the desk. I actually do need one.
Yeah, see?
I don't have one.
See, I'm a good support.
All right. I'm interested in the OG draft. The Magnus carry can absolutely work if you just don't die that much. You just end up eventually carrying the game because he's always going to farm really rapidly. So I like what OG's going for here. Look at that beautiful
Look
hair.
at that hair.
It's wonderful.
Jenkins has to talk to Tomato and find out how he styles his hair.
There's actually so many more pro players now that have long hair.
I think COVID is part of that
Is that-
because
yeah, you're
they
probably-
stopped going to get their haircut and they're like, huh, I can rock this. I can look good. I mean, No Tail, for example, has beautiful long blonde locks.
你这么菜，你的队友不会生气吧，哥？你这么菜，你的队友不会生气吧，哥哥？
I really love that voice line.
It's a good one. Browl checking for ward. Nothing there yet. So they know no position here from OG.
You talking to me?
Moving around, Sumail going for a complete safe lane, running right away. Oh, he's there to cut trees, I guess. He doesn't want to have to worry about Mirana. And that's kind of a smart thing to do. Just cut all the trees so it's easier to see where Mirana's about to arrow from.
30
Makes
seconds
sense.
to battle.
Less cover. Good luck with the tongue sticking out face. Well, everybody's in a good mood. You'd love to see it. Hopefully, you know, we're not going to see any more Aegises being left in the pit.
You talking to
Unless
me?
it's on purpose.
I think it was on purpose, honestly.
You talking to me?
Probably. We'll find out later, I'm sure. There's no way OG's going to be able to hold back from talking about it.
你这么菜，你的队友不会生气吧，哥哥？
Ooh, subtle flame sassy purge. I like it.
I mean, I don't blame him. People
I
are going
like
to
it.
ask. They're going to answer. Like,
They do love talking on Twitter.
they do. Yeah. But it's great. Like, I love listening to their interviews. They're willing to, like, share their thoughts and stuff. I think that makes the scene more rich. As long as it's out of the DMs, everything's fine.
Bryle just going for this little block over here, but Thompson, man, look at this block.
It's a good one.
Dang.
Little advantage there.
And the crowds go wild. They're hyped for this match. NA again versus EU. This one a little bit more NA than the last one. Be interested to see how many couriers Moon Meander is capable of sniping.
It's going to be a little bit hard at times.
I think
Courier snipes are great, but like the wards are just so important. Like that's the nice thing. You can put wards behind towers to spot couriers, but then you're losing out on information on other places on the map, and that sometimes costs you a little bit too much. Because then you're losing heroes, not couriers, you know?
true, true.
And a lot of times, as long as the courier makes it do first, it's like, I had a little negative, but not the end of the world.
I think it was, no, I know I've watched Moon Meander play like plenty of Mirana with the VTS Pro Series, but I think it was recently too Mira, Miroslav from Spirit, also a very good Mirana and very good at sniping couriers. I'm not sure if I might, I think they both are quite good at it.
Yeah, Mirror's really good. I can see that for sure. Quick Blightstone for No Tail, wants to get that minus armor advantage. Seems to be the item that Snapfire's by. But he did pick up Scatter Blast as well, so maybe going to do a mix of Scatter Blast, little Shredder, maybe one Fire Snap.
Plenty of options for sure. He's going to immediately try to interrupt this pull. Get some hits over on Saberlight.
Wanted to pull the creep wave here, but I mean, this is fine. He can interrupt the small camp pull, no problem.
Some
Sumail-
movement here over in this lane. Leap forward arrow doesn't quite land. Thompson, though, trying his best. They need maybe just a little bit more damage. Are they going to go for a full-on damage? Oh, Thompson, though, gets the kill. And Bryle is forced to bottle through here. Is hoping he could get a hit on Thompson. Not going to be able to find the final hit, though.
Dude, Thompson is so clean the way he does this. Like, he was so ready to do that turn and start attacking, but
God, I wish we had
not
player
over
cams
yet.
for this. Love to see the reactions from that.
he could have gone for an Avatos there. Just wasn't going to kill, probably, unfortunately. It was going to be close, though. He could have maybe tried on Thompson, but a little bit safer just to play it safe. Yeah, double water in here. Thompson's going to have to catch up. I like that Moon Meander moved over to go for the shot, though. Like, it was certainly worth it. but unfortunately not able to kill Thompson. And they did still let him get the water rune, unfortunately. Brawl may be a little frustrated by that. It does ping it. Moonmander got a stack off, didn't get the water rune, maybe, but he couldn't do both, that's for sure. And there's the skewer back on Saberlight.
I mean, they knew that they had this opening, right, on the side of OG. You knew that Moon Meander went mid, died, and then, of course, probably wants to return back to the mid lane to refill that bottle. So they really took advantage of it and put a lot of pressure over on Saberlight.
Yeah, but he's gotten away with it. He's gotten 2 points of his passive, Kraken Shell. His last hits are still good. He's close to where Sumail is, so if they would have gotten that Thompson kill, we'd be praising their graces right now.
We praise the moons of Mene.
Praise the moon of Mene.
That's pretty good.
Thank you. I can sing.
I thought that small elven child was here in this very room with us. Dubu taking a lot of harass. Turns around with the double decay, though.
Decent levels. Yeah, side lane Death Prophet's pretty scary. 325 movement speed. How do you beat it? He's just like infinitely faster than Morphling. It's like he's got boots advantage already, and he just regen trades with Spirit Siphon. It's on cooldown for now, but like, rough one. Dubu does put some good heals down. Tomato being fought again, has to wait for him, but
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
it's getting kind of close. Soxa getting low, Tomato getting low.
I'm really worried.
Just trading, a lot of trading. But it hurts Tomato. He's going to have to spend mana to do some morph switching or
这么菜的
just
队
play
友不会
lower
生
for now.
气吧，哥哥？
Either option doesn't feel good.
Gosh, it feels really bad when you look at the CS currently. 12 and 4 on the Morphling,
Wow.
and then you look over at the Magnus, 29 and 4.
Yep.
I mean, it is a Magnus, to be fair, but
It's again, they're being punished for what they tried with the moon rotation. The fact that they didn't kill Thompson cost them just a little bit too much. Because he's out of the lane, that gets tied a little bit underfarmed. Thompson doesn't die, and that doesn't end up worth it.
ooh, the arrow though from Moon Meander. Tomato dying in the bottom lane to Seb though, a bit of a disaster. It doesn't really matter so much if No Tail falls, but he's not even going to fall this time around. Dubu's getting dove here, throws out that soul rip, but they have the Spirit Siphon. He's trapped with the creeps. He's trapped the Soxa. He's trying, but he's not gonna survive it. Undying, not living up to his name, as Tomato is indeed back. Soxa sitting a bit low. He's going to have to walk away and regen.
That one sucked. Well, he didn't play bad, but unfortunate for him. He jukes to the right, then he gets trapped in, so he's taking full creep damage, full heroes. He got a great double decay, but it was not enough to keep him alive. No Tail now zoning Moon from the easy arrow target, and this is actually very costly because he's going to have to go peel now.
Oh. Okay, Soxa just assigned to suicide. Over to tower, makes sense. Wants to come back with full mana, full health.
I'm really excited to see Soxa play Clock. He's historically excellent on the hero. If he can land, get good farm. I mean, we'll see next maybe. Now they're punishing No Tail finally. They're sick of him messing around in here.
Slay together, slay together.
And that actually solves Moon's regen problem. Just get a kill and you get an earn charge.
There
so.
you go. It's just that easy.
All right, brings the Sentry Ward because obviously he's there for a purpose, and yeah, instantly gets the D Ward. Nicely done for Undying to recover that. Leaves the Bounty Rune for Brile.
Tomato's just having such a terrible time in this lane. My god, 18 and 8 CS to 44 and 4 on Smail.
That is a huge difference. I'm like looking at, I'm like, what's
Cookie
that profit?
hop onto Saberlight. The skewer back underneath tower. Does have the Ravage. Oh, the arrow though coming in does manage to go and land on Grandma. No Tail throwing out the Scatter Blast. They go for the Ravage. They'll be able to collect. But now they don't have Ravage.
It's okay. He got a kill. Absolutely worth it, genuinely. He just got it. He used it. He got a kill. That kind of advantage is good. He's going to pull these creeps together and continue farming. He's getting a second earn charge as well. Like, he's not too upset about this. When you talked about it, lamented about Tomato's last hits earlier, I was like, it's not that bad compared to Death Prophet. But you're right. Like, that difference between him and Sumail is big. Arrow lands top. Actually, Moon gets a solo kill on Sumail.
Oh, let's go, Moon.
So you can just land arrows. Yeah, it turns out
You can just be that good.
Wow. What a huge kill there. 44 last hits and 1 death. That was so big for him. How much gold did he get? 321. Huge. Almost level 5 now, too.
Man, we were 1 digit off from the Mimi number. You have the Exorcism online here for Seb. Might be trying to make some moves going under the tower. Again, being able to take control of that area is going to make it very, very spooky and restrict the movement for the side of Undying if they no longer have a tier 1 on the bottom lane.
Brawl's doing pretty good here. Thompson is ahead though. Getting that earlier kill. 3,700 gold on him. He's very happy. Level 8. Almost got his Blink Dagger. It's going to be a quick one. But Brawl going to be looking around. Does end up finding Sumail in the jungle. Not going to be able to kill him. Way too much raw HP. Not worth wasting the mana.
They're both tanky boys. No Tail, though, is getting slapped around a little bit here by Saberlight. It's a creep right in his way. And Bryle coming forward. Cookie Hop. Avalanche doesn't quite connect here. I think this is still a dead No Tail. It's going to take a little bit, but they'll get it. There'll be enough time, though, for Seb to make his way top. He's got the Spirit Siphon. Doesn't have anything to cancel out these TPs, though, so pops the Ghosts. Not going to be able to get much done with them.
Yeah, very hopeful. But not gonna work. And instantly Saberlight goes to the mid lane. Let's see, where did Bryle head? Also TP'd mid, it looks like, but he's just gonna go hit creep, stack some camps. Instead, we'll get a little bit of damage onto the tower, but really not much. Just a waste of his ulti, more or less. Force some TPs.
Thompson revealing he has indeed picked up that blink.
Tower is under attack.
Good pressure on to Tide for now. This is Hood coming. It is. Okay, so Hood finished on Saberlight now.
Bottom tower is
Once
under
his HP gets a
attack.
bit higher, he's going to feel pretty confident to slow down his push mid lane.
Picks up the Fairy Trinket off of that neutral camp, and we do have some nice stacks going on over here, so we'll be able to
Tide finishes him, Morphling finishes him. There's options. I don't know. He's got an item
I feel
coming.
like Tomato really wants these, though, right?
Yeah,
Like,
it is
he's
time.
so behind.
He just got his Morbid Mask. He actually already got a Possessed Mask, so he's pretty happy with his recovery here. His net worth still a little low, but this is not that uncommon for Morphling. Morphling struggles in lane usually.
Bryle, but Zox on the back lines here. Moon, Dubu's here. 3 versus 2 currently. Good cogs. Moonmeander going to leap. They get the stun off. Silence to follow. They'll use that. Saberlight goes in for the Ravage. Lands over on 2. Should be able to get the kill over on Soxa. Thompson, though, joining in. They have the Moonlight Shadow. Do they have the detection is the next question. It does not look to be the case. As Seb next to fall. Thompson blinking back towards the tower area.
Nicely done. Looked like Death Prophet was going to be able to survive with the Treads and the Falcon Blade. Huge amount of raw stats, but it was just enough once Moon Meander jumped back in. And he's getting real close to a Spirit Vessel. He's 700 gold away as a 4. This is quite early, and it is the item against Death Prophet. Don't let her Spirit Siphon heal. Saberlight bottom.
Saberlight pops that hood that he just freshly picked up. Sumail doing a little bit of hunting. Thompson with the right idea of where it is. A skewer forward. The woods trying to just juke through. Trying to break the ankles. There's too many bodies. No mana left though over here on Sumail. Thompson sitting a little low, but doesn't matter. Soxa getting the kill. And the pressure will now be placed over on the mid tower coming out from Undying. Now that they're aware there are that many heroes over.
A little greedy by Sumail not having RP in that engagement, actually. He just didn't skill it.
All worked out,
Wanted
though.
the other farm, but it worked out. It's one of those skills you just expect him to have. But instead, the greed works out a bit. Pressure in the tombstone here. A lot of zombies. Well, these zombies are cool. Got little armor things.
Radiant's bottom tower has
I
fallen.
believe those are called chains. They have
Is it bondage?
chains.
Is under attack.
Yes. Yes, it is.
They had fun hats.
What?
Got great.
I'm just imagining zombies. Oh, nice here. Will end up missing the hook shot. Sox are usually pretty on point with these.
They got a lot of rockets on the Dire team.
Yeah, they do actually. Team Rocket.
Gyrocopter.
Your Pokemon thing is
Clockwork,
happening.
Tinker. Who else has a rocket? Is that it?
Do we count a Dagon as a rocket?
No. Those
Okay.
are lasers.
Okay, all right.
You have to have a projectile-based explosion. That's a rocket.
Okay. Techies.
Sure, we'll count it.
Cookie Hop. Moon Meander already in position though. Saberlight front and forward does not have that Ravage. The Exorcism has been used.
Are fortified.
Thompson getting into position here so he could throw out the nukes if necessary. They use the
That's a
fortification.
cool tune. Surrounded by trees, they can't even see it if they approach. They didn't approach, but it would have been good.
Soxa is holding Tomato in place here. Very nicely done by No Tail. Popping the cookie right into his mouth there.
I've never seen a grandma with such a good arm. She's throwing a cookie up a hill through trees, and she still lands it directly in Clockwork's mouth. That's like an anime moment that's like super unrealistic, and we just saw it live on stream.
Some grandmas are just built different, dude.
I guess, dude, she's got a real good arm.
It's like, what is it, Spider-Man, how when you see Aunt May and she's not the old lady from the comics, and you're just like, yeah, some aunts can be young. Maybe this is a young granny. Maybe
That's
she's
true.
prematurely graying.
maybe she's your aunt and she's just the same age as your parents and therefore not that old.
I thought we were gonna go in a weirder direction. I was like, Perch, please. This is the official TI
I would
stream.
never say something uncouth on stream.
Smoke coming into play here on Undying. They are on the hunt, and they do manage to find themselves a Saksa. So that is one little robot who is not going to be on the map.
Yeah, it's kind of the goal though, right? He frontlines a little bit, protects Seb as a result. Needs to buy time for Seb to get BKB. Once he's got that, he's going to be feeling a lot better. But it's just so much burst damage. He hits creeps for now, and despite OG being ahead, you know, it's like a rare moment where they do want to play a little safe for now. And once again, there's the tomb placed down. Thompson blinks right. This is a little dangerous.
Yeah, they've got the Ravagers. 3 surrounding. Saberlight, though. Silence lands. They have the vision. They have the dust. Bryle hiding over in the corner. Saberlight says, please don't block me in. They rip down the tombstone. All 5 of OG responding to that push. Arrow does connect over onto No Tail. Uh-oh, Thompson. Ooh, he is very, very dead. Sox is back in action. Dubu next to fall. Cookie Kisses coming hot.
The perfect Nigma line. I'm not sure if this was a smart move, but I take it. It's never going to get better than right there, guys. Little YOLO, but they got a kill out of it, and now they're just going to get a tier 1 tower without using Exorcism. Really? Great job, Thompson. Arrow gets dodged, tower's low.
Still managed to get the tower. Get into position, though. Saberlight silenced.
Almost ravaged. He saw his arms go out.
Almost. Saksa, again, being the little space maker that he is, takes that Spirit Vessel on the chin, is getting chased. There's a toss-up with the Mirana Cat Lady through the air, and there is the final hit.
Nicely done. Toss him in for that last Starstorm for the kill. And Sumail, man, he's so tanky. 2,200 HP at 15 minutes. He's got his Blink Dagger finish. He's now worth his, you know, a firm 3,000 gold over the enemy carries. And that is why he's a safe boy. Safe Rhino Centaur.
He's a large lad, as we say.
Large.
Large lad. The dump truck. The lunchbox. He's now being ganked, though, by Undying. Arrow perfectly set up, and all of a sudden, not looking so sturdy when you have that many heroes on your booty. Top lane again, Saberlight. They really want this tower. Seb goes for the Exorcism. They'll use the Ravage. Sox over on the side. They could use maybe a little bit more help. That silence, though. Arrow's not going to connect. No Tail collapsing over on the side again. Lasers being thrown out by Thompson. They'll be able to get Saberlight. Can they grab anyone else, though, is the question. These Rockets are chasing after Dubu.
Avo must be so happy right now.
I know, right? It's catchy. It's musical. Arrow, not going to make it mark, but they do manage to get some more rockets being tossed out over onto Dubu. Bryle trying to make a play here. Can they burst down Thompson?
Huge
Yeah, they'll be able to find it. The follow-up from Soxa. They go in for the RP. They want to get rid of Moon Meander. They want to get rid of Tomato, who's also over in the vicinity. He is silenced currently. They do not have the tanker.
That was unfortunate. Magnus goes for the Shockwave after the RP there, and it moves Moon Meander, pushes him into cogs, and pushes him to the left, and as a result, the Skewer wasn't going to hit anymore. So a bit of an unfortunate combo there. But it looked good for OG. Initially, Seb committing the ultimate, dropping the Spirit Siphon on the Tide. It made their fight look okay, but Thompson getting tossed back before Avalanche. He was just a little too out of position there, and Undyne wins the fight. So despite a small gold advantage for OG, Undyne definitely still fighting well.
Definitely feeling more balanced than the first game that we witnessed.
Yeah, that is.
You'd love
for
to
sure.
see it.
And as a whole, Undyne playing a lot better than the other day when we caught them casting. They've looked pretty solid the whole time, but they're looking cleaner as the days go on. They look really solid here. Yeah, OG trounced them the previous match, but that was like more OG playing sicko good than anything else.
Sicko good. Is that a thing? Do people say that? Hook shot in
Yes.
over onto Dubu. Arrow connecting over, but not going to be able to save. Cookie hop forward right over onto Tiny, but doesn't matter. Soxa will still fall. No Tail now no longer has anything to kind of save him, move him out quickly, so he's probably going to be the next to go down, and it's going to be Tomato with the double kill.
Okay. Good to get Morphling into the action finally. He's now hit second now, worth slightly higher than Tinker. He's had plenty of time to catch up, and when you can just swing in and grab these kills as desired, That's how you catch up in the game. Almost Manta on him. That'll be really effective. He can basically remove the laser from Tinker if he ever goes on him.
Look at the win rate right now.
Oh, it's very even.
Very even.
Very even.
Oh, getting even more even.
Yeah, Tinker lasered that creep and the game was like, you know what? I didn't like that laser. Not the best choice.
What was that that AI that you could hook up to your account and it was always like, you were not efficient enough?
Yeah,
what that
believe it or
was.
not, I didn't go for that one.
I was
Doesn't sound
curious.
fun.
I was curious, but it never said anything nice. It was very mean.
Great job at 2,000 MMR. That's not how you get better. Gotta beat him down.
What?
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Through robot words. That's how you get better. Duh. Death Prophet's BKB is ready to go. No tail playing with medallions still. Sox has died a decent amount of times this game. It kind of feels like he's playing more of a 5 than a 4. It's a little rough for him, but hey, gotta go in.
Smoke play over on Undying. Putting Saberlight front and forward, but OG hiding in the tree line.
And they're gonna start Rogue.
This is greedy, I believe.
We'll see. Can OG get
Very
there?
greedy. Yeah, all it takes is one rocket, and they know.
I mean, they did use Flesh Golem. That's the biggest loss right now if this fight doesn't happen.
True.
A lot of HP on Undying, a lot of damage amp on Roche.
Sox are trying to wait for this angle. They don't have the vision on him currently. Dubu dropping the tombstone. Seb's just gonna back off. Not gonna be able to back off though when Bryle jumps in like that. Okay, no, it's fine.
That one
Gonna
is
walk
hard
away.
though. He wanted to toss back Death Prophet for sure, but there was a zombie there and he would have very possibly just tossed that instead. So
Right.
did the right choice. Just disengage. Nobody dies. Sumail messed up as well though. Wasn't able to quite pull Undying close enough to get the skewer back. Maybe that was Dubu playing well, feeling it, but yeah, they keep vision of Roche and that just kind of ends up not happening. For now. Almost mech on Moon Meander. He's doing great still.
Is under attack.
About 400 gold to go. They're going to have a mech on Mirana with the Solar Crest. Undying's going to have a fast Holy Locket to heal his teammates, keep everybody alive. And Saberlight's just going to pressure the front, but he's got to be a bit careful. The missile damage is pretty reduced, but the laser stuff is scarier.
Moonlight Shadow getting dropped. They have 2 sentry wards up on the cliff?
Yeah, they needed an easy way to get vision again because they figured there was a ward there. So
Okay.
just better that than like wait 20 seconds for the parry.
the instant reveal, but the follow-up from Sumail as he gets the RP, pushes them right back over to the side. Nice silence coming out as well. They're trying to control them. It looks like they might be able to get enough damage over onto Bryle. With that exorcism laser comes through, Thompson gets the kill. Dubu now being chased down by all of the ghosts. He'll be the next one to fall as the rest of Undying backing off. Arrow does connect over onto the Death Prophet, but they have this exorcism. There's a Roshan ready for the taking, and there's no AoE control other than this Tidehunter, so they're going to take the risk.
Little scary though. They don't have the best tanks, frankly. And I think they're going to have to back here. I mean, Sumail hit it pretty much as fast as possible, and it was a great RP by him to pull them into his teammates, but yeah,
That
good.
replay here. Grandma puts down the ward, surprise!
But a great skewer back after the RP. Get Tidal up. Oh, the cogs by Sox as well. No easy retreat path. Tide's going to end up getting away as a result. Sox a little pressure, but Dubu gets cleaned up. Got to kill all those nice employees of Undying and their free hats.
You really like their hats. I'm not noticing the hats.
It's gold. It's cool.
I'm not noticing the hats, Soxa with the hook shot forward. Saberlight, though, going in with the Ravage. Beautiful play here. Coming out from the side of Undying. They take out Soxa and Seb. And all the tips for Seb.
Yeah, doesn't get his BKB off. That's the big thing. But it's hard when Tide's directly on top of you. If you have a moment of weakness there, boom. He gets ravaged, there's damage follow-up, and there's not much to be done to keep him safe. Thompson has finished his Ags, by the way, so he can mess around with his opponents a bit, but he's got to be careful. There you go. Ooh,
Oh,
he was ready for that one. It's
just
great
gotta
ward
keep
protects
this
him.
tiny, living up to his name here.
Oh.
Toss up into the air, another laser. Everyone's shrinking, they're getting real tiny. And Saberlight here is going to need some of that healing from Dubu. No Tail sitting very low as well. The skewer back over onto Sumail with that BKB. It's fresh. He wants a kill. He wants Dubu. No Tail will be able to find it. Another string coming out over onto Moon Meander.
No lead.
Moon Meander. Oh, he gets stuck up on the cliff. and they get the kill.
Really good fight by OG. Once again, Sumail just doing the good skewer stuff. He had some misses the first early part of the game, but these last couple have been just huge. He doesn't let Undyne retreat together. He keeps pulling them back out of position. And this is the scary thing about playing versus Magnus. But the other scary thing is that Sumail just farms fast normally on any hero he plays, right? But now it's like you have this great gap closer. You can pull them out of position. You're tanky. You do damage. He doesn't have to rely as much on comboing with teammates because he is a carry instead of just like an offlaner. So it's like there's just more opportunities, right? Wherever he is, there's a threat. And he can pull them out of position while farming. So let's see where Thompson goes next. Just got a delivery. It's his Aether Lens. Some more cast range on his laser and other spells. Laser cast range is huge here. This got to be like 1,000 units. Looking really scary. Any new items? 4K gold advantage for OG at the moment. Tidehunter wants an Axe. Morphling going to go Satanic after this Aegis here. And the SNY. It's a good choice. He's going to have some laser problems though.
No tail, toss up into arrow, and that's a dead Snapfire.
Slay together, slay together.
Soxel almost got his eggs. In fact, he does have the money. This is the item I was expecting him to get. Gets multiple rounds of his skills. So he can initiate, cog, and then go initiate on somebody else as well. It'll make it easier for him to escape, to stay alive, but he's saving buyback money. He doesn't want to buy out just yet.
Definitely the smart play. Looks like Tomato has completed a Satanic, which will allow him to stay alive even longer. Still holding onto that Aegis as well. Moonmeander consistently coming back over. Wants to get some idea on vision, but Soxa waiting for him. So Strength Ray coming in. Red the laser. They're going to just start chasing after them. Sumail getting into position. Good silence. Getting tossed out. Tomato, though, turning himself into his own version of the Magnus.
It's really good. I mean, he's giving himself Empower. He just turns in, gets Empower. 63% damage increase. And with his high base damage, let's do some math. It's giving him 130 damage. That's really good. It's like almost half a rapier.
Sumail again, the skewer back underneath the tower, trying to control him, trying to just make, nope. All right, that arrow comes in. They'll follow up with the Exorcism, the silence being used over on the Morphling. They need enough burst damage, though. I'm not sure they're going to be able to get it because he's just going to try to morph. Nope, okay, that's going to be the Aegis on deck. Waiting patiently. Saberlight can jump in if needed, but they have their BKB, so there's not much that he can do. Long range fire kisses here. Sumail just clicking away over here at Tomato. Thompson, they follow up with the arrow though. Can they get the kill? Yes, they will. They'll take down Sumail. Soxa trying to get this control, but just not being able to find. They do manage to get the slow over onto Brile. You've got Thompson. He sees Moonmeander. He needs a little bit more damage to finish him off. Moonmeander trying to hide the tree. He's not going to be able to do the Tomato. Barely able to get away as Brile has been left behind. The rest of OG will clean up.
They got him eventually. They've got a lot of ways to damage Morphling. I thought he was screwed when he popped Satanic, honestly. It looked really scary to me because at that point he's got so much strength his damage is low. But it was enough to keep his health the same, and that bought time for them to jump in and blow up Sumail after he committed for that kill. So either way, with all that effort there, OG eventually cleans things up. The more time that goes on, the more time Tinker has to teleport home, then teleport back again. And now that he's over level 18, he can teleport on his allies every single time. So refills his mana, shows back up at the fight. And every single time he's lowering max HP. And against somebody like Morphling, that's really effective when you start strength morphing.
Another replay going on over here. You can see how everything kind of starts to unfold. Just enough damage to go and pop that Aegis first time around.
Then he jumps forward, goes for the RP, keeps him locked. That's going to lower his HP a huge amount, but gets waveform off due to the SNY. That helped a lot. Here's that Satanic where he's keeping his HP about even, but Thompson's mana's gone. He has to TP back at this moment. This is where it looked okay for OG, but it just felt like there was no follow-up. But here's where Tinker comes back, jumping back in. He's going to dive for the low HP heroes. He gets Moonmeander. He's going to secure that kill. Back in the live game, though, we get a Ravage. It doesn't catch anybody.
No!
He tried to get Thompson.
Saberlight is now in for a world of hurt.
That one hurts. His team was in there.
Hook
Oh,
shot?
random hookshot.
Random hookshot? On to Dubu. What are the odds, Soxa? Smail just cutting through the tree lines, Thompson making sure that he has no escape route. So Brile, they're cut up all in a corner here. The BKB comes out, they get the kill over on Thompson. Smail, he's here. He's got the RP over onto 3. Do they have the damage, though, is the question. Yes, they do. The takedown Dubu. They need to control even more. Tomato trying to fight those long-range snapfire kisses. Coming in hot. They'll back off over on the side of OG. But they managed to find themselves a couple kills in exchange for Thompson.
Nicely done. Slightly random hook shot. They didn't have an observer ward in the area, but I don't know how soon they went invis before the hook shot, but either way, great time for OG to force that fight. If he doesn't land that hook shot, it just ends up being a wasted Ravage. The downside, though, Thompson does die in that fight. That was Tomato getting the kill, almost 600 gold in his pocket for that one, and that's an ultimate orb and a little bit of gold towards his Scotty, which is going to make him harder to kill, better disable. Still has to deal with the laser problem a little bit, but for now he's pretty happy with where he's going. Tomato going to be pressuring this tower in the meanwhile.
Smail was looking for the opening, does have to double damage. Hookshot not quite on the mark. Smail looking to catch, but doesn't quite have it at this time. We'll just back off and happily clean up a creep wave instead.
Yeah, Soxa's going to have to go get mana now, so a small brief period of delay for OG aggression. Magnus a little low as well, but his Satanic's finished, queuing up a Daedalus next. Just kidding, ends up buying a shard. Wants the extra disable, because he's sick of having these like slightly hard to execute blink things. Just gonna blink, horn toss, skewer somebody back. It's gonna be more reliable now. And it's not rare for Sumail to make mistakes like this. He's been missing a couple, but it's not like catastrophic mistakes, it's just like small lost opportunities that were sort of gimmies if he landed it.
Again, it is TI. The nerves are high, and sometimes, you know, you make these little mistakes.
So they cross the map once again.
They look, they look so cute.
Shield friends, yeah. I love that the ball like rolls.
You did not see that. It was up on the screen here. It was Tomato and Smail. They both look kind of like grade schoolers or like high schoolers.
Okay.
It's because he's clean shaven, you know, both of them.
Oh,
You don't
yes,
get
yes, of
the scruff. They have baby faces. But yes, it does look like hamster while you are 100% correct. Very dangerous apparently for hamsters. They recommend not putting them in there.
Oh, really?
Yes.
It's just too much fun. They get excited and die. Is that how it works?
No, but okay.
I mean,
that's not how fun works, Purge.
Where that's going. A lot of people die from having too much fun.
I guess. Smoke in play.
They spotted Tomato, I think, with that
on
rocket.
Smoke.
The rest are smoked though. Are they going to see
Oh,
it?
they know exactly what is on their way. Immediately throwing out the laser. Smail, they'll follow up with this Ravage. BKB being popped on Seb. They're going to do as much damage as they can here. 2 Saber Lightns. Looking like they're not going to be able to do quite enough. Maybe one more hit. All right, there it is. There it is. Smail going forward. All those long-range kisses again. Making chaos. Dubu sitting a little low. Forcing the Soul River. They go in. They get the RP off. Smail's just wailing away over here on the side. But these fights are completely split. They managed to get Thompson. Thompson going to buy back immediately. He wants to be a part of this fight. Tomato turning himself into his own version of the mag. Chasing after Brile. They've got so many heals though. Is it going to be enough? No, Brile will fall. Dubu hiding in the tree line. They don't have any way to cancel the TP, but they don't have to because they can just murder him.
Great pressure. Cost him a buyback, but ultimately went okay for OG there. Okay, he gets it.
Not the worst thing. It's just some words and a
little book.
But still,
F
that's
rating.
time that you don't have it. It's not efficient.
Yeah, it's all good. But OG dying on or Thompson, sorry. It was a great arrow from Moon Meander. Caught him while he was trying to TP out. Sumail pressuring tower, by the way. A little scary with the Spirit Vessel. But most importantly, the Ravage just ended up being a little bit mediocre. He had to blink aggressively, and he didn't really know where OG was. And by the time he jumps in there, there's a BKB going. So Brawl does the toss forward. They end up blowing him up with Tomato jumping in aggressively. But at this point, they just kind of ran down Brawl, realizing that he was a little vulnerable. Almost got his blink off there, but able to clean that up. They got Dubu as well. Thompson instantly going for more as well if he could find it. But that was about it for the kills.
Yeah, there's a stain coming out from Dubu. Oh dear, indeed, Tomato.
Oh my god.
Oh no.
The Egg's value for Clockwork there. Hook shots in, follows it up with the power cog push. Then he hook shots again. That's like 5 seconds of stun here at hook shot range. Very powerful.
Very powerful indeed.
Do they not see the
That
word?
is
Oh, there it is. They got it.
a dead tomato for about a minute. Sumail having that double damage is just about to wear off. Throw out a rocket, get the vision. Sumail's going to run on in, clear up this creep wave. Do land the arrow, but there's a lot of people nearby ready to protect him if need be. Don't have creeps in the base though, so technically they are backdooring. Creeps are on their way. Thompson going to continuously just try to give vision, try to spam out. You've got the little clockwork, of course, also throwing out any sort of vision, getting into position.
And the status resistance as well is really dangerous, giving him damage block, status resistance, so if they do want to go in, they got to make sure this isn't on Sumail when they jump.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Satanic on the creeps. Okay, now he's full again. They're just going to take the tower and reset. It's a little dangerous to keep going here. Morphling's almost up, so they do not want to get caught. Almost a hex on Tinker too.
They want this Roche.
Win together, slay together.
Tomato is going to be up in about
together.
4 seconds. Brian wandering over to the area.
I think OG just wants the shard, so this will be good for Undying in the end.
So what are they going to leave the Aegis again?
They
Is
want
next
the
question.
gold, they want the shard. Aegis is the Aegis deserves. It's supposed to be in the pit, guys. Everyone knows that. Zeb gonna slow things down with the Shivas, get some vision, some space. All
This
right.
time they pick up the Aegis. Thompson. Oh,
Oh.
with the arrow though.
Ah, it doesn't matter.
Not the worst target though, obviously. He is the one that's going to be able to immediately just come right back. And they drop the tombstone. A little surprised about this. Seb very forward. The hook shot over onto the back lines, but there it is. There's the Ravage from Saberlight. BKBs though coming out immediately, dragging back the Tidehunter. They need to get a little bit of vision here as No Tail just standing on top, chewing through that tombstone. Thompson. Another gush, another arrow, this time landing over on Seb. I don't think Brian wants to move in on this.
The Ravage was kind of good because it did catch a lot of heroes, but it wasn't like the most crucial moment. Like after it landed, I was like, you know, that wasn't too bad for Sumail. He saved BKB. He can still save it.
Nail's going right into the heart of everyone. Nice hook shot from Saksa, pushing back against Sumail. Cookie hopping forward, finds himself. Dubu wants to make sure that they can't continue to go and put down all the heal, but he'll turn his attention back over to Brile. Again, these heals very, very strong. Aegis does indeed pop, though, on the back line of things. Seb slowly chasing. They're sitting a bit low. They've got plenty of lasers and rockets and everything. So eventually they get Brile. Brile is coming right back up again, but the skewer back over here onto Saberlight. They have so much nuke damage. Cookie hop forward, coming out. Can Sumail finish him off? Can't quite find them over on the side. He's actually going to survive. Never mind.
There are way too many zombie workers
Oh
in
my
this
gosh.
fight. Did you see how many were on Death Prophet? Like, this has been happening consistently. Tombstone is a major problem for OG, actually. Dubu's been placing them in solid spots consistently, and they go to slap the damn thing, but it takes so many hits. He throws the Soul Rip. They just don't have, like, this is like the one negative of a carry Magnus, actually. It's like he scales pretty well as a carry, but he doesn't scale crazy in attack speed, and it's costing them because they can't just have somebody commit to killing the tomb.
There's going to be the hook shot after. Okay, Dubu's just dead, so now they don't have to worry about any healing coming out from that. Pick up the illusion rune. Thompson blinking over to the high ground. Cookie hop forward over onto Sox. Just trying to buy a bit more space. Nice cogs coming out. We'll separate a bit. Again, the gush coming from Saberlight. As they follow up with the Snapfire Kisses, just trying to put any damage that they can. Thompson following through here. They have the Hex. Need maybe one more hit. They'll find it on No Tail.
Nicely done. They're keeping the pressure up. Tinker's alive, but that's about it. And they've got a Guardian Grease if needed to heal the team. But Moonmeander's going to go back to the fountain, resetting here. Ag's Tide is ready to go, and this is making it really hard for OG to escape when they get in some trouble. Because they've done a great job. They bought some time there for Clockwork, but they used a lot of resources, and I can't help but think now, maybe just let him die. Mortimer's Kiss is Ag's, Force Staffs, everything, but he still goes down. So Tier 2 falls, and now Undying getting some much-needed space in this game. They really are playing great.
I mean, I think this was a bit of a surprise for a lot of people. Undying, you know, again, we over in North America, we're having a little trouble with finding sponsors for our teams and not getting maybe as much respect as we used to have, unless you are EG or Quincy Crew. But Undying definitely proving that they deserve to be here.
Yeah, absolutely. Maybe they'll rework DPC allocation slots. Who knows?
I don't know about
knows?
that. Then we're going to have Arkosh Gaming.
We definitely can't have that. All right,
No,
all right, lock
we
it down. Lock it
can't.
down. Can't let that happen. Sumail's got Daedalus picked up now, so his damage is looking real good. Ninja Gear will help too. 24 agility normally, I'd say. Kind of mediocre, but hey, movement speed on Magnus here is going to feel good, as is the extra attack speed from agility. Better to deal with the Tombstone.
It also just allows him to position himself in safer spaces. Like, if you see right now, Seb's just clearing up the creep wave, Sumail hiding off to the side. Seeing if anyone else is here. There is a double damage rune available in the top rune spot, but OG now currently just running down this area. Most likely Undying will be able to find that, pick it up.
Royal's got his bottle ready. He would love this 300 damage rune. It's pretty good. Are they going to check it, though? Ooh, I don't know if they realize. They can see the bot rune's not there. They should be able to figure this out, but in the meantime, Dubu looking to break a smoke here. Observer Ward and Sentry on the cliff.
They're not going. They don't value the rune anymore.
I gotta say, Moon's been landing a lot of arrows
When you're good,
without
you're good.
disable setup. It's been really solid. But both teams grouping, looking to fight. Mag's still smoked up.
Bottom barracks are under attack.
Sumail's almost 25 too, so some damage bonus or disable duration is on his horizon here.
Gonna go to the low ground. They're making a wrap play. Oh, pops. We'll see Saberlight. Saberlight going onto the back lines, wanting to just blow up the supports, and by
Huge
God, they
kills.
do. They take out No Tails so quickly. They'll be able to follow up with Seb. Buybacks are coming out in mass, though. They want to be a part of this. Lasers are being tossed back. Tomato's just man-fighting with Sumail. Sumail's totally all alone. This does not look good for him as he just gets ripped apart by Tomato. Bryle trying to find more fence. It's got Cookie forward. Another silence. There's all these ghostly ladies. They get the kill on Thompson. They're chasing after Moon Meander. Can they get the kill? They will not be able to, as Seb, he dies back.
What a fight for Undying there. The
He
smoke
had
breaks.
a BKB.
I mean, smoke broke kind of funky there. Oh, Seb did? Oh no.
Oh no.
I mean, he was. It's okay. He probably wasn't going to survive anyways, frankly, but you know, it would have helped a little. But the important thing was that the fight started kind of wacky. It was basically Saberlight kind of deep. He blinked super far to the back lane. They had that great observer ward as well that they had placed earlier. That gave them the vision that they needed to feel confident starting that fight. If not for that ward, Saberlight doesn't hit the back lane at the same time as Tiny. And that was two heroes together as well. Killed them both.
Saksa just doing whatever he can to delay this push. But all the teleports are coming. This is one lonely little robot in a world of hurt. And that's another kill for Bryle. Does buy a little bit of time, though.
Yeah, he had to do that without a doubt. Like, you've got your
There's a
other two
replay
cores
here.
dead. Blink to the back, tosses them together. That's Death
Perfect
Prophet
position.
and Snapfire. And then they get to play the rest of the fight. Sumail's fighting Tomato. Tomato's totally cool with that. His overall DPS is great. He has Satanic. Sumail's got Satanic too, but look at that. He's going to get him on the solo kill. That was huge. Tomato gets his 1v1 kill because he's just the better carry mechanically. And at that point, Thompson's being ran up by like 3 heroes. They bought back some heroes to try to fight this successfully, but it was hard. And
That Death Prophet, they had that BKB. Did not choose to use it.
it was just the fight wasn't likely going to go well. Thompson chose not to buy back then. He just buys back now in the live game, knowing like, he's like, this fight's over. Like, Sumail gets solo killed. He doesn't have buyback. There's no way they buy back there and try to save Seb. They just have to eat their disadvantage. And it ended up only being 1 Rax due to the great delay play that Soxa went for.
All right, Team Undying sitting real nice. This has been a very neck-and-neck game. Take a look at this. Look at this roller coaster.
Oh my god.
Look at it.
Oh my god. That's a dangerous roller coaster. You're going off the top of that one.
Don't call them the underdogs, but
I mean, this game's in their hands right now. They can win it. Tide's got a refresher.
Arrow tossed out, lands on Sumail.
They don't know who it is, though.
No, they don't, but they'll go. They'll drop the tombstone. Oh yeah, they do kind of have some interesting hats. I'm not sure if those are hats or...
See?
I'm not sure if those are hats, though. Maybe those are just their skulls.
No, it's like it's a cool hat.
All right,
Uh-oh, Tiny in the base.
look at the push back here. That's a dead Tiny. Seb chasing after Saberlight and Dubu. He's got those ghosts going. No Tail tossing out the Snapfire Kisses, but they're running away too quickly. He's not going to be able to do enough damage with these, if any at all. Tomato turns around. He's just going to fight Sumail. This is not looking good. Okay, they have the Sheep Stick. They follow up with the Ravage over on the side. They've got 2 different fights going on. Another Ravage coming out from Saberlight. They want to get this kill. Seb goes down. Sumail still fighting with Dubu here. Needs to get maybe just a little bit more damage. Just managed to go to the low ground. Checking after the Undying. They'll find the kill there. No Tail coming back in, but oh, Saberlight is able to just teleport away. They want more, though. Moon Meander running for his life. Thompson looking for him. He's got the Glimmer Cape, though. They don't have the vision. He's going to be able to hide over into the corner. Sumail, they want this kill. They want to kill this cat lady. Where is he? Moon Meander? He's playing them like a fiddle.
Great arrow there. That was the guy he needed to hit. If that's not Thompson that he arrows, then Thompson's chasing and probably stealing the gems. So good escape. Little bit of a rough fight, though. The Ravage started off pretty good, catching a lot of OG members. The follow-up one was delayed. He wasn't quite sure whether to use it. He did eventually, but the main issue is that Tomato died before the second Ravage hit. So Thompson was able to gap close and pick up Tomato. And now that they've chased them all the way to the base with those kills, they get the Aegis. They get the cheese. And what else did they get? Any Ags or something? I do not know.
Just get the refresher shard. Refresher shard.
Who got it? Oh, it's going to
who do
Mag.
you think?
The guy with the team fight ultimate, is it him?
Mr. Magnus.
Okay. Gets 80% bonus damage from her power right now. Very powerful stuff. But yeah, 2 RPs, 2 BKBs, 2 Satanics. That's good stuff. Good place for Undying still generally. The big advantage that OG got there was skewering in the Tiny into the base. Then they just chain hex.
You're dead.
Man, some of these voice lines are really making me get annoyed with my coworkers.
Yeah. OG likes the loud, brash ones.
Yeah.
They made a mistake.
Alright. They're preparing over on the side of Undying to defend yet again. Again, they have the Aegis over on Tinker. You've got Cheese on the Death Prophet. Looks like they've moved the shard over too. It's about making sure that Set can stay alive.
It's actually, it's kind of a cool one, honestly. I mean, feared for 2 seconds after his 4 second Siphon. Very good against like Morphling, even like Undying or something. It's just going to help. You might think at first like, oh, it's bad, they're going to run away from you, but they're already going to be running away from you, so it's really not
there
that big
are
of a deal.
ghost ladies running at you.
And the extra charge is not terrible.
All right,
either.
they smoke up over on the side of OG, and they're looking for the correct angle. Waiting for someone to step a little bit too close. They'll get a little vision using the rockets.
It's got to be Saksa or Sumail going in first, most likely.
They'll drop a sentry ward.
They're trying not to show. Sumail will have to eventually reveal. And that's going to get them to reorganize their positioning. A lot of buybacks are available. Tide's ready to go, but is a Tide without 2 Ravages? He is when he has X.
Seb popping the first exorcism, just trying to make this space. Trying to get them to come forward out of their base a bit, reveal themselves.
Yeah, this is the hard thing about their lineup. Like I said, it's either Magnus or Clock that have to go. So who's like your tower sieger? The reality is that they need to like pull somebody out and kill them. And that's pretty tough for OG to do right now.
Win together, slay together, slay together, slay together.
So they're going to back up. Don't really find the angle. Exorcism is down. It's just not worth fighting. They pass the shard to Death Prophet in case he wants to use it later. So Magnus is like, I like my items. They are useful.
They are indeed. About 2 minutes left on this Aegis. We get the overwhelming blink completed now for the Tinker. That is did get nerfed a little bit, from what I understand, but still very, very good for the hero.
It's still about the same, honestly. It basically does like 50% less damage from strength. I'm sorry, it does less raw damage, 100 less raw damage, but it does more damage from the strength that you have on your hero. So late in the game like this, it's still more than fine. It's also going to mess up our particles a little bit. Get ready for that.
Woohoo!
Another rocket hero. Tinker ×2. Overwhelming blink is like a blink that just has a bomb attached to it with tape.
Oh my gosh.
Every time you blink it,
They are. They're Team Rocket. Prepare for trouble, make it double.
yeah, that's true.
Where are all these Pokemon references coming from? When did you start getting really into Pokemon and these all start happening?
I've always been there, Jim, on OG. Blue version. Plus strategy go.
If you were a Pokemon, which one would you be, Purge?
My favorite Pokemon in Red Blue is Sand Slash.
Oh.
His moves are okay.
Why did you like it if you only...
The best move you could teach him was Rock Slide. You needed a specific TM to do it. I found it on the strategy guide.
Ooh, that arrow clips right onto Seb. Aeon Disc will proc. And they're going to try to make something happen. Aeon Disc procking over onto Dubu.
Oh, good
Backline
Ravage.
though, Saberlight, he gets the Ravage up, he gets 2 off. And that's going to be the Aegis going down the first time. Are they going to be able to keep this Death Prophet alive? No,
Oh
he's
my
down.
God.
He isn't even able to use what he has. Thompson just being obliterated by Undying, seizing the moment, finding the opening, and just
Holy
slaughtering
crap.
3 on the side of OG.
I was thinking like, okay, double Ravage, you killed Tinker. It's looking a little iffy now, but then I realized I'm looking around the fight, waiting for the respawn. Oh, there's Soxa dying. Oh, there's your Death Prophet dying without BKB. That was a monster double Ravage.
Uh-oh.
What a double Ravage. 3 dead heroes, no buyback,
No
and they're pinging
buyback.
it. Defend the base. Good luck with only 2 heroes. Maybe Mag can do some miracle thing,
I don't know
but
if Mag can do it though. Tomato was just hitting him so hard before. And they have so many heroes that are up.
he's got Swift Blink.
Swift Blink, all right, maybe.
Lots of attack speed, some extra damage, but it's tough with the tomb down. You just keep gushing him, you get a little zombie worker on him, and
Is he
good
a miracle worker? Can he make this happen?
Yeah, Vision,
He
it's-
cannot.
Wow. Just destroyed these buildings with the power of Tiny. What a convincing win from Undying. Not the most one-sided, but damn did they deserve that one. They fought for it. Laning stage was a bit rough at times, but those team fights as the game went on, they hit their ultimates, and Mag just felt a little bit weak for once as a carry position.
I think it just, we saw earlier on, it started to, I mean, we saw the graph.
Yeah.
The graph was ridiculous. It just goes swinging down towards OG and then goes right back up again for Undying because they took their time. They really kind of waited, and like you said, there are some failings on the Magnus just as that core. You really have to hit the timings. You really have to make sure that you're landing everything, and in this case, started to have a couple little mistakes. This is not on Sumail completely at all. It's just, I think Undying, actually, they just played really well
They
and
did.
made right itemization choices and the right moves.
The Magnus matchup against the Morphling was tough, basically.
Yes.
It's hard to just RP and kill that guy because he's already got status resistance from the SNY, and he just can do so much physical damage. He out lifesteals. It's like a rare case where somebody can definitely out lifesteal Magnus or survive against him. So that meant it was really hard for Sumail to get kills at times. And then Undying just had 2 to 3 fights with Ravages that were really effective, and some of that was based on ward vision. That was that one fight bottom that just ended up being really clean for them. They used vision to find a fight out of their base that was really good for them, and that's what got them back into the game. And then they had that other great one by the Tricamp, really well played by Undying with their team fights, and that's what won them the game here versus OG.
Pretty exciting stuff, I know. The big one of the day was everyone saying EG versus OG, but honestly, Undying looking very, very good, making NA proud, and they're going to split the series 1-1. We are going to have more hype Dota for you today, though. We do need to take a short break, but when we come back, we'll have a fresh set of casters and a fresh set of games.
Welcome back, everyone. Here we are, Vici Gaming taking on Beast Coast and Lacoste. Both of these teams performing reasonably well towards the top of their group, aren't they?
Yeah, we have Beast Coast and we have also Team Vici Gaming. Vici Gaming is currently 9-3. Beast Coast is 6-4. So second and third place in Group B. Both of the teams so far showed the dominant performance. I would say not surprised by the Beast Coast performance because they still look like the best South American teams, and once again they're proving here right now why they are the best South American team. Vici Gaming, these are LAN players, you know. With I gotta say, watching and working Chinese season 1 and 2, Ori was not the old Ori. Because when you say Ori, you probably expect him to be godlike every single game. During season 1 and season 2, that was not happening. Maybe at the second part of the seasons 2, started to feel like the real Ori, and he was once again popping off on his signature heroes, especially the Linas, the Dead Prophets, Queen of Pains, and now we can see him back in the action, which I'm really glad. I think Vici Gaming on LAN are one of the strongest contenders for the title.
Yeah, and I think there's also a common thread there with Beast Coast. You know, like you say, one of the best South American team throughout the DPC seasons. Looked a little bit shaky online, you know, missing out on one of the majors. But Chris Luck at this event, you know, picking up his signature Queen of Pain in a number of their games has looked incredible so far and has really, you know, slotted back into that playmaking, action-creating role that we know and love from him.
Yeah, Chris Luck, in my opinion, is a high risk, high reward type of a player that you don't like. Suddenly, he's on your high ground. He's diving the tower, which you would not expect to happen. Similar, I would say, playstyle to Thompson, who risks quite a lot, but also gains a lot. Sometimes gets tipped a lot, considering the weird stuff that he does. But that's how they play, and they do play around him. They also play around K1. K1 has a very wide hero pool. So I don't think you can ban it out. There's a bunch of heroes, like whether his Bloodseeker, his Chaos Knight, his Abaddon. It's very hard to actually target him.
It is, and we used to see Beast Coast banning Timbersaw a lot because of that, but they've been opting not to go that route in some of these games, often leaving K1's hero till the very end so they can cover that in their drafts at the very least. But yeah, we saw him play Chaos Knight the other night, and it looked pretty damn incredible.
One thing I like about K1 is that he knows what he wants to go for. He rarely changes his item build, what he has in quick buy. I'm going to get Power Treads, I'm going to get Midas, no matter what happens, even if it's delayed a couple of minutes, I still want to go for that same item build because he knows the timing that he's playing for.
Yeah, his first 20 minutes is all mapped out already in his head. The fastest farmer in the West as well. He knows exactly where he wants to head. Those farming routes, but first ban's coming out. Weaver, Monkey, Timber, and Io, leaving that Tiny in the pool.
Monkey King banned out so far 76 times in the group stage of the International, which is pretty insane. You know, coming into this tournament, I expected Monkey to be very popular. Definitely didn't expect him to be picked every single game. Same goes for Tiny. Expected a bit more of Batrider personally. At least not in our games. It's really not happening. There's some bans, of course, because he is annoying against certain heroes. So there's Tiny in the pool. Tiny has been very impressive on position 1. And this hero as well.
Yes.
ET, no matter what happens, no matter how hard you nerf him, people will still find a way. Because he's one of the best. Like, these two heroes in general are the best heroes to disengage a team fight. If you don't like it, there's going to be a Stomp, there's going to be a Fissure, and then you can reset.
And their laning stage potential as well is always there, right? ET with that aggressive, stack some camps, build up spirit, charge at people, and Earthshaker with a Fissure to defensively block and allow you to escape any aggression. Always handy to have. Tidehunter, another hero that's risen to prominence as well. Seen it mid from Thompson, we had position 5 from Vici Gaming as well with that Tidehunter. Able to really bully people with the gush early on, and of course, you hit level 6, you get Ravage, you're always accomplishing something in the team fights.
For both teams in this game, you know that there's not going to be a lack of stun. Every single hero has a stun, so you can play Dota, you can move around the map, you know that they're not going to run away. Tidehunter, if this is a core Tidehunter, maybe they should try to protect him. Doom comes to my mind. Also, this is not a bad hero. Bloodseeker, which is K1 special. That Prophet's one of the better heroes against the Tidehunter because you can't crack off the Spirit Siphon. She runs you down with the ghosts, and also AoE silence works really nice if you want to just ignore the Tidehunter and go for the rest.
And the ban on the
10
Shadow Fiend.
seconds
We've seen
remaining.
him pop up time to time. Minus armor strats are starting to
Oh yeah,
appear
it's
again.
always
5
classic.
seconds remaining.
'Cause they played it earlier on in the tournament as well with tons of minus armor. I think they had like a Avenge, a Tide, a Shadow Fiend. Bringing people down. Elder Titan, of course, reducing that with a natural order.
There has been Ursa in quite a lot of games today.
VG Gaming.
We'll see, maybe they also want to target that if they want to play Tidehunter as the offlane. Doesn't necessarily counter him early on because of the Gush. Ursa level 1, level 2, level 3 is really not that strong of a hero, but later on you can't also crack in the Fury swipes.
10 seconds.
What are your
remaining.
feelings on the first phase Lina here? Because previously we would have said it's a
5
flexible
seconds
hero, can be
remaining.
played mid or a 4. We've only seen mid Linas so far, at least the games we've been casting.
The thing about mid lane is she does not have that many bad matchups, and most of the time she comes out either even or
East Coast's
wins the matchup.
turn to ban.
Such a fast farmer. And then you've got that Boots of Travel, BKB, Crystallis build where you become that artillery cannon just pummeling people with right clicks. No longer reliant on just heavy magic damage, but you do have that nice spread of damage types all throughout the game.
10 seconds remaining.
Morphling and Void Spirit joining the ranks of the banned heroes.
5 seconds remaining.
Void Spirit's one of the heroes that does well against Lina, considering he's a melee hero. With the spam of his shield, you can easily just get the last hits, and you can trade relatively well.
And
just
later on,
absorbing that damage.
you get on top of her as well, right?
Yes.
You gap close, get
Once
on
you
top
hit
of her.
that level 6.
Storm Spirit, the same kind of logic there as well. So, banning out some matchups that in the mid game can be a little problematic for the Lina. And it's a bit difficult also to get a read on where VG Gaming are heading with this draft, right? Flexible heroes,
seconds
potentially 2
remaining.
supports. You know they've got team fight, but you don't know exactly what kind of lane setup
5
they're going to have.
seconds remaining.
We're at TI, Gary. There's going to be a lot of those big boy alties. Tidehunter, Earthshaker, and we see Doom being banned out. So, yeah, this Tidehunter is not going to be flexed. A bit more stuns, a bit more control, trying to counter possible, like, any maneuverable heroes. Lion in general is a hero that provides you with a decent laning stage. Got a bit nerfed in terms of Earth Spike range, which is significant. When you
10
play it,
seconds
when you read the
remaining.
numbers, it's not that big. But when you play him, you can feel
5
that,
seconds
you know, I
remaining.
kind of needed that 50 extra.
Oh, Beast Coast, where do we head? If that is a Chris like Lina, and potentially a Whisper Earthshaker, you know, he's had some spectacular performances on this Earthshaker, dominating team fights and pretty much single-handedly winning some of Beast Coast's games. We called him the one true carry throughout Season 1 and 2 of the DPC. He's the one. You look at K1, he's farming, Chrislock is roaming and ganking, causing a bit of havoc and chaos, but Whisper's the one dictating where the game is heading.
K1 is not an active carry player.
He's really not.
They really play 4 versus 5 until he comes online, and that's why he stays at top of the network. If there's a fight around him, he will join, but other than that, he will use TPs to TP to the other side of the map, most likely triangle and just farm up there.
Yeah, Chrislock will also specifically TP to K1's lane, because very often K1 has a stunning hero like a Sven or a
Yes.
Chaos Knight, so you're able to set up for those early ganks. Even before active runes have spawned, we could see Chrislock making those early moves. There is the Sven. Stuns into stuns, plenty of catch and kill here for Beast Coast. That's how they like to play. Do you think VG Gaming are going to be able to contest stacks, move into that triangle, make sure that the Ancients aren't built up
10
and farmed by
seconds
Beast Coast
remaining.
too early on?
Tidehunter is that hero. Also, ET benefits quite a
5
lot from the
seconds
stacks.
remaining.
Looking at the hero or carry matchup, I wouldn't mind seeing Medusa for VG Gaming. They don't have that much of a burst damage. There's way to protect Medusa with ET Stomp, with Tidehunter, and also, like, you need to start thinking about when your Medusa, when your carry comes online, and how well he's going to match up in the mid and late game.
Yeah, lots of cover for a Medusa there, isn't there? Time to start revealing, though, where these BC heroes are heading. Shadow Demon making his way out into the draft. Decent setup, decent save with disruption if you want to go that direction.
Assassin.
Good to be able to get people out of those sticky situations when they have been ravaged or hexed.
This is one of the heroes that does really well against Lina. So if they don't want to play it, they could
10
swap things
seconds
around a bit,
remaining.
have Earthshaker as a position 3, which has risen in popularity lately,
5 seconds
and have
remaining.
Lina Shadow Demon as a support duo, if that's necessary. But I still believe Lina will just, say, whatever, I'll play the mid, possibly with a rotation from the Earthshaker.
If they did that, what kind of mid-hero would you like from Chris Luck? Like, you mentioned the Bat earlier on.
Batrider is not a bad idea. It's also one of his more popular heroes. I also have seen him play Venomancer when there's a Templar Assassin so to just completely
10
ruin the
seconds
hero
remaining.
pre-BKB.
Beast Coast's
Man,
turn
go back to
to
those good
ban.
old days of force-picking Veno and Jakiro, like Dendi Jakiro mid against the Templar Assassins. Counteract that refraction. But I think you're probably right. The stable way to do this is just to suck it up and say, Lina, you go mid against TA, you can still farm small camp, and you can still shove out that wave and get the farm you need
10 seconds
in
remaining.
relative safety.
VG Gaming's turn
Good call on the
to ban.
Medusa. Beast Coast also feeling that that was a big threat.
So yeah, Lifestealer is the other one that they banned out, which makes a lot of sense. Lifestealer doesn't come online as fast as Sven, but once he gets 3-4 items, he matches up nicely against him.
10 seconds remaining.
Now, when I think of Poyo, I think of Faceless Void. Do you think this is a game that
5
they could
seconds
slot that in?
remaining.
The range
Could
from
be a bit
TA?
tricky to pick him into Shadow Demon. Usually it's the other way around.
Because of disruption into Chrono, you stop that damage coming
Yeah,
into
it's
the
just
target.
a bit too powerful. One thing that they can do, because you have tower damage coming out from the Templar Assassin on the mid lane, is go for like semi-carry type of a safe laner, which is Razor, and you have the last pick. It's also a very good hero against Sven.
Well, Vici Gaming respecting that Mars. Again, another hero that could slot into a number of roles, whether it be mid for Chris Luck or in that off lane for Whisper. If Beast Coast did want to move things around in terms of role attribution.
10
There are a lot of heroes
seconds
that you just
remaining.
can't pick, especially with the Sven and Shadow Demon pairing.
5
You don't want to
seconds
go for illusion type heroes. Maybe TB is okay-ish, like PL's not an option, Nagasaran not an option.
VG Gaming's turn to pick.
Phoenix. Our last grab. Still a little open there. We've seen plenty of Whisper Phoenix throughout the years. How do you feel about Shadow Demon Phoenix as a support duo, if that's where they go?
You have stuns from your other 3 cores then, which is okay, but they
10
can
seconds
not
remaining.
necessarily move around the map. They can set things up. One Shadow Demon
5
disruption
seconds
into
remaining.
any of these stuns should result in a kill.
That's a great hero at forcing a binary option for your opponents as well. Either you focus the egg or you run away. You don't really want to be team fighting under the sun. So if you do go in with a nice stomp or a blink ravage, a supernova could dissuade Vici Gaming from continuing that fight. And more damage over time to burn through refraction as well. Shadow Demon and Phoenix both pretty handy at that.
It's a good Phoenix game. All 4 of these heroes, they don't really hit the egg, and there's so many stuff to protect the egg with.
Ooh,
You may
well
now
that's one of them.
select your hero.
Drow TA. Chris Luck will grab the Lina, K1 Sven of course. Schofield Earthshaker, so the Whisper Phoenix, like I said, we've seen it time and time again. The position 3 Phoenix for Beast Coast. Drow Ranger right at the end. Poyo. How does that handle the Sven of K1? Having range seems nice against the Sven to try and kite him, but if you get on top of Drow, it's a bit rough,
It's a bit
isn't it?
tricky, yes it is. Svens these days mostly go for the same item build, the Mask of Madness, Power Treads, Echo Saber, then Blink, BKB, depending what you need, and that comes online relatively quickly compared to the Drow Ranger, so you need to be able to protect yourself. Force Staff might not even, protect you. An item the Drow Ranger just really wants to buy, so a bit of an earlier BKB in this particular situation might need to be, considered as an item.
Yeah, looks like an absolute necessity in this one. Also a pretty good hero when you think about that that Lina of Chris Luck, that long-range right-click with the physical damage build we've been seeing, Drow Ranger can offer the exact same thing from the other side. As we get ourselves into game one of this best of two, Beast Coast taking on VG Gaming. Massive swordsman there for Beast Coast, and PYW's Lion leading the charge out.
These are the heroes to look out for.
It feels good to be this good.
All right, we're
It
gonna
feels good
start
to be this good.
right away with spamming the voice chat wheel lines.
Lots of giggling going on.
No me merecen. La verdad que no me merecen.
They absolutely love it. Got to give them the chance to get their chat wheels out of the system as the game starts. DY on that. The Titan heading up towards that mid lane again. 5 heroes pretty much swinging into there to make sure that their vision, their wards are kept covered.
And we can see the ward kind of shifted, something that we mentioned at the start of the game, where like you usually now put them on the high grounds, but these two might get dewarded because they're relatively close, and you can scout them out by climbing the uphill. That's why we see so many mid movements, even smokes on the mid, 5 heroes mid to try to figure it out.
30
Oryx
seconds.
Templar
to
Assassin
battle.
not wanting to get involved, sat near the bounty rune over in that triangle, while PYW, Poyo, and DY still just waiting here. And as we've seen already, you know, heroes going up onto those high grounds to try and figure out where some of that vision is. Stinger holding a sentry, DY still holding an observer ward. We'll see what they get up to with that, but for now, nobody really getting an inkling of where any of these vision observers are.
The battle begins.
Old 11 going to waltz down to the bottom bounty. K1 makes damn sure he can't get it. Stinger also taking the right-hand one, so 3-to-1 trade out. Beast Coast coming out on top early doors.
There's gonna be some good harassment on Tide Hunter. Tide bringing a couple of tangos to the bottom lane. Shadow Demon does not have. Never mind, that's gonna be another stun.
Yeah,
Oh!
The stick charge. Stinger's still going
Okay,
for
they're
it.
still gonna get him.
He's going to die under tower, but well worth it. Sticks it to Old 11. Make sure that they kill the Shadow Demon there with PYW cleaning up. But now K1 has got free reign of that bottom lane. As we see Chris Luck getting a nice little stun onto Ori's TA. A 2-for-1 CS lead so far. Chris Luck with just 1 deny.
This is what happens when you want to be a bro, you want to leave that kill to your carry, and suddenly you're tossed to the wolves pretty much, you know. You have to die again. But yeah, he got the kill, he died after, has boots of speed already, so that's going to be a bit of an issue. Has a stick, so any kind of a spam coming out from the Tide Hunter will be turned into mana.
Yeah, the sticks, the fairy fires, all of these utility items for the laning stage, incredibly important, not just for the mid laners, but the side lanes as well. Well, it looks like Schofield dragging this wave back, making sure there's no pull camp there either for VG Gaming. As Ori taking a beating from the Lina now, but still leading out in the CS. And Schofield fishering up, but the creep waves have met in the 4th lane of the game. DY creating another part of the map. And he's pretty speedy there with his spirit and his boots. So not really the opportunity for Beast Coast to find a kill, and nicely micros his courier, so Sco can't go hunting.
You gotta help out Phoenix early levels, because if you're playing a core Phoenix, it's a decent damage, attack animation, not the greatest, so very nicely done by Schofield, dragging the creep wave. They met, as you said, at the 4th lane, still managed to get a couple of CS.
Another bubble bottom. Now Stinger retreating away from PYW. And while Beast Coast have been putting pressure on DY, forcing him to burn through a fair amount of regen, Drow Ranger, 7 denies with 8 CS. Looks like she's pretty freely farming under her own tower, not too bothered with how everything else is going on around her. That's where you want to be as Vici. Okay, 1. 12 and 1. Even looking to contest this pull and clear the stack. Gets
It feels good.
a couple of hits in there. As Vici have got a good solid hold on that bottom lane as well, dragging the wave all the way back to tower.
Drow Ranger is the biggest winner so far, putting a lot of pressure on Phoenix. DY doing a very good job controlling I'm gonna say both of the heroes, but taking away a bit of a pressure. Shaker as a support doesn't really do that much. He can block off the camp. They need to get on top of the Drow Ranger. Drow Ranger already realized going for Boots of Speed as the first item. That's gonna be a really fast power treads.
Yeah, it feels like the main thing here for Schofield is that waiting game until Crystalluck calls for the rotation. If he can move into mid, look for a pick on the Templar Assassin, that could crack this mid lane wide open as it is. Very close between the two. Crystalluck, though, taking the lead in the last hits and denies. And this is where Schofield likes to play. Wrapping in behind, DY will have made the call that the Earthshaker's missing. So Ori there has to be very wary of his positioning. And does even have a Dire Observer ward that scouts the Earthshaker coming across.
BYW coming around. Has a healing salve if needed. Ori bringing a stick and also a healing salve for himself.
No runes for Ori though, and a good Fisher allows that courier to survive. Schofield gives him the tip as well. But did Beast Coast get all of the runes there? They got a fair amount, and the PYW did get a bounty, but yeah, both water runes grabbed by Beast Coast, so no bottle refill for the Templar Assassin, unfortunately.
This is scary when you ask one of your teammates to go and die your position 4 or 5 so they can refill the bottle, make a trade kill. I'm not even kidding.
Yeah, like PYW, please, get caught out. Something. Come into mid, TP and refill.
Now look at PYW trying so hard.
Nice.
No mana for stun.
On the run back,
On
2
Sven.
stacks of poison. Stinger whacked away by Old 11, and yeah, you're right. K1 can't get anything else done there. We'll try and clear out this wave, but it's a tough job against an Old 11 Tide who throws at the gush at him. Anchor smashing away at K1. A nice Earth Spike, and he's done. Sven down. Stinger looking for
Hex
the trade back,
available.
but the Hex is available, and Old 11 might be able to
And
pick
the
up
gush.
a second one. Another poison, but it misses. Stinger's just gonna get annihilated by the Tide.
That was nicely done by PYW. Goes in, tanks a lot of damage, and puts them in a spot where they get a double kill from it. Also, 11 with Ring of Health. I don't think he should die in this lane. Also, PYW can make a rotation on the mid lane, or he was zoned out. Lina, Crystalluck doing a very good job against Templar Assassin, doing much, much better than I expected.
And there's Stinger. TP's mid for Crystalluck's bottle refill, while Ori's making that long walk back to Fountain. Refills and has a TP to return to lane. And PYW's Lion sitting there, lapping up a little bit the experience. Gets a... I didn't give him a bottle refill. Oh, I did. A little bit of bottle sip. There you go. Stinger blocking these stacks as well. 55 seconds. PYW, yeah, he can't stack the camps. Bit cheeky from the Shadow Demon. Because that's something that Templar Assassin really relies on, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely. She want to be able to clear the stacks. Drow Ranger.
Nice stun. Fisher into that Light Strike array, and Crystalluck chucks the kitchen sink at DY. Whisper in the meanwhile, in on top of Poyo's Drow. Fiery Spirit misses out, gets that additional one on her.
Oh, Sven getting gold on once again.
Yeah, K1. He's got no stick or anything here. Stinger, no salve. So they've run pretty low on the regen. K1 is going to just have to fall back to small camp. You can even hear him stunning the creeps to increase his farming rate.
Beast Ghost putting a lot of pressure on the mid lane. DD, Lina, 3 Fiery Soul charges, Earthshaker, they're ready if he finds any opportunity to use the Fisher, block Ori off, and also shutting down Templar Assassin because she's supposed to be like the playmaker, Drow Ranger. Oh, Hex. This is a big kill if they can get it.
Oh,
Nice
but the
Fisher.
Fisher. Beautiful in. The stomp is good, but with no additional stuns, PYW's out of gas. Schofield there. We talked about his aggressive potential, but the defensive to save Crystalluck there, spot on.
Money to burn.
Drow Ranger and Templar Assassin are kind of same hero, what they want to do. They heavily rely on dealing physical damage, and they also want to farm triangle at the same time. So someone will need to sack a bit of a farm.
Do you think that's going to be Ori? And if that's the case, what kind of build do you expect from the TA? Do we see the Blink build to try and be more active so the Drow can farm?
Drow is off to a good start. 36 CS, Ori at 32. So we'll see how things develop, like who makes the... They have decent heroes to rotate. Lion is level 5, 8 minutes in. If they manage to get a kill, he's going to be closer to 6. With the finger of that, you can put a lot of pressure.
They scanned Poyo here. Whisper's dived forward. They've got a Fisher, I believe. If they get in range, he lifted his totem thinking about it. They maybe could have gone for the Fisher Supernova, but opt not to. Dire Vision does scout Schofield on the way back, but PYW and DY, with very little backup and also scouted by the Beast Coast Vision, aren't able to latch on to anybody there.
Now you gotta be aware of this haste on Templar Assassin. If someone tries to make a move, she will pop it and come into a fight.
PYW's caught by Stinger. Poisons are being built up. That stomp not really connecting, and PYW is going to get pummeled here by Whisper and Schofield. Some big stacks there built up, so even if there's no Ancients, they still have a large camp built up for Ori to come and clear, which he'll likely do in the next couple of seconds. While Beast Coast, they're building up bank for K1 Sven, already with treads and majority of the way towards the Echo Saber already. Big fan of the switch away from the Mask of Madness, now heading straight into stats items. Become tankier, allow yourself to fight early while still keeping your farm rate up.
This time around, he will switch the item build, which I think is the correct choice, going for just the Echo Saber and then Casual Sage, which he'll turn into Heaven's Halberd. You're playing against the two cores. Every single time there is core like this, let's say your mid is Templar Assassin, your safe lane is either Ursa or a Drow Ranger, Heaven's Halberd gets twice as value.
Yeah, your Medusas, your Lenas, your TAs, these ranged heroes suffer a lot.
It's very hard to itemize. Like your offlaner can buy, he's going for Spirit Vessel because he's a Phoenix, but any kind of a armor item that you buy on your either supports or an offlaner just gets so much value.
Here comes old 11, bouncing along with a Tumbler's toy, rocking his way forward on his little horsey. Poyo also making the move down here to find Schofield, who just wanted to sit, defend the tower, maybe get a bit of experience. Not a massive problem for them.
DD and haste.
No, that's not what Chris Luck wanted.
More like Chris Bad Luck right there.
Yeah, and Ori, he's not done just yet. Finds a courier and chases Whisper, forces the dive away. Oh,
He's not done.
Half
He will
his
force
HP gone.
Supernova.
He's going to get this. In comes Ori, Supernova force, the banish comes, the timing looks pretty good. K1 is dying to Ancients back there, but the Fisher is in. Out from Schofield, and Ori will pay.
That was nicely done by Beast Coast, understanding who needs to come first. Disruption into Supernova, into Totem, pretty much perfectly done. Tier 1 tower for VG Gaming still alive, but they lost... They managed to kill the bottom tower, and Poyo-Yo is there. Dragonland's done.
We're still holding on to this Ravage on old 11. So it's pretty difficult for Beast Coast to boot him out of this bottom jungle because he's just such a tanky beast, holding a massive team fight ulti. And VG Gaming plant their flag in that bottom jungle. Good dire vision around the area too. It sees Schofield coming across while Beast Coast trying to get up into the top area of the map. That tier 1 tower, a sticking point for them though. And we're not far away from Blink on this Tide.
He's getting close, 300 gold away.
Top of the net worth.
Doesn't have much mana to work with. He's bringing something, a Clarity and Possessed Mask on a Courier.
Yeah, allow him to stick around in that lane a little bit longer.
Smoke. Schofield and Chris Luck, they want to make something happen.
Moving down south, but Poyo has already TP'd out, and VG Gaming will respond with a smoke of their own. Again, Tide, not really a target that Beast Coast can go on, and K1, he's the one that's been stunned up.
Rainbow TPs.
That Earth Splitter, and another good Fisher from Schofield, make sure the aggression is halted right there. Haste out, oh, K1, he grabs it and he throws the stun. PYW even animation cancelling the Finger of Death.
Dire's top tower is under
There was a bit of a hesitation there, whether they want to go for that haste or not, because K1 was also trying to figure out, can he make it? If he got ravaged and fingered, he just dies there. Ori trying to farm up his Blink Dagger to be able to jump between the camps and also jump out of any situation that is a bit sticky for him. K1 manages to farm up the big camp. Is about to hit level 10.
And that's been his home the entire game pretty much. Laning stage wasn't particularly good for him. Just sit back, hide in the pocket of farm that the rest of your team's creating. Beast Coast sit forward with their other 4 heroes, present themselves to VG Gaming, while, like you said, in the draft, K1 really is that farming beast. Get to critical mass and then come out of your Come out of your shell a little bit more. It does seem that Ori on that Templar Assassin will go for the Blink build. So we move away from that Deso, that Dragonlance. Go more for the active role. Play with old 11.
Dragonlance was the build when you had Psyblade's range talent on level 10. Now it got moved to level 15. So there's a big difference in how much XP you need from, you know, to get to level 10 and from 10 to 15.
They're going to have triple Blink, not too,
That's
not
what
too
I was
far
about
away,
to
right?
say. Yeah, that's a triple Blink, but then you need to make stuff happen because Blinks, you know, it's a 6,000 gold. In terms of damage, you don't get any stats, so you need like one really big fight with it. And they have big teamfight ultis. They have Tidehunter, they have Elder Titan, 3 points in the Echo Stomp. So that's going to be enough to control them.
It's absolutely an investment in aggression.
It really is. But you need to find something.
It can double up, you know, you've mentioned it before as a farming tool to blink from camp to camp here and there.
On Templar Assassin is a different story. Getting a Blink Dagger that early, because it's not just, you know, something to reposition yourself with. It's, considering how fast she farms, it's really a farming tool on TA.
Earthshaker again, a bit of deja vu, but he's found a little hidey hole in the trees. PYW and Ori won't be able to find him. I think they've got a good idea of where he was, but he'll no longer be there. TPing back to his tier 2. Blink not far away from him. Plenty of these Blink daggers coming up. While Chrislock, of course, that Boots of Travel BKB build coming
Time
in.
to smoke for Vici Gaming. They have the Ravage. They want to make stuff done. Draw Ranger Dragonlance getting very close to Yasha, and they're trying to get this tier 1 tower, which is full HP. Sven, unfortunately for Beast Coast, will not have God Strength available for this fight. 25 seconds.
It doesn't look like they want to entertain any kind of fight in this mid lane. Whisper will try and chip away at the creeps.
Double Observer Ward placed.
Oh yeah.
Bit of a mistake.
Oops a daisy. And under a sentry as well. Well, that's not a great spot, but a Blink Ravage. Single target, onto the Phoenix. Down you go. PYW even holding the finger there. See if they can get any additional targets. And Stinger very happy about the double Observer Ward he's just been granted. That's a lot of money for your little Shadow Demon. Look at him, he's got 1,300 saved up. He's well on his way to his own Blink.
Wish you could dip yourself in Dota. You know, I planted this sentry, and I got so much XP and gold. They also made a bit of a mistake. Chrislock on the bottom lane.
Patting yourself on the back, yeah, Lacoste.
Yep.
And Chrislock just shoves that wave out, realizing that Vici made a concerted effort to head into mid. Schofield's Blink is coming, timed to perfection, because Lion just got his as well. It feels like a reasonably slow game here from Beast Coast. Matching the pace of Vici Gaming, looking to extend this early portion of the game, but Vici are the ones shredding through early towers and building a nice position on the map for themselves. The lines are drawn. Defend the mid tier 1, push out that bot lane so we carve ourselves a portion of that Radiant jungle down south. But it doesn't look like they'll get mid in time, especially with no Ravage for 70 seconds. A little bit awkward for them to think about setting up any kind of team fight.
Playing around that Ravage cooldown, he immediately saw an opportunity. Ravage, no hesitation, which is okay. He could have maybe hit someone else in the back lines. Shadow Demon usually likes to sit behind and try to...
Hello,
oh, Echo!
The Blink Echo Supernova, down you go! Poyo disappears under the onslaught from Beast Coast. Earth Splitter looking to try and disengage Old 11 from that fight, while the Stomp lands onto Chrislock. Half HP with PYW coming in with a finger. A 1-for-1 trade, and Ori's arrival might force Sven away.
Heaven's Halberd.
Nice Heaven's Halberd. Yeah, he's got the Echo Halberd already 17 minutes in. K1's a beast. He's incredibly tanky, and they're going to move back in. The two-man stun. The Fissure into Stormhammer, but Ori blinked away just in time, barely escapes. While Old 11 plays forward on Whisper, the spam pings were indicating they wanted to continue fighting, but that will be that. A 2-for-1. Beast Coast coming out on top.
Vici Gaming, now it's their time to strike back, because they know there's no Echo, there's no Supernova, they have Ravage available. We're going to see it again.
Chrislock's smoke pops on the Tide. They're like, don't go Tide, go the Drow instead. Very disciplined, though, from Vici Gaming, backing up. realizing that they can turn the fight when that BKB from Chrysalix down. That timing, what is it? A second? Half a second between BKB ending and Stomp landing.
Yeah, that's just perfectly timed. The thing about Heaven's Halberd, the value in this game is you're playing it against 2 range heroes. So that's, instead of the usual 3.5 seconds, it's 5 seconds on range heroes. So Drow Ranger and Templar Assassin are not gonna be happy. Big Boy Philly, found by Beast Coast, so Shadow Demon will gladly take that.
It's so therapeutic. We can just keep the camera on K1 the entire game. His farm patterns, you know, roaming through the jungle, clear out a wave. Incredible net worth as there's the catch onto Schofield. Ori and PYW once again pairing up as Whisper. Oh, burst down. Less than 100 HP. Trap and Spirit spot him, but oh!
The minus
armor helped him out, didn't it? And the 60 damage talent. Oh!
Oh, that's why, the 60 damage talent land. 15 movement speed in terms of gold. Like, yeah, it's fine. You can position yourself better. Windlace is 225 and gives you 20. But 60 damage, Gary, in terms of gold, is Sacred Relic, which is 3.75k.
On a position 5 as well. Drow Ranger has had a bit of a quiet game. 5th place in the net worth, still a fair amount of catching up to do. Yasha into BKB after that Dragon Lance, so building up stats, tanking up, making sure she can be that turret in the middle of the fight to stand her ground.
It's necessary. I said after the draft that BKB will be needed a bit earlier. Usually it's 4-staff full pike into Manta style, then into a BKB, but you're playing into Sven. Oh, disruption.
He's still going to get picked off here though. Finger of death for good measure. Walking into that neighborhood where Vici Gaming were all grouping up. Everybody bar the TA was there around the outpost. Is that Radiant Obsword in between 4 sentries? Yeah, there's one north. It's right bang in the middle. The Bermuda Triangle. Can't be spotted by Vici Gaming, so Beast Coast keep their vision up in that top jungle.
3 sentries, 4 sentries. Yeah, you got that correctly, Gary. You probably think that they don't have Observer Ward there.
Yeah, it's a false sense of security, isn't it? Like, they can't have vision up here. They see nothing.
Lina, Blink Dagger picked up. So she will be able to follow up on Earthshaker stuns, even Sven stuns.
There was a period of calm though, right? Where you said that Vici Gaming with Ravage back up, probably feeling pretty strong, getting a kill here, a kill there on support heroes. It feels okay, but now you've allowed Beast Coast to come back out, green lights across the board, and they've got Sven God Strength this time. So with a Blink Echo and Lina's BKB, they are going to stampede forward to play into their vision and catch out PYW top lane. Chain stunned.
It's a pickoff after pickoff.
Oh, the second one though. The bigger target.
So close to BKB. Lina with that newly Blink. Ooh, he's going to be out of range with Yasha, or is he?
Just gets the Light Strike Array down. Laguna Blade for good measure. Poyo shredded in his own jungle. Now Vici Gaming have got to be wondering, where is that vision?
Is under attack.
And K1 pummeling this tower, still covered by Schofield, who holds the key to these team fights, that Echo Slam.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
With God Strength down, do you think they can still attempt Roshan, or is this going to be Beast Coast resetting, moving across the map, and pushing out their other lanes for now?
They still got like 10-15 seconds left, so they will go inside a pit, check what's up, but against the Elder Titan, and they also have no sentry inside, which means that the trap is cutting them out. We'll just back off. Drow Ranger was so close to getting a BKB, now she needs to farm another 400 gold, getting closer to also level 15. That's why she bought the dome for herself.
Well, another back and forth. Here comes our team fight this time with a Blink Ravage catching Lina. Chrysalix the one to fall. Vici Gaming have the window for Roshan wide open to them now. A decent disruption there. Gets the Earthshaker out of the way of the Spirit. Oh, he's still slept. He still got slept by that stomp. Okay, K1's positioning, aggressively farming in the Dire jungle. And he really does push it to the limits.
Level 18, God Strength. every single time, pretty much, he's just using it as a farming tool. Not ready to fight yet, and his itemization, I think, is on point this game. Going for Heaven's Halberd, that we already mentioned, and then going into AC. Skipping the blink, just providing team with the armor that is really necessary. Bonus armor, level 50. I mean, it's a 15 bonus armor plus AC, that's 20. I want to see which talent he's going to get on level 20. If he's a real bro, real teammate, that's going to be an extra 10 in Warcry.
Yeah. I guess the TA in a Drow, that feels really potent here for Beast Coast. He's basically an item ahead of the Drow Ranger at this point. And yet again, Beast Coast sweeping across the map through that northern jungle.
You want to get as much armor as you can. Drow Ranger ulti pierces only through the base armor.
I've also got marksmanship to do a similar thing as well. TA Trap does get spotted under the sentry.
No Ravage for 60.
But they still smoke. Schofield, what a glorious position. He's pinging it. Let them come. Let them wrap around. We want to fight this. Spirit Stomp into the pit. And Vici Gaming, they're angling towards a team fight here, but risky business. Whisper Silence does get caught by the Gust and the Gush, but the good bubble, and Roshan's already dead. Chris Luck BKBs and battles with a Drow. They turn on Old 11 for now, but that's sleep again. Catching K1 until he whacks into Old 11.
Oh,
drifts
disarm
across.
and a BKB.
TA can't do a damn thing, and DY, he's been fissured and pummeled by Chris Luck, who blinks forward. Wants PYW while the burning Sunray clips Old 11. Oh, it roasts him alive. Drow with a multi-shot does bring down the Earthshaker, but TA in a spot of bother as K1 comes in and the chain stuns connect. They've got the TA locked in place. The Hexen stun on the Lina, but not enough, and there's no reveal.
Disarm.
There's no reveal. Can he cleave off the creep? He can't. He goes instead for the stun on the Drow Ranger. K1's BKB is working wonders for them. He'll get another kill.
Are they done? Earthshaker still has the Echo committed with the buyback, so we'll see. Aegis still in the hands of Sven. There is no Ravage, unfortunately. Schofield just dies.
That's a dieback from Schofield, yeah. High ground vision from Vici Gaming. Spot him.
Radiant's top tower is under
This
attack.
Heaven's Halberd is doing so much work. I would love to see one extra being picked up. I wouldn't mind seeing one on Phoenix.
Yeah.
Phoenix going for a BKB, just 100 gold away from it. To be able to protect themselves against the silence, and maybe if he pops it first, so you don't have to care about Lion as well.
Yeah, that Gust from the Drow Ranger worked out wonders, because that looked like a really bad situation from Vici Gaming heading into that fight, but all things considered, it went very well. Now a 3k lead for them. You do have to contend with a Sven having Aegis for another 3 minutes or so, though. And that's where Beast Coast are going to start coming into their own, get back into the groove, play around the big ultis they've got as Echo Slam is ready once more.
Radiant's bottom
Tidehunter
tower
has a
is under
full
attack.
refresher. 26 minutes in.
Look at K1, man. Okay. He pushes that wave all the way to tier 3, so forces the hand of Vici Gaming to come back, filter through, defend the top lane, but it is a BKB charge wasted.
11 did the math, did not want to put another point in a Ravage, because he does not have enough mana pool to use 2 Ravages and a refresher. Very smart. You would need extra 100 mana times 2, which is 200.
Well, some intelligent gameplay.
Yeah, these are professional e-gamers, Gary.
Never use that word again, please. You've used it twice today.
E-athletes, you can choose.
That's better. Cybersport athlete.
Dire
Vici
are
Gaming on the hunt, though.
They know there's no BKB on Sven.
Does Ori have that DD rune still? I think he bottled it up.
Yes, he does.
DD Deso. Beast Coast not getting found, though. And Vici Gaming retreating back to safe haven in their own triangle. But they did get some incredibly good information and vision down. Now bottom lane ward spots the entirety of Beast Coast rotating through. And Vici Gaming will mount a defense on their bottom tier 1 tower. The meld hidden TA for Ori.
With
Ready and
DD,
waiting
ready
to
to
strike
strike.
onto K1. Oh, dearie me, he's dead. Aegis expended. Beast Coast still want to get into this fight and defend him. BKB used up by K1. They're on the run.
Schofield and Tide.
In comes the Ravage though. Old
Gets
11 finds Whisper. The bubble disruption saves him for now. They can turn with a Supernova as well. Ravage from Old 11 hits out onto 3. Chris Luck still looking for a target, but they focus the egg. Supernova does not land, and Chris Luck forced to TP home.
That was such nicely done by Vici Gaming. Ori
They've got another catch.
hiding in the meld.
PYW found him with a Hex. K1, he's got nothing left in the tank. They can kite him day after day, and oh, that damage from Ori and Poyo.
Earthshaker was hiding, sitting, if we see that again, he was sitting so close to Tidehunter, they could almost see each other.
The Cloak of Flames touched him as well, didn't it? So he couldn't blink
so
away.
he could not blink. That's what I wanted to say.
Such a good setup there. The trap card sprung. And yeah, look at Schofield there, trying to get back into it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
But another huge fight for Vici Gaming. The execution has been perfect, and now we look towards this mid lane where Schofield, he'll try and defend his Lina, but Ori's arrival seals the deal, and Schofield slowed by the trap. He's being clipped, tries to tumble his toy, but there's just no escape from Vici.
Oh, there's a lot of drawing on a minimap. Chris Luck not happy with what just happened. They're in a good position with Aegis, and suddenly they are 9k gold down.
After the first 15 minutes, it started to feel like that momentum was building. Beast Coast were making waves towards victory with that first Roshan in particular, but Vici Gaming have set themselves up here for a tier 3 push, getting onto high ground, and Old 11, he just stampedes forward.
Four staff available.
Yeah, Ghost Scepter from Stinger. Make sure Ori doesn't jump him. And Poyo just sticks it onto the tier 3, stays low ground, gets the objective, and considers staying for that one additional wave. Look at that win probability now shifting very heavily.
Tidehunter even wants to get a BKB. Has enough mana pool to cast 2 Ravages with the Soul Ring. That's enough. Next Roshan may spawn in 2 minutes. Even Elder Titan has a bit of an extra armor, Solar Crest, on top of it, which he can cast on allies. We could see that the Phoenix's egg almost survived in that previous fight, but they managed to focus it down nicely.
Yeah, they have to spend their stuns just to try and save K1. They need these stuns or a disruption.
I have not seen Echo Slam in 15 minutes, Gary, I think.
Quite a while now, yeah. Ever since that jump onto the Drow Ranger. And that's what they need. They need the combo. They need the stuns, the Echo Slam to guard the egg so the egg lands to win this team fight. Lots of pieces have to be placed by Beast Coast to win the battles. And K1 with a Blink Dagger could allow them to do that. Gets the gap close on the Drow. Stick on a target and bring them down. Vici Gaming moving in towards mid though with a 5-man unit. Very strong, holding together. Forcing Beast Coast to make some drastic moves. And this big smoke here moves them across from that top lane through into mid, but Vici Gaming are the ones that are playing with their vision around them. They're playing from the high ground. Yeah, they know
bottom
something's
lane's
coming.
pushing, no one's showing on the mid lane. Chris Luck goes to the mid lane to show that it's not too obvious, but look at the positioning from Vici. They're ready.
Old 11. He's just waltzing forward. Still smoke. The Blink Hex. Do they go on Chris Luck? They get the stuns. The chain disables. Whew. Disappears under the damage of Ori. Buys back in a second Ravage. Chris Luck has BKB'd up, but Whisper's dead. The multi-buyback from Beast Coast, but they're just
11's
losing
still alive.
hero after hero. Chris Luck's nearly died. The Echo from Schofield with the egg on top, and K1 arrives. Down goes Poyo. The defender's advantage for Beast Coast will win them a fight. Ori, can he blink with refraction going? He can.
Yes, he can. What a stun from Lion. They need to get more out of this. DY using ulti.
They get a Fisher, though.
Ori, another blink in 5 seconds.
He's out of there. That's a good kill on Drow on the
That's
Tide.
a triple buyback from Beast Coast. They needed to get more from this.
That's a dieback on the Phoenix as well, isn't it?
You are correct, Gary. They sneak in.
I mean, look at this. Chris Luck, Oh, he walks forward.
I don't think Ravage was needed. It was a bit too much, and then he needed to use the Refresher, Soul Ring. It was like, I'm not gonna have enough mana if I don't use it right now because of my Soul Ring. Pops it, they get a kill on Phoenix. Once Sven comes from the northern side, you can see still that he is something that they need to be very careful about during the BKB.
Ori, during his own BKB, though, able to take down that egg, barely gets off the refraction in time. And like you said, the stun from PYW there, spot on. Allows the escape, but still quite a while for Roshan to respawn. And now you're in a situation where Beast Coast need the Aegis to stay in this game with the amount of buybacks they've had to expend.
It's a long spawn, so that means double Ravage will be online once again. Are we getting closer to any level 25? Sven about to be level 24. Templar Assassin is 26, which means 8 refraction instances. That's quite a lot. More than 5. Even more than 10.
You're good with numbers, aren't you?
They don't have that, you know, spell that just completely takes it off. Phoenix is okay, but Phoenix is going to get jumped. So it's going to be very hard. 14 instances of refraction.
And Phoenix needs to egg. Egg is such a vital part of their team fight. Egg plus Echo Slam.
At least he's level 18 now, so that means 10 attacks to kill him.
Oh, I was expecting you to say Ego Slam there.
Oh, Echo Slam. Oh, I
missed opportunity, Lacoste.
Sorry.
I'll get it in instead.
Do you know where I keep all my dad jokes?
Where's that?
In database. I forgot to unlock my database.
Oh, dearie me. I am physically facepalming right now. Earthshaker with the Eon Disc to make sure he doesn't get immediately popped because there is such a massive amount of physical burst damage from VG Gaming. If they spot a target and they're able to get on top of them, they blow them out of the water in a matter of seconds. Roshan respawning now. The big man returns to his cave.
Schofield just aggressively blinked in. Eon Disc is available, so can try to force some kind of a action. Templar Assassin could try to go for Nullifier if she wants to sell Dragonlance. 5,000 gold. Swift blinked in a quick buy at the moment.
And even though we speak of this VG Gaming burst damage, the physical damage they've got, the maneuverability from quadruple blink daggers here from VG, they still have pretty fragile heroes. Even with refraction instances, even with BKB and Butterfly. They could get slapped around by K1 Sven and Chrysalux Lina, who equally output significant. Oh, hey, Schofield, he stopped the initiation. Old 11, he gets a Ravage off, but he dies. Now the dive in, Whisper looking for Poyo, Laguna Blade clears up PYW. They turn onto Drow Ranger. K1's dying though. Out goes the Sven, and Ori turns. Egg now forced to be used while Stinger bubbles one up. Oh, the good Fisher again. Schofield winning this fight for them, and Lina on the sidelines, pumping out damage while Ori, no refraction remaining, being burnt alive and hit around, destroyed by Chris Luck. Poyo's in trouble. Chris Luck's got him. Oh, do they get him away? Drow Ranger to the high ground. They stun and sleep. The Lina now. Chris Luck gets fingered by Lion. A great earth spike onto Whisper as well. Gives Ori a triple kill after buying back.
Unfortunately there for VG Gaming, they did not have buyback on Tidehunter. He thought he's going to be okay with the BKB, but they managed to just go on him. You see Sven with a BKB on you, you don't feel like you're going to Ravage, and then you just die immediately. This is the second Roshan, which means Aegis and Shard. Let's see who... I'd give Shard to Drow Ranger.
Man, Schofield here, that Fisher timing.
It was pretty much perfect.
It saves them in this team fight. I don't know if I would call it a victory for Beast Coast, of course, the way it all panned out, and K1 was unable to move towards the Drow because he did get slowed and kited around. Great execution from Beast Coast, but this is what they need to be doing every fight just to have a chance in this game.
Egg was about to die. One hit off.
One hit away. And Ori there, of course, with the buyback, the triple buybacks from VG Gaming. Secure themselves, like you say, that second Roshan. And they move swiftly into the Radiant base, forcing the glyph as they've cleared the mid lane. Shard there for Ori. TA traps become incredibly annoying.
Up to 3.5 seconds silence, which is no joke. Also Drow Ranger getting closer to level 25. It's hard. Once your BKB is down as a Sven, Drow Ranger is just a bit...
Kiting you so hard.
You're getting kited. Even though you have tons of armor, she still pierces through your base armor. Lion will be the one controlling you. Timeless Relic, found by Vici Gaming. Let's see if they give that to Lion or if they decide to give that to the Tidehunter.
There's a DD rune. There's a DD rune for TA yet again. Flicker for Poyo, so he can get himself out of these fights. Witchbane for the Templar Assassin. And the gem grabbed up as well on Vici Gaming's side, so they can start removing the last vestiges of vision that Beast Coast have placed out on the map.
Lion will be the one holding Timeless Relic. Extra 25% debuff, so that means Hex is now a 5-second duration, and his stun is 3 seconds, which is really good.
Big
They
damage
have
from the
big
finger as well.
Yeah, exactly. He has 5 stacks on top of it.
Old 11. So good at playing that frontliner. He's guarding Ori for now. They do make the jump and a big Ravage, but the Supernova's out there. The second
another
Ravage,
one.
Chris Luck dead for a minute and a half, and they focus the egg. Poyo clears through Whisper while the finger helps take down that poor Schofield Earthshaker.
When you see your
Didn't
Sven,
use it. He keeps animation cancelling finger.
when you see Sven with a BKB and ulti in your team running away, you know the fight is over.
And the game might be over now for East Coast. No buybacks, no Phoenix, no Lena. 17 seconds until she can use hers. So Earthshaker's going to try and dissuade them from finishing off this top lane. Schofield has the Blink Echo Slam, but no real opportunity to strike just yet. He needs the rest of his team. Relinquish control of that top lane of barracks. Mega creeps are coming. And Beast Coast with an awful lot on their plates. The Hex out. Sleep as well. Good disruption. Buys time for K1. PYW purged up by the Demon Stinger. Lion, Laguna bladed. But Ori, well, he's jumped into a disarm there. Still waltzing around, but Aegis in hand. While Old 11, he's found Shadow Demon on the right. They do stun up that Ori TA, but Aegis again gives a secondary life. And another wave of aggression from Vici Gaming potentially. Force Staff drifting left and right, then blinks away.
Sven, he wants to go in. Smoke from Vici Gaming.
The old smoke and run. K1 and Chris Luck, they are hungry. They know that any opportunity they can have to kill just one Vici Gaming hero can give them a chance to get back in this game. But the Mega Creeps, a substantial problem, a challenge that they've got to address right now.
They got Sven, so it's okay. They could go for one big push, try to win a team fight and win a game off of that. So it's very important for Vici Gaming that they keep the buybacks, don't spend all your gold. That's gonna keep you in the game for a while.
They'll have double Ravage
if
again,
something
though.
bad happens. But yeah, double Ravage, Spell Prism is there, which means the cooldown's even lower. Tidehunter thinking about getting the Overwhelming Blink.
Yeah, why
Had
not?
Arcane Blink at one point to reduce the cast point and lower the cooldown. Now thinking about Shiva's.
Yeah, go for a bit of bonus armor. It's always nice having that vision element as well to scout people out, especially heroes like the Earthshaker. Are Vici considering a smoke? It doesn't feel like they're in any rush. No reason to make any rash decisions. Just wait for Beast Coast to make the move because really the clock is on them. Aghanim's Blessing. Ori wanting that global presence, not too far off it. But we are in a situation, like you mentioned, right? Beast Coast have to go and do something at some point. So Vici Gaming got to keep their eyes on the buybacks, just in case Beast Coast pulls something out of the hat.
I'm sorry, Gary, I wasn't listening. I just have something stuck in my head.
What's that?
Like Templar Assassin, which neutral item is that?
On the TA?
Yeah, it's a Vici Bane. Now we can continue. I apologize. I think Vici Gaming is gonna go and try to end the game right now. There's still 2-minute window, and they have buyback on Templar Assassin. They have buyback on a Drow Ranger.
Are you writing all these down, by the way?
I'm not.
You know, you should make those little books you have on a coffee table with the pictures and the quotes and the funny jokes in.
Ah, the one from Seinfeld, the coffee table
The coffee
book.
table book, yeah. You
about
should,
the
you should
coffee
have one of
table.
those,
Yeah,
just
yeah.
Lacoste dad jokes. Dota dad jokes. Avicii Bane, my goodness gracious me. 1 second Ravage stun and that 25 tied. So that's 2 seconds, isn't it, with a refresher up. 12% marksmanship chance for the Drow Ranger.
It is 3.8, 7.6 with 2 Ravages, if timed correctly.
What are your thoughts on Sven going for the... We saw this a few minutes ago, of course, but Sven going for that Stormhammer duration. Going for the stun rather than the damage.
That 1 extra second, 125, means 3 hits from Sven with Swift Blink.
Here comes Beast Coast. Stomp misses out. K1's on old 11. Kraken Shell pops him away from the stun, but the fish are onto
he's
2
stuck.
with the egg. Nicely placed. There's a Ravage out. Catching Schofield, but Whisper's down.
They don't
the
see
egg
him.
doesn't land, and the kiting
Now
here
they do.
of that Hex Stub. K1 Sven surely seals an end to the game. Beast Coast, they're losing out everybody. Vici Gaming with his old 11 tie, just dominating the team fights. And GG's called.
Vici Gaming, I feel Beast Coast didn't fight when they were strong. Sven just kept popping the ulti and going for the Ancients instead of trying to fight with the team, and they missed a bit of an opportunity. Also, Earthshaker, we haven't seen a really good Echo Slam. There was 1 Echo around 15-minute mark on a Drow Ranger, and that was about it. And then he bought back, died again, kind of made his game really bad. Couldn't even make 2 items. There was well, what did he have? He had Eon Disc and a Blink Dagger pretty much in the end.
Yeah, he had a couple of good fishers, I think 2 very good Echo Slams, but it really was that story again of Vici Gaming knowing that they can extend the game, pick their moments, choosing exactly when and where to fight to get the most out of their draft. And game 1, Beast Coast had their chances, but Vici Gaming looking like the more consistent, stable team. We'll take a quick break and return with game 2 though, so see you guys in a bit.
pay anything right now. You need to focus on what's next for you. And
Yep.
the Beast Coast have shown a good performance. They know how to strike. They know how to use the smokes. They were just a bit timid in that game. I want to see a bit more involvement from K1, especially when his item build. We gotta give him credit for that. Allowing the double Ravage, saving a point, not getting that third point in Ravage because he would not have enough mana. Even with the Soul Ring, even with the Magic Wand, it's still not enough, so he saves a point. It was just a Force Staff to get himself out of the trouble when Sven decides to go on. He knows that Kraken Shell will pop off eventually, push himself out. Sven needs to use a BKB full duration. He managed to kill him a couple of times. We saw like either no Ravages, one Ravage, but in the end, once the BKB is down, once you become tanky enough, once the team starts building even more defensive items to protect you, and in the end, he was the king of the hill, stuck on that hill, and manages to get the Ravage.
Shiny golden BKB tie just stuck up there, but still casting his spells. So you reckon Beast Coast don't really need to change anything draft-wise? Is it more mentality-wise?
Yeah, as I said, like just a bit more involvement. Not really impressed by the offlane Phoenix. I think you get the same thing from your position 4. So maybe try to make an adjustment there. I don't think they're going to pick the same thing one more time, but we'll see. They're the team that love to experiment with the picks. If we didn't have, for example, Hector, we would not have position 5 Abaddons. We would not have Wraith King when no one was playing that hero, and we would have a different farm patterns.
Yeah, I carry Abaddon with the good old Radiance. I mean, as an item in general, thinking about Beast Coast, Radiance has been one of the keys to their success a lot of the time because of K1 in those positions with Wraith King, with Abaddon. Do you think Radiance is in a good place right now?
It got buffed.
It did.
From the 3.8k to 3.75, the cost of the Sacred Relic, so big buff.
Still a pretty strong item.
It's a strong item. We didn't see too much of a Radiance. We saw 2 or 3 times on a Dawnbreaker when Virtus Pro
That's what I'm kind of wondering, right? Is that VP have picked it up a couple of times on Dawn, but we haven't seen too much of Beast Coast K1 playing it, which is usually an indication that they're going a different direction. They're not too comfortable.
There are other items that feel a bit more powerful. Echo Saber is probably one of the best items in the game, where you can disassemble, you can toy with it. If you need a BKB, then you can get like an Orchid if it's necessary. After that, there's so much stuff. If we take the disassemble component from an item like an Echo Saber, I don't think players would value it that much. Or if you add a recipe. If
add a recipe, no one buys it.
Players, they see a recipe, 100 gold.
Don't want that anymore.
No, give me something else. I'll buy a branch. I'll buy Midas.
A TP scroll.
Whatever. Just if it has a recipe, it's not good for the pro players.
Yeah, it's at a point now where we're seeing, Spectre bought it a few patches ago, still picking it up from time to time. Costa Bile's Juggernaut has been buying Echo Saber, Maelstrom in a number of their games for SG Esports as well. So yeah, curious to see if that trend continues.
These 2 items, you don't need recipes for those.
Yeah, absolutely don't. I mean, thinking about Game 1 again, that whole situation with the necessity for Earthshaker to land these Echo Slams, it does feel like you're in a rough spot when you have a hero like Shadow Demon who's pretty much just there to save, disrupt, and then you're waiting for that perfect moment to blink Echo. Do you think maybe you would prefer Schofield to be on a Tusk, an Earth Spirit, something that can play actively without requiring a blink and an Echo ulti?
Yeah, definitely would love to see him on something that goes in. I think these kind of heroes are fitting his style, and he plays them the best. But whatever is necessary, this was a saving hero in this particular case, and we'll see what they decide to go for. Also, by the way, IG just sorry, not IG. Was it?
Yeah, IG.
IG, never mind. Spoilers. IG just secured first place. Not first place, but
they've won TI.
Yeah, they didn't win TI. Gary, help me out here. I'm looking
upper
at
bracket.
Yeah, they secured the upper bracket, which is really nice. Coming out from a bit of a
5 seconds remaining.
Yeah, a bit of a slump, but looking
yeah,
good.
But now they're looking great, and anyone who followed them throughout the Season 1, Season 2 expected them to do great. But yeah, let's focus on this one. Vici Gaming against the Beast Coast. Timbersaw banned out by Vici one more time. Monkey King gone. No surprise there. This hero just feels super strong.
Yeah.
Can be played at multiple roles, and kind of excels at position 4, to be honest.
I think it does fit that narrative, though. Just quickly back to what you were saying. LGD, Vici Gaming, IG, all topping their groups, looking incredibly strong for the Chinese region for the group stage here at TI10. And Vici Gaming, if they can take this second game against Beast Coast, puts them in prime position as well. We have a first pick coming out for them, and like you said, the ban's not particularly surprising. Does leave Tiny in the pool, but gets ignored. Beast Coast instead opting for the Mars Disruptor. So some big circles, Venn diagrams, teamfight capabilities galore for the South American squad.
Disruptor, one of the better heroes against Weaver, with Thunderstrike providing vision, glimpse back, you have a silence. I have not been impressed by Mars, I gotta say. This hero throughout the international might be because the loser...
Thunder Predator?
Yeah, Thunder Predator loves to pick it. Hero was picked 20 times and has a 20% win rate.
Yeah, not great, is it?
Beast Coast's
Not great
turn
at
to
all.
ban.
Night Stalker is a hero that you like. I wasn't too sure on it, but stats-wise...
He was having a really rough time day one. Now he's back to 50%.
Oh, that's good. Because what, day one he was like 16% out of, well, like 10 games or something?
I mean, during date, you said day one, but night one, he increased the win rate. During the day loses, during the night
5 seconds remaining.
gets a couple of wins.
So we have to wait until the evening of the group stage for him to...
Yeah, or turn off the lights.
Especially if there's a Phoenix picked against him and they've banned the Phoenix. Don't you love that?
You have to, no doubt about it. It just makes your life miserable during nighttime. It overrides everything, so it's going to be a daytime. You still keep the damage and the flying, but you lose the movement speed and the attack speed.
Well, they've banned out the Ball of Light as well, right? IO, Phoenix, removing any kind of light source from the game, Vici Gaming. Very...
Keeper of the Light still left in the pool.
Yeah, got to get rid of him, don't you? Gyrocopter banned by BC, and Bloodseeker again. Getting to that ban phase, the K1 Classic. In what is his previous game, he had what? Aghanim's Refresher Orb, quadruple ruptures, flying left and right.
A bit too much, if you ask me.
Too many ruptures.
Imagine rupturing the whole team, and they just stand while...
Yeah.
They also had Timbersaw in that game with Aghanim's Scepter, so double chakram on whoever's standing, so you need to either move, you can choose the way you die.
Die to chakram, die to rupture. Not sure which way I'd like to go. But yeah, imagine they had a Grimstroke or something like that. So many ruptures. But not this game. He has been banned. And Beast Coast, their turn now. As we've seen quite a bit of this Night Stalker Tinker duo. Not something I feel we've seen from Vici Gaming so far this tournament, though. Has been picked up a couple of times by SG. And I know that OG have played Tinker, but without the Night Stalker. It could be a combo that they aim towards if they want to go that direction.
Vici Gaming did not play Tinker so far, at least at the TI. They have not shown it. They tend to go for late game oriented carries. They want to have something secured. So it's either Terrorblade, Medusa, Spectre, and then repeat those couple of heroes. And they also had
10 seconds remaining.
Templar Assassin, so like a double Agi core with the Spectre, or what they've shown in the previous game with the Drow Ranger. Lifestealer banned out, so this could say that they might want to get Spectre, possibly for Beast Coast. But it's not a strength hero.
Yeah, it could be any number of heroes, right? Vici Gaming banned the Timbersaw, Lifestealer banned by Beast Coast, and that's a big thumbs up for K1 as he does love these Chaos Knights and beefy boys. We could also potentially see the Sven again if they want to go that direction.
5 seconds remaining.
The great thing about this Mars is, again, the South American teams do love to play it across a number of
Great
roles.
thing is that he has 20% win rate. And
that's not a great
so
thing,
far in the
Lukas.
group
No,
stage.
that's a negative point against him. But they can play in mid, they can play in position 5 or 3, so it's not really indicated where he's heading. And that could mean, you know, we bring out a Darkseer position 3, get even more team fight combinations going.
10 seconds remaining.
I know it's early days in the draft, but where do you think the Weaver's headed here? We've seen a lot of support, and I don't think I've seen carry so far on the streams we've cast.
Not the ones that we were casting, but they've been few Weavers
Here and
as a
there.
carry. Yeah, I saw, I think it was T1 who was playing it before we started. And yeah, banning out the Naga Siren could potentially mean, because Weaver doesn't really deal well with the illusion type of heroes. Yeah, you build into Maelstrom, but sometimes it's not enough. So we'll see. Tiny being picked up. Historically, Tiny has been position 4 in South America. They really love to play this hero as a 4.
Or a mid.
Or a mid, yes. Might be just a position 1 this time around.
Except Chris Luck, he hasn't played that much Tiny. So I think a K1 hero for them. But like you say, could be the Schofield grab. And against Tiny, you know, we've been thinking about heroes to deal with this bad boy. Phoenix was one that Fogged and you brought up with percentage-based damage. We've seen a bit of Necro being grabbed here and there as well to try and slice through his massive HP pool. What else comes to mind if you want to handle him? Is there something in the laning stage, or do you want to try and contest stacks against him? Any hero matchups in particular?
Timbersaw counters him really hard in the laning stage. ET is okay. I mean, ET in general just feels good to have on team. This is one of those position 4/5 heroes that scale extremely well into the mid and late game. So Sox at 20-minute, Aghanim Scepter, Phase Boots, Windlace, they just won the game off that.
Beast Coast's turn to play.
And VG Gaming, the ones that take the Sven instead. Natural inbuilt cleave. Farms and accelerates at a slightly better rate than that Tiny does. And also, it's always nice having that natural BKB carrier when you're dealing with some big team fights from Mars and Disruptor.
10 seconds remaining.
There is a stun from Sven. Night Stalker with the long duration silence could be a bit problematic for those Spirit heroes. How many are banned out? Storm Spirit still in the pool.
As is the Void Spirit. And the Earth Spirit, just the Ember Band, yeah.
You might need to get something that has a bit more damage that goes throughout BKB. I'm thinking about possibly Queen of Pain for Chris Luck.
Something he's been bringing back for sure. One of his old signature heroes that just doesn't really feel strong, hasn't felt strong the past like 2 years or something, but has definitely come back with a few buffs here and there. Dagger now much more potent, especially in the laning stage.
Gaming's turn to battle.
But there will be a Troll Warlord. And that's got to be your Hector hero. So maybe this Tiny is the 2 or the 4 now. And why do you think they've picked the Troll there? Is it a good matchup against the Sven?
Yeah, you don't die. You always have this button to press, and they're limited with stuns. Sven has a stun. Night Stalker has a long duration silence. There's ways to protect him with the possible tossback from Tiny with the Arena and Static Storm on top of it. And Troll builds into also status resistance, builds a lifesteal, Basher, Mischance coming out when KB is down from Sven. So looks okay. Batrider banned out from VG Gaming.
And the respect, the Tinker ban. We mentioned it earlier on, right? The vision from the Spirit, the Night Stalker, the Weaver, all heroes that are good at getting in behind enemy lines and giving Tinker a good time.
Teams have info from the screams that we do not, so maybe they know, or seems like it's a thing that every team here has been toying with. Night Stalker plus a Tinker providing vision. You have Spirit, you have Bug, so it could be a bit problematic. Therefore, the Beast Coast decided to ban it out in the end.
Even though there is that flexibility on Beast Coast, it definitely starts to feel now that it's going to be a Stinger Disruptor, Whisper Mars, K1 Troll. The only question mark is around that Tiny.
Turn to ban.
And there's the Queen of Pain ban, so it seems VG Gaming expect the Tiny position 4. And like you mentioned, Chris Luck's specialty removed at the very end.
Yeah, I would just love to have a bit more instant damage that they can follow up on Mars.
10 seconds remaining.
Do you want to respect ban the TA here against Vici? Is that something Beast Coast have to worry about?
5 seconds remaining.
Seems like a decent pairing in terms of cores, along with the Sven. Or Lena, also left in the pool, would have been a great option for them.
Could be one of the Spirits. I think they still have to show their mid hero for VG Gaming, so Beast Coast can adjust accordingly.
I guess I'm assuming Night Stalker 3, but it could be.
It could be 4. It could be Midnight
well,
Stalker. Yeah, there's a lot of flexibility also from VG Gaming.
Ori Night Stalker could come out to play. I mean, equally with the Weaver. I guess with Sven picked up, it has to be the support Weaver at this point. And Razor, the final pick against the Troll.
Classic.
Feels so good.
Yeah, think you get, and there's also a reason why they banned out Queen of Pain, because Queen of Pain really loves to play into Razor, blink away from the static link. I think Spirit, either Ember Spirit is banned out, doesn't look that great for the Storm game. Would prefer a Void Spirit to be able to silence the Weaver, cut into backlines, find the ET, looking through the options, looking through the Chris Lux heroes.
It's just every one of those picks,
Or a
every
Wind
one of those
Ranger,
heroes.
maybe. Yeah.
Ooh.
Because it came to my mind because Sven is relying on physical damage. Same goes for Razor. Same thinking that K1 did in terms of item build. You're playing against 2 cores that just deal heavy right clicks, so Wind Ranger makes a lot of sense.
That's a really good last pick shout there, Lacoste. Chris Luck, Wind Ranger.
If we had delay, then maybe it looks like I've said it after, but it's okay.
He definitely said it before the hero was picked.
Okay.
And you also very politely waited for me to stop talking as well, so you were thinking about it.
I was thinking about
20
it.
seconds beforehand.
Sometimes it happens. I'm like, damn. Next time, I'm not
Slap
going to
him.
let you finish.
You make best situation out of no situation.
Just slap your co-caster so you can get your predictions in.
You make
But
best
everything slots
situation
into
out
place
of
as
no
we expected.
situation.
It's not the mid-tiny, it's the Schofield tiny there. Stinger Disruptor and Whisper Mars.
So you have very good way of repositioning heroes. You have Tiny Toss, Mars with the Spear. You're always going to be able to defend the base. It's going to be hard to siege the tier 3 towers. There's always going to be a threat of that. Even Wind Ranger, if she decides to pick up the Shard, which as a core, you do not want to buy it, but maybe from killing the Roche.
The Gale Force. And they've got Glimpse as well from Disruptor. So many tools to displace their opponents, move
There's
them
going to
around.
be a lot of bouncy.
Good luck to the observers watching heroes float around and teleport from one side to the other. As game 2 between Beast Coast and Vici Gaming gets underway, both towards the top of their group.
Good to be this good.
Vici Gaming with their 1-game lead. And Beast Coast looking for a victory here off the back of a Chris Luck Wind Ranger. Poyo, Sven and Ori Razor with PYW DY on the Weaver and the Elder Titan. Yet again, moving in towards mid. The defense of the mid lane, the most important part of the game so far, being shown in the meta.
How would Dota look if we had one lane?
Well, it would look like it has one lane.
No, I mean if it was like one big lane, no river.
Or just do 5v5 mid? Or would you remove some players? Well, it's like Sunsfan game mode, Path of Guardian, right?
Oh, that's his mode.
Yeah, it's one lane, 3v3, mid lane only.
Gotta try it out.
Go over to the Dota 2 arcade, check it out. Very, very entertaining. Well, Chris Luck tried a sneaky there. Wind running across, placing an observer ward, but DY got there first. So very likely knows that this observer ward exists and is placed right there. And has a sentry as well. K1 dancing, banging the bongos in that river down in the mid lane. While
Chris
Schofield lurks behind. Ooh, Beast Coast, they want to fight this. Ranged axes chucked at them. Poyo being chipped away at. 3-man God's Rebuke, and Razor comes in with a plasma field. Whisper's nearly dead. He's being hit down by DY. First blood spilled. Razor's being chased back, but they can't finish him off. And Elder Titan is going to make his way across into that dire triangle where PYW has already sniped a bounty route.
I thought Schofield is gonna go for Avalanche, because he could have landed the multi-man Avalanche, decided to go for Toss, didn't even cast a spell.
Oh, look at DY and PYW. Making sure that it doesn't get denied. Very nicely done there.
Chris Luck already skilling a win run, did not want to risk anything. You're playing Inter Razor, who's not gonna get Static Link. Level 1 understands that Chris Luck might potentially get the win run, so there's not gonna be too much value from it. Now he gets it on level 2, which is completely fine. Top lane, 11, getting harassed quite a lot.
That's a lot of damage. Thunderstrike plus the ranged axes, slowing and damaging over time. And that bottom lane, we've already seen tosses and spears. Getting up in the face of Poyo Sven.
Check the hero portraits. Everyone's sitting at half HP.
Everyone on Vici, yeah?
Yeah.
And there was a...
Wish they had a Bloodseeker. Sentry Ward drop, top lane, Stinger. They're gonna try to harass. Weaver is okay, but you need to be very careful how you position yourself at the level 1, level 2 when Shikuchi is on 12-second cooldown.
PYW gets a swarm out onto Stinger. They turn back on the Weaver though. K1 looking for the hit. Old 11 can't finish Mr. Disruptor.
It feels good to be this good.
So he's fine under his tower.
It feels good to be this good.
Our bottom lane does start to become a little scary if the wave is dragged back to the dire side as well, right? With Toss and Spear, you can put heroes under tower. So DY, he's got his work cut out for him in terms of stacking and pulling and maintaining the creep equilibrium in front of the Radiant tier 1 instead.
DY is having a really good time, has a boots of speed, brought some extra regen, Sage's Mask playing into 2 melee heroes, which means that he's gonna get a lot of trades in this lane. 11 getting a kill during daytime.
Yeah, Swarm and Void. And Disruptor, not the best hero on the back foot.
PYW stealing the big camp from K1.
Sko, what you up to? Gonna stop the pull. And like we're saying, it's important for VG Gaming to try and drag that wave back. Schofield, ever a nuisance. Pretty low in terms of HP and regen. He's just got a clarity in his little boots. While Sven looking to micro his courier. Schofield, he dives for it. Under the tier 1 tower. Surviving for now, and he's going to TP home. That's a bit cheeky.
It really is. Back to full HP, needs to come back to the lane, thinking about what he wants to buy. Sage Mask or a Windlace. Windlace works fine, comes back faster to the lane. There's not going to be much action on the mid lane until Wind Ranger gets level 6, possibly gets a Javelin, and then tries to go for a kill on a Razor.
Ori, the hunter-gatherer, finding bounty runes all across the place, while K1 top, looks like VG Gaming are trying to turn and run, but this Troll Warlord doesn't allow them to do so, and onto PYW we go, but they get that killing blow on the Troll Warlord. While DY dies to Whisper down bottom lane.
It's a good trade for VG Gaming. On the top lane, where Weaver gets a bit of more solo experience, they kill Hector. Po-yo-yo.
Yeah, great stomp. DY saves his carry. So close to death. But Schofield and Whisper unable to finish the job. It looks like that mid lane, Razor coming out on top. By about a wave and a half in terms of CS. Both of the mid laners will get a water rune though to refill the bottles. And we're still waiting, of course, for that Wind Ranger to get Javelin and hit level 6 before really getting impact out of her.
Seems like level 6 will come a bit faster than Javelin. Perfect timing is you have a Javelin, you hit level 6. That means you probably got a kill, or your team picked up a couple of bounty runes extra.
And DY just not catching a break. Schofield is running interference every time he tries to pull. PYW going to drag a dire creep wave across. I'm not sure if he intended to do so, but that's what he's going to have to live with now. So Radiant creeps crashing onto the tower.
Stinger needs to be careful. Now it's nighttime. Does not have a point in Glimpse. About to be level 4. So will have 1 point, but no mana.
And a couple of sentries pretty well placed there by Beast Coast. Spotting out for when that Weaver Shikuchi's. Still looking towards this mid lane rotation from the Tiny though. I can see Schofield roaming across the map. Deep Observer Ward is available if he wants to place it somewhere. Maybe behind the tier 1 mid. He gets it on the high ground Spire. But can he kill the Razor with that Wind Ranger? I'm not too sure.
Javelin coming to Wind Ranger.
K1. They run at him. The field is dropped. The wall is built. And PYW destroyed by that Thunder Strike. And that mischance means that the Night Stalker can't keep going on K1. And we're still looking for Schofield to move mid. No vision here from the Radiant team, is there? They don't see this Tiny, but the call has to have been made. Tiny is missing. Around the rune. Schofield with the Avalanche. Toss him to the Wind Ranger. Yeah, they get it done. In comes the Focus Fire. The Static Link's out from Ori. Chris Luck doing some serious damage, but the static link damage is better.
So is Ori.
Bigger and stronger. The Razor turns. Now the lightning zaps out Schofield. PYW wanting to dive this. Doesn't have the backup he requires, though.
He lost too much damage. Javelin procs still gonna work, 70 bonus magical damage, but it wasn't enough. There was also a cavalry coming out from Vici Gaming. Oh, Schofield!
He's got the Razor. And a glimpse back on Old 11, going to drag him into the waiting arms of K1 and Stinger. And snare him, go on, try and trap him in the troll nets, but no. He's speedy during the night time, and he'll TP back to safety. Well, you're right, Ori died near his own triangle.
Schofield did a very nice wraparound. This is exactly the type of kill you need when you're playing position 4 Tiny. 11, just TP the tier 2 tower on the top, and he's bringing a healing cell.
It's a classic Beast Coast game. Kills in every lane at exactly the same time. Top, mid, bot, aggression all across the board. And what do you reckon this troll's heading into? Because I remember a few games against Razor in particular, we've seen Maelstroms and MKBs as their primary items to make sure the static link isn't as effective.
It feels good.
Yeah, from what I've seen, I also remember one game where this was a particular matchup. Troll decided to go for, what?
Sorry, I'm going to stop you there because there's an arena on DY. Whisper's looking for a solo kill. Maybe he gets some help from Schofield with an avalanche and a toss coming. It's the power shot that finishes it off. But Mars's item build.
Meteor Hammer. Okay, Whisper, very innovative. If I see Perseverance, I thought that that's gonna be a refresher. Refresher Mars, like rushing it, is actually not a bad idea. Because it's 150 mana, 175, level 2. I think there's, you know, for people who are listening probably think, what is this guy talking about? It's decent. If you try it, try and let me know how it goes.
K1 has Wand. There's an Urn charge on him. PYW toying with the Troll Warlord.
But to go back to the item build, the Troll against Razor, you still want to deal damage, so you want to get Maelstrom, so the procs are going to be there, or you want to get MKB later, so the static link does not affect you.
Absolutely do. Schofield trying to contend with the old 11 Night Stalker. Difficult job, but he's run him around the trees. That's slow from the Razor arriving, though, and PYW's there to help clean up. Tier 1 tower under a bit of pressure now. Beast Coast completely ditching that top lane. Not really applying any damage to that bottom lane either, because Whisper has
We'll see
left
the
DY
meteor
alone.
dropped on the tower.
Oh, it's ready, is it? Well, there's the pressure they needed. But without defending their own objective top, it means Vici Gaming claim that first tier 1 tower of the game, money flowing into their pockets. Sven and Troll both feel like they're in a bit of catch-up mode, don't they? Sven's clearing mid, moving back to triangle. Troll Warlord still lurking around that northern jungle. While Beast Coast bring a number of heroes down south, but Vici Gaming invading the northern territories. K1 and Stinger, Static Storm on PYW. Now he's gone a step too far. Can they kill him before he escapes? They can.
A bit too deep. This is how viewers should play, especially when enemy safe lane tower falls. You need to be aggressive. You can also put down some deeper vision, try to go for the courier kills. Beast Coast, they managed to kill the tower. Meteor Hammer is available once again for Whisper. Let's see if he decides to go a bit deeper and drop it on a tier 2 tower.
Yeah, let's go for it. Pop your stick, drop the meteor. Get some chip damage on that tier 2 already. I mean, it's 10 minutes in the game. Any damage is good. Always thinking about it. Do I go? Do I stay? And he goes for it. PYW. Not going to be able to do too much to the Mars. Even time lapses when he spots Tiny arriving. But another slow and steady game here as we get past 10 minutes. Breaking down the lane stage. Who are you starting to favor heading into the mid game? Looking at the farm we've got on these core heroes.
Sven has Mask of Madness done. Troll going into Maelstrom, about to be finished. This Mars is going to be putting a lot of pressure with that meter. This is the second time he used it on a tier 2 tower. They're very limited on the stuns. Like you have Night Stalker mini stun. Sven does not want to be that active. He will fight, of course, if people come to him.
Yeah, Schofield wandering into the Sven and the Razor as they look to reclaim that bottom lane and force Whisper away from that tier 2 push he has been so successfully accomplishing. And there we have Maelstroms arriving now. Double, in fact, for Beast Coast. Troll and Wind Ranger finishing their primary items. K1 spotted by PYW. Weaver, an incredible nuisance. There's a 12-minute rune. Allows a regen to be bottled up by Ori. Sven, relatively untouched though. Mask of Madness, shoving out waves, farming away like a boss.
There's still yet to see a big team fight. I feel VG Gaming feels more comfortable just farming up their items. They want to get this Echo Saber on the Night Stalker, Echo Saber on the Sven, possibly a BKB, depends how the game develops. What are you laughing about?
How many Maelstroms is Wind Ranger buying? Disassemble, reassemble, disassemble, reassemble. Having a bit of fun there as we glimpse Static Storm in onto PYW. Stinger, he's all alone. Nobody to help him find the kill. K1 is much more interested in hitting the creeps. And Old 11. Dark Ascension coming, while bottom, they've got a Meteor Hammer in the arena. Whisper gets the solo on DY.
We'll have another Meteor Hammer in 13 seconds. Probably going to drop that on tier 2 tower. He has vision if anyone's coming from the outpost.
He knows exactly what's coming over that hill. And right now, it's nothing. Sven really planting himself in that triangle, clearing Ancients.
Whisper forcing out a glyph 13 minutes in. Tower at half HP.
Yeah. Right, it's good pressure. Avicii Gaming not really sure what to do about him. As up towards top, they are going to get in onto the Weaver. They smoke and find a catch on the bug. One thing, though, you know, looking at that net worth board that I do worry about is the guy we're looking at right now, that Tiny. Do love to see a Blink Dagger come out early on. I mean, he's halfway towards it.
5 CS, didn't have a lane for himself. Wasn't involved in many kills. Got that one last hit, which gave him 350 gold, which was nice, but needs to be able to farm somewhere.
Well, they'll give him mid for a little bit. But Vici Gaming want to delay that Blink.
They'll give him a
Stormhammer
couple of
into
slaps
Stomp.
on a mid lane.
Kinetic Field's down, an Avalanche too, but Schofield dead to rights. Caught by Vici Gaming. Policing this mid lane, patrolling towards the tier 1 tower. Utilizing the glyph here, Beast Coast don't have the heroes to really come back and defend it. They're just going to have to let it fall.
Stinger planting down a sentry ward. Weaver being very annoying behind enemy lines.
It's another Maelstrom for Wind Ranger. It's the 7th one she's bought this game. Oh, Whisper. He's been going for these Meteor Hammers. Good spear TP. Out we go.
To go back to your point about the Maelstrom, this is something that position 4 players do with the Tranquil Boots. You can keep disassembling as much as you want. And what he wants is to have a Javelin and have a BKB faster. But for farming tools, he unlocks it, and then you get the procs. Yeah, it's very efficient from Chris Luck.
Nice, beautiful stuff.
Keep locking and unlocking. If you're good enough, you can have Tranquil Boots all the time. Keep dropping them, keep assembling, disassembling them.
Something Milan does a lot, isn't it?
Yeah, that's the
His
name that
favorite
comes
trick.
to my mind.
Favorite
It's a lot of work. Like, if you're just there to play
Stinger.
chill Dota, don't do it.
He's
You're
walked
gonna
into
get
this.
tired.
Down he goes. Good blink from Whisper. Just
Let
before that
professional
urn
players do
ticked.
it.
Schofield slowed by the Void. Gets an Avalanche toss back in towards the tier 2, but they whiff on the spear. They get one displacement tool good, but Mars not quite able to land his. Old 11 still sticking around here, floating above the treetops. The Spirit over the heads of Schofield and K1. But that'll be the end of that. The Tranquil Boots trick reminds me of the, what was it? It was like 6-7 years ago now, where you'd have Axe jungling with Arcanes and Tranquils. Disassemble Arcanes, make Tranquils. Disassemble Tranquils, make infinite HP and infinite mana. And you had the Tranquil's active ability.
I could see that you are a jungle expert, Gary.
Oh,
Any other heroes you played in jungle?
Lots of them. I mean, when Puppy, Puppy was doing Jungle Storm, Jungle Shadow Demon, Jungle Darkseer, loved it. My favorite part of the game. Therapeutic, hitting jungle creeps. Don't care about nothing.
Jungle back.
Give us our jungle back. Beast Coast smoke comes to nothing. Oh, they're considering Roshan here, aren't they? Pop the Lincolns. Maybe go for the focus fire, but I don't know. Meteor Hammer and just right-click with K1. VG Gaming have no intention or no idea that this is happening. They've got to know. Weaver is cutting waves all the way at top. They've got to know something's going on.
They can't get close. Weaver cutting the waves. 11 just farming his items on the bottom. Disassembling is something that hasn't existed in Dota for a long time. If you think that Dota 1 and Dota 2 were, 16, 17 years ago, combined together. But yeah, look at Sven. He made Mask of Madness, then disassembled it, made Echo Saber out of it. He's going for Heaven's Halberd one more time, as seen in the previous game. Schofield just can't catch a break.
Nope, 300 gold away from Blink, but not allowed to finish his item. VG Gaming, they've allowed Roshan to be taken. They're not really defending their tier 1 mid lane. And PYW here, for now, freely hitting that tier 2 top, but the TPs are coming, and the glimpse back catches him in the static storm. He'll stay. Chris Luck now arriving with a shackle shot, and that's PYW down for a decent bounty of 293 gold.
PYW is just playing a
Core
different
Weaver.
game. Yeah, he understands that he needs to buy time for the team until Sven comes online, until they hit the critical timing. Their timing is going to be Heaven's Halberd on Sven, Razor with the BKB, and Night Stalker has a Blink Dagger plus Echo Saber. It's super strong. We can see the heat map of Weaver. Makes a lot of sense. There has to be like 5 deaths included in that area.
It's all up top. Disassembling was never a thing in Dota 1, was it?
It was
Ever?
No.
Okay. Old 11. Has Schofield spent? Yes, he's bought his Blink. He doesn't care how many times he dies from here on out. He has Windlace, Brown Boots, Blink. That's all he needs.
This is it. Hero is playable.
Oh, that's not a Blink.
That's a 4-staff.
That's a 4-staff, eh? So is that to get out of crippling fear? Get
Yes.
people away from sleep?
Sleep and take care of your carry so you can push him out of the static link. It's not a bad idea considering it's a 19-minute, but yeah, well, we'll see. Disruptor also has one.
Double 4-staff. Feels pretty good. And there's the Avalanche. Kinetic Field. Toss into time-lapse, but a good shackle shot latches into the tree. Great stuns here, comboing onto the Weaver. VG Gaming losing traction on this map. Little by little, Beast Coast step forward, making aggressive moves and getting pickoffs, but no real big core kills. When was the last time a core died? Like 17 minutes ago? Schofield forces low ground. Really well done. They think he's maybe on the high ground, but no. He's gone.
PYW decided it was enough time spent on the top lane. Maybe I need to die on the mid lane so that the heat map looks a bit different. Troll getting very close to his BKB, just 100 gold away.
Pops his BKB and runs down Stinger. Schofield now swarmed and hunted. The Rod of Atos, good little catch onto him. Tiny drop in, but in comes Whisper with Chris Luck. Arena's good. Ori trapped inside and Old 11 focused down. Chris Luck with a big damage, and Poyo, he's got to turn and run. He can't fight this. Ori, he's been hounded here. Chris Luck finds another target and sticks to it. As in the back, Troll Warlord caught up with that Rod of Atos. Forced to battle trance. Consider his options, but now we get big core kills for Beast Coast, so they can plant themselves in the Radiant Triangle. And they've got another.
Not done.
The Spear into Hammer. The Meteor lands. Troll comes in. The Maelstrom hits, but no
overtime damage, 21 charges.
Is that enough? The Avalanche will make it enough. There's Schofield with a backstab.
This is Schofield's specialty. He loves to come from the back, get a kill. This is something that he did to Razor. Tier 2 tower will drop eventually. Night Stalker does not have ulti for 80 seconds. There's the Meteor Hammer, a couple of right clicks from K1, and that's gonna do the trick. 50 seconds for Aegis to expire. Good fight there from Beast Coast. Understanding that they need to use this Aegis, K1 just goes in like a madman, doesn't even pop a BKB, there's no need for it, you want to save it for later. And also Chris Luck. I like the item build. I talked about the Maelstrom and
Super strong.
yeah, just MKB against Razor, against the Static Link. It was an earlier BKB pickup to just be able to protect yourself, because they don't have that instant initiation, they don't have instant stun. Sven still no Blink Dagger on him.
Find it a little amusing, though, that the tier 2 top is the first one to die, and not the bottom one, which Whisper was pushing for like 15 minutes. But they will be able to grab the
Talking
outpost,
about pushing
regardless of it.
Bottom tier 2 tower. Here comes Whisper again.
Now he wants it. Finish what he started.
A lot of overtime damage coming out from that Spear of Mars upgrade with the shard.
Yeah, true.
And also if you get hit by a Meteor Hammer.
Dire Glyph.
Dire's middle tower.
And they're going high ground.
Radiant's bottom
4 range creeps and the catapult. Meteor Hammer not cancelled by the Stomp, just sleeping the Wind Ranger. Good Earth Splitter. Chris Luck power shots back, and the Swarm will dissuade Beast Coast here from staying on top of the staircase, but they could stick around to fight if they want to. In blinks the old 11 Night Stalker. Shackle shot launched out towards him, and a Static Storm is on the Sven. They've got the arena on him as well. Poyo is being annihilated inside the arena. He is not a gladiator, he's just dead. Ori now with his BKB stands and fights up against them, but surrounded by BC members. Chris Luck still alive. Slapped up, the toss back as well. In we go, old 11 gets the Crippling Fear out, but Chris Luck, he's gonna die. Eventually falls to PYW. They've got a spear though. 2 heroes caught up against the trees. Whisper and K1 whacking them, but the sleep is there. Vici Gaming hold out for dear hope, and Whisper the last man standing. PYW, he'll find him from the back, and the supporting crew from Vici Gaming stay alive.
This was a fight without Sven. Pretty much Vici Gaming won the fight 4 versus 5. Sven goes in. He desperately needs that BKB. He's going to disassemble Echo Saber, go for the BKB. He bought a lot of these small items, but the BKB is definitely needed. You're playing against the Static Storm, can get inside the kinetic field, can get inside of the Arena of Blood, the Shackle. They definitely need him to go in and deal damage, but still manage to get a full team wipe. ET started with the big Earth Splitter on 3 just to damage them a bit, and you can see Razor munching on Troll. Exactly what he needs to do in a team fight, try to steal as much as possible of his damage, and the rest of the team, it was just 2 supports doing so much work from Vici Gaming.
It really was. Like, Old 11, DY, and PYW pretty much carried that fight with their target choices, their ability to get in and out of the battle, picking their moments. And these stomps and Earth Splitters from DY's Elder Titan just shredding through the entirety of Beast Coast. Even with that final move from Whisper, couldn't get an additional kill. So straight back into it. I mean, the net worth difference now down to pretty much nothing. We were at a pretty decent lead there for Beast Coast.
PYW, even with 6 deaths, has full Aghanim Scepter, Road of Athos, Wand, and Urn. 25 minutes in. Level 15. He's almost the same level as Sven, which is something that shouldn't happen, considering that Sven has a built-in cleave. Ori getting caught.
Speared and shackled. Static Storm
dead.
for good measure.
PYW, not close enough to use the time-lapse Aghanim Scepter.
No buyback either. Razor dead for 45 seconds. High ground potentially opens up again for Beast Coast.
11 has a BKB now. He also disassembled the Echo Saber and now has Oblivion stuff. Same goes for Sven.
Does Beast Coast have a catapult coming as well? They're going to push up to this tier 3.
It's not going to be easy.
Troll with a Skadi. Meteor Hammer out from Whisper. They'll chip away at this, and there's that Carty. Mr. Catapult arriving to help shove this one out.
PYW using Urn on Mars so that he cannot blink, he cannot set things up. spear back or use a big arena. Beast Coast, they will be happy just taking the tier 3 tower.
Yeah, with Razor respawning now, they didn't want to push their luck. So just a tier 3, back away. Think about that next Roshan fight, which is, again, just imperative for both of these teams to get that second life. 30 seconds is on the clock for it. Schofield did manage to get that blink after the Force Staff, of course, so not looking too poor right now. Has overtaken DY and net worth at long last. While VG Gaming feeling strong, knowing that last team fight went their way, even missing out on a couple of key items. Poyo with a BKB.
They see Sven, who doesn't back off after there's a power shot, so they know something is up. They climb uphill. Chris Luck will try to bait with the illusion rune.
And that's why Old Lemon's backstabbing, but it's an illusion. That's not real. Static link on K1. Ori giving chase. His BKB expended now, though. And Beast Coast able to reset, while in the back lines, Whisper finds the spear. Takes out PYW's killing spree, and Old 11's Night Stalker's a bit stuck back here. They do get a BKB out from Chris Luck. Poyo aiming on K1's Troll. He just annihilates him. Whisper's arena. It will protect him a little bit, allowing the TP home. While Old 11 considering the chase towards the Wind Ranger. He wants to try and solo kill Chris Luck. Is he going to get away with this? I'm not sure it's legal. Old 11 is turning to run and hide now, but he has gone way too deep.
And this is why, you know, I should not be biased, but things like this makes 11 one of my favorite players. Like, rest of the team is falling back. He wants that Wind Ranger. He wants her badly.
Look, he did the most damage, 4,200 damage in that fight.
And that was without Echo Saber in the fight, because the double hit from the Echo Saber, you get 190 damage from Dark Ascension, and you get 20 strength, which is going to also be nice. The talents from the Night Stalker are insane if you just want to go that Echo Saber route.
They sure are. And with Roshan alive, everybody respawning reasonably soon. But Beast Coast have a slight advantage with Troll being alive now, TPing to the outpost, preparing for the scrap around the Roche pit. Ori bullies back the Tiny, but DD Rune up on Chris Luck. The sleep catches Wind Ranger, swarms out as well, catching a glimpse out of these dire heroes, and that Stormhammer forces the BKB very early on the Wind Ranger.
Not just the BKB, but also double damage was used. VG Gaming, they know there's no BKB, so they want to take a fight.
One stun, and Wind Ranger dies. Even just a crippling fear here as Old 11 flaps his wings, makes the jump on to Stinger's Disruptor. The perfect target. Limits Beast Coast fight capabilities, and they've got a good jump on K1 too. He's BKB, but might be too little too late. He's on the run away. It's a defensive BKB to disengage from Beast Coast. As Whisper's
Poyo
arena,
still holding a BKB.
He slapped inside of it. Poyo turns with his gold strength BKB, shreds Whisper, cuts him in half. PYW trapping that Tiny now. Aronovatos up, Beast Coast on the run. Back to the hills they go, trying to hide, but they've lost too many lives. Mars Disruptor, Tiny follows them into the grave for Old 11 to pick up a double kill.
And all of that because they saw Wind Ranger using a BKB. This Rotoveta setting so many stomps for ET that allows them to come in and follow up with either a stun from a Sven or Night Stalker blinking in. Night Stalker is extremely strong right now. 20 strength, he hits for, what is that, 200, and he gets extra 200 from Dark Ascension, 400 double. Oh god.
Those are some big numbers.
Yeah, those are some big numbers. Going into Nullifier next, just to be able to deal with the Force Staffs, which is a bit of a problematic against the Crippling Fear.
Well,
now inside the pit.
16.6k damage there out of the Night Stalker, 20 odd from the Razor, and Razor's stealing damage from people. Aegis and Shard for VG Gaming.
They will give Shard the Razor, Storm Surge, where you have 18% chance when attacked. There's a lot of text, I'll let you guys read it. Basically damage, you target him with a spell damage, and you try to attack him, chance that you get damage.
And just to just to don't focus fire the Razor.
Oh, yeah, that's a good idea.
That would be a lot of forked lightning. Chris Luck showing on that mid wave. Old 11's Night Stalker during the daytime, not as scary as he is during the night, of course. Pulling back a couple of creeps behind his tower, very, very defensively farming and trying to push back this middle lane. But Whisper misses the spear ever so barely, and now Vici Gaming responding. Ori TPs and BKBs. Wants to get on top of Whisper, the toss up, throws Old 11 to the right-hand side, but it puts him closer to Stinger. Chris Luck dealing with the Yules of the Razor, but Old 11 just shredding through the backline support. Now Poyo, knowing that Chris Luck doesn't have too much left in the tank, BKB's up.
Another
When's
stun's
the
available.
Stormhammer coming? It flies in towards the Wind Ranger, and Ori with Poyo looking to take down Chris Luck, and it should be a simple one. Tiny next on the menu as Whisper K1 running away yet again. Vici Gaming stamping their mark on this game and beginning to show their dominance.
Someone needs to address the bottom issue. There is a big wave, there is a catapult, and it's very hard for Beast Coast to take the fights right now. Their BKBs are down to 6 seconds, so they can kite around it. Night Stalker making sure that there's no funny business. Jumps in every single time he sees a disruptor. Force staff, he still decides to go for him. If he uses a glimpse, pops a BKB. Pretty simple stuff at this point.
Night Stalker's heat map, also top left corner. Spent a lot of time up there, of course. A lot during the laning stage as a spear allows that Meteor Hammer to land, and K1, he's trying here. Looks like he should be able to bring down Old 11.
Yeah, that was a great spear right there into Meteor Hammer combination. Mars getting closer to his BKB, something that is definitely needed. There is a Lotus Orb, which is great against Static Link, good against Sven Stun.
Avalanche, but no toss, no reveal. Sentry comes too late. Beast Coast trying to play that bottom part of the map with that lane you're mentioning pushing in. Controlling the outpost as they have an idea, they have a thought that Razor was somewhere, or someone was in their triangle. And it looks like they might continue chasing. Wind Ranger really wants this. Chris Luck, in his natural habitat, maneuvering through the trees.
Calm down, David.
My middle name is Attenborough, after all. But there is Whisper missing another spear, unfortunately for him, while Ori, he's caught with the Avalanche toss. Not a massive amount of damage, though. Lotus Orb is there, so Whisper sucking back the damage that's been stolen from him. Ori.
Oh, the time lapse.
The time lapse. Back to full HP we go, but in the arena has to play in there. Chris Luck destroyed as the Meteor Hammer does land and raises down, but Poyo showing himself as the one true carry as he's want to be. K1 is off to the left, in towards DY. Battle Trance out, while Schofield tosses him in. Pushes that Weaver back into the grasp of the Troll. Great spear from Beast Coast, and K1 comes out with a triple kill.
Poyoyo's alone.
He's got no backup. They need the buybacks. Stormhammer will try and delay the inevitable, but his death is coming. Schofield playing out his mind with his tosses around, but a disarm on K1 delays the damage. The Aegis will be claimed. Now Whisper, Lotus Orb back, that Rod of Atos yet again, but Old 11, Dark Ascension, BKB'd, an absolute monstrosity. Destroys Stinger, and Vici Gaming reclaim the throne, taking out Beast Coast and forcing them away from that bottom lane. Old 11, he wants it real bad, doesn't he? Get out of here, K1. Buy back Whisper. Old 11's on him again. K1 under the tier 2. Still not feeling too comfortable or safe to push and dive this tower though, Vici Gaming. Without their Razor, they know that Beast Coast have a chance to win the fight, but another missed spear. Whisper, unfortunately, just can't catch and latch onto a hero. But another toss back. Rod of Atos into the Lotus Orb again. But a time lapse out. PYW shackled and netted. Finally destroying that bug. While Poyo TPing home. He's fine.
They have nothing. Oh man, what a prolonged team fight. Like, this lasted for more than a minute. A couple of buybacks to be able to protect the Sven. He was stuck in the backlines. Like, he didn't do any damage. They were doing a very good job controlling him. But what do you call Mars, who misses a couple of spears,
Here
Gary.
we go. Here we go.
Whiff
What?
spear.
Whiff spear.
Yeah.
Very good. That's a little clap for you. It does mean, though, Beast Coast, they're able to, yet again, come back bottom, their favorite lane, and
They're
continue
trying.
pushing.
They've been trying to push this lane for a very long time.
Brute force, brute force, brute force. Double catapults arriving. And Troll Warlord with the spidey legs.
Good
up
force staff.
onto the high ground. Ranged barracks looking a little worse for wear. And Schofield, avalanche toss spear. Ori, shackle shotted as well. He's dead with no buyback. They're pinging tier 4s. They want to go for this. Lacoste, they want to end the
I
game.
feel like he does not have a buyback there. He bought the full refresher. Sven going in.
He wants to try and burst them, but the static storm's down. Poyo, half HP. BKB comes late. Do they have the physical damage to shred through the Sven? They're slowing with the Skadi. They're close, but not close enough until the spear.
And it hits 2 targets.
It
with the
gets
shard.
both of them. Old 11 has a double kill, but Beast Coast have killed 3 without buyback.
Old 11. He's full HP. Yeah, you need to be careful. Beast Coast try to go for that finish, but they need to back off right now.
There's no Wind Ranger, there's no Mars. Schofield and K1 against Poyo and Old 11. So Sven has spent his buyback. We don't have buyback on Weaver or Elder Titan, nor the Mars. Disruptor's 80 gold away from it. Tiny and Night Stalker do, and Wind Ranger is about to get hers back now. Roshan potentially a minute away.
Old 11 scouting things out to check if Roshan is alive. Once the Lincoln spheres are up, there is one Lincoln Wind Ranger right now, so she does not need to care about Sven jumping her and also the static link. So that's gonna be great. Is Troll, what is he building? He had the Lincolns at one point, now going into Abyssal Blade to deal with the BKB Sven. Big item coming out from Disruptor. If he manages to get the Static Storm on Sven, who bought back in the previous fight, or on Razor, so that he can't use his BKB, that's going to be big. Ori.
I love that tooltip, by the way. Probably one of the shortest ones in the game,
items.
right?
Yeah, I love that.
Static Storm, mute items, full stop. That's it. Sven with that MKB moving on to the overwhelming blink. And there, like you said, is Stinger's Aghanim Scepter. Such a tight game. I mean, this series between Beast Coast and VG Gaming really showing their strengths. It is still a lead for VG, but it's that undercurrent, that realization that bottom barracks is down. Beast Coast are playing out of their minds in these team fights with tossbacks, with shackle shots, with skill shots out of the Mars Spear. VG Gaming need a decisive victory here. And we've still got a minute and a half for Roshan.
Those spears, 3.2 duration spears that can hit up to 2 targets with the shard. Gotta
It's
be
double spear,
careful.
double meteor
Yeah,
hammer.
it's also a timeless relic on him, so add extra 25% debuff duration on it.
It's gorgeous. This smoke from Vici is really, really well timed though. And they found Stinger immediately dispatched with a disruptor. No buyback for him, and they slept Whisper. Focusing towards the Mars, quickly dispatching with 2 Beast Coast heroes. Chris Luck forced to BKB TP. And Troll Warlord, he'll do the same. A decisive victory.
No need to risk anything. Your BKB is already down to 6 seconds. Roshan will respawn in 50. They can take the outpost, try to make stuff happen. Mid is getting pushed in. Same goes for the bottom. There's also a deep observer board and a sentry in Radiant's base. I don't think that's going to get devoted, so you can see the items coming out from the couriers, and you could potentially sneak in and try to make some kind of a sneaky play.
What happened with that neutral item? It was a ninja gear that Beast Coast got, right? I think Night Stalker stole it away from them. I think that's Beast Coast. I'm not entirely sure. See, it was just laying down on the floor. Yeah, it was right there. And there it is, yeah, just a ninja gear on the floor, but they're just choosing the target, knowing Disruptor is such a key element here for Beast Coast. Old 11 on the money. And from there on out, BC knows that it's just not a fight they can take whatsoever.
Night Stalker also hit level 25 after those kills, so that means Dark Ascension is on a 80-second cooldown, 40 seconds duration, so pretty much you can have perma nighttime Yo.
BKB's up. Sleeping the Tiny, knowing how dangerous that tossback is. PYW caught in the net. Schofield in again. They've static stormed him, but tossed him
got out.
across
He tossed
onto
him out.
Stinger. He time lapses back into the static storm, but now he's allowed to Shikuchi away. Bizarre sequence of events there from Beast Coast, and expending static storm means there's a minute window where Vici Gaming could come out to play, but yet again, bottom lane, always a problem.
Bottom lane has been a problem for the last 35 minutes. Vici Gaming should try to make something happen. Static Storm is on cooldown for another 40. We'll probably have it for a fight. No buyback, so if they can kill him, which something is 11 has been trying to do for the last 10 fights and made it successful. BKB, there's a gem and Silver Edge on top of it.
And he's swapping ninja gear in and out when it's off cooldown to get that free smoke. Always hiding. 56-second cooldown on that Dark Ascension. Thank you, Arcane Rune.
What you can do with neutral items is, let's say you have a Spell Prism, so you give it to someone, they use a big ability, and then you return it back. There's a lot of
Swapping
nasty
back and
tricks you
forth.
can do with them, yep. Static Storm available once again.
This is the most pivotal moment of the game, though. Roshan time. The standoff with two teams eyeing each other up from across the river. Making eye contact. Beast Coast are the first ones to break into the pit. Schofield on that low ground while Vici Gaming.
Roshan dropping quickly.
Around. But this loop might just give Beast Coast the Roshan they wanted. The Spirits in the pit, stomps and sleeps the Troll and Wind Ranger. Splitter connects on K1, and yet again they found Stinger. He force staffs back, but he's still destroyed. Puyo in with a nice Storm Hammer. Cleaves through Schofield. A double buyback from BC, but K1. He turns with the Battle Trance. He doesn't have the Aegis. He's in trouble. K1's disarmed. K1's dead. He's going to fall here. The Static Storm's good, but PYW, the Eon Disc, K1's still alive. K1's still going. How? Finally falls while Chris Luck, holding the Aegis, yes, blinks across to the right-hand side. Sven down and Razor ball back. Beast Coast, they've got the numbers advantage. They're still going.
Oh, they're gonna get him as well. Cheese is available if it's needed. This might be the comeback. They're taking this Roche.
Chris Luck, though, oh, he knew someone was nearby. PYW.
Oh, he tried. That was a very nice
sick.
try.
That
Just in case he was behind those trees. A big fight from the Beast Coast. Couple of buybacks, one from Stinger, one from Schofield. Even Ori bought back. Ori kind of struggling. I mean, it's Razor. You're not supposed to be carrying the game. You're supposed to be a bit more annoying. And those 4 stars, that Lincoln Sphere, Chris Luck, in the end, still keeps the Aegis of Immortal, getting closer to level 25. Still, Sven has Stormhammer upgrade, which means that you can apply a Dispel, but Vindrun is undispellable, level 15 talent. We're gonna see the jump from the Night Stalker. Every single time, 11 just finds Stinger. Bugs providing vision for him, jumps in, a bit too much damage.
But Chris Luck's Wind Ranger, I mean, K1 survived here far longer than really he should have been able to. Like, yes, he has Battle Trance, but moving up towards his high ground, you know, life stealing little by little. That Basher, that status resistance from the Sanjin Yasha, he stays up and running while Stinger's buyback, that Stack Storm, allows them to zone out the rest of Vici Gaming, and killing off that Sven, you know, dead for such a long time with no buyback, means that Beast Coast here have a 4v5 for a significant amount of time.
Static Link,
Toss back. And Whisper BKB TPs, nothing to stop it. They go for Schofield instead, and he stuns. Anything to stop his TP, the
Night
stomp.
Stalker trying to go for Stinger. Seems like they have some beef.
And both
BKB
supports
is available.
Both supports bought back earlier, so without Schofield and Stinger, they do lose a lot of their team fight capabilities. Schofield dead for 2 minutes.
We're getting closer to level tier 5 items. Gary, not that close, but still, considering how this game is going.
We'll get there.
Some drawings on a minimap. Guys, this bottom, we need to fix it. Someone fix it, please.
Massive problem. It really is a massive problem. But it feels like this entire game has been a story of Old 11 and the two supports. The Sven, the Razor, like you've been saying, have been struggling quite a lot. We do have that Magnum shot upgrade on Poyo. And then we jump. Chris Luck forced to BKB just because of Old 11's presence. Ori, he BKBs himself. Shiny Golden Razor onto Stinger's Disruptor. Static linking away and soaking some of that damage. Threw out a Static Storm in his death throes. But Whisper in an awful lot of trouble now. VG Gaming. Oh, the Abyssal Blade stun. K1.
Oh, the time
lapse. PYW. Beautiful stuff. Whisper now down and out. He's got buyback available though. Chris Luck holding Aegis for a minute. Shackle shot dodged out by a Yules. And Old 11, he's playing back and forth while Poyo onto K1. He gets off the battle trance just in time. Chris Luck with the focus fire. Poyo bashed up and stunned. The time lapse again. They're trying to chase him down, and in comes Whisper. He's got HP regen from the arena. So K1 surviving, but not against that raw damage of Poyo. K1's brought back for this, though. He's returned to the fight. The Troll slowing. Scardy slowing on that DYET.
What a dodge.
As Poyo buys back too.
They need to get out. Very nice dodge there from PYW. He is keeping them in the game. 2 nice time lapses. There's a spear running, and he uses Stormcrafter just to dodge it. Eon Disc on cooldown right now, 165, but buyback expended from the Troll, which is pretty big.
2 time lapses, 2 Eyes of the Storm.
They have 3 Heaven Halberds on VG Gaming, so it's very hard to deal with, especially for Wind Ranger. You're a range hero, lasts for 5 seconds. If Troll is caught in range form, gonna last for 5 seconds.
Very true. But VG Gaming still unable to break the base. Aegis has gone. She's still in the hands of Chris Luck. And Beast Coast holding on. Still feeling like they've got a great chance in this game. And here, Lacoste, we see it back.
Instantly uses Focus Fire. There's a Lotus Orb. He has a Lincoln Sphere. Still, ET ulti gonna stomp him there. Half HP. Poor Disruptor. It's very hard for them to play the game. They have a Dispel mechanic. There's so many ways that they can jump him.
At least he got his spell off before he died, you know.
And the time lapse.
Oh yeah, that time lapse in Old 11. Then the one later on the Sven as well. VG Gaming, they can get kills very quickly, but if there's just a buyback or 2 out of Beast Coast, the ability to turn around the fight and battle back is definitely there. Like here, they destroy K1, take him down so low, but Poyo gets bashed, time lapsed, and then caught out. And of course, Whisper expending his own buyback to make damn sure they can defend their tier 3s and make...
I thought he was going to get out somehow.
Well, Poyo.
Look at the dodge. Very nicely
Oh,
done.
that dodge. So good. That Weaver getting away from spears and stuns.
4 heroes at the moment with the buyback. Wind Ranger, Night Stalker, Weaver, and ET.
And look where we are again. Bottom lane. Outpost reclaimed by Beast Coast. Pushing in mid with that tiny of Schofield. And I would love to grab another lane of barracks. 28 on Sven, Mars, and the Troll. 30k net worth on K1. Right at the top of that board. Still no Ags or Shard or Moon Shard. But apparently, he doesn't need them.
No boots. Decided to go for the spider legs. Upgraded the slot for the Lincoln Sphere to deal with static link or jump from Sven.
And
ET just hit level 25, minus 60 seconds Earth Splitter cooldown, so that brings it down to 40. You can use it 2, maybe even 3 times in a fight.
Oh, that's a nice catch. That focus fire shreds through Ori, who has no buyback.
50 seconds, has enough gold.
That's a long time to wait when you're dealing with a Troll. Buildings collapsing. The foundations of VG Gaming's base crumbling before their very eyes. Beast Coast move on to tier 4s. Oh, Night Stalker finds the Stinger Disruptor. Yet again, picking his target, but the Arena of Blood comes out onto them. He does bring down Stinger, but now the toss back with PYW skewered and speared. They've caught the Sven and the Weaver. Chris Luck, shackle shot. Weaver, all bouncing up and down with that. Nice little cyclone while Old 11 comes in again. He's pretty tanky and doing some serious damage, but Weaver's died and forced to buy back. Chris Luck, he's got Old 11. Sven's dead with no buyback. Night Stalker had to spend his. And how long till Ori? 3 seconds.
Careful.
2 seconds for Ori to return. They've got 4 heroes alive.
There's
it
the
is a
buyback from
4
Ori.
versus 4, and Beast Coast have to run.
It
The
just became a daytime.
The Lotus, the Refresher. Ori's in. Chris Luck's done for. Dead, and with buyback. The outpost doesn't belong to them, though. He's going to TP down the bottom lane.
Buying Boots of Travel, coming back into the fight.
Tiny has buyback too. They've got a shackle shot on the ET. Ori, he's running and hiding. VG Gaming don't want to fight this. The time lapse though buys a bit more space and time. And the spear, the double from Whisper. Shackle shot doesn't latch behind the Weaver, but it looks like they've got the control. Avalanche there, and VG Gaming 3v4.
Sven has no buyback. He's dead for 70 seconds, 3 minutes without a buyback. Windranger can just use the Focus Fire and the BKB on the drone and win the game off of it.
Beast Coast want to close this one out. There is a glyph for VG Gaming. They'll spend it with the toss back. BKB from Ori, down to half HP. Chris Lock goes wild on the Razor. They're going to bring him down? No! He's yuled up into the air while Old 11 backstabbing into Whisper.
They wanted to take it out. They wanted to go out with the style. Focus Fire used on a Razor, did not manage to get the kill, but
No buyback on
K1 focusing the throne.
Old 11 trying to get the back lines, but you're right,
they
the
had
throne.
enough of
The
this.
throne is dying. BKB Battle Trans. The throne is falling. Old 11 gets a double kill, but does it matter? Yes, it does! Yes, it does! They've killed off K1. The throne is
Focus
alive!
Fire?
Focus Fire from Chris
manages
Luck!
to get it in the end.
Oh my god, what a way to finish!
They just wanted it to be a bit more intense in the end, because, you know, Chris Luck, he could have used the Focus Fire, BKB, and just end the game, but, you know, South American teams, they really love to keep it intense. We gotta give them credit. There were some really sick spears, very nice shackles coming out from the Chris Luck. Itemization-wise, also nicely done. Those couple of 4 staffs. For Disruptor, it was hard to play the game because Night Stalker had his number, but overall, the 2 Lincoln Spheres in the end completely shut down the Razor or any jumps coming out from the Sven. Nicely done by Beast Coast.
Yeah, great performance, great result, 1-1 up against VG Gaming. But we've got more group stage action coming right your way straight after this. Go! from a close-fought battle in Group B, we head into Group A with EG going up against Virtus Pro, both angling towards the top of the table, aren't they, Lacoste?
Yes, they are. EG currently 8-4, while Virtus Pro is 7-5. So this is gonna determine where both of these teams are gonna go. Virtus Pro, you can still feel the nerves, from the players, because watching them play, I think they have everything. Like, they have the skill to win the whole thing. I'm not even kidding. And they, sometimes tend to go, they're still a tier 2 tower. Let's go in. Let's go push for the high ground. Let's get into those tier 4 towers and make this 20-minute game into a 60-minute game with their new magic trick. Sometimes it happens, but they also were not picking lately their Dawnbreaker position 1, which they couldn't finish the games with them. When they played carry Dawnbreaker, it was 4 games. They lost 3 out of 4, and they were struggling how to go for the high ground and just end the game, even though they were staying ahead. I like the playstyle that they're using, going all in, even with the lineup with no stuns, Bounty Hunter, Darkseer. They still manage to just outskill and outfarm their opponents. It's just going for the high ground, and that might be a bit tricky. EG, on the other side, they had a bit of ups and downs, but they're looking good. They still look like the best North American team representing them here, and just standard EG stuff. You know that you can count on this team at DI that they will do good.
Absolutely do. With Ice in that off lane as well, showing off that Lycan. They've been picking Tiny, grabbing up that combo we've seen, of course, throughout this group stage very, very nicely. And just back to your Virtus Pro point, that series against OG that we were watching, that Dawnbreaker, yes, looked very good. Their laning stage looked superb. They were 20 kills ahead of their opponents, 5k net worth lead after laning stage. But you're absolutely right. They do struggle with those more late game decision-making situations. But here, we'll find out how they do against EG with Silencer, AA, Tiny, and Storm all being banned out, leaving us with a Weaver potentially as one of those.
IO is available. I don't think you want to skip out on that. AA banned out. Virtus Pro, they definitely are not surprised. Wow, they picked IO here, so they have something planned out, considering that AA is banned out. They need to start possibly thinking about the hero that could potentially build into earlier Spirit Vessel.
How likely is it, do you think, we'll see Evil Genius's first phase Ember Spirit? Because that's something Abed has been performing incredibly well on, and so far in the tournament has, 90% win rate, doesn't he?
I'll check the stats, but yeah, last time I checked, it was 90%. Right now, sitting at, he's up there.
Sitting pretty up at, 70-odd?
Yeah, 70%. So a couple of teams might have lost. Okay. ET and Earthshaker, a lot of stuns. 2 heroes. They're best to disengage a team fight. If you don't like it, use a Fissure, use a Stomp. A lot of ways to set things up for other heroes that are going to be picked later on.
And also stop your opponents from running towards you, which is usually what you expect from an IO and an IO partner, whether it be that Gyrocopter or something else. That's what EG are now really considering. Do we want to pick that duo this early on? The crit IO, of course, a beautiful thing to behold. Or do we want to consider, a fly hero, or pick up Ice's Tide Hunter, for example, to come out to play?
They could maybe get a Tide Hunter, which you suggested. There's still Monkey King in the pool. It's flexible, but then you need to maybe swap things around, have IO being played as a position 5. Yeah, they will go with Lycan. So for Virtus Pro, maybe you need to start banning out the heroes that work well with Lycan once he gets that Helm of the Overlord. His next item is either Drums or Aghanim Scepter, so Ursa, Tiny... you need to get... Oh, sorry, Tiny is not available anymore.
Ursa's a big one, though, isn't he?
Yeah, Sven also works fine.
Some of these tanky heroes with large damage output in a short amount of time. Great, with that Wolf Bite from the Lycan, like you're saying, and of course, pairing up with the IO Tether Overcharge.
You already have 2 melee heroes. One might be an offlaner here with the Earthshaker. Can swap things around, but I think it's safe for them to ban Ursa, because it works really well with Lycan.
Interesting there, isn't it? We could have seen an ice-sized Timbersaw come out in that first phase. So really opting for that Lycan with that strat to buff up your carry, rather than considering the Timbersaw first phase worthy, even though you mentioned there's the 2 strength melee heroes already early on. And EG respecting the Dawnbreaker. Getting rid of her before VP had a chance to pick it. Feels like it's going to be a tough draft for Fly, though. He banned out Sansa and AA himself. Bane is now gone. Support pool for the position 5 starting to become a little lacking.
They played a lot of Disruptor. If he needs to, can go for that Witch Doctor. He plays a position 5 that secures the lane for RTZ, the sacrificial one, the one that doesn't need items. Just buy those healing salves and make sure your carry is having a really good time.
Salve Spammer 2000. Instead, VP opting to remove one of Abed's specialties. The puck gone. Might see an Ember Spirit ban as well. Like we said, they're on a pretty hot tear with the Ember for Abed.
Virtus Pros.
And Tidehunter making his way into the ban pool too.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. You see Lycan, you want to get rid of the Tidehunter. Very hard to bring down in the team fights. You have no stuns, no abilities that Tidehunter is really afraid of.
And when you're running towards people, you're relocating on them, having that big Ravage to just stop a team fight in its tracks and combo it with Earth Splitter, with Blink Echo. That team fight would have been pretty overwhelming if they'd been let to have that Tide. And in the second phase for Evil Geniuses, no Ursa. So what were some of the other options? You mentioned Sven.
Yeah, Sven works okay. And it also gives you an ability to finish the game in like 25 up to 30 minutes. If they make a mistake, Lycan shows up with Helm of the Overlord, Io giving you that attack speed, Sven with the God Strength. This might be the hero that Evil Genius is looking forward to play into this game.
How scared are you of picking, an agi hero like Luna, Terrorblade into an ET? Is that something that blocks it, or is it just something you have to be wary of?
It's always hard, because you'll lose your all base armor, so it's tricky. And there's also a lot of stuns just coming out from these 2 heroes, so it might be something different. All right, you can use Pugna. Pugna is a hero that got buffed, kind of a sleeper hero.
And what makes him so good here?
Just Decrepify against, you can use it on Lycan, you can use it on your allies. They don't have any high mana cost spells here.
5 seconds remaining.
So you stop that combo later on in the game, right, though? The Wolf
Pugna
Bite,
also,
Echo Saber.
exactly. Pugna also gives you ability to push the towers, and the Ember Spirit that you mentioned, hero with the high win rate, even though it's dropped.
And a Snapfire for Fly, it looks like there. So it gives them a little bit more teamfight capabilities to launch these Mortimer's Kisses into a Searing Chains target. Someone that's being chased and hunted by the Lycan.
Evil Geniuses.
Not too much in the way of that, though, as now Virtus Pro answer back with a Bristleback. Bristle, Earthshaker, Elder Titan, some real beefy boys here. Backed up, by the life drain of Pugna, the decrep you're mentioning, to maybe weasel in and out of team fights.
10 seconds remaining.
This Ursa makes a lot of sense. They first removed it because of the Wolf Bite, and now they managed to pick a Bristleback. So 1, 2, 3 melee heroes. Ursa would have been a really great pick for EG. Bristle builds into Vanguard, is tanky enough to just go in. Evil Geniuses need to start thinking about how they're going to deal with this Bristleback, because none of these heroes do well. There's also possibility that maybe Ember gets a Spirit Vessel, but judging by the items that I've seen that were really popular in the TI, it's just Maelstrom. Like, Maelstrom feels too good on the hero to skip on, but we'll have to see. Necro, one of the better counters against Ember Spirit, so no surprise Evil Geniuses decided to ban it out, and also another hero that has a built-in ethereal form.
5 seconds remaining.
And it gives you that sustained push as well, right? With Pugna, Necro, and Bristleback, you've got this potential ability to buy a lot of heal and sustain items to push through and get ahead of EG before these item timings do hit.
So Virtus Pro, they decide to get rid of the Sven, which makes a lot of sense, as we explained.
Yeah, back to, you know, TB Luna, stuff like that. Do we start to think it's a decent Terrorblade game against the Bristleback?
10 seconds
Or is ET
remaining.
Earthshaker, you know, Illusion heroes are often scared of these kind of guys. I feel like
5
Phantom Lance is
seconds
kind of
remaining.
out of the question at this point.
Yeah, against the Earthshaker, ET Pugna, I don't think you want to get that. If you want to put yourself on a timer, put something that comes online a bit faster. I'm looking through the hero list. It's not going to be easy for
Virtus
EG to
Pros
get
turn
the
to
last
ban.
pick. Judging by the Razor, they might be looking for a
Lifestealer?
either Lifestealer / Troll type of a hero, because this is the hero that really... these are the heroes that gets easily countered by
Evil
Razor.
geniuses turn
Well,
to
Slark is the ban from VP. I mean, like, is Medusa an option here as well for them? Feels like there's a lot of awkward fringe heroes that they could consider.
This
Spectre
Pugna
doesn't
just
look-
screams, well, you want to right-click me? You want to pick Jug? I'm going to decrypify that
Yeah.
unit.
remaining.
In theory, it works like that, but sometimes, you know, you just have to pick something. It would give them a bit more sustain. What did I suggest? The two heroes. Yeah, maybe a Slark. Sorry, Slark is out. So
Yeah, you said Sven, you said Ursa, both are banned. They're all out there. Lifestealer we mentioned as well could be coming out here. You know, Wraith King's dead to the world. He doesn't exist anymore. Nobody wants to play with him. So it's going to be a Dragon Knight. What does this do for our draft? Is it now Lycan position 1?
it could be Lycan 1. Yeah, they are keeping things flexible.
Or DK with, you know, Aghanim Scepter can become an incredibly potent position 1 if you give him that farm priority. And another key thing, you know, he's a hero with a stun.
10
Something that
seconds
EG
remaining.
were lacking.
5 seconds remaining.
And now VP start to figure out where these heroes are heading. Is it a mid Pugna? Where does Bristleback go? Is it 3? Is it 1? Their last pick should reveal all. I mean, if you ban out Slark like that, it feels like the Bristleback's a key component of your draft.
It would have been a good Slark game. They have no real stuns. There is a cookie. You can easily dark pack that off. The only thing you care about is Dragonite jumping in and Blink stunning you, but there is also multiple saves on their side with the Life Drain, the Cripify, Shaker. So there's a lot of way for Virtus Pro to choose where they want to fight.
So you think they wish they didn't ban it themselves?
Yeah, possibly.
Yeah. Deep into the reserve time. 35 seconds remaining for VP to make this final choice. And options, like you say, pretty limited as Underlord
Choose your hero.
is their final hero. So Bristleback carry and GPK. Ooh.
GPK, Earthshaker
Ooh.
mid. Nightfall, Bristleback, DM, and they're gonna see. Okay,
Save Pugna.
position 4 Pugna.
Very cool. And it is an Arteezy Dragon Knight, so position 1 DK. Everything else slots into place as expected. But a curious draft from Virtus Pro. Lots of potential
Melee,
for
yeah.
early game aggression.
A lot of
ways
melee
to...
heroes as well.
Hmm.
DM's Underlord, something that has been very successful for Virtus Pro throughout the seasons.
Do you think them being melee is going to be a problem for them here?
You need to get close to Lycan to deal damage. At least they have a root mechanic, which is nice. Percentage-based damage is always going to be good against tanky heroes like Lycan, Dragonite, and like even Snapfire is okay.
And like you've been saying, no real consistent ways to stun Abed outside of a Blink Echo or a Fisher. But with GPK playing the Earthshaker, it does mean that he'll get his items much faster, right? He'll be able to lock down some of these heroes from an earlier point than we would expect from a support Earthshaker.
The spells will be maxed out. Still, very early-oriented draft coming out from EG with Lycan and also with the Dragonite. So there's going to be a ton of damage, ton of sustain from Io, providing that healing that is very necessary and also allowing them to go inside a pit.
Pugna with a nice hat. And away we go into game 1. EG versus VP. Best of 2 here in the group stage. And again, both of these teams vying for that top of the table to try and get into the upper bracket. Arteezy on the Dragon Knight. A surprise last pick. Position 1 DK. Couple of gauntlets. Quelling Blade. see where he heads with this. So I think Aghanim Scepter is going to be a key component of his build, but I'm not sure how he gets to that. While Abed has been much more easy to read with that Maelstrom, Aghanim's BKB on Ember Spirit, while Isis Ice waits back in the fountain with Helm of the Dominator queued, going for the Quelling Stick Tangos. No real stat items, just wants to try and get as quickly as he can to the Helm.
I would love to see Spirit Vessel on side of Virtus Pro to reduce the healing against Io, against Lycan, Dragon Knight. It's a very valuable item. Just not sure who can buy it here.
That's a good question, yeah.
Your Pugna can buy it eventually, but it's going to take some time. Not sure how much farm or how good of a game he's going to have, because it's a position 4 Pugna.
And he's got Arcane Boots queued up, so it wouldn't be quick in terms of progression towards that Spirit Vessel. No contest here from EG. Might try and deny a rune with the Wolves, but that's not going to happen. DM gets his big body in the way, and the 2 for 2 trading out equally between the two squads. No surprises in the way they set up the lanes either, right?
Yeah, it's just going to be a standard what we expected. Lycan going to be paired up with Io. On the top lane, Kingslayer playing ET against the Bristleback. Isis Ice starting with the stick. Same goes for Io, so there's going to be a lot of regeneration. You basically get value, twice as value from 2 sticks.
Abed already with a good start. GPK takes it straight back away from him. As we see across all 3 lanes. Save against Fly, DM against Arteezy, creating a couple of 1v1s on that bottom lane. And top, Kingslayer doing the same thing, bullying Ice away from the creep wave. Just to allow this Bristleback some free reign to farm. Now where's he dragged that wave off to? Nightfall pushes towards tier 1. Crit has found the dire creep wave and maneuvers it again into this 4th lane.
And this is pretty big, like Io plus Lycan, you can tether to a Wolf, and then you have 423 movement speed level 1, which is pretty insane.
Very speedy Io. Lots of creep manipulation going on. Isis is pretty happy with where he sat in this lane, and he does have the stick against the cool spray of Nightfall, so he'll have pretty much permanent regen here with the Io behind him as well. GPK's Earthshaker 5 and 5. Getting a fair number of denies. Of course, with that Enchant Totem helping him out. Our save has killed off Arteezy's Courier. Dead for quite some time. The pull is successful from Kingslayer. So trying to drag this wave back away from what Crit and Isis have been accomplishing. Must be so fun having Wolves to dance around that top lane.
Once Wolves are gone, you immediately start to fall back. Isis should have a free time here on the top lane. He has a stick going into Helm of Fire and Will.
And he's been stunned and killed. They were chasing him for a little bit there, all the way out of the lane, and the double stuns from EG secure it.
Nice start for Arteezy. Decided to switch his item build. Wanted to go for Power Treads, but Falcon Blade also works really, really well. Like you can get Power Treads plus a Soul Ring this time around, because he has a First Blood. That's going to give him some mana regen, a bit more tankiness. I don't think Dragon Knight dies here in the lane, especially against the support Pugna. So safe lane and the off lane for EG is kind of already secured. Like, these 2 heroes should not die.
Incredibly stable, invulnerable heroes almost. So that gives you a bit more freedom, like Fly taking the Bounty Rune. And potential rotations in towards mid lane to help out Abed. He's lagging a little bit behind the CS of the Earthshaker, but it's not a terrible time for him by any means. Where do you reckon we'll see this Earthshaker going? Usually we had that Blink Dagger first item, like no matter what, but Aghanim Scepter with the cleave on his Enchant Totem accelerates your farm a fair bit, doesn't it?
It does, but you also want to provide something from the mid lane. It's very hard for you to just farm for another 5 minutes. You need to hit the timing, so I still feel getting a Blink Dagger earlier on is a must-have, even on the mid Earthshaker, because there's a big difference. That's a 2k gold difference.
Yeah. And he does have Brown Boots, Gloves, and Blink queued up for GPK's Earthshaker. As Abed gets a bit of help from Crit. The turnaround play, GPK battling with his Ember Spirit, but Overcharge proving to be quite a challenge for the Earthshaker as EG get their second kill of the game.
There's also Water Rune available top, possibly a shared tank. He's just gonna pop the healing salve, doesn't matter. EG off to a really good start. Arteezy, Falcon Blade done. Level 4, 2 points in Dragon Blood. Should be very, very safe here on the bottom lane.
DM is still getting a fair amount of farm though, 19 and 5 for the Underlord. Wanting the Arcane Boots to keep spamming out the Firestorm while, oh, ice, ice, ice. 4 stacks of that nasal goo from Nightfall, but Fly's arrival means the cookie lands. A little shredder and Crit from the right-hand side. Back onto the Bristleback we go. The Blightstone minus armor allows Crit to take the kill.
He's really hard to kill. As we said, Lycan, he's sitting at 9 armor from Helm. His basic armor also +2 when he's close to the tower.
Yeah.
Surprised they decided to dive the tower and try to kill Lycan.
And Bristleback. Soul Ring's about to be delivered.
Also, to go back to the Blink Dagger on Earthshaker, if you look at the heroes that they have, they're very sluggish. Underlord, not a hero that can gank from the off lane. He's more of a we group up Cookie on a mid lane, a bit more harassment on GPK.
3 heroes back into action, yeah. TP from Save. Do throw another blast their way, but this Earthshaker being pressured, and they've alleviated the challenges that Abed was having.
Virtus.pro, they do not have a playmaking hero, so GPK will need to be that. Your position 4 is just there, can slow people, but doesn't really do that much.
He's a glorified save at this point with a decrep. Arteezy. Oh, hello. Another chains. Kingslayer getting body blocked up. Doesn't have Stomp leveled up. So another one there, 4-0. And you're feeding these kills to Abed on his Ember Spirit. It's going to accelerate his timing into Face Boots and Maelstrom much faster than expected. And like you were saying at the end of the draft, this is a VP lineup that definitely feels very early game centric, focused on the laning stage, the early scrappy battles and skirmishes.
Yeah, what they will need to do with this type of a lineup is group around Underlord and Bristleback, and he just hits the towers, Pugna using a blast, but they will need levels. I'm not sure we're gonna even see the kill from Virtus.pro in the first 10 minutes.
Oh, wow. That's a bold statement to make.
We're at minute 7, Gary, so 3 minutes. It's okay.
You should have said it at like 9 minutes 50. Big stacks being built by Save. His first 7 minutes have been very, very labored, but...
Those got scouted. They don't have the best heroes to take it. Ember Spirit could potentially go in and steal the big camp, but they cannot farm the Ancients.
And now we move into bottom with the EG support duo. Arteezy's cracked level 6. Oh. Might want to push this tower. Look at how tentatively DM is playing that bottom lane. While Nightfall has found yet another lane. These creep waves meeting in increasingly random and wonderful places. Dragged around by the wolves. And there's Flight. Got scouted. They're pinging this out. They know that wards were placed into that camp. Do it, GPK. Just echo slam the creep camp. I know you wanna. I mean, why not? It's 8 minutes in. You're not going to echo slam anyone else, are you?
Fly wants to get around and try to see if they have a ward. I think that's pretty safe to say right now. Glyph popped. Arteezy showing on the mid lane with the dragon form. They see the numbers that Virtus.pro brought. TP's back to the bottom lane. We'll start putting some pressure there instead.
And they've got a good strong feeling that that high ground ward is there. It's been pinged out by Fly. So they know that there's vision up on the high ground there from VP. No sentries for the Snapfire, unfortunately. But we might have some coming out on the courier in a second. And just an observer ward.
While all that's happening, Bristleback found a way to get some stacks going near the outpost and farming safely there. Bristleback, very hard to kill, especially after finishing the Vanguard.
Virtus Pro just really don't want to give up these stacks. Contested a little bit, poking and prodding away. Fly, crit, still in the vicinity, but with DM and GPK here, it will just be experience that they share. Yeah, they're picking that high ground again. There's a ward up there.
They could have realized that there's a ward on the high ground earlier, because Say was there and he killed the ward. They knew that his courier wasn't there because he didn't have a flying courier. He was level 4 at the time, or even level 3.
That's a good point. Well, while we have the 3v3 in the mid lane, up top is Ice Ice Ice. Helm is done. Vlad's coming after, of course, that Helm of the Overlord. And farming in behind the Bristleback. So Bristle has been clearing that top wave, swinging through, farming out 2 or 3 camps or so. And he's just grabbed up a neutral item here. A little freebie. Well, Ice 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 TP's back to his tier 1 tower. Ah, the ward's finally gone. Someone's coming in and centered it.
Just farm fast, both teams. They think they have a better timing. Virtus Pro, considering the heroes that they got, they can't really just go in and make stuff happen. It's a mid-Earthshaker, so you do not want to risk too much moving around the map. You would prefer to get that Blink Dagger before. Oh, Chains missed.
Close, but not quite.
Lose together, win together, slay together, slay together.
But yeah, you speak of that timing, and it's
Lose together,
definitely a move away from Virtus Pro that we've seen previously in the group stage, where they've dominated the lane stage and looked poor later on towards the late game. This time it's been a very smooth, calm early stage. Not making any mistakes, but also not playing too over-eagerly or aggressive.
Bristleback is being pinged out. They need to bring numbers. Like, they... How many do they have? 4. They're even bringing a Dragon Knight.
Everybody up here. Remnant in. Mortimer's Kisses. Launched out towards Nightfall. Yeah, nice stomp, but that TP home, beautiful from the Bristleback. The lack of stuns from EG, very apparent there, as the Bristleback just TPs away from all of their damage.
He understands. Snapfire using ulti, which means that she is far away. I can TP out. Cookie will not be used. At least they get the tower. It was a 5-man rotation. They don't even get the kill. But they got the tower.
And DM gets a bit of pressure into that mid lane as well. So you get EG forced to filter back and defend their objectives. While bottom lane GPK should claim that tier 1 tower, as we see in a split screen view. Earthshaker looking reasonably well farmed. About 500 behind Abed in the net worth. Not a big deal. As the 12-minute rune going to spawn top as a regen. DM and Abed high-fiving down in the river. Multi-high five.
That's the action that we are seeing. High-fiving. No one died for, what, 5-6 minutes, maybe even more?
Yeah, it's been a while. I mean, 4 kills happened in the first 5 minutes for EG. Like you say, both teams comfortable in terms of getting towards Aghanims on Bristle, Maelstrom on Ember. Key items being picked up here and there from both sides. But now Crit can play with the Helm creep. Tether onto that Ice 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 Hellbear. And dropping the question mark. Abed, a few hundred gold away from his Maelstrom. Arteezy has completed Armlet. Going for this 4-1-3 build.
Blink is down on Earthshaker, so they could potentially make a move. They're not smoked, so that means that he is showing off his Blink Dagger.
Yeah, revealed to the world. Crit farming jungle, like we've seen from a lot of these IOs when they're paired up with a Helm hero in the offlane. That allows Crit to get so much more gold and experience that he otherwise wouldn't have been able to. We're getting pretty close to that Ags on Bristleback. That has to be the key timing they're looking for. You know, Blink Earthshaker, sure, but Bristleback with Ags, that's their front runner.
The minus armor and then enchant totem from the Earthshaker. Also, there's 1 point in natural order. He'll get there eventually when we start getting kills.
EG considering this mid lane again, but DM has planted himself in front of the tower. Pretty tanky with a Vanguard, but Mortimer's Kisses with a magical damage from Fly, making short work of the Underlord. Arbed will claim his killing spree, and now the tower can get pushed, but Arteezy bottom, Armlet toggles. He's gonna move
waiting
all the way back to his tier 2, he's fine. And they've actually swung into action with Arbed and Crit, relocating to try and see if that fight continues. GPK, we want to go in here with a blink and chat, the decrap and life drain, but the relocate out will allow them to escape.
Watching Arteezy use Armlet Toggle brings back, you know, some flashbacks when he was playing Lifestealer, getting the rampages.
Yeah.
And yeah, you said getting that Aghanim Scepter is going to be the key. That's what he has queued up next.
So now they flick the switch, right? This is where the aggression starts. The 5-man group up. The ball of death from VP begins. Tanky heroes with tanky items. Tier 1 tower going to be the casualty. A glyph at the last second, though, from EG will delay this a little longer. And EG not wanting to entertain any of this nonsense, they've all spread out across the map as wide as they can. Knowing that VP want to play that very tight unit close together, there are lots more resources for EG to have elsewhere. Like this ancient stack, which Nightfall has found and stolen away from EG.
With Aghanim Scepter, that's very easy to clear. Still, yet to get a kill on side of Virtus Pro.
Arbed slipping away. There wasn't an Echo Slam there, so probably no real kill opportunity for them.
Helm of the Overlord, sorry, finished on Lycan, so that's gonna be an Ancient Creep taken in a couple of seconds.
Just make sure he doesn't block the camp. What's the ideal one for him here? Does it really
this
matter?
one's really good. I mean, you can take the Black Dragon earlier, but for later stages of the game, Ancient Granite Golem is good, and also the one that has Frenzy, Thunderhide, exactly, yeah, to put it on your, let's say, Dragon Knight. Once he gets the Aghanim Scepter, he gets the free padding, and then you bite him with the Wolf Bite.
So then he's a Dragon Wolf?
You'll have, yeah, he's a half man, because he's Dragon Knight,
Here
right? Then he's a half dragon, and also half wolf.
Oh, yeah. 3 halves, that's a lot of halves. Virtus Pro still inching forward. They want to force EG into a fight. They want to face off and match against them. Crit, taking a lot of damage, but relocates back to Fountain. Now, does EG TP here to battle, or do they just let Crit
This is going to be first Virtus Pro skill.
Oh, there's Wolves. Wolves up top. Wolves up top. Tether home. Stomp is coming. Beautiful. Gorgeous from VP. Like, that could not have been more beautifully timed.
I just realized Life Drain is the only ability that you can suck at using and still be good at it.
No philosopher or man has ever said anything so apt and correct.
Talking about the philosophy, Big Boy Philly, drop for EG. So yep, Io will gladly take that one, collect some free gold.
Oh, VP, you were right, they got their first kill on that Io. No second kill though as Fly TP's home. And a very, very steady hand here from both teams. As Arteezy tethered up. Nearly have the locket on Crit. And it will be on into Aghanim Scepter, of course, with the Dragon Knight wanting that Dragon Form upgrade. And it's not something you usually think of or see. You know, VP, a very young team, inexperienced at lands, but this has been crisp, this has been clean. Very decisive gameplay from them. Almost as if they're matching EG's style, right?
Yeah, they seem to understand what they want to do. They want to go inside a pit right now, take it. Nightfall, he's dropping fairly low, but yeah. Pugna can use the life drain. Black Dragon causing a bit of issues. No one can kill that dragon, that's the problem. They don't have the hero, edgy hero, and also moving at 550 movement speed.
His attack animation,
form,
though.
yeah. Very hard to deal with.
Deary me.
So what will Dragon Knight have once he gets bitten by Lycan? You get more splash damage. You get... he needs to get to level 18 first, but splash damage, you have slow, you have increased magic resistance, free padding, then you get a crit, shared lifesteal.
That crit. That's what's going to be the deal breaker. I mean, you wolf form the DK, right? Not the Ember? Or do you consider giving Abed the wolf bite?
No way. You gotta bite the knight there, huh?
Ice, ice, ice. There's a swarm of VP heroes coming his way. Elder Titan, Spirit Stomp with the help of the Decrep. And then comes GPK.
He wants the last hit.
Easy pickings. So that's Blink into BKB for GPK, not going the Aghanim's route. As Nightfall, very, very forward placement for him, clearing out camps and shoving that mid-wave. He's got Aegis, but pretty low on mana, half HP. Arteezy. Now with that technically level 3 dragon form. Back into farming the camps again.
They even gave Tome to Dragonite. They want to get that level 18 as soon as possible. And there aren't many stuns yet. There is an Earthshaker, there is an Echo Stomp, but having Armlet, I think that's a cheap damage, correct choice in this game, because you're going to be able to toggle it on and off.
Radiant structures are fortified.
A very, very mild lead here for VP. 2,000 net worth for them. That's because everybody has been soaking up pretty much all of the gold and all of the resources on the map very effectively. That's been a clinic in efficiency and executing this.
This might be the game where most heroes, most creeps have been farmed. Like just the efficiency of the creep camps being stacked and killed.
Like farmed by a team and not by other neutrals or towers or something. I think you'll be right, yeah. Everyone's been on lanes, clearing out creeps. And we'll soon see a BKB coming for Nightfall. Goes for that casual Sange. After the Aghanim Scepter. He even has a cloak in the old backpack there.
Casual cloak, but keeping Aegis for now.
This whole game is very casual and calm. PvE environment for a lot of these players. Abed being one of them. 9,700 net worth. And still 2 minutes on the Aegis. Nothing being forced. First Roshan has been like this for a while though, hasn't it? You don't really want to push. Oh, hello. What's this? Action. It's Arteezy crit finding save. But we're going to have a trade. Nightfall and Kingslayer pair up to take down the IO. Switching off the little ball of light, extinguishing any hopes Crit had of survival. And Nightfall diving behind tier 2, but Arteezy is going to twirl
Spinning
on the
around.
spot. Pirouetting in front of the Bristleback. You've upset him. You've upset the Bristleback now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Meanwhile, on the top lane, Crit getting caught inside the pit. Rod of Athos. Underlord will be the one buying the Crimson to mitigate some of the damage from Lycan, from that Dragon Knight, and Sleight of Fist as well. There's a ton of physical damage coming out from EG.
Even though VP have that net worth lead, it feels like Evil Geniuses, they're shifting this gold towards the core heroes as Ice shape shifts to escape. Helm Creep is a Satyr Tormentor, dead, and a ton of gold into the pockets of DM.
This is going to be EG's big timing. Get that level 18 on Dragon Knight, Aghanim Scepter on Lycan, bite the Dragon Knight.
Arteezy and Crit, again being found by GPK. Echo Slam used out on the IO and they'll blow him up, but that stomp not quite landing in time. So Crit again the casualty of war while the DK is allowed to escape. Abed has a remnant, so he's perfectly fine as well. But yeah, the big difference here, you know, Bristleback of course leading out in front. The two dire supports slightly ahead of their counterparts by about 1,000 each is really where that net worth difference lies. Rod of Athos though. Onto the Dragon Knight, decrapped and life drained. Cookie away from the pit. Still looking worse for wear though on Arteezy as the kisses are forced out. Abed with a two-man chain to save the decrap and the life drain again, but Arteezy's dead. Training for the Pugna. Not ideal for EG as Virtus Pro force the BKB from Abed.
this Bristleback is very hard to deal with right now. Going in, they don't have a Silver Edge. He's pretty immune to the damage that Dragonite deals at this point. The Lycan is not going to even try to focus him. So they need to find a way. I see what Arteezy has in a quick buy, BKB and the Silver Edge, but that's going to take some time.
Yeah, I mean, you might just consider going straight Silver Edge, right? We'll see what he gets up to in the long run. This VP side really showing their strength, though. And with that Aegis expiring, it is the waiting game for second Roshan. And that might be the signal for VP to start thinking about Tier 2's high ground. Starting to shut EG out of the rest of the map. Fly cooking around. GPK's Earthshaker caught up in the bowlers, but Nightfall, here we go, sprinting forward. Bristlebacks arrived. Fly down and out. Arbed and Crit and running for their lives. GPK's in there, though. He'll try and line up the Fissure. The slight dodge not working out
No
for
BKB
Arbed.
for 3 seconds on Arbed.
GPK. He BKBs himself, but there it is. Yeah, you're right. Remnant off to the left-hand side. Arbed still being chased down. He's got no more remnants. But with the help of Crit, tethered up and healed, while ISOSI is shape-shifting inside his own base, not accomplishing anything.
Smoke from Virtus Pro. Virtus Pro will outpush the top lane, and they will try to go for Roche. The next Roche may respawn in a minute, so they don't have to... They feel much stronger at the moment. EG cannot take the fights. They still have very limited damage, and Bristleback feels a bit unkillable. One of the reasons why IO is going for a Spirit Vessel. Philly helping out quite a lot.
Nightfall.
Yeah.
This is a 1v5. The Dire have scanned, but Arteezy, he's Dragon formed and Wolf formed now, so the three halves come into play. But look at him die to this life drain. They need to cook him away. Crit tethers back to the southwest for the Echo Slam from GPK and destroys Arbed. Nightfall's found a pick-off in the back line.
Does not have a TP, no cookie for a couple of seconds. Yeah, they just have to let him go.
3-0. They might find Kingslayer here.
They also found the Courier.
The Thunderhide getting the first kill there for EG in the past few minutes. But Virtus Pro, the steamroller. The Russian Bear comes out and mauls EG.
They don't have enough damage. Bristleback is a bit too tanky. There's also Life Drain if he needs a save. A Fissure, also Underlord reducing the damage with his aura.
And it answers the question about Arteezy as well, right? He needs that BKB.
He definitely needs a BKB. He can't afford to go for Silver Edge.
I mean, look at this. Nightfall just turns his back to them. Arteezy just doesn't know what to do. Stuck in the pit. Life drained down to half HP. They have to cookie him away.
Bristleback even popped the BKB. Not needed, and nice Echo Slam from GPK just to lock him down.
Smooth sailing for Virtus Pro. With a nice net worth lead now. 7,000. That's the advantage they've managed to build up. And Roshan respawning in 2 seconds. It's got to be something EG think about contesting this. Aghanim Shard plus Aegis. That's the opportunity there. Those 2 items. That's the ability to go high ground for VP. That top tier 1 still standing. 27 minutes into the game. Smoke broken by Nightfall. Look at him go in. They get the shapeshift off, but the 2-man Fissure, GPK stunned with a nice Dragon Tail. But what now?
Life Drain keeping him alive.
Earthshaker's fine. Nightfall BKBs, blocks out Ice. The Lycan's nearly died. He's run off to the right-hand side. Arteezy, he just can't do any damage. They remnant Arbed into the back lines, but a Fissure being lined up by GPK just allows Nightfall to keep pummeling the DK. Good remnant from Arbed, but a double buyback from EG is the most important thing here. Ice dropping low to Nightfall. Cookie away, and a good Searing Chains might buy enough time, but he's
too
slowed to a crawl, and the jump from GPK seals the deal.
GPK once again waiting. He had Echo available for around 10 seconds. He just wants to see Arbed to jump in, and then we'll be able to lock him down. Once again, not enough damage. They try to go on a Bristleback. They understand we can't deal with him. They don't have the tools. Spirit Vessel still 500 gold away because IO did buy back in the previous fight, and there will be a Lotus Orb. actually available at the moment on Underlord, so he can dispel that on a Bristleback.
And it looks like an easy Roshan for them. Back into the pit. Stack up the goo. EG want nothing to do with this. They've got 3 heroes down bottom trying to farm back up to that BKB for the Dragon Knight. And Nightfall with SNY, BKB, Aghanim, Scepter, and Shard with Aegis of the Immortal, so a secondary life.
Hairball, one of the most funny abilities in Dota, except the kick from Tusk. I don't know, I just love this ability.
Yeah, so, I mean, displacement abilities are always enjoyable, but you're kicking someone halfway across the map.
And the description as well, cuffs a quill-packed hairball.
Very nice. Erupt at the location. Arteezy flying over the treetops, escaping through the jungle, but crit. Ooh, well, he's relocated. Looks pretty dead to me.
No wolves this time around. Arteezy showing himself.
Yeah, crit will relocate back into the waiting arms of his mortal enemy.
Arteezy having that.
I bet BKB'd. He was scared.
Free padding on Dragon Knight, hiding inside the trees, cutting the creep waves. He'll just sit there. He understands they need to buy a bit of a time, manage to kill the tower, and now BKB is available.
Doesn't stop this though, does it? Mid lane, Bristleback is on your high ground. Level 3 in his ulti, doing some real serious damage.
They know that there is no ulti on Dragon Knight for another 35 seconds, so this should be a free set of barracks double damage spawned at the bottom.
That doesn't matter. I mean, this Bristleback's got 339 bonus damage from 9 stacks of Warpath.
Gotta refill his mana. Save. Needs to be careful.
31 minutes in. Selena Barracks dropping. VP can't go to the side lanes though. Tier 2s are still standing, so it will only be one lane that EG lose out on. Ice trying to play around that top lane, now TPing back to base to smoke with his squad.
Spirit Vessel finally done, but no charges. Also, there is still Aegis available on Bristleback.
Yeah, good luck killing Nightfall twice, because he's about to break your smoke. DD's still there, like you're saying, down in the bottom spot. Abed remnanting forward. They will spot DM. Tanky Underlord pops his Crimson Guard, Lotus Orb is up, and the Decrep will save him one. Nightfall finds crit all the way to the back. They've slept up the DK. Blink Echo, stunning. Not quite killing Abed, but still putting him out of contention of this fight. He chains up the Pugner, flies over the top of him. Save is close to death, but they got the Aegis. Ember down, no buyback for 70 seconds. He is dead.
Even with the Wolf Bite and the Dragon Form, there's just not enough damage. There's so much damage reduction coming out from the Atrophy Aura, the Decrypify, so many things to focus on. Bristleback needs to be ignored. They can't really deal with him. He's about to hit level 25.
He's about to hit tier 4s. Never mind level 25, he's looking to hit the end game here. AG's base is falling apart. Bottom lane is being pushed by the rest of Virtus Pro. And Nightfall will try and come back and stop that creep from dragging any waves around. But Arteezy, oh, the Decrep life drain. They're managing it thanks to this tether and the cookie away. But there's nothing stopping Virtus Pro. Mortimer's Kisses looking to kill the creep wave. And they do have another one coming in about 10 seconds. It's halfway down the mid lane. As Arteezy in the wolf form, trapped in the Pit of Malice. GPK with so much physical damage is just going to shred through Artur. His BKB and the tether is up.
Yes,
Arteezy's still alive and he toggles through with the armlet.
Can they defend the throne? It seems like they cannot.
It doesn't look like it. There's no glyph here for EG. Nightfall, he still has that Aegis for a
55.
minute. Abed, remnants to the back lines. They need to find some kills, any kills, but Arteezy, he's being held up by the tether, standing his ground, but no amount of toggling will allow you to survive, and GG is called. Virtus Pro with a beautiful timing hit. 15 minutes in that game, and it suddenly fell over.
Yeah, I mean, they had no kills. That does not matter because this is what they played for. This is what they planned to have Bristleback have that farm. They managed to get some stacks in the triangle. EG tried to invade, but not successfully. Like, their heroes are okay, and they were also playing for this timing. I think Virtus.pro had a really, really good read of what needs to be done in this game, becoming super tanky on Bristleback, on Underlord, getting that bit of Malice to ruin Ember Spirit game, plus Rod of Athos into Crimson Guard. Like, you don't necessarily need to go out and just get the kills. This is something that Virtus.pro has done throughout the group stage so far in these 3 days, but they also showed that they can play a very disciplined Dota.
Absolutely. I mean, they saw, like in first phase, they're thinking, okay, you want to be 25, 30 minutes running at us, we're going to do it 15 minutes in. We're going to do it 10 minutes faster than you. Game 1, Virtus.pro, beautiful stuff. We'll find out what happens, though, draft and game-wise in Game 2 right after this. Now, usually, when we talk about teams playing faster and quicker, we expect kills, a bloodbath, but no. Virtus Pro had a very key timing, a very specific idea of what they wanted to do, didn't they?
They wanted this one big timing. First Roshan, in general, in Dota, it doesn't really matter that much. You're just building advantage to the second Roshan. You get the you get the shard, you get the no more cheese, of course. You get the ages, and then you go for that one big push. And it happened in this game. Like they didn't get the kill for 15 minutes. Started to build up a slow advantage, and once Earthshaker got a blink dagger up, he was ready to kind of ruin Abed's game. Every single time he sees him, jumps in, locks him down, root mechanic as well, especially after the BKB. So they had a really, really good read what EG wants to do. You know, they see this Lycan, they know they're gonna have something really big, so they tank up on their safe laner or on their off lane.
It was like a horror movie, building tension, building
pretty much.
tension. Nothing's really happening, but, you know, under the surface, it's bubbling and bubbling. Then comes the boom of Virtus Pro as Game 2 is ready and raring to go with a draft available to us here as Evil Geniuses, you know, lacking a little bit of damage in that Game 1, trying a little bit of a different strat with that DK Wolf form out of the Lycan and the Dragon Knight. And Virtus Pro going again with the tiny ban in that first spot.
Yeah, I expect them to ban Storm Spirit once again. That's just a hero that Abed plays extremely well, and EG knows how to play around him. So this means that
broken.
Yeah, exactly. That means that Silencer will be left in the pool, and also Ancient Apparition, two heroes that were banned out in the previous game.
Well, they're thinking a little further for it, but like you called, no reason to change away from that Storm ban. So now, with Io gone and Tiny gone, leaving Monkey King in the pool, EG will grab it and keeps it flexible, of course, across both the carry, the mid, or the position 4, as we've seen Crit play it, and I'm sure Artesian and Abed are also valuable members of the team that can take the Monkey King if need be.
10 seconds
If needed, Ice can also play it. I think he would be my choice if I had to, you know, give him a hero that I don't know if he can play or not. Like Ice, you know, do your thing with this hero.
It's like if you know him in real life and you don't know
exactly.
anything about Dota, you know, see Monkey King, you know, the mischief he can make.
Pretty much, yeah. He's just, you know, been in the scene for such a long time. Probably has. I'm wondering how many hours he has.
A lot, I'm sure. Tens of thousands. What's the win rate of Monkey King been recently? Because it was pretty high last time we checked, and over quite a lot of games as well, wasn't it? Like
66% win rate on a Monkey King. Got picked 24 times, and guess how many times he got banned?
Well,
86.
I can see your screen, so I can't guess.
That's quite a lot.
That is a lot of bans. Like a serious amount. Is that the most banned hero so far at TI?
Yes.
It is.
Second most banned hero is Tiny, and third one is Io.
Wow, yeah. Well, no major surprises there. Weaver coming in, what, like 6th place or so as another hero in top contention. As Monkey King will be paired up with the Silencer, like you said. That fly hero going to be there. A nice anchor for the team. You know exactly what you're going to get from him.
Pugna doesn't like to play in...
I meant anchor in a positive way.
Yeah, I know.
Solid.
Solid, strong, keeps you in place.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I just
when you need
very quickly
to...
realized it has a secondary meaning, which I did not intend.
Earthshaker will need to be able, you know, playing into global silence always going to be tricky. Even if you just Echo Slam, there could be a good time global silence. And EG's team fight with Wukong's command plus a silencer gonna be good. I want to see some kind of a stun, something that can keep them inside, because this is most def position 5. Silencer Fly will be playing it. Monkey is flexible, so we're gonna see where he's gonna go.
Most def indeed. Third ban is the Weaver, like we were mentioning, one of the hot heroes here at TI, both in that support and carry role, but mainly support for now. And Tidehunter joins the rest of them in the ban pool. Another very solid, stable hero. You know exactly what you're getting from him. And we kind of expect EG here to go back to solid, stable drafting rather than trying out this Dragon Knight position 1 with the Lycan Aghanim Scepter.
A lot of teams have been experimenting with
5
Lycan,
seconds
biting
remaining.
different heroes. We've seen mostly Tiny,
Yeah.
we've seen
Turn to
Ursa,
ban.
now we've seen Dragonite.
What does a Beastmaster ban tell you?
Turn to ban.
He's good against Monkey King to cut down the trees. I guess the vision from the Hawk is very irritating. But is there anything outside of that?
It's a possibility that they, you know, play Beastmaster Tinker. It's hard to say. As you mentioned, great against the
10
Monkey
seconds
King. It's one of the
remaining.
heroes that puts a lot of pressure, gives you that attack speed, which means
5
tower
seconds
damage, roach
remaining.
taking potential.
I guess it's another hero that can give you a good timing push as well, right? You got the Helm of the Overlord or just Helm of the Dominator, and if you're with this Pugner plus another couple of tanky heroes, you could be running down tier 2s and tier 3s in no time.
You might need to swap this monkey to position 4. You're playing into Pugna. You really don't like to do that. Playing into
Virtus
the
Pros
Cripify.
turn
Seems
to
like this is
ban.
something that Virtus Pro practice quite a lot. If you check their recent games, there
Yeah.
has been a couple of Pugna games, and every single time was played as
Virtus
position
Pros
4,
turn
I
to
believe.
pick.
Yeah, picked up by Save. Invoker ban now from Virtus Pro. As we get ourselves a respect ban of the Bristleback, so removing another one of those timing heroes that VP used exquisitely in game 1 to steamroll their opponents.
10
So a change of
seconds
tact here
remaining.
needed. But the great thing about this kind of draft is that, you know, we saw
5
GPK play the
seconds
Earthshaker.
remaining.
We just
Evil
don't know if it's going to be the
geniuses
4 or the 2. And the Phoenix also not giving too much away either.
Phoenix is just great overall hero against the Monkey King. He uses Wukong's command. Same goes for Faceless Void. Drops the Chrono. Phoenix uses Egg, and then you need to decide whether you can kill the Egg or not. If you can get close, you're just doubling
10
down
seconds
on the
remaining.
team fight as well. So they need some kind of Egg hitter.
5 seconds remaining.
Who's that going to be? Snap? Position 4 Snapfire, maybe, if that is the 5 silencer. We don't see Mirana anymore, really, outside of, you know, Adriana picking it up.
Still an okay. You need some kind of a stun. It's not a reliable stun. Depends what's it paired up with. Let's say you pair him up with a Sand King, but then that means your Monkey King needs to be played as position 1, which I don't think that's going to be the case here.
Geniuses
You didn't like that.
Void incarnate.
A different direction. Void Spirit. Evil Geniuses give themselves a little bit of in and out. So Monkey and Void Spirit very good at getting into the back lines and hunting for heroes, especially over the trees or anyone hiding in the fog.
10 seconds remaining.
Doesn't have too many matchups mid, if
5 seconds
bad matchups mid.
remaining.
If that is the Abed Void Spirit, which we do expect.
So many ways to protect the Egg. You have the Cripify, you have Earthshaker spells, and there's still no Egg hitters on side of EG.
And that becomes even more of a problem if it is a support, if it is a carry Phoenix with all those levels as well. Core Phoenix, my goodness. If you get all those levels up, the faster you get to the level 2 Egg, the harder it is. Plenty of time here. Being taken up by EG.
Virtus Pros turn
They've had the wind knocked out of them by that game 1 of VP, but a Doom.
Maybe it's time to bring out the Wraith King against Doom, so you're not going to be the target. I don't think any carry likes to play against
10
Doom
seconds remaining.
other than Wraith King.
And where is the
5
Doom going?
seconds remaining.
It's also a very good Phantom Lancer game for Virtus Pro
Ooh.
because they have no AoE whatsoever.
Nothing to clear illusions. They've got like Resonant Pulse and Boundless Strike, and even that can struggle once the PL gets a few items.
I'm just thinking about the hero that doesn't care too much if you're not getting initiated on. It's very hard to find the real Phantom Lancer. There's way to protect him with Pugna, with the Earthshaker. A lot of healing actually coming out. You have Life Drain save. You have Phoenix later on when Sunray is maxed out.
Yeah, any number of tanky heroes. I mean, we could even go back and think about that Ursa again. This time for Virtus Pro. Now, something they did rely on was taking the Roshans. Even without winning team fights, they were able to pressure the map and take Roshan multiple times throughout that first game. Very, very deliberate, slow drafting here from both teams. Going through the stacks of paper, considering their options.
One hero that you can also go for is Morph. Just to finish that thought, who naturally builds into Lincolns as a first item when you're playing against Doom, and they didn't have too many spells to pop the Lincolns with. The last word is the only one. In the end, they decided to go for Ursa, which is a lane counter to Doom. Deals well with the Monkey King. Ursa is one of the few heroes who can stand inside of Wukong's command and actually fight back.
Oh, because of Enrage, yeah.
Yes.
I really think the key to VP has been these Roshans as well.
And maybe, I was thinking about it. Yeah, you need to ban Lycan because Bith and Ursa might be a bit too hard. He also gets the Shapeshift, which means that he can run away from Doom. Evil Geniuses are locked down, are kind of lacking the stuns. Whenever you play Doom, you need to have a good chase potential. Void Spirit's okay, but if he uses 2 steps, if Monkey King uses a Boundless Strike, they can run away.
Lacking stuns, lacking tower damage as well. Venno would have been a decent pick, not only in that lane versus the Ursa Warrior, but also to create those Plague Ward bunkers, to shove waves and pressure towers. And Viper, a similar story in terms of laning up against that Ursa Warrior.
MMR is just a number. MMR is just a number.
Oh, Dendy.
Good
Last
to
pick
hear
for
that
EG.
voice.
Yeah, it is.
Especially during TI.
Absolutely is. So if we're looking at Isis Ice Doom, Abed Void Spirit, Crit Monkey, Silencer there for Fly. What is Arteezy's hero? Do you want to try and delay this game out, hunt Hand-of-Midas Doom with Devour, get towards late game, or do you want to try and fight and battle with VP?
Seems like they know what they want to do. It's Luna, which is also a flexible pick, but seems like that's going to be Arteezy's hero. Ursa matches up nicely also against Luna, where you don't care too much. You get on top of her if she uses your natural BKB builder, so you don't care about Eclipse, and you also have Enrage to reduce the incoming damage from it.
What's the chance here GPK takes Earthshaker again, do you think? More likely that we move it into a support role, or do you think that save Pugna and GPK Earthshaker leaves Phoenix as like a 5, and we still need an offlaner here or something for DM?
They might get an offlaner, have Pugna even played on the mid lane, Earthshaker 4, Phoenix 5. There's so much flexibility, but they need to show their hand.
An insane amount of flexibility across every single role and hero. Well, VP, yet again, we just have to hammer this point home. Very, very deliberate, very well thought out drafting.
Okay, that's an old school counter.
I've not seen that in ages. What's that about?
Because they pop the Doom, you use a Stampede, you run away, so you're kind of taking away Bullseye from your carry and forcing him to use the Doom on you.
So once EG commit with Global, with Doom, they waste those big cooldowns, and DM
They
just
might
says,
need to pop Doom and use the Global Silence right after.
Yeah.
Then chase, get 1 or 2 kills, and then keep chasing.
And DM buys a Lotus Orb, and there's nothing you can do about that. So it will be GPK Earthshaker, that means. And like we thought, Save and Kingslayer on the Pugna Phoenix. And thinking and looking about game 1, do we expect Virtus Pro to have a similar type of game plan here?
It's a different lineup. They also need to be active. Ursa, Morbid Mask, Diffuse the Blade, run into Roche Pit. He might even take it earlier if there's a fight, if he's farming inside a triangle. If they manage to kill 1 or 2 heroes, there is Sustain. There is also a Centaur that can tank it. So, gotta be aware of that for EG.
And this time, much more damage for EG, right? Much more consistent ways to damage and teamfight people if they can lock them down. That is the one thing they could struggle with, but lanes also look solid too. Monkey plus Doom, Luna Silencer should have reasonably good times in that initial laning stage as we get ourselves underway for Game 2. Virtus Pro versus the Evil Geniuses here at the TI10 group stage. And Centaur War Runner, yeah, a blast from the past. It's been a while since I've seen a half horse, half man. Unfortunately, no Lycan here
Yeah,
to
does
turn him
not
into
have a third half.
a half wolf for him.
Ice running bottom, so they might start thinking about running an aggressive tri-lane, possibly.
Interesting.
Shame.
Luna was always good at that.
我不理解
The。Luna Blessing, yeah. I mean, Silencer. Ranged hero with Luna feels good. Monkey King, pseudo-ranged. Might be able to set that tri-lane up, like you mentioned. And there's Virtus Pro.
There is observer ward, so they see Doom already here. Who planted it first? There is a sentry ward, so they know. Oh, the play from Crit. He will deny that observer ward so that they don't get the gold and XP from it. He planted an observer ward at the high ground, got the gold back, and killed his own obs.
Very nice. Alright, sentry in that mid lane as well. And GPK, mid Earthshaker. With Kingslayer, DM, and Nightfall all behind them. This is one of the first times I've not seen the 5v5 mid. You know, Nightfall and Kingslayer were up in their top jungle. And that's allowed, like you say, EG to get a slight edge here in the early stage of the game.
The battle begins.
Bounty runes spawning up for a 2-for-2. No contest yet again. Both teams pretty content. Just allowing those to go both ways. And we see a pretty natural build of items there. Yeah, Orb of Venom on the Monkey King. Double gauntlets on your off-laners. Create yourself a nice tanky
Look at Virtus
situation.
Pro. They're just chilling on a mid lane, trying to decide whether they go bottom, whether they go top.
And Kingslayer, Fiery Spirit's level 1. With Crit slowing him down, Jingu is there, built up for him, and the damage just keeps on coming. Nice Fairy Fire does allow the Phoenix to sit behind his tier 2. But this tri-lane that you called out for is coming to fruition from EG already, 40 seconds in.
Virtus Pro also expected that, so now they're putting the DM on the top. One hero they can sacrifice. If Ursa's playing against a tri-lane, he's really not that effective. What they want is to have Ursa against Doom. Doom, a hero that before had a 0 starting armor. Right now it got buffed a couple of times. Right now sitting at 5 with just one branch.
It makes sense with all the armor he wears as cosmetics that he should have some actual armor. And it also means that, you know, when you run these tri-lanes, if you're the ones forced to TP, you definitely don't come out on top. So it's very nice to see their Virtus Pro setting their lanes in a position which EG are forced to make the first move. And Crit has to come down and, of course, help the Doom. While Fly with Arteezy pushing damage towards Kingslayer. You won't be able to kill him, but you're definitely putting him within that threshold of fear. And everybody's farming. 6-4, 6-4, 6-2, 6-1, 6-1. Centaur breaking the pattern. Here's a couple more CS.
Similar to previous game. I think we're gonna have much more action, especially on the bottom lane, even on the top lane. Silencer wants to play active, wants to be involved early on. Ursa is having a good time playing into 2 melee heroes with a possible Icarus dive on level 2, just to have a bit of an extra slow. Earthshock already skilled.
Yep. Phoenix realizing he should be down bottom. Not really too much he can do top. Put Pugna there for the save, if need be.
There's anti-synergy. He uses the Cripify, Ursa can't attack, so makes much more sense to lane with Phoenix.
It sure does. Crit. There's the Jingu going. Pesky Monkey King. That's a lot of damage from GPK. Like I said, you know, this Void Spirit doesn't have too many natural lane counters. So far, Earthshaker proving to be a bit of a challenging one. Just with the raw clicks he's taken from him.
GPK really loves to just bully people out of the lane whenever he can. Stand on the high ground. There we go. Couple of high fives on the mid lane.
Another one. Wonderful. Oh, the pull across contested. Cleared up by Ice. No worries there. As Virtus Pro have set their lane in place. Just a little forward from their bottom tier 1 tower, so free farm for the Ursa Warrior. Oh, the denies out from GPK, 7 of them. And Abed giving as good as he takes. Just a little bit behind that Earthshaker for now. 4 minutes in, still no real kill threat on any of these lanes. You don't expect mid to die. Crit chasing that Kingslayer Phoenix, not going to be able to find anything there. Maybe we get this Ursa to munch away at a Doom. Outside of that, it is, again, a very calm match, but GPK won't get a bottle refill. The Monkey King, mischievously, snipes it away from him.
Ice is ice. They try to go on him, pops his Scorched Earth, and now is running towards Kingslayer.
Pops his Mango too. Speedy Cobalt Aura on Ice Ice Ice. With a golden chalice full of red liquid. The blood of his enemies. Oh, it's called Speed Aura.
Very nice. Amplified damage. Speed Aura, one of my favorite ones. Unfortunately, Amplified damage has been renamed.
Corrosive Haze. And Save doing a bit of a wander. It's a nice Observer Ward down and starts stacking up some camps here. And this really has been the story of Virtus Pro in this series so far. It is, squirrel away some money, save. All that gold you're getting, build up bank, invest, invest, invest. But DM, he's being surrounded now by EG, who want to get the first kill of the game. And who are they giving it to? DMs are dying. And it's Fly who draws first blood. Arteezy went back to go and hit some creeps. Meanwhile, Isosized, he's going to Scorched Earth. He's fine.
They wanted to give first blood to Arteezy, but he had no mana. Magic Wand was on cooldown, and was really afraid to go in case someone shows up. Save.
What's he up to? Oh, he's dying. Another kill for EG. It is. Fly getting both of them. He's got to feel real good about himself. What, 700 gold saved up on a 5 silencer? Never seen that before. Well, a 6-minute
Bringing the healing salve for Arteezy.
Abed. He tries on Kingslayer. 6-minute rune. It has spawned up top. Looks like a regen. As Abed looks to go claim it. Even spends an Astral Step. Flies over Kingslayer. Finishes him off with Resonant Pulse, but GPK. He's there with a slam down. And Abed, well, that decrep not really working wonders for them, but they should be able to finish it regardless. Ooh, Dissimulate to the left-hand side. He baits them.
Stick.
Juking left and right. Abed, he's clear. He's high and dry.
GPK, no points in Fissure. That would have been a secure kill, but decided to go for a more lane-oriented build.
And Fly refills the bottle for him, because look at Save. He was looking, lurking, wanting that backstab onto Abed, but he's stuck around in the top lane. The 4th kill of the game potentially coming now. Ether Remnant not going to catch. The Astral Step is there. Into the back of DM, and yet another. 4-0.
That was such a big play. First, Fly brings healing salve for Arteezy, then refills the bottle, and doesn't have anything left. Save needs to be also careful. Fly has still Fairy Fire to work with.
And they're still fighting on such low HP and mana. Arteezy battling back with Save. Crit in the mid lane, though. Maybe the first death of an EG member as that Enchant Totem hits some real serious damage. And they throw the tip at him, too. Oh, Abed.
Doom is available, but he does not have mana for anything else. Brought an Ice Armor creep, which is decent amount of armor, +5. So
I love Ice Ice Ice, man. I just love Ice Ice Ice. Fake pumping the Doom, like, yeah, go on, bro. You wanna
use your Enrage?
Yeah.
It's not safe for Nightfall to be at the bottom lane anymore, so I expect him to rotate. You see Doom being level 6, you gotta move out. Mask already done, Phase Boots. Yeah.
We'll deny that Invis rune. As a scan did land on them. EG were readying themselves to defend Abed. Along with Crit's Monkey King, who's going for that Orb of Corrosion, no boots build, which we've seen time and time again. DM has a Vanguard now, so tanking up on the Centaur. A balanced strike with that Astral Step forward. Save gets obliterated by Abed from that mid lane, and EG are bringing numbers here. They want to take down a tower. 9 minutes in.
4 people mid lane. Arteezy has Lunar Blessing, level 4, so that's extra 35 damage. He's ready to farm the jungle. He does not want to kill anyone. With the Lucent Beam, that's going to be a tier 1 tower. Crit, gets the last hit. If Nightfall wants to stick at the bottom lane, 1 rotation with the Doom, and he's dead. He needs to move out.
Well, if they can contest these stacks, it's even more money flowing into the coffers of EG. Abed, he's done some real good damage to this. The Stampede forward, though. Fly being blown up. Save and Nightfall make short work of him. And Abed TP's home, so stacks somewhat defended. Don't know how much of that Abed got, but it was a bit. Well, Ice just continues to devour away these bottom lane creeps.
Doom is very hard to kill. He's sitting at 17 armor. Ursa relying on physical damage. Doesn't really do that much. Are there any stacks being made for Arteezy? There is an Observer Ward, scouting things out, not blocking the camp inside EG's triangle.
And Monkey King, speaking of scouting, spotted DM farming a little stack after that top jungle, and Arteezy returns to top lane to push a tower. Not an easy kill on this Centaur with his Vanguard. They're going to have a try anyway. It looks like Monkey King, after that Orb of Corrosion, heading into an Orchid, but first it's a Doom onto DM. Monkey King leaping, Primal springing down, but not landing onto DM, while Abed solo kills Kingslayer, DM dies top, and the tower looks like it's free and wide open for EG to take.
Pagana position 4 doesn't provide you with that ganking potential. It's more about post 10-15 minute game, what he provides. Save, once again, in trouble.
This feels much better from EG compared to game 1. They're piling on the pressure, finding kill after kill, moving across the map, oppressively shoving towers and bringing down structures, while also building up this
Blink
Arteezy
Echo
Luna.
is available.
And he moves on to Arteezy, down to half HP, Enchant Totem again, and Nightfall arrives. EG had squandered their position, leaving the Luna completely isolated.
Had a bit of a false sense of security. Silencer was not level 6 to pop the global silence, but seems like this could be a kill.
It could be, yeah, without Ben arriving. It absolutely
Void Spirit,
should
that's
be.
Gonna be a kill.
Void Spirit's there, Nightfall ditched. No mana on the Ursa, so EG trade out their Luna for the Earthshaker. Not too bad, all things considered.
Ursa getting very close to Diffusal Blade. This is gonna be the big timing for Virtus Pro, where they're gonna smoke and try to get a kill, transition that into Roche Pit. So EG should be aware of that. Echo Slam available in 100 seconds. That's gonna be the exact timing when Ursa finishes off his Diffusal Blade. Phoenix a bit under-leveled, 12 minutes in, still not level 6.
But it does really feel like this game, you know, Virtus Pro, we saw what they were able to accomplish when it was an unknown quantity, when EG didn't know quite what was happening. This time, though, do you think VP has more than one window? Like when they have that Diffusal Blade, now they've got the Blink, when they get Centaur tanked up, how late can they go? How many chances does VP have to actually get this game in the bag?
They're still in this game. All they need is that Roche that I talked about. This is a big kill if EG can get it. Global Silence is available.
And they're straight on him. Global, Primal Spring, and silenced up. Down goes the teddy bear. And there's just no answer, no recourse here from VP. Arteezy is a little forward on that mid lane, but he'll just Lucent Beam and run back to rejoin his team, while VP are yet to take a tower.
EG can play 4 versus 5, while Arteezy farms the triangle, goes out. Doom also top farm hero in the game, has Hand of Midas, working towards the Blink Dagger.
Well, that's what I mean, right? Is if we had later and later Doom, Luna, even the Void Spirit to some extent, it feels like they scale better than Virtus Pro. But a smoke here. They think about Roche. Now they consider the jungle, but walking up the staircase blind doesn't feel particularly good. Abed not scouted, the Dire scan. I don't know if that clipped onto Arteezy, but they seem to know that something's there. Stampede forward onto Artur, the Luna blown up completely. No real turnaround here for EG, as they've got Abed nearby. Maybe a single pick off onto Save or someone as he dissimulates away from the life drain. And they will get a 1-for-1 trade.
They got that kill as well. Ursa about to finish the Diffusal Blade. They still have a window of opportunity, 45 seconds until Global Silence is online. Earthshaker pinging out Void Spirit.
Yeah, they go in on him. And the Echo Slam spent onto Abed. Huge kills there on Arteezy and Abed as EG bleed out some massive momentum going the way of VP.
Once Ursa gets that Diffusal Blade, the damage that he deals is just insanely high. Also, they managed to kill the tower on a mid lane, which will bring DM closer to his Blink Dagger. Then it's going to be much, much easier to play the game. You will have initiation, not just from the Shaker, but also coming out from your Centaur. Ursa, BKB queued up next. You also need to be very careful about Ursa taking the Roche. You go for a gank. There we go.
What a player, honestly. If he gets this kill, it's well deserved. He won't. But blinking first to try and dodge the Boundless. Crit cancels it. Both players really playing out of their minds. And then the illusion route to make sure that he doesn't get stunned. GPK, monumental display of skill in that situation.
Even if GPK dies there and they bring numbers, there was a Roche attempt from Virtus Pro, and they want to keep it close. DM has that Stampede, so if he does not get doomed, he will be popping it.
Oh, they jump in. Oh, the Globals. Abed disappears.
There's so much damage from the Earthshaker. Plus 30 base damage talent from Earthshaker, Power Treads, and the Enchant Totem. That's 500 damage.
My goodness. Arteezy and ISS, they're breaking back up this high ground into Triangle. Two-man Boundless, but they're still an Ursa moving forward. Enrage. Before that Doom landed, while GPK's Earthshaker contending with the Arteezy Luna. Looking to bail away. Control this Roshan and think about taking that Aegis for themselves while the dewarding game begins. EG, get the Monkey King away from GPK. Any high ground vision there is from Fly, but taken out immediately by the Earthshaker now. A sentry there. Oh, can they keep going? Nice DM.
He's going to pull him back down.
Yeah, GPK's down on the low ground now, but a fish onto two. They turn around. Abed gone again. Crits in with a Boundless, but he's been cut from the trees. Oh, VP.
Luna ulti will deal damage from behind. Now she's disarmed.
But now she's alone. Lacoste, EG are crumbling and falling apart. Virtus Pro, they come out again. 15 minutes into the game, they get a couple of items and they outplay the...
That was such a big rain play from
Their
Earthshaker.
mouse isn't even plugged in.
Mouse turn off, all right. No jokes, sorry. They, just to be sure, no jokes. We got it, said it twice. Oh, give them new mouse. Give this guy some new mouse. But yeah, Earthshaker jumps on the hill, gets stuck there. We're going to see it again. Monkey King was able to jump out. The GPK will devort it. And then Ether Remnant will pull him down, which allows him to cast his totem and stun them. It looked really good, but DM with the Blink Dagger cuts into backlines, kills Crit, who comes back into the game. Seems like everything is also fine with the mouse, so the game will resume.
It's just outplay after outplay. Virtus Pro, knowing their limits, knowing every step they have to take to win a team fight. And Abed, the last 3 fights or last 3 situations in a row has just been obliterated by this Earthshaker's Enchant Totem.
Ursa picking up the Aegis, because he picked it up. Doesn't need to go for BKB, instead get that Blink Dagger, so it's going to be much easier for him to reposition in the fight, jump the backlines, especially find the Silencer if they have a good vision. EG in trouble once again.
Yeah, 12-11. VP with another mild lead net worth-wise, but feeling like they've got the ball in their court. Bottom lane going to get shoved down by the Earthshaker so he can get closer to his BKB. Another signal of intent in terms of itemization for team fighting.
If someone shows up, double scan from both teams. It doesn't connect. Now GPK showing on the bottom, but they're also making a rotation from Pugna, so that's going to be a lot of damage on the tower. EG cannot defend this tower.
There's like 12 sentry wards in that top left-hand corner of the map, from 6 from both teams, basically. There's no vision there, bar 1 Dire and 1 Radiant Observer ward over towards the triangle, which favors Virtus Pro. A couple of wards now being placed down south, but in jumps the Ursa. Nightfall finds out Crit, enrages up, keeps the hits coming. Meanwhile, in that Dire jungle, Doom is being echo slammed into the ground. Sent back into the depths of hell where he belongs.
Abed has 1 Astral Step to work with. Ursa, not close. He's in the triangle, evading, so Luna cannot farm there. Abed.
Dissimulate used. They know. They
he just
definitely
jumped.
know now.
That's his last step.
He's got 1 in 3 seconds, but he might just be dead. Oh dear. Abed, not having a great game.
Oh, man.
5, 4, and 2.
He's still so far away from that Aghanim Scepter. Needs 800 gold to finish it. It's gonna be a 20-minute Ags on your mid Void Spirit that didn't go for any other item.
80%. Win probability shifts up to 81. Virtus Pro moving back into this Radiant Triangle. Nightfall. He knows the monkey's nearby. Now he knows Silencer's here. Aegis for 2.5 minutes, and he'll enrage to make sure.
Blink.
He'll blink away.
Available. Do you ever look at pro players' items and you go like, your blink dagger's in the wrong spot? Yeah. Like, his blink dagger should be where Magic Wand is.
Correct. Correct. I cannot deny that. Abed's got the right idea though. Wand in the top right, phase middle top. Bottle in the first slot. Big fan of that. Not been working out this game though. As Virtus Pro pressuring in again towards mid, towards bot, dewarding in that triangle, creating nice little avenues in towards this EG side of the map, and towards their base.
GPK needs to be careful. Global gonna pop.
Well, he's got Life Train behind him, but you're right. The Global stops that, puts an end to GPK's nonsense. There's EG, striking back at long last. But in comes DM with the help of the Supernova, stampeding back towards Arteezy. Where is it? Nightfall's arriving, Crit is low, and down he'll go. They found Arteezy, blowing him up. DM has another blink in 2 seconds. Fly in a spot of bother here, isn't he? Yeah, blink stomp. They've caught the Silencer. I don't think Nightfall even needs to arrive.
Oh,
They've got so much magic damage.
Creepify plus double edge, just amplifying it. Abed showing on the bottom lane. They know something is up. There is still Echo Slam available once he respawns, and Nightfall. He's untouched. They cannot do anything to him. While the Aegis expires, he's going to be halfway through the BKB, and still Doom not used. Ice having a trouble, because it's very hard for him to make a decision. Do I Doom the Centaur? If I don't, he's just gonna pop a Stampede.
Yeah. Oh, look at this. Good War Stomp. Is Nightfall gonna stop? He gives up on it. The Observer Ward, the scan down bottom. Abed's got no TP. His TP was cancelled by GPK's Fisher, hey? Astral Step off to the left. They don't quite know what's going on there. The ward near the Monkey King, northwest of that bottom tier 2. Hello, little friend. Hello? What are you doing over here? Someone dug up a kobold. He's just standing there. Oh, he's got
what
some
a
sick
nasty
eyebrows.
Shame.
Jeez. Yeah, it's definitely some
Shame
shame in his
indeed.
eyes. Oh, now EG scrambling just to try and clear waves, cut out as much as they can, but Crit once again found by Nightfall. Every time this Ursa sees the Monkey King, rips him limb from limb.
Map is just getting smaller for EG. Someone needs to be out on the top lane because bottom part of the map belongs to Virtus Pro. There's always going to be this threat of Earthshaker, so one of the reasons why he's playing off the map, now going to show on the bottom lane, start to put some damage on the tower, and they're also going to kill the mid tower. They have enough tower damage with just Centaur sitting there and the Retaliate, of course Pugna with the max Nether Blast at this point.
It feels like, you know, 9,000 net worth on Arteezy hasn't really been transferred into anything, any momentum, any impetus, no real damage coming from him. Maybe the BKB helps. But VP with these saves out of the Pugna, the Supernova to try and force your opponents to either disengage or fight
There's
awkwardly.
a free item, gauntlets dropped.
Free Kobold, free Gauntlets, and maybe a free kill on Fly, but GPK decides otherwise. Blinks away after the Arcane Curse.
DM is so farmed, and his itemization is pretty much perfect, going for that Vanguard, Hood, now going for Lotus Orb
Free
to remove
Bannerers.
the... Yeah, if he gets Global Silence, can pop the Lotus Orb, great against Doom as well, put it on the Ursa if needed. Now going for the Aghanim Scepter next, what's queued up, so...
Now look at the difference between them. That's a Doombringer with 510 GPM, and DM Centaur is not that far behind, doing what was that, like 20, 30% more hero damage than the Doom as well.
Radiant are scanning.
Abed did finish the Aghanim Scepter, waiting by his Observer Ward. EG, do they know this smoke is coming? Because they've scanned mid. They've got to know something's up. High ground vision. There it is. Pop the smoke, get the global, but Fly disappears before our very eyes. Astral Steps means that Abed returns to base. And EG being herded back into that Radiant side while the only hero out there is Crit's Monkey King.
Virtus Pro should just wait for the Roche to respawn, kill it, get Shard for Ursa, so every single time he uses Earth Shock, you get 1.5 seconds of Enrage, and it's also the same sound, so it kind of gets confusing.
It does, yeah. Oh, that Fisher. Oh, Arteezy. Yes, oh, he has the BKB.
Inside the base, BKB, he was
Fresh.
afraid of getting Echo slammed.
He just bought it as well. That was meant to be a turning point. It's a good balance strike, double war stomp. Night falls in. EG need this, but the two-man Echo from GPK get them a double kill for save.
Nice
No
aside, pop
buybacks.
Doom.
They doom, but what now? They die. They doom and they die. 3-for-1 trade out, and save is the only death. Nice Eclipse out though.
That's gonna be a kill.
Kills off GPK thanks to Arteezy.
But the Sunray keeping them healthy and alive. Yeah, Fly's gonna pay with his life. Force Staff on the high ground, but the
Force.
DM is ready.
Blinks up there, stomps him down. A dominating streak for DM Centaur. And now a 3v1 as Luna is the lone survivor.
Also, Roche respawned in the meantime. Not sure why they decided to go in. Luna popped the BKB. If she did have it, might have been a bit of a different fight. But yeah, Kingslayer pinging out the Roche. Ursa has enough sustain with the Morbid Mask. And also has Aghanim Shard in the Quick Bite. Not gonna need that. Roshan gonna give it to him for free.
Very nice. Very nice indeed. And that bottom lane being pushed in means that Arteezy's got to go clear it out. EG will be all alive in a couple of seconds when Fly respawns. And it looks like they are TPing across the map. Maybe thinking about contesting Roche, but it's all too little too late. VP with that Aegis and the Shard. Getting prepped for a bottom lane push.
Phoenix is higher level than anyone on EG's team. Luna is the same level, but the rest is perfectly timed.
Kingslayer knows
chat
what's
will
up.
line. Yep.
Yep, he sure does. Monkey, I think they're pinging out here that there's people in the trees. Kingslayer from the left-hand side clears the creep wave. And Evil Geniuses, are they stuck here? There's no Arteezy, there's no Ice Ice Ice. They are very distant from this bottom lane fight. But it looks like VP won't give it to them.
Another Lotus Orb finished on Phoenix, which means that he can dispel the global silence. Great against the Doom. Once again, dispel silences from Void Spirits. Resonant Pulses.
Radiant's
Save.
bottom tower has fallen.
He got silenced up by the Monkey Orchid.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
They also don't have the egg hitters. Luna is fine, but that's not her job. She can't afford to sit in a fight with the BKB on and hit the egg, because there's so many things that they can defend the egg with.
Yeah, it's rough.
Arteezy thinking about Aghanim Scepter.
Oh yeah.
It feels like it's one of those games where it doesn't matter if you get a Force Staff, if you get a full Hurricane Pike,
yeah.
Manta style.
Onto Ice Ice Ice. They're the ones that start the fight. VP with a Blink Echo from GPK makes damn sure the Doom is dead. Now Abed and Fly, they'll TP Void Spirit away, but Fly not going to have the same luxury as he is blasted from 50% to 0
And
with
they're
one
already
hit.
top. They want to hunt Arteezy. He knows something is up. Too many heroes missing. Dire using scan. GPK showed, so that means Arteezy needs to fall back. He needs to get away.
AG still have to do something drastic. They need a team fight win, and they're not going to get there without.
Oh, they know. They actually know.
See him? How do they know? He's cut through the trees. They're going to see a dead tree there. Oh, there's a stump. There must be Arteezy nearby. Where are you, buddy? Oh, hello. Hello, Arteezy. The balance strike with the Eclipse, though. GPK gets his BKB off. He's very low HP. He turns,
Blink
but
ready.
he's got to try and run away. The hit comes in. EG stomped, though. DM is here. And so is Nightfall. Abed with nowhere to run. Arteezy TPs with not using BKB. There's no stun, no bash.
He had Basher, but didn't get a hit off. That was, you know, something else. These professional players, they know. You see that there's a tree missing because trees grow every 3 minutes, so they knew something was up. He stood there, tried to be greedy, maybe cut the wave after. In the end, it's just a trade.
Well, look at Nightfall. He was top a second ago. Now he's killing fly bottom. Yeah,
Perfectly timed bash.
Straight
10 out of 10.
They're pinging Arteezy. Look, there he is. We found him again. Hiding in the Radiant base while Crit shoves out top, cutting waves. But that is all that EG can do right now. Facing off against VP right now just doesn't seem like an accomplishment that they can actually pull off.
Arteezy 1,300 gold away from finishing the Aghanim Scepter. And he does not want to show it. He does not want to show what he wants to go for. They want to have this big surprise fight.
Bash. DM. Can't catch Abed now. That Assimilate far too long of a range.
Void Spirit upgraded the Simulate. Gets another ring.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
That glyph delaying the inevitable death of the tier 3 tower. Sunray topping up their HP as Abed a little hop, skip, and a jump in and out.
Preemptive Lotus Orb. They have to, so they can keep using them on Ursa. In case something happens, Centaur can use the Stampede, and it's also Aghanim Scepter Stampede. They can run through the obstacles.
They've got Blink Echo too, Lacoste. VP are ready. And that's why EG are cowering behind the tier 4s. Abed, the one hero that can show.
Nightfall, he was relying on Bash right there.
Maybe if he bashes, he gets a kill with a Blink Echo or a Blink Stomp. But a lane of barracks down, and EG with no answer. So many questions being posed of them by this really young squad.
20 seconds left on Aegis. So they need to be a bit more careful. Can't go for the high ground push anymore. In a game like this, you can just try to farm up, wait until the third row spawns. If they go for a fight or if you can get a pick off, go for it because they feel super strong. Ursa still has that 8-second BKB, Aegis timer, reclaimed, Ursa back to full HP, full mana.
Bottled DD.
This is big timing for EG because they don't know, Virtus Pro, they don't know that there's an Aghanim Scepter Eclipse on Luna, level 18.
Shiva's guard on the Phoenix as well, who is higher net worth from position 4 than the mid Abed Void Spirit.
He's also level 18, so that's going to be almost impossible to kill. 10 attacks to destroy.
Invulnerable Supernova. VP would love to go and get that tier 2 top, but the creep wave not obliging them. Far too pushed out, and it is getting pinged now. Need to start cutting that wave. But they don't want to TP someone back because that would relinquish control of the triangle if EG met them 5v5 on force.
DM will do the little trick, pull back the creep wave, kill it, use Lotus Orb on him, and they can keep camping here. Ursa does the same thing to the mid lane.
The pincer attack in towards the Radiant base. Satisfying sounds of thudding of the Earthshaker.
Virtus Pro decides they need to change the side. Moves whole squad to the bottom. Another smoke from EG.
Smoke after smoke. Last chance saloon. EG's one chance to shine. Kingslayer's on the high ground, scouts the Monkey King, immediate supernova, the Eclipse comes. They're going to try and kill off Abed. He's disarmed, but it's
needs to
Arteezy now.
run.
That's the Luna kill they needed, and good games called. VP with another 32-minute victory over EG.
Man, Virtus.pro, like they had a bit of a tough time in the game where they lost with the discipline, but in this one, it was just like a complete stomp. They did not allow them to go for any kind of a play. They completely shut down Abed in both of the games. Earthshaker, 2 times in a row, had his number, and like this Ursa pick was genius. All they needed to do is kill the Roshan and just keep rolling from there.
It really felt like VP had, you know, a literal algorithm where it's like step 1, step 2, step 3, all the way through to step 300. They followed all the steps, and they won both games in a very, very, you know, considerable fashion.
Way, exactly.
Super. I mean, from an outside perspective, it looks reasonably simple for them, smooth sailing. But there's so much work that's gone into this: the drafting, the play style, the understanding of what their opponents are going to do. VP, well deserved victory, 2-0 over EG.
In both games, they didn't really focus on the kills. They focused on the strategy so much. Like, what is their timing? In this game, timing was getting that Roshan, getting the Diffusal Blade and the Blink Dagger on Earthshaker, and then just everything seems pretty much perfect for Virtus.pro.
Yeah, well, I believe that's it now for the A stream, but you can make sure to check out all of the others, Dota 2, TI 2 through 5, and of course the green, the beautiful overall red zone, the stream over there with the panel. That's it from me, Lacoste. We'll see you guys tomorrow, though. Goodbye.